This high school student just happened to bump into a girl at school, but unexpectedly found himself being relentlessly pursued by her. She brazenly demanded that he become her boyfriend. Everywhere he went, she followed him like a shadow. When he was being harassed by bullies, she did not hesitate to jump in and confront them head-on. Upon learning of his financial struggles, she transferred 100 million won to him via her phone without a second thought. A beautiful heiress and a lucky high school boy, it was the perfect scenario every guy dreams of. But Yongjin was a serious young man, handsome but not an easy catch. When her confession was rejected, Hisa suddenly turned cold and revealed that he was about to die. It turned out that when Yongjin bumped into Hisa that day, he had unfortunately dropped a Reaper card. The card he had mindlessly picked up foretold his death that very day. She said that since he was going to die soon anyway, he should just give his body to her. As she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly turned a crazed, bloodshot red. Hisa immediately grabbed his hand and yanked him forcefully toward her. Her grip was so tight it felt like his arm would break, and he could not pull away no matter how hard he struggled. Terrified, Yongjin glanced down at a puddle at his feet. Reflected in it were countless grotesque hands clutching his arm. In that moment, Hisa transformed into a giant female ghost, staring at him with a greedy glint in her eyes. I have not even asked her out to dinner, and now I am about to become her dinner. Whoever it was that said, "Do not worry, she is not going to eat you. Show yourself, we need to talk." Petrified, he used all his strength to wrench his hand free and scrambled away. The ghost immediately gave chase. Despite her massive, heavy-looking frame, she was as fast as the wind. Just as the ghost was about to grab him, she slipped on a banana peel and fell flat on her face. The ancestors must be looking out for me. Seizing the opportunity, Yongjin ducked into a narrow gap between the buildings. Left behind, the ghost could only roar madly in frustration. Just then, he saw a light at the end of the alley, only a few steps away. Suddenly, a ripping sound tore through the silence of the night. Before he knew it, the ghost had torn off one of Yongjin's arms. The ghost herself paused for a moment, staring in shock at the arm in her hand. Seeing the body that should have been hers, her rage peaked. With blood-red eyes, she let out a piercing scream that seemed to rip through the night. "That was supposed to be my new body." Yongjin lay trembling, his body growing weaker. The ghost saw her chance and moved closer. In a cold, teeth-grinding voice she said, "If I cannot have this body, I'll just eat you alive." With that, the ghost growled and opened its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, ready to devour him. But just as Yongjin closed his eyes to accept his fate, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps splashing through the water. It was the white dog he had picked up earlier today. The clock rewinds to that morning. When Yongjin went out to throw away the trash, he saw a stray dog with its head buried in a bin, scavenging for food. Watching the dog eagerly chew on a piece of garbage that could have gone bad ages ago, he could not help but feel a bit nauseous. Yongjin tossed his trash bag into the bin and was about to leave, but for some reason he found himself looking back at the dog, which was still eating with relish. A wave of pity washed over him. He went into a supermarket, bought a sausage and returned to the front of his house. Holding out the sausage to the dog, he called to it softly. The dog lifted its head, glanced at him for a moment, then immediately snatched the sausage and began to gobble it down. Yongjin reached out and gently patted the dog's head, saying, "Eat up. Do not go digging through the trash anymore." With that, he stood up and left. The dog, left bewildered, stopped halfway through the sausage and silently watched his retreating back with a look of gratitude. When he returned home after sunset, he saw the dog still sitting motionlessly by the garbage dump. Yongjin paused, staring at the dog for a long moment. "That is the dog from this morning. Why is it still here?" In the end, he ignored it and went inside. A few minutes later, raindrops began to fall outside the window. The rain grew heavier, and the image of the white dog huddled by the garbage dump would not leave his mind. Unable to bear it, Yongjin finally ran outside and brought the dog in. He carefully wiped the dog down and dried its fur. As soon as it was free, the dog shook its body once, spraying water all over Yongjin. It glanced up at him as if asking for permission, then promptly leapt onto the bed and curled up contentedly. Yongjin laughed in disbelief. "So you're just going to make yourself at home like that?" He brought the dog a bowl of water and a few sausages. When the dog remained lying down, he asked, "Not eating? I guess you do not like it." Before he could finish his sentence, the dog scampered over, buried its head in the water bowl and started gulping it down. After drinking its fill, the little dog came closer, sniffed at his legs and then cautiously placed a paw on his body. When Yongjin did not object, the dog grew bolder, climbing onto his lap and curling up in his arms. He stared wide-eyed at this little creature that was taking over his space so naturally. Give it an inch and it'll take a mile. Back in the present, just as Yongjin was about to be devoured, the white dog shot forward and lunged at the ghost. Before the ghost could even register what was happening, a streak of white light flashed by. Its limbs were instantly sliced into several pieces and the ghost shrieked in agony. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, the dog transformed into a tall man holding a sharp greatsword. Yongjin, his eyes barely open, faintly witnessed it all. He saw a man standing before him, protecting him. It was a long-haired man with a gold earring. He turned to look at the gasping Yongjin and spoke. "Happy birthday, my nephew." Those were the last words he heard before he lost consciousness as the man's outstretched hand grew closer and filled his vision. Time passed. When Yongjin opened his eyes again, everything was still blurry. Gradually, the light and shapes came into focus. He realized he was lying in his bed, drenched in sweat. So hot. He let out a breath and raised a hand to wipe his face. He cried out in surprise at the sticky feeling on his hand. "Whoa, I am sweating like crazy." Yongjin fumbled for his phone, and when the screen lit up, it was flooded with unread messages. The most recent message was from Song Jian. "Are you dead?" "What?" He shot up, startled. "What time is it?" Youngjin scrambled to grab a change of clothes. Damn it, when did I fall asleep last night? Suddenly he froze. The memories of last night came flooding back all at once. He immediately lifted his arm to inspect it. It was perfectly intact. He clenched and unclenched his fist. Nothing was wrong. A wave of relief washed over him, immediately followed by profound confusion. What in the world happened? As he recalled the girl from last night, a name flashed through his mind. Right, Lee Hisa. Suddenly, the ringing of a call from his homeroom teacher pulled him back to reality. On the school grounds, a janitor was grumbling. Why does this damn machine keep getting unplugged? Some kid must be messing with it. Meanwhile, Youngjin was rushing to school, panting as he ran. He thought, I wonder if Lee Hisa is at school. Stepping onto the school grounds, he wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh. The scenery under the blue sky was truly peaceful. He crept down the hallway, glancing around furtively. Up ahead, he heard two of Hisu's friends talking. Hey, why has Lee Hisa been acting so weird lately? I do not know. I really need her to read my tarot cards today. Youngjin carefully peered into the classroom and was stunned. Hisa was chatting cheerfully with her friends. What? She looks completely normal. He hesitated for a moment. Should I ask her about last night right now? Just then, his two best friends appeared behind him. Only delinquents show up for school right at lunchtime. Hey, why did not you read our messages? You had us worried for nothing. Look at him coming to school just to find his girlfriend. Such a delinquent. No, Youngjin stammered, flustered. It is not like that. Yesterday, his words trailed off as he made eye contact with Hisa inside the classroom. For a brief moment, the two stared directly at each other. Yesterday what? His friend prodded. When Youngjin said nothing, his friends started teasing him again. This bastard. He pretended to go home but was actually on a date with his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Youngjin suddenly ducked, hiding below the windowsill. What are you doing? One of them asked. The other two burst out laughing. Oh, look how flustered he gets just from making eye contact. Not jealous at all, seriously. Youngjin's face was dark with fear. He crawled along the floor trying to stay out of sight from the window. So pathetic, one of them tutted. Throughout the afternoon classes, Youngjin could not focus. He was sure he had been gravely injured, yet he could not remember a thing. He looked down again at his perfectly fine hand. A huge question gnawed at him. But what happened after that? How did I get home? The ghost's face was seared into his memory. What the hell happened? If only it was all just a dream. He quickly checked his phone. The only piece of evidence that last night wasn't a dream was still there. A notification of a 100,000 won transfer from Lee Hisa along with a note. If not accepted within 3 days, the transaction will be automatically cancelled. What's this money for? Youngjin muttered. He hesitated, wondering if he should ask, but then decisively shoved the phone into his pocket. Whatever. As long as she is okay, that is all that matters. In the faculty office, his homeroom teacher asked with concern, Youngjin, are you sure nothing's wrong? Yes, I just overslept, the teacher sighed. Did you eat? Yes, I did. All right, if you're okay, you can go back to class. Go straight home after school. Youngjin replied and remembered to close the door on his way out. He walked slowly down the hall, checking the time on his phone. It was 2 p.m. He had missed almost all of his classes today. Just as he walked out onto the athletic field, Youngjin was engrossed in his phone when a head suddenly popped up in front of him. Hi, Youngjin jumped back in surprise, his heart pounding. Hisa quickly explained. Sorry, I did not mean to scare you. My friends told me you went to the faculty office, so I waited for you here. My God, the bell already rang for class. Is following people your hobby? Youngjin still had not calmed down from the shock. Why cannot you act normal for once? I am sorry if I upset you, Hisa mumbled, about what happened yesterday. At those words, Youngjin instinctively grew wary and looked around. The field was empty. Crap, there is no one here. Hey, he said stiffly. Let us go somewhere with more people to talk. It is not because I am scared. It is in case you suddenly attack me again. No, I was possessed by a ghost back then, Hisa explained hastily. What? Youngjin frowned, his face full of suspicion. It is a long story. First, I am sorry for hurting you. As Hisa earnestly tried to explain, Youngjin's gaze suddenly froze on something. Something was very wrong. He pointed at a blue object nearby, cutting her off coldly. What is that? Why is it over there? Hisa turned to look, dumbfounded. It was the statue that was supposed to be at the school's main gate. It wasn't there a second ago, Youngjin said, his voice beginning to tremble. Suddenly the statue slowly rose to its feet. Whoa, they both exclaimed at the same time, and in the next instant the statue began to charge madly toward them. Run, Hisa shouted. The two turned and fled for their lives. Youngjin screamed in terror as the giant statue closed in right behind them. He asked through gritted teeth, Hey, this is your fault again, is not it? No, it is not me. Hisa denied it frantically. What do you mean it is not you? You did the same thing to me yesterday. Youngjin, I can explain. It is not actually my fault. It is because of a ghost named Song. Seeing the statue getting closer, Youngjin snapped, Shut up and just run faster. It is too fast. It is going to catch us. Just then, Youngjin spotted a cart full of basketballs. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the handle, spun around and shoved the cart with all his might toward the charging statue. Youngjin? Hisa cried out in alarm. As the cart tipped over, dozens of basketballs spilled out, rolling toward the statue. He thought the balls might trip it up. But the statue simply used the ground as a springboard, did a flip, and gracefully vaulted over the pile of balls, landing perfectly. Damn it, Youngjin cursed and quickly changed direction, pulling Hisa along with him. While running, Hisa fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a plastic bag full of black beans. She grabbed a handful and threw them straight at the statue's face, shouting loudly, Be gone? But this method seemed to have no effect. The statue simply shook its head once, and all the beans came flying back. A few beans hit Hisa in the face, and she cried out in pain. What are you doing, you idiot? Youngjin yelled, dragging her along. Suddenly he saw an open iron gate ahead and skidded to a halt. He gave Hiso a hard shove forward and said, "Get out, quick." The second they scrambled out, Youngjin hurriedly slammed the iron gate shut, just a split second before the statue crashed into it. Leaning against the iron fence, the two gasped for breath, their hearts pounding wildly. The statue stopped at the gate, stared at them silently for a moment, then turned and disappeared back onto the field. Seeing it leave, the two were elated. "Is it gone? Did it finally give up?" Youngjin let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Hiso pointed toward the field and stammered, "Youngjin, look." Youngjin looked in that direction and froze. The statue had returned, and in its hands it held the school's flagpole, which it had just uprooted. The two stared at each other in horror. "It is going to use the flagpole to pole vault over. Is that thing insane?" Terrified, Youngjin looked around for an escape route. There was a handcart nearby. On the other side of the fence, the statue planted one end of the flagpole into the ground. Then it launched itself into the air. With incredible momentum, the statue actually managed to clear the fence. Hisa stood frozen to the spot, staring blankly. Just then, Youngjin yelled her name. "Hey, Hisa, move!" Startled, she scrambled backward. Youngjin stared intently at the statue. It landed like a pole vaulter, but what broke its fall wasn't a mattress but the handcart. The impact sent the handcart flying into the garbage dump, where it flipped over, and the statue also ended up sprawled out in the middle of a trash heap. A foul stench forced the two to quickly cover their noses. But to their absolute horror, the statue staggered to its feet, its eyes as sharp as blades, and glared straight at Youngjin. "Run, Youngjin!" But in an instant the statue blocked their path. Before anyone could react, its eyes flashed with killing intent as it lunged at Youngjin, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. "Youngjin!" Hiso could only scream in despair. The statue stared at him with eyes full of utter hatred. It felt as if his neck would snap with just a little more pressure. "Stop it!" Hiso shrieked in terror as Youngjin began to gasp for air. She hastily pulled a string of brown prayer beads from under her clothes. "Take this," she shouted. As the murderous statue glanced at her, Hiso immediately threw the beads at it. The string instantly snapped and the beads exploded against the statue's face. The statue let out a scream of agony, releasing its grip on Youngjin's neck and stumbling backward. Youngjin fell to the ground with a thud. "Youngjin, are you okay?" Hisa ran over in a panic and helped him up. "Not okay at all," he answered, his face pale. They supported each other and fled. Behind them, the statue began to stagger to its feet again. At the school's garbage dump, Youngjin fumbled with a lighter and grumbled, "Hey, if you had something like that, you should have used it earlier." He glanced back and saw Hisa doing something that was giving off smoke. "Are you smoking?" "No, it is incense." "What are you doing?" Youngjin could not understand. "A simple exorcism ritual," she explained as she started taking out her tools. "You pull all sorts of things out of that uniform, do not you?" he marveled. Hisa took out several colored pieces of cloth, tore one off and tied it around his hand. "This should hold for a while. Do not take it off until midnight." Youngjin scowled at the butterfly ribbon she had just tied on his wrist. His face darkened. "You know you are a really weird kid, right? I understand why you are suspicious, but I really did not do anything," Hisa said, scratching her head. "Can we talk at school?" "No," he replied flatly, then paused. "Fine, let us say you were possessed by a ghost yesterday and today was just a coincidence, but why is it that ever since I got involved with you, all these weird things keep happening to me?" Hearing this, Hisa fell silent, a hurt expression on her face. "But Youngjin, it is not my fault. Thanks for saving me, but," he cut her off. "But none of this would have happened if you weren't here in the first place. Stop acting like we are close." After he finished speaking, he turned and left her alone on the empty street as the sun began to set. When he got home, Youngjin was punching in his passcode when he suddenly stopped. He looked down at the colorful ribbon on his wrist. Hisu's warning echoed in his ears. "Do not take it off until midnight." "What kind of trick is this now?" He decisively ripped the piece of cloth off, threw it in the trash can, and went into his room. The room was pitch black and he fumbled for the light switch. The moment the light flickered on, Youngjin screamed and jumped back in shock. The white dog was sitting right on his bed. He stumbled backward, then remembered the dog's presence. The small dog came closer. "Why, you have been here the whole time," Youngjin stammered. The dog sat obediently in front of him. "You must be hungry." He scratched his head and placed a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog came over, looked at the few sausages, and then gave them a bored stare. Meanwhile, Youngjin was lying on his stomach on the bed looking at his phone. As he was focused, he suddenly heard a voice. This again. There was no one else in the room but him and the dog. "Bring me some proper food." Youngjin's eyes widened in fear and he quickly turned his head to look at the dog. The dog was still sitting calmly as if nothing had happened. He stared blankly at the dog and the dog glanced back at him indifferently. The mysterious voice echoed in his ears again. "This stuff again, bring me something tastier." Baffled, he looked around the small room before looking back at his phone screen. As Youngjin grew more and more confused, the voice spoke once more, this time seemingly to itself. "Ah, whatever, I am so hungry, I'll just make do with this for now." The phone screen showed a pet food store. Youngjin decided to buy more food for the dog. But just as he was navigating his phone, the mysterious voice continued. "After you finish eating, bring some delicious food home." Youngjin scrambled to his feet, looking around the room with anxious eyes. A low, warm voice, which seemed to be coming from the dog sitting right there, spoke. "What are you looking for?" Startled, Youngjin threw open the window to check, muttering, "Where is that sound coming from?" The voice came again, clearer this time. "Can you finally hear me now?" Youngjin whipped around. With eyes hollow from lack of sleep, he stared intently into the empty space in the room. Here, he froze, and a cold sweat began to form. And then he saw it. The little dog was baring its teeth as if it were grinning at him. For a few seconds Youngjin faced the dog in silence. He slowly sat down, scooped up the dog and began to inspect it closely. He prodded and squeezed every part of the dog's body. He turned it over and around, and finally the dog began to get annoyed. The dog snapped. "You insolent brat!" The shout erupting right in his face made Youngjin flinch. He quickly put the dog down on the floor and took a few steps back. He kept a safe distance and observed the dog. Looking at the seemingly harmless creature before him, he thought to himself, the dog is talking. This is beyond imagination. Am I dreaming? His mind was reeling from the incredible things he had just experienced. Seeing him dazed, the dog spoke. "You must be confused. You cannot believe what's happening, can you? I have been here all day, but it is only now that you can hear my voice." Having said that, the dog used its powers to manipulate a nearby dresser. Rattle, rattle. A drawer burst open and a pile of clothes and socks flew out, hitting Youngjin in the face. He irritably peeled a tattered shirt off his face. He threw the shirt away in disgust and cried out involuntarily. But in that very moment he realized something. One of the shirt's sleeves was missing. "Do you remember now what happened yesterday?" The horrific memory came rushing back in an instant. The female ghost, the chase, and the feeling of his arm being crushed. His last memory was of the ghost's massive open mouth about to swallow him. A sharp phantom pain shot through his mind. Youngjin quickly brought his hand to his shoulder to check if his arm was attached. "It is still here." He was confused, caught between memory and reality. "What on earth are you talking about? You must be wondering why, are not you?" As if reading his mind, the dog named Jaein continued, "Who do you think I am to be able to stop that monster and even speak with you?" Seeing Youngjin's extreme confusion, the dog said, "It must be overwhelming to hear such things for the first time, right?" As too much strange information flooded in, Youngjin froze. "Who am I? Where am I?" Jin advised. "Call your guardian here." Youngjin did not understand. "The one who gave birth to you and protected you. I need to know about your family." As soon as he finished, Youngjin replied in a numb voice, "I do not have any." Hearing this, the dog glanced around the house and asked in surprise, "What, you mean you do not have parents?" He got off the bed and answered curtly, "I said I do not." "Then any other guardians?" "There is no one." Watching him casually open and drink from a water bottle, Jin sighed with a hint of exasperation. How truly troublesome. But inwardly he thought, in that case this kid has lived quite resiliently. It seems I have not chosen the wrong person. Meanwhile, Youngjin was also lamenting to himself. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Cannot even properly remember what happened last night, and now this. Jin looked at his back and said in a resentful tone, "Hey, I saved your life. Do not I even get a word of thanks?" Youngjin turned his head and shot the dog a contemptuous look. "You saved me, a puppy stronger than that monster. Are you a monster too?" At these words, Jin was so stunned he was speechless. He coldly declared, "How dare you call me a monster? I am the founding ancestor of the One Clan." Youngjin froze at the resolute declaration. He stood there, frozen, sweating profusely. A founding ancestor? He stared at the dog before him and muttered naively, "A dog is a human's ancestor, so we were originally dogs, you idiot." Jin snapped, practically fuming. "I am not a dog. Then what are you?" he asked back nonchalantly. Jin was about to lose his mind over this descendant. "I am merely in this body. I may look like a dog to you, but cannot you tell that is not what I really am?" Youngjin replied casually. "Oh, so you possessed a dog. You could put it that way." The dog nodded smugly, but right after, Youngjin delivered a brutal comeback. "So you are a dog in the end. I told you I am not." Jin was about to explain in a huff, but Youngjin cut him off. "But if you do not have a suitable human body, you are a dog for now, right?" "I said I am not." "Okay." He nodded as if he understood. "So an ancestor's ghost possessed a dog. That sounds a bit irritating," Jin muttered. "But he is not wrong. The ghost part is right too." Youngjin got straight to the point. "So what do you want from me?" He tiredly offered a few hypotheses. "Do you want me to perform ancestral rites for you? I do not have money for that." At those words, the dog quietly turned its back. Youngjin muttered under his breath, "If you need that much ceremonial food, why do not you find a richer descendant?" At that moment, Jin's face darkened. The little dog paced on his blanket without a word, sniffing continuously as if searching for something. Fearing the dog might relieve itself right there, Youngjin pointed a finger and warned, "Hey, what are you doing? If you need to go to the bathroom, do it somewhere else." Misunderstood, Jin slowly stopped, then immediately put on a pitiful expression and confessed his inner thoughts. "I heard the clan was poor, but to think there is no one left now." "Huh?" Youngjin was slightly taken aback. "You mean there are no other descendants, so I am the only one?" Jin lowered his head sadly and replied, "That is correct," and he turned his head. "Let us help each other from now on." "So you are going to keep living here?" he asked nonchalantly. Jin narrowed his eyes as if he had no choice. "Then where would I go?" Youngjin yelled frantically. "What are you talking about? If you are so great, go sleep outside." As soon as the words left his mouth, he grabbed the edge of the blanket and flung Jin onto the floor. The little dog sprawled out on the floor and whimpered in pain. "Such an ungrateful descendant." Fine, just sit there and keep talking," Youngjin snapped. "I have to go to school. I cannot afford to raise you." Even as he said this, his hands were on his phone, searching for dog food. He added sarcastically, "If an ancestor like you only wants delicious food, I would have to sell the house." Youngjin's words were all too true. Jin was angry but could not say anything. Suddenly the little dog's ears perked up as if it heard something strange. Sensing danger, the dog abruptly shot up and started barking. Yongjin, who was staring at his phone, was startled. "What's wrong?" He turned his head and saw Jin jumping around strangely. "What's with him all of a sudden?" "There is something outside," Jin whispered, his ears still pricked up. "What?" Yongjin shot up, his face filled with fear. The dog stared intently at the window and said grimly, "You brought something with you." The statue that had chased him and Hisa in the morning was silently entering the alley. Thump thump, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. "What nonsense are you talking about? There is no one there." Yongjin disbelieved and quickly denied it. "Let us go quickly." Jin rushed over and clung to his head, urging him on. "Go where?" he asked in pain. "Outside." Yongjin's body stiffened. "What?" "Stay still," Jin suddenly commanded. He listened quietly for a few seconds, but there was nothing unusual. He quickly grabbed Jin to pull him off his head and said, "Stop sitting on my head." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying roar shook the entire room. The thudding sound echoed again. This was no hallucination but a terrifying reality, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Jin grabbed Yongjin's hair and pulled his head up. He screamed in pain. Outside the window, the streetlight flickered and the front door was shut tight. With Jin on his shoulder, Yongjin cautiously looked around. Suddenly the dog used its front paw to forcefully grab his head and turn it to the right, and there he froze at the sight before him. Outside the glass door stood the figure of the statue from the school field. Each of the statue's steps made the ground tremble, and it came to a stop right in front of his house door. "Why is the statue here?" Yongjin whispered in terror, hiding behind the stairs. "You know that thing? It is the statue from school. How did it become a monster like that?" Jin poked his head out and warned, "That is no ordinary monster. It is an evil spirit. Evil spirits look like that." Yongjin stared intently at the monster. "Indeed," Jin placed a paw on his face. "Where there are evil spirits, there are also good spirits. They all take different forms, and there are many such things in this country, so just accept it." Meanwhile, the evil spirit placed its stone hand on the glass and slowly bent down to peer inside. "Do not tell me it came all the way here because of me too." Yongjin wondered. As if it had found its target, the evil spirit slowly cracked a chilling smile. "Precisely," Jin answered. Neither of them took their eyes off the evil spirit. "But why did it follow you?" "Evil spirits are vicious, but they do not follow others without reason." Yongjin remembered the scene where he had pushed the statue over with the garbage cart. He pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes and admitted, "I think I might have started it." Just then, Jin shouted a warning. "It is coming in!" Crash! The evil spirit threw a massive punch at the door, and the door frame and glass shards shattered into pieces. The immense force sent Jin flying off Yongjin's body. Yongjin was also sent tumbling by the pressure. For an evil spirit, it is not very intelligent. The statue's momentum sent it crashing headfirst inside. Looking at the chaotic scene, Yongjin cried out in worry. "It is destroying my house. Is the house the problem right now? Hurry up and run." Jin ran up and yelled in his face. The evil spirit exuded a murderous aura as it glared at the two of them. Yongjin was so scared he did not know what to do. Suddenly, Jin leapt forward. "You go first." "Ancestor, what are you trying to do?" Yongjin was bewildered by the dog's actions. "Just do as I say." Jin turned his head and commanded. The evil spirit got up and chased Yongjin, who fled in a panic. Looking back, he saw the back of the small dog fearlessly facing the giant monster head-on. "Seriously, that thing is my ancestor?" Jin, showing his majesty, stared straight at the evil spirit and shouted loudly, "You cur!" The debris at his feet began to shake with an unseen energy, and as his inner power exploded, pink lightning wrapped around Jin's body, radiating with increasing intensity. He declared resolutely, "How dare you try to touch my descendant?" The dog opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a world-shaking technique, but all that came out was a series of barks. The evil spirit watched the comedy before it silently, then simply raised a hand and swatted Jin several meters away. The dog rolled a few times and landed with a thud on the street, then scrambled up and, with the evil spirit looking on bewildered, bolted after Yongjin. Puzzled, Yongjin looked back while running and asked, "What, you are running away too, Grandpa?" Faced with the rather sensitive question, Jin was at a loss for words. "Then who did you think I was? I thought you'd last for at least 10 seconds. Yongjin replied nonchalantly, "But this is strange. How did you save me so well yesterday? Were you lying? You are really something else. What do you get out of messing with me?" Thud! Before he could finish, the evil spirit caught up. It swooped down from above and snatched Yongjin up. Oh, he was terrified. "Damn it, I am caught." Suddenly, the jacket was ripped off Yongjin's body and he plummeted to the ground. The evil spirit stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, holding the jacket, then gleefully put it on, zipped it up and smiled with satisfaction. "Get up quick." Yongjin scrambled up, trembling. The bizarrely dressed evil spirit wearing his jacket placed its hands on the ground and got into a starting position. Seeing this, the two were once again terrified and ran for their lives. Just as the evil spirit was about to take off, a voice suddenly rang out. "Come hither." Glowing characters appeared in the air. Hiso was blasting a Buddhist scripture from a speaker in her hand at full volume. The sound directly attacked the evil spirit's mind and it writhed in agony. Yongjin stared at her, dumbfounded. Hiso stood there without a hint of fear. Clutching the phone connected to the speaker, she continued to play the mantra chant. "Is that Lee Hisa?" It was a real relief she came in time. An 8-hour-long chanting video was playing on her phone, and the sound coming from the speaker immediately caused the evil spirit's body to burst into flames. Is that thing afraid of that?" Yongjin asked, trembling. He watched the flames consuming the monster, then suddenly cried out, "Ah, my clothes." Hisa still had not taken her eyes off the flames. Suddenly, Yongjin froze. Something was wrong. Did we win? No sooner had the words left his mouth than an unscathed hand and foot walked out of the flames. The evil spirit had overcome the power of the scripture. It stood up, looking even more terrifying than before. Hisa backed away in horror. Impossible, her scripture had no effect. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit appeared right in front of her and swung its fist. "Watch out!" Youngjin rushed forward and shoved Hisa aside, allowing her to dodge the attack. The impact sent them both tumbling to the ground. Youngjin groaned in pain. When Hisa looked back in fear, she saw the evil spirit had already raised its foot, aiming straight for the speaker. With an earth-shattering kick, the speaker was smashed to smithereens and the concrete ground cracked open. The evil spirit bent down, picked up a piece of broken concrete, hoisted it onto its shoulder, got into position, then turned and threw it straight at the two of them. "Watch out!" Shards of concrete rained down on Hisa, injuring both her legs. Youngjin quickly raised his arms to block, but large stones still hit his body and head. A terrifying explosion erupted. Through the dust, the two were lying on the ground. Youngjin struggled to get up and called out the name of the motionless Hisa. "Lee Hisa?" The evil spirit walked out of the explosion. Youngjin stared at it in horror. But a strange sound from Hisu's direction caught his attention. She was struggling to light a bundle of incense sticks. "Hey, we need to run," Youngjin shouted. "Please," Hisa pleaded weakly, still stubbornly trying to light it. Just as Youngjin was about to shout again in frustration, he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with extreme terror. The evil spirit was towering right over Hisa. It was lifting a car with both hands ready to bring it down. The image of his beloved dog Jin suddenly flashed through his mind. "You said you would come out." Youngjin scrambled to his feet, risking his life, and ran with all his might toward Hisa. "So please help me," he shouted with all the strength he had in his life, then rushed to shield Hisa, prepared for death. But instead of a painful sensation, his feet suddenly stepped into an aimless space, and the surroundings were a completely unfamiliar land. The space began to change. Youngjin was bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. "What the hell is this?" The sky before him suddenly blurred. Where did everyone go? As unease welled up in his heart, he inadvertently cried out loudly, "Lee Hisa, ancestor!" Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared behind him. A low voice was heard. "Now I hear your desperate plea for salvation." Hearing the familiar voice, Youngjin was startled, whipped around, and called out Jin's name in astonishment. A man dressed in black ancient robes emerged from the hazy white smoke. His appearance was extremely mysterious, especially his golden eyes that shone brightly in the darkness. "Who are you? What's with these clothes?" Youngjin asked, confused. "Who else could it be but me?" The man replied nonchalantly. Youngjin was startled. "You do not recognize my voice, my descendant." The man smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up, and his face faintly shifted between a human form and the face of the dog Jin. Youngjin finally had a vague idea of this person's identity. He muttered, "Ancestor." "That is right." The man moved close behind him and said in a firm voice, "I am your ancestor." The sudden proximity sent a chill down Youngjin's spine. The man gently took his hand and began to speak. "In the beginning, there were 12 gods," he continued. "And I am the god who rules over the dragon clan." A warm, strong stream of power flowed from his hand into Youngjin's body, and his palm glowed dazzlingly. From there, an earth-shattering energy erupted. In that very instant, Youngjin returned to reality. The words, "I will lend you my power," still ringing in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately used the energy he had just received to summon a weapon to fight the evil spirit. Hisa witnessed the scene, unable to believe her eyes. Youngjin shouted loudly, and with burning eyes charged straight at the evil spirit. The ancestor's power transformed into a massive blade, easily slicing the car in two. A terrifying explosion roared, and before the evil spirit could recover, he rushed in and inflicted a sharp wound on its hideous body. Due to inertia, he tumbled to the ground. "Youngjin," Hisa cried out in concern. "What is this? The car really got split in two," he said with difficulty. "What are you doing now?" Jin, in his dog form, shouted in anger. "Get up now before you get torn to shreds by that thing." Youngjin hastily scrambled to his feet, gripped the sword again, and cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, it is so heavy." Suddenly he was shocked to see that the wound on the evil spirit's body had already healed. It was growling in anger. With bloodshot eyes, it lunged at him like a hungry tiger. It delivered a heaven-shattering elbow strike to Youngjin's body. He failed to defend in time. The sword was knocked from his hand, and his entire body was sent flying straight into a nearby pile of scrap metal. As he staggered to his feet, the evil spirit was already towering right in front of him. It growled once and lunged, and he turned pale with fear. Jin suddenly lunged at the evil spirit's face and shouted loudly, "Get out of here, quick." The 36th stratagem, fleeing is the best option. Youngjin immediately turned and fled. "Why are you running, you idiot?" Jin was furious with his actions. "Do it yourself," he retorted. Seeing its prey about to escape, the evil spirit grabbed Jin, tossed him aside, and leapt up, catching up with Youngjin in the blink of an eye. "Use the sword." Jin, who was flattened in a corner, shouted loudly. Youngjin gritted his teeth, turned around, and gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He suddenly swung the sword horizontally. The evil spirit had no choice but to duck to avoid it. Using that moment, he poured all his strength into the next blow. "Youngjin, you can do it, I am coming," Hisa suddenly shouted, cheering him on. As if gaining strength, Youngjin swung the sword wildly, and even the evil spirit looked at him in disbelief. Suddenly, the sword slipped from his grasp. It flew off with a whoosh, cutting down several nearby flower beds before soaring high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Youngjin turned and fled again. The evil spirit immediately followed him like a leech. The sky was filled with fluttering flower petals. Suddenly, the evil spirit's eyes widened, and a sense of foreboding arose. It glanced up warily. While running through the splendid rain of flowers, a petal gently covered one of its eyes and its pupils contracted. A stream of memories suddenly rushed in. In a room, flickering lights cast two blurry shadows on the wall. An athlete and a man in a hard hat. Two craftsmen were carving a stone human head. The sound of the saw blade rang out loudly. A picture of the athlete appeared. After some time, the human-shaped statue was completed, causing a nationwide stir. My God, it looks just like him. Even reporters from broadcasting stations came to film. The statue was modeled after a legendary track and field athlete, the greatest pride of Korea. The host stared at the statue for a long time and then asked, puzzled, "But why is it bald?" A cherry blossom petal gently floated by, covering the memory. The memory of its most glorious days when countless tourists visited, children played, and beautiful young ladies took pictures with the statue. Standing under the dazzling sunlight, it proudly listened to the conversation of two young ladies. "Here, pose like him." A clear laugh followed. Suddenly, when the statue glanced down, a woman's voice was heard. "My God, he is taking a picture in front of his own statue." A man in a baseball cap was posing in the exact same starting position as the statue. A middle-aged woman approached the man and said in a voice full of respect, "My son loves track and field too. He is a huge fan of yours. Thank you for being such a great inspiration. He loves your memoir too." Although standing on a dizzyingly high pedestal, the statue heard every word clearly and soon began to well up with tears. Time passed, a rope was slung over its shoulders, and a crane lifted it up. After that, the statue was left alone, standing quietly under the cold rain. The raindrops trickling down its eye sockets looked like tears of sorrow and loneliness, breaking free from the stream of memories. The evil spirit silently watched Youngjin, who was still running for his life. Suddenly its steps slowed down, and at the same time Youngjin missed a step and fell face first onto the cold ground. He was startled, turned around, and clasped his head in fear, shouting. The evil spirit rushed forward like an arrow, but strangely it ran past him. Youngjin raised his head blankly, confused, and followed it with his eyes. The evil spirit ran straight towards an old marathon banner. It puffed out its chest and spread its arms wide in a victory pose. Imaginary flower petals fluttered down. It spread its arms and broke through the iron finish line with a bang. It was immersed in the glorious feeling of coming in first. The enthusiastic cheers and applause of the crowd echoed endlessly in its mind. It proudly bit its gold medal. It imagined the scene of being praised by that woman from long ago and signing autographs for everyone. It became a celebrity, an idol loved by children all over the world. The evil spirit continued to run towards the flower petals as if running towards the dazzling victory in its own illusion. Meanwhile, Youngjin and Jin just stared dumbfounded. They could not understand what was happening at all. Hisa also stood there with a huge question mark above her head. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed in the sky. The evil spirit disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the three of them stunned. What was that? Jin narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "It seems to have fulfilled its purpose and passed on." "Why so suddenly?" he asked, puzzled. "As I said," the dog explained, "evil spirits are not dangerous at all as long as you follow their rules." "What are those rules?" "It depends on the purpose of each spirit's existence," Jin said slowly. "That is why I asked why it was angry. It must have been your fault. Are you kidding me?" Youngjin immediately retorted. Some time later, night fell upon the city. Youngjin returned to his room, groaning in pain as he checked the wound on his arm again. He grimaced and asked Jin, "My ribs are not cracked, are they?" "No need to worry," the dog reassured him, then suddenly turned its head to look at Hisa, who was sitting quietly in the corner. "Miss, are you all right?" Hisa scratched her arm and hesitated, then suddenly bowed her head deeply and cried out, "Thank you." Youngjin stared with wide eyes and her face turned bright red with apology and embarrassment. "You are Youngjin's ancestor, right?" A quiet night. At the finish line of the marathon, the broken iron crossbar suddenly emitted a strange light and then reattached itself. A nearby car, which had been split in two, suddenly floated into the air. The pieces fitted themselves together perfectly. A shop's broken glass window healed itself and a broken plum blossom branch reattached itself to the tree trunk. Under the streetlight, the shadows of three children, 2 boys and 1 girl, appeared. They walked with their arms around each other, laughing and talking happily before disappearing into the darkness. In a small room somewhere, an old sword was placed respectfully on a shelf. Hisa hesitated for a moment before finally opening her mouth to ask, "Are you perhaps Youngjin's ancestor?" Jin was stunned for a few seconds, then raised an eyebrow. "Yes, so you can see me." The little dog was curious. "Are you a shaman?" The girl hurriedly shook her head and answered in a small voice, "No, I am not a shaman. I am a shaman's daughter." "Ha ha," Jin laughed. "A shaman's daughter." Recalling how Jin had saved her life last time, Hisa said with a look of utmost gratitude, "You saved me from that monster last time, but I lost consciousness after that." She smiled gently. "I have not properly thanked you yet. Thank you so much." "Hey," Youngjin suddenly cut in, staring at Hisa with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You can hear this dog talking?" "Yeah," she nodded honestly. Hearing that, Youngjin let out a sigh of relief without realizing it. "So I am not schizophrenic." Hisa could not help but burst out laughing at him. Schizophrenic of all things. Just then, Jin smiled and asked her, "How did you know I was this kid's ancestor?" "Yes." Hisa looked at the dog and the boy sitting in front of her. Then she suddenly recalled the image of Jin in his human form and compared him to Youngjin. And then she beamed. "You two look so much alike." "What?" Youngjin could not accept this. She blushed and explained in a small voice, "Youngjin, cannot you see?" "See what?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Your ancestor's form." Jin suddenly turned to Youngjin and asked, "Cannot you see this incredibly handsome face of mine?" The small dog spoke triumphantly, showing great confidence in its outstanding looks. "It is only natural for women to be shy in the face of my beauty." Youngjin snorted with contempt. He picked up a mirror and held it in front of Jin's face. "You are so handsome." As soon as the words were out, the person and the dog immediately lunged at each other and started fighting tooth and nail. In the midst of it, Hisa took out her phone. Yongjin, look at this. As soon as he looked, she snapped a picture. A filter of a rabbit nibbling on a carrot appeared in the air where Jin was. What is this? He shouted hastily. Yongjin stared intently at the phone and then yelled, my god. How did you do that? He tried not to believe his eyes. Muttering that it must be an app glitch, she said to Jin, Ancestor, please move a little closer to Yongjin. Instantly, a vomiting filter appeared next to Yongjin's face, then a mask filter appeared in the same way. Still in disbelief, he deliberately waved his arms around trying to confirm if Jin's form was really there. Jin just frowned, looking unbothered. The night grew deeper and the streetlights outside turned on. The clock showed 9:05 p.m. By the way, are not you going home? Yongjin suddenly spoke up. It is already 9 o'clock. Hisa was startled and hesitated, swallowing her words. Finally, she said in a small voice, I cannot go home. Yongjin took a sip of water and stared at her. Why? He asked. Hisa took a deep breath to gather her courage. My mom is possessed by a ghost just like I was. She is strong enough to easily summon evil spirits. Hearing this, Yongjin's eyes widened. If I go home like this, the girl's voice trembled with a mix of fear and sadness. My mom will forcibly take over my body again and come for you, just like that evil spirit. Why would your mom come for me? He asked, curious. She wants your body, she answered bluntly. Jin also looked up upon hearing this. My body? Why? Yongjin raised his eyebrows. Hisa whipped around and stared straight at him with a sharp gaze. Because you are a vessel for spirits. Hisa stood up, picked up a bowl, and approached him. A moment later, she filled the white bowl with water and held it out in front of him. Her reflection appeared on the water's surface. This is a normal person, she said in a low voice, then decisively poured out the water from the bowl. Then she held up the empty bowl. And this is you, she explained seriously. In the future, more and more spirits will want to occupy the empty vessel that is you. Yongjin could only swallow dryly. I did not say anything before because I did not know how to explain it. The spirits want you, she said, looking him straight in the eye. What are you talking about? Yongjin frowned in confusion. Did not you know? Jin, who had been quiet until now, suddenly interjected. The dog said firmly, the reason strange things keep happening is because of you. Hearing that, Yongjin's face turned pale. He suddenly remembered the things he had said to Hisa. What did you do this time? Ever since I got involved with you, weird things keep happening. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened. Back then, she kept explaining, no, it is not my fault, but he did not listen at all. Yongjin's face darkened. Nothing happened before your birthday, right? Hisu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. After she finished speaking, she too fell silent. Suddenly, she approached Jin, quietly knelt down and said respectfully, Elder, she pleaded earnestly, please help me. Jin looked at her for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, did you say your mother is a shaman? Does she worship ghosts as if they were gods? Hisa was startled by the question. My mom does not know what she is doing, Hisa explained hurriedly. My mom, she wasn't famous for her fortune-telling before, but she always prayed with all her heart. In her story, an image of a woman sitting in the forest emerged. Then one day my mom came back and said she had enshrined a god. After that, the shrine, which rarely had visitors, suddenly became so famous that it had to take reservations a year in advance. She remembered hiding behind the door, peeking with curious eyes at the clients who came for readings. But to me, it did not look like a deity at all. Her voice trembled as she recalled the chilling smile of the ghost standing behind her mother. When she was young, she had asked innocently, Mom, is the spirit you serve really a god? Instantly, she was hit with a slap that felt like the sky was falling, and she fell to the ground. She had to listen to her mother's curses while clutching her aching face. How dare you blaspheme the deity? Her mother's terrifying face from that time still remained a trauma for her. That is an evil spirit. Jin's voice echoed, breaking her out of her recollection. Hisa bit her lip and continued in a low voice, From that day on I tried to escape from the spirit possessing my mom, but it was no use. In the end, it summoned a dark spirit to force me. Hearing that, Jin nodded. A spirit medium, now I get it. No wonder ordinary rituals did not work. Meanwhile, Yongjin had climbed onto the bed and was fiddling with his phone, pretending to be uninterested. I will help you, Jin suddenly said. Hisa looked up, doubting her ears. He smiled and explained. You risked danger to save Yongjin, so you deserve to be helped. He looked back at Yongjin. This is the right thing to do, is not it, Yongjin? Yongjin was bewildered. Why me all of a sudden? Do I have to help too? Meanwhile, Hisa repeatedly bowed her head and cried out with joy. Thank you, thank you. Yongjin clutched his head and protested, but Jin smiled with satisfaction. It is late, go to sleep. The girl nodded obediently, then took a roll of toilet paper and lay down, using it as a pillow. Hey, 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 Yongjin shouted. What are you doing? I am going to sleep, she answered nonchalantly. Why are you sleeping here? I told you I cannot go home, then sleep at a friend's house. I do not have any friends, she shook her head sadly. Yongjin thought for a moment. Is not that girl with the ponytail your friend? She is the dark spirit's friend, not mine. I'll just try to act close to her. Yongjin covered his face helplessly. Yongjin, she pleaded in a small voice, please listen to me. What is it? Let me sleep at your place for just one night. Away, he answered, as cold as ice. I'll just sleep, I promise. What are you talking about? Cannot you understand? He shouted angrily. Then just sleep, what else would you do? Jin said in a teasing voice, stretching himself out on the bed. Sleep together, Then he glanced at Yongjin and said, I'll go out. What are you talking about? Yongjin shouted, his face red with anger as Jin left the room. Yongjin, Hisa spoke up apologetically. Sorry, but could I borrow a pair of shorts? Even old ones are fine. Yongjin's face hardened. That night, the lights in the small house went out. Hisa lay quietly and closed her eyes, but her face suddenly turned pale. In her dream, someone held her hands tightly and a blade was pressed against her neck. "Mom, I am sorry," she pleaded, trembling with fear. Her mother stood outside the door, staring at her with cold eyes. "Mom," the door slammed shut and a chilling smile spread across her mother's lips. "Mom, I was wrong," she cried out madly, banging on the door. "Let me in." Inside the room, a blood-stained Hanbo jacket lay next to a strange jar covered in talismans. She gasped for breath. "I'm tired." So scared, as Hisa cowered in a corner, a ghost with bulging eyeballs suddenly jumped in front of her. "Hello, Hisa, nice to meet you." "Mom," she moaned in her nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Jin immediately went over and lay down next to her, helping her to gradually calm down and fall into a peaceful sleep. Elsewhere, amidst flickering candles illuminating Buddha statues, a woman sat before an altar. Her fingers were tapping rhythmically on a table full of white rice. It was Hisu's mother. She glanced coldly over the table. Then she suddenly slammed the table, sending rice grains flying everywhere. "Lee Hisa, you damn bitch," she snarled in rage, her eyes showing only the whites. "Where the hell did you disappear to?" She gritted her teeth, and around her, child ghosts were crawling on her body. Her voice echoed chillingly. "When that bitch comes back, I'll shove her head in this jar." The next morning, Youngjin was curled up on the bed, exhausted. His face was pale and the area around his eyes was dark, as if he had not slept a wink. Youngjin picked up his phone to check. 8:46 a.m. He slowly got out of bed. He walked to the bathroom door and turned the handle. As he opened the door, he scratched his head and let out a long yawn. His still sleepy face looked pitiful. Suddenly, he saw Hisa brushing her teeth naturally, as if it were her own house. The two of them froze, staring at each other with wide eyes. A second later, she screamed, "Ah," and slammed the door shut. Youngjin remained standing motionless outside the door, his mouth agape in shock. The white dog Jin sauntered up from behind and said in a teasing voice, "Good morning, Youngjin, you are full of life this morning, quite different from last night, huh?" After a moment. In the sunlit apartment, Hisa sat blankly on the bed, watching Youngjin tying up a large garbage bag. "By the way, where are you going?" she wondered. "We are out of food in the fridge," he blurted out without looking back. He irritably recalled the scene of Jin condemning the pile of cereal on the table. "What kind of food is this? Cannot you go buy something delicious?" "Our ancestor is a bit picky," Youngjin explained reluctantly, then added a sentence that surprised Hisa. "You are a guest too, so I should treat you to something." "Let us go quickly," Jin urged, rolling around on the bed. "I only ate this much." "Do not forget to buy beef," Youngjin grumbled, extremely annoyed. "I'll go with you." Hisa stood up and smiled brightly. "Okay," he answered tiredly. A short while later, they arrived at the garbage dump. As Youngjin carefully put down the garbage bag, Hisa suddenly gave him a compliment. "You are still a student, but you seem as mature as an adult," she smiled, looking at him with eyes full of respect. "It is because of my situation," he simply answered humbly. The two walked in silence. Youngjin felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable because of the compliment he had just received. He secretly glanced at her. Hisa was still bright and radiant as ever. She smiled warmly, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed, "The weather is so nice today, is not it?" He suddenly remembered the harsh words he had said to her and felt a pang of extreme guilt. "If I had not met you, none of this would have happened." Her surprised and sad face from that time came to his mind again. "It is all my fault," he blamed himself. Lost in thought, his steps grew slower. Suddenly he summoned all his courage and called out, "Hey!" Hisa turned around. "Yeah?" He barely managed to utter a word in a small voice. Seeing him hesitate, she waited quietly. Suddenly, Youngjin cried out, "Ah!" clutched his head and sank to the ground as if exhausted. Right in front of her bewildered gaze, he still kept his head bowed low, not daring to face Hisa, but his voice was very sincere. "I am sorry." "For what?" she asked in confusion, scratching her back. "I said harsh things to you, it was all my fault." Hisa only understood after a moment and was too surprised to know what to say. Youngjin continued in a small voice, his head still lowered, "And yet you helped me so much." His hands started to sweat and his voice trembled slightly. "Thank you." In fact, he was sweating profusely, so embarrassed that his face was beet red. He still struggled to express himself. "From now on, no matter what happens, I'll also." "You are really more thoughtful than other people." Hisa suddenly bent down and looked him straight in the eyes. He jumped to his feet, startled. "Do not worry about that," she said. "I do not mind." Hisa crossed her arms, smiled brightly, and comforted him. "And it was partly my fault too. You got hurt because of me, right? Let us just call it even." Youngjin was flustered and did not know how to respond. In the end, he turned his face away. Okay, he sighed in relief inwardly. "Let us just go grocery shopping." After that, the two of them went into a nearby supermarket together. As soon as Hisa put a large bag of candy into the cart, Youngjin stopped her. "Hey, why are you buying this?" he asked, puzzled. She was still clutching the bag of candy tightly. "For you to eat when you are hungry," she explained. "Okay, thanks," he answered weakly. "Is there anything else to buy?" she asked innocently. This should be enough for now," he added listlessly. "But I have almost spent all my money." "Why?" Hisa did not understand. "Just buy it, I'll pay." Why are you paying?" She took out a credit card and smiled cheerfully. "It is okay, it is a card in Song Jian's name. It has nearly 10 million won on it." He was at a loss for words. "Let us just consider it payment for the exorcism request," she said wittily. After grocery shopping, they left the supermarket. Hisa happily hugged the bag of candy and munched on it. Youngjin, on the other hand, was carrying large bags in both hands, marveling to himself. "This is the first time I have bought so much at the supermarket. By the way, you are a pretty good cook," she suddenly recalled. "I am not good enough to deserve praise," he replied. Hisa, ignoring his dumbfounded expression, continued to speak excitedly. With all these ingredients we can make a really delicious meal. Suddenly, Yangjin's eyes widened as if he had realized something. In front of him, Song Jian was getting closer and closer, his nose buried in his phone. Red alerts blared in his head. Why is not he here yet? Song Jian looked up, furrowing his brow in confusion, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" In front of him stood Hisa alone, blankly holding a bag of candy. He recognized her as the girl rumored to be Yangjin's girlfriend. "Hi," she gave an awkward wide smile. "Hi," he replied politely. Not far away, Yangjin was bent over in the middle of the street, panting. Damn it, why is Song Jian there, he thought, exhausted. He looked up at the sky and lamented. Oh God, he is definitely going to jump to all sorts of conclusions. Worried, he opened his phone. It was 10:58 and the group chat was already going wild. I just talked to Yangjin's girlfriend. She is so damn cute. Good for him. Han Yangjin, you are so busted. You are dead when Song Jian finds you. After reading all the annoying messages, he sighed. I am tired. Yangjin put his phone away and continued on his way home. Behind his lonely figure, a grotesque and massive black shadow was slowly approaching. Yangjin, completely unaware, was still staring at his phone screen as a huge black hand reached out to snatch him. Whoosh, a soccer ball flew out of nowhere and hit Yangjin squarely on the head. The impact not only hurt him but also made the black shadow instantly disappear. The ball bounced and rolled away on the pavement. Annoyed, Yangjin rubbed his head, turned around and grumbled, "Which bastard?" Right behind him stood a strange little kid. He had black hair, an unusually calm face and dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not slept in a year. The kid was with a few other kids who were even younger than him. Yangjin rubbed his head and demanded, "Did you throw that?" The kid definitely did not seem normal. He looked at Yangjin and said, "You should have been more careful, big bro." "What?" Yangjin, not understanding at all, snapped back irritably. "I should be the one saying that. You should watch where you are going." The other kids with him suddenly surrounded him. One of them took his hand and said, "Big bro, you have to watch where you are going. That is right. It is dangerous. We were just worried about you." Yangjin stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand why he was the one getting scolded by a bunch of bratty kids. The children waved goodbye to him, not forgetting to remind him, "Big bro, you have to be more careful next time." Helpless, he had no choice but to reply, "Okay, thanks." Watching the kids run off cheerfully, he thought to himself, "What weird kids," but the older kid with the hollow eyes still stood there, staring at him as if he could not understand. A moment later, the kid turned and walked away nonchalantly. Yangjin watched his retreating back and wondered silently. Now what? Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Hisa was wandering around holding the bag of candy and looking for him. Did he go on ahead, she thought, taking out her phone to call him. At that very moment, a massive, terrifying black shadow appeared behind her. It had abnormally large feet. A moment later, Hisa and the shadow disappeared together, leaving only the bag of candy lying on the pavement. Inside the apartment, Jin was fast asleep on the bed. Hearing the door open, he was startled awake. "Oh, you are back?" Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth as he asked blankly, "Why are you alone?" When Yangjin did not answer, Jin was slightly taken aback. He jumped off the bed, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where did that girl go?" Yangjin, busy putting the groceries he had just bought into the cupboard, just turned around and answered dismissively, "She'll be here soon." 15 minutes later, Yangjin began to worry. He kept calling, but all he heard from the other end was a long dial tone followed by an announcement that the call could not be connected. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously. Jin's dog-like face also turned serious. Unable to wait any longer, Yangjin opened the door and ran out, his phone still in his hand as he redialed. He looked around in a panic and then saw Hisu's figure slowly approaching in the distance. Yangjin hurried over. "Hey Hisa, where were you?" She did not answer and suddenly called his name. "Yangjin." Then she gave a strange smile. "Where were you just now?" I went on ahead," he explained, hesitating and scratching his head. "I was afraid I would run into Song Jian again." "Who's Song Jian?" Hisa asked. "That friend with the glasses?" She made an ah sound and then laughed creepily again. "Is he a bad person?" "No, he is just a friend. He just likes to joke around a lot," he explained hurriedly. It was only then that Yangjin felt something was wrong. He looked up and for the first time since they met again looked her straight in the face. Hisa looked really strange, exuding a chilling, sinister aura. Her black eyes were unfocused and a bizarre smile played on her lips. He instinctively glanced down at the clothes on her chest and Yangjin's expression suddenly changed. He noticed something but still moved closer, puzzled. "What's wrong with your face?" Instantly, Hisu's eyes turned blood red. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, mixing with her demonic laughter. Her stomach ripped open and the lower part of her fake face and neck split into gruesome red pieces, revealing the true form of a white-haired old man in medieval-style rags. The old man, with tattered pieces of cloth fluttering, introduced himself with a wide toothy grin and sharp eerie eyes. "I am Monte Halibum." Before Yangjin could even register what was happening while he was still staring blankly, Jin screamed, but it was too late. Jin could only watch helplessly as he disappeared before his eyes, leaving only a silent, eerie cloud of scattered ash. Jin stared at the cloud of dust, a grave expression etched on his face. "Damn, did I lose him?" The small dog moved forward, sniffing around busily as if trying to find any remaining trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind him. "It suits you quite well." Jin was instantly on alert. Glancing back, he saw a figure dressed in black about the height of an elementary school student. "How is it, living as a dog?" the figure taunted. It was the same boy with the hollow eyes who had saved Yangjin. "You are quite confident," Jin spoke. The boy with the gloomy eyes stared menacingly at Jin. "Long time no see," he said. With sharp eyes, he called out the dog's true name, Jungmyo Byung-sul. Jin was stunned. This person was clearly connected to the demon world and possessed power that was far from ordinary. He looked at the boy's small body and asked suspiciously, "What's with that body?" The strange boy's lips suddenly curled into a smile, but his eyes were filled with rage. "Are you asking sincerely or are you mocking me?" Jin, with no ill intent, simply scratched himself with a dog's face. "How did you break the seal?" the boy asked, exuding killing intent. "I do not know," Jin replied nonchalantly, shaking his head and sneering. "Either one of you guys has a grudge or some demon god wanted to bother me." The boy was slightly annoyed and did not answer. He took out a fan from the strange box on his back. The fan emitted a mysterious blue light with flashes of lightning, and a small whirlwind swirled and flew rapidly toward Jin. At the same time, a long blue and red robe appeared on the boy's body. The attack created a powerful wind that threatened to blow Jin's dog body away. The gusts of wind transformed into huge spears. The sharp spears flew fiercely. Jin immediately transformed back into his human form, ready to fight. But before he could do anything, the countless wind spears stopped and pointed straight at his neck. The fan in the boy's hand still radiated immense energy, and his robe burned with phantom-like flames. "I can tear you to pieces and seal you again at any moment." The kids around him were no ordinary children either. White magical power emanated from their bodies, and their ancient attire resembled that of priests. Hundreds of sharp thorns sprouted from the stationary steel whirlwind, aiming for Jin's face. "I am enough, let me ask you something." Jin spoke calmly, without a hint of fear. He easily transformed back into a dog, slipping out of the formation of thorns, and demanded, "My body, was this your doing?" The boy remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled strangely. He folded the fan and slapped it hard against his palm, and the solid whirlwind behind him shattered and collapsed. The boy put the fan back and the mysterious robe disappeared. Taking the box lid from the kids, he answered, "Go ask the heavenly gods." After speaking, he turned to leave, but he still added one more thing. "This is the first time I have seen something like this. Why did you seal me?" Jin suddenly spoke, and the kids turned around with wide eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" At his question, the boy stopped. He turned his head to look at Jin, furrowed his brow slightly, and moved his lips, but ultimately remained silent. After a long moment, he cursed, "You idiot!" The boy's figure disappeared into a puff of white smoke, not even waiting for his subordinates. "What's idiotic?" Jin grumbled in annoyance. "He just says what he wants and leaves. This magnanimous one will let it slide this one time, only then did." Jin remembered something important. "Ah, this is no time for this." He buried his head in the ground again and started sniffing, not hearing the innocent call. "A puppy, a puppy." Jin lifted his head, startled. The face of a young child with sparkling eyes and a drooling round mouth was suddenly right in front of his face. His mouth was still muttering puppy. A group of children surrounded Jin with eyes full of interested sparkles. "The person you are looking for, is it the big bro in black clothes with messy hair?" one child asked. "We'll find him for you." Meanwhile, another little kid was still excitedly fiddling with Jin's ear. "It feels like a rabbit's ear." The children asserted that they knew where he was. Squeak, squeak, a rhythmic sound echoed in a damp, dirty room. The ceiling was covered with talismans. A rough hand was continuously sharpening a blade, humming a creepy tune. Woken up by the noise, Yangjin slowly opened his eyes. "Be a good boy, have a rice cake." What came into his view was the sight of a scary old man squatting on the floor. "What is this? Where am I?" Yangjin looked around blankly, only then realizing he was tightly bound in a tattered straw mat. The sound of the knife sharpening grew faster, mixing with the demonic singing. "A tiger will take a crying child away, and a disobedient child will be put in a sack." He tilted his head, revealing evil eyes above a wrinkled old face. Yangjin's eyes widened in horror. He recognized it as the old man who had disguised himself as Hisa earlier. His face turned pale with fear. He gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might to break free from the straw mat that bound him tightly. "Yangjin?" A pitiful call made him stop. Looking to the side, he saw Hisa bound in the same way, her face red from crying. "Do not tell me you too." Suddenly, a pile of white salt was poured onto the floor from somewhere right in front of Yangjin's eyes. The old man continued to sing without a care. "Let us salt him and pickle him." "I think we are about to become pickled," Hisa sobbed. "I have heard this song 4 times. Pickled." Yangjin was horrified. Immediately after, he felt salt pouring all over his body. The old man stopped singing and coughed. Yangjin stared blankly at his salt-covered body. But what horrified him more was that he was completely naked. "Ah!" Yangjin let out a desperate scream and buried his face in the pile of salt. His face was as red as a ripe tomato. "Clothes? Where are my clothes?" he asked Hisa in a small voice. "Did you see everything?" "I did not see," Hisa answered awkwardly, turning her face away. "Do not you look at me either." Just then, the old man stopped sharpening the knife and stood up holding the sharp weapon. The sound of creaking footsteps got closer. Yangjin did not dare to look up and sweat poured down like rain. Hisa also buried her face in the floor, holding her breath and listening intently. The sound stopped and the air became terrifyingly quiet. "Is he gone?" Yangjin thought to himself, daring to peek with a sidelong glance. A grotesque old face with a cruel smile came right into his view. "Are you awake?" The old man laughed gleefully. Yangjin was frozen and just remained silent. The old man's neck suddenly stretched out, lowering his head to the floor and staring straight into his eyes with a horrifying gaze. "Are you a bad child?" Youngjin asked back blankly. Why am I a bad child? Hisa, who seemed to have stopped crying at some point, turned around and retorted. That is right, we are good children. You should give rice cakes to good children. Her fear had turned into a sense of injustice. Give us rice cakes. Hey, do not provoke him, Youngjin whispered, terrified. You too, the old man growled. How will you prove that you are good children? Then how will you prove that we are bad children? Youngjin retorted nervously. Are you filial children? Prove it. What? Youngjin was dumbfounded. That is a bit difficult. I do not have parents. Hearing that answer, the old man's eyes looked like they would pop out. The old man shouted in anger. You impious brat, how dare you not respect your parents? Youngjin and Hisa were startled and terrified. The old man raised his knife and pointed it straight at Youngjin's face, laughing triumphantly. Good, you are the perfect one to be pickled. Youngjin, defeated, collapsed on the floor with no strength left to argue. No, Hisa shouted urgently. Youngjin really does not have parents. Mante Halabem did not care at all, narrowing his eyes and laughing. You are unfilial too, Hisa interjected. It seems like the only crime is being unfilial. The old man turned to Youngjin again and accused him. Not respecting your parents is the same as killing them. That is a sin heaven cannot forgive. The old man madly swung the sharp knife. Preparing to strike down on the brink of life and death, Youngjin spoke calmly. They passed away. The old man paused. His shouting ceased, then he suddenly turned and pointed the knife straight at Hisu's face. Then it must be you. You are an unfilial child undoubtedly. The two were stunned, not understanding what was happening. What now? Youngjin was annoyed. The old man began to recount the image of a young woman sitting before an altar and praying. Mante Halabem, my daughter is disobedient and goes astray, so please take her away. Sent by Hisu's mother, your mother begs every night for this wicked daughter to be taken away. The old man said. Hisa was in shock, her face filled with sad disbelief. She stammered, My mom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. A jarring bell sound cut off their conversation. Mante Halabem shut his mouth and glanced toward the door. A thoughtful look crossed his face. As the old man walked in that direction, he turned and instructed the two terrified kids, Wait here quietly. The old man's figure gradually disappeared behind the door, and as the loud noise completely ceased, the door slammed shut. Youngjin and Hisa looked at each other, bewildered but relieved. He tried to get up. The tattered rags made it incredibly difficult to move. He tried to shake his hair to get some of the salt off. This is our shrine, she suddenly realized. What? He exclaimed in surprise. Then buried his face in exhaustion and lamented. Ah, we are screwed. Why weren't you planning on coming here anyway? What can we do by coming here? Youngjin grumbled. She gestured and suggested, You can just take out the sword like this. I left the sword at home. I forgot the offerings too, he replied weakly. Hisu's eyes widened innocently as she spread her hands comically. Does not it just appear on its own when you do this? That is what happened last time. What? He asked blankly. Even in this urgent situation, the two were chatting leisurely. Do you think this is a comic book? Youngjin could not take it anymore. Sorry if I am wrong, we need to get out of here first, he said. If we go out that door, we'll definitely run into that old man again. Youngjin, Hisa suddenly called out. She was already up, pointing with a serious expression to another door at the back. They decided to leave that way. Salt fell off them with every step. As soon as they were outside, Youngjin's eyes widened in amazement. He looked around. From the brightly lit ceiling to the walls carved with intricate and detailed religious figures, he stared dumbfounded at the giant Buddha statue and the large sword stuck around it, asking himself, What is all this? Youngjin, Hisa called. She had just found a wardrobe at the back. Should we at least wear these? It is too embarrassing to go outside like this. They took off the salt-covered rags and turned their backs to each other. Do not you dare peek, you either. They quietly changed into temple clothes in separate corners. Youngjin picked a white robe that was only tied at the waist. The hem of the robe occasionally fluttered, revealing his thigh. He awkwardly pulled the robe together and asked in embarrassment, Where are my clothes? How can I go outside wearing something like this? Hisa, wearing a yellow monastic robe, smiled and replied, I'll pay for the taxi. Forget it. She pointed to the large bright door in front of them. That should lead to the courtyard, right? As Youngjin stood there blankly, he suddenly saw something and frowned. A cold sweat broke out, and his eyes grew serious. Hey, over there, beyond the bright door, the shadow of a rather tall person was visible. I think there is someone there, he said. The two silently stared intently at the door. The shadow came very close. The door slowly opened, and a person wearing a red top and purple bottoms was entering. Overcome with tension and fear, Youngjin and Hisa quickly hid inside a small wardrobe in a corner of the wall. Outside, the sun was almost set and darkness was slowly falling. The shrine's courtyard was quiet, with only the twilight casting the lonely shadow of a tree. After sitting in the wardrobe for a long time without hearing any sign of movement, he thought to himself, Why is it so quiet? Youngjin gathered his courage, reached for the door and tried to open it slightly. The moment he opened a tiny crack, a face was pressed right against it. Wide-open eyes met his, and the corners of the mouth were curled into a creepy smile. Youngjin froze for a moment, then became unusually calm. He quickly slammed the door shut. He pressed firmly against the wardrobe's crack with both hands, only then turning to Hisa with a grave expression. We are screwed. Why? She asked, slightly scared, but it was no use. The person easily opened the wardrobe door on Hisu's side. A huge shadow appeared, but its head was obscured by the wardrobe frame, making it look even more terrifying. Hisa suddenly froze. It was as if she recognized the person. She frowned, backed away, and to Youngjin's bewilderment called out, Mom! Immediately after, an arm shot in, grabbed her by the head and violently dragged her out. Ah! Hisa screamed in pain. Lee Hisa, Youngjin shouted in a panic, unable to do anything. The woman dragged her out and threw her onto the cold floor. Hisa did not dare to lift her head and trembled. A cold voice came. You are here and you do not even say hello? The dark shadow gradually became clearer. Hisa, the woman called her daughter's name coldly and said, I was so worried. She glared at her daughter for a moment, then turned her gaze toward the wardrobe. Her sharp, cold gaze stopped on Youngjin's terrified face. He was still sitting inside, stunned. The woman's lips curled up, smiling as if to ask, You brought a friend too? Youngjin tried to break the suffocating atmosphere. He crawled out of the wardrobe pretending to be calm. Ah, he stood up and hastily dusted off his clothes. Something urgent came up at my house, so I think I should get going first. The woman still stood there quietly, an unchanging smile playing on her lips. I'll come visit again next time, Youngjin added, trying to break the terrifying silence. That moment Hisu's face looked desperate. She looked up at him with an expression of disbelief. Youngjin grew even more tense. He found himself blurting out a lie to her. Hey Lee Hisa, I do not know the way home. Could you walk me? The woman still said nothing, only maintaining that chillingly cold smile. Youngjin hurriedly pulled Hisu's hand and the two frantically turned to run outside. Suddenly, the woman pursed her lips and made the same strange boo sound as before. The sound made Youngjin stop in his tracks. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. The woman slowly turned around. A soft voice spoke, as if a reminder. You should greet your friend's parents when you meet them. A chill ran down his spine. Youngjin blankly looked down at his own feet. A severed, grotesque ashen hand was gripping his ankle tightly. Immediately after, countless other hands shot up from the floor and clung to him. Dozens of bone-dry faces with hollow eye sockets let out desperate, silent screams as they clung to his body. Hisu's mother finally revealed her true form. Her two eyes shone sharply, and her voice was as cold and arrogant as ice. It seems you weren't taught any manners at home, were you? Darkness surged, enveloping Youngjin along with the countless ghostly hands. He was completely frozen, unable to collect his thoughts. Youngjin, the woman called his name. His pupils contracted as his gaze locked onto her. Rude children need to be taught a lesson. The evil spirits reached out, forcing him and Hisa to the ground. There is no need to look back. A triumphant smile spread across Hisu's mother's face. You will not be able to leave here anyway. Just then, a questioning voice came from the door. What are you doing in there? It is Mangtae Halabam. He walked in, clad in rags. Hisu's mother glanced at him. Old man, if you are done, you can leave. The evil spirits clinging to Youngjin's body suddenly tightened their grip. Mangtae Halabam narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. As if reading his mind, the woman answered, Yes, it is that very boy. Is that so? Mangtae Halabam said coldly. Youngjin and Hisa looked at him with a sliver of hope. The next words he uttered made their faces turn deathly pale. These are good children, he accused the woman. And you are a bad mother. He pointed straight at her face and growled. Bad parents are also the kind that should be punished, Hisu's mother sneered. Has this old man gone senile? What? Do not you know why you are trapped here? She asked. Let me tell you. With a flick of her finger, a bolt of white silk flew from nowhere and rushed toward Mangtae Halabam. He swung his knife to cut it, but the silk instantly wrapped around his arm and then bound his entire body tightly. Hisa and Youngjin watched the scene in terror. Tightly bound by the silk, Mangtae Halabam's body shrank in the blink of an eye. She pointed a finger downward, and he was sealed inside a ceramic jar. She snapped her fingers and a talisman stuck firmly to the mouth of the jar. When you are old, you should know your place, she said coldly. What can you do when you do not even recognize your own master? As Youngjin watched her warily, the woman turned and smiled at him. Kids, have you eaten? She suddenly asked an unrelated question. The evil spirits attached to them suddenly let go. Immediately after, Youngjin felt his head spin and all the strength drained from his limbs. He had no energy left. He shivered and lowered his head. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Quote, What's wrong? Her voice was frigid. Did not you say you wanted to go home? Youngjin was confused. He could not move his body. He was completely paralyzed. Youngjin, Hisa whispered from the side. Look over there. The evil spirits are gathering and giggling. I think we have been tricked, she said. Suddenly, a strong invisible force slammed Youngjin to the ground. Go, Hisu's mother's voice echoed. Now it was as cruel as a demon's. You are not going anywhere. Hisa trembled with fear and said in a small voice. She squeezed her eyes shut. Her face was deathly pale. Mom, please stop. The woman's eyes flared as she stared straight at her. You know very well I am not your mother. What are you playing at? She warned. Stay quiet before I lock you up with him. Then she turned toward Youngjin and smiled triumphantly. Now it is your turn. Just then another voice came from outside. Shaman, are you there? Interrupted. Hisu's mother shot an annoyed glance at Youngjin, then turned, walked out and slammed the door. The surrounding scenery changed in an instant. They were back in the first room. Youngjin was still dazed. Are we back again? He let out a shaky breath. Your mom is really scary. That is not my mom, Hisa whispered. I know, Youngjin replied. I was just saying, she must be really gentle usually. My mom is very gentle and kind. She has never said a harsh word to anyone. She fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. The memory of her kind mother before the possession mixed with the cruel reality of her body being stolen. Her heart ached. Youngjin, she called weakly. What's wrong? I am sorry, Hisa said suddenly. You are in danger again because of me. Youngjin rolled his eyes as if he were tired of it. You must see me as a selfish and annoying kid, right? She was so sad that her eyes welled up with tears. No, he replied, then added a single sentence. But you are a little annoying for real. I am so sorry. She started to sob. Hisu's crying gave Youngjin a headache. Stop crying and stop apologizing. He sighed. I think we are really screwed. Hearing that, Hisa cried even harder. We are so screwed. She apologized and blamed herself. I am sorry for asking for help. You must have been scared too, right? But she choked up. But if I do not do anything, my mom will, she sobbed as she spoke. I saw her skin rotting. Hisa recalled the terrible day she hid in a corner watching in trembling fear as her mother's flesh gradually decayed. The evil spirit inhabiting her mother's body had said it could not last long in this body. Why are you only telling me now? Youngjin pressed. I did not want to be a burden to you. You are already a burden, he chided. Hisa turned her face away and sniffled. That was before the evil spirit possessed my mom. What if it is too late? Youngjin's voice cut her off. Do not say that. Sorry, and stop apologizing. Silence fell again. Maybe there are conditions for entering someone else's body, Youngjin suddenly spoke up. Conditions? If the body is rotting, you have to find another one, he explained. But it did not enter your body, even after you were kicked out. Hearing that, Hisu's eyes widened as if she realized something. Youngjin continued to reason. A normal person's body would die if possessed for too long. It said it needed another body. I think that is what it said. It was trying to enter your body. Is your family from a spiritual bloodline too? Hisa suddenly asked an unrelated question. How can your ancestor come and help you in person? My family has been shamans for generations. Are you kidding me? I am not kidding. Suddenly he realized something. His fingers moved slightly. Hey. Youngjin's face lit up. I can move a little, you try it too. Hisa tried to move as he said. While she still could not budge, Youngjin was already able to wave his arms around. I still cannot. I can, Youngjin suddenly shot up overjoyed. Hey Lee, Hisa, grab my shoulder, he said. Okay, she obediently hung onto his shoulder. Youngjin rocked his body to gain momentum. 1, 2, 3, he suddenly pulled hard, but the result was still a failure. Only his clothes were pulled down. This is so annoying, seriously, he said in frustration. You can move too, stop acting and get up quickly. I am not acting, Hisa said, hurt. Youngjin had no choice but to pull his clothes up. Just then a voice came from the door. Are you two consummating your wedding night or something? Jin was already standing there. Seeing the dog, Hisu's face brightened. Ancestor. Oh, Youngjin was also surprised, but behind Jin were the little kids who had teased him earlier. Hello, big bro. You are not even wearing clothes. Oh my god, he is a pervert, carrying a huge sword. The little kid swung it lightly and smiled brightly. It is yours, big bro. Youngjin's mouth dropped open and he doubted his own eyes. His gaze was fixed on the sword and his hand slowly moved toward the hilt, but as soon as his hand touched it, the heavy sword immediately fell to the ground with a clang. He had no strength in his hands at all. A stabbing pain from his red swollen hand shot up to his brain. Youngjin let out a low groan. The kids burst out laughing, mocking him. What kind of clown show is this? Oh my god, he is so weak he cannot even lift that. So weak. What is this place? Another kid asked curiously. Youngjin looked around in surprise. There were so many strange things. As Hisa was still lying on the floor, a girl with braided hair sat down next to her and asked, Miss, are you a shaman's descendant? Yeah, she answered in a low voice. Then are you good at spells? The girl's eyes sparkled. Should I help you up? Without answering, Hisa shot up. A moment later, the group moved to another location. Wow, I think this is a shrine, two of the kids shouted excitedly. It is huge. Hey kids, you cannot go in there. Youngjin warned. So I guess I am the adult in charge now. Hisa put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. That is right, you are our leader now. Why are the kids agreeing with her like that? Lee, Hisa, are you okay? Youngjin looked at her, unable to understand. They are child spirits, a voice said from the side. When Youngjin turned, Jin was explaining. Those kids cannot control bodies of their own, so they possess other children to move around. Ah, I do not really get it, but Grandpa, do you know them? They are spirits from the heavens. There is no need to be wary of them. So they are not human, Youngjin thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hisa was already playing happily with the children. Where's the candy? Where? I want the chocolate flavor. Youngjin watched them helplessly. He said there is no need to be wary, but could not he have said it a bit more quietly? In another room, Hisu's mother pushed a brown jar forward. Place this jar beside the bed when the child sleeps, she instructed the haggard-looking woman who was possessed by a child ghost, but you must never look inside. Thank you, shaman, the woman said, gratefully accepting the jar. Hisu's mother closed her eyes, covered half her face with a fan and blew out a faint red mist. The spirit attached to the woman's shoulder immediately vanished upon smelling the mist. I do not know why, but I feel much better after talking with you, shaman. The woman was amazed, and a smile of relief spread across her pale face. My body feels lighter too. I am using my energy to suppress those evil things, so do not let your guard down, she said, lowering her fan. If this method does not work, we'll have to perform an exorcism. Yes. How much will it cost? She smiled, the corners of her mouth turning up. Just take it. Why would I take money when I am trying to save you? The woman was startled and looked moved as if seeing a living saint. Just leave 10,000 won as a rice offering, she added in a soft voice. Yes, thank you. As the woman bowed her thanks and left, the smile on her face became inscrutable, and a hint of evil crept into her eyes. You'll be back to thank me anyway, she thought to herself. Ah, I might not be here next time you come. Yes, why is that? A boy will be sitting here in my place. As she spoke, she briefly pictured Jin in her mind. From now on you can speak with him. I have already told him about your situation. Then what about you, shaman? I will be going into the mountains for a while to train. She smiled, but her eyes held a different meaning. Do not worry, he may be young, but his spiritual power is very strong, so treat him as you would me. She gave a meaningful smile. He serves the same God as I do. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught her attention, startling the woman as well. Is someone there? "It is nothing," she said, calmly taking a sip of tea. "It is probably just my cat chasing a mouse." Outside the room a sword fell to the floor. "What are you doing?" one of the kids scolded. "Always breaking things. We can just clean it up again." Meanwhile, Hisa approached a corner of the room. What's this?" It was a brown jar. Out of curiosity, she reached out to open the lid. "Why is there a jar inside the shrine?" "Hey, do not touch it." Jin whipped around, startled, and shouted, "Back off." Another child also warned loudly. Hisa backed away in alarm, and her hand inadvertently knocked the lid off another nearby jar. A huge explosion erupted, sending Hisa flying. One of the kids tried to catch her with his power, but he too was sent tumbling to the ground. "Hisa," the child called out worriedly. Hisa gritted her teeth, the pain evident on her face as she pushed herself up. "What just happened?" Youngjin ran toward her, sword in hand, shouting, "Lee, Hisa, move." Hisa turned around. She froze on the spot. Floating right behind her was a faceless spirit with bizarrely twisted fingers, her face contorted in extreme terror, and her mind went completely blank at the sight of its empty eyes. Youngjin gripped the sword, shouted, and with all his might, threw it straight into the center of the spirit. The sword pierced through the spirit and embedded itself firmly in the back wall, and the demon vanished into thin air. The children beside them broke into applause. Youngjin panted, his entire body exhausted. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. How utterly noisy! Youngjin froze, his whole body stiffening. Hisu's mother walked out. "You all are so loud." The children turned to look at her. She turned to Youngjin and said in a grim voice, "Youngjin, are you all recovered?" Youngjin did not react. He was simply frozen. A chilling laugh began to echo. Terrified, he glanced at Hisu's mother. She was smiling strangely, and her two eyes, showing only the whites, glowed red. "You are the one with the perfect body." Both Youngjin and Hisa watched in horror as she approached. "You should have stayed hidden and not interfered with my business." "You fool." Youngjin's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth but could not say a word. She exhaled the same red smoke as before, and the child spirits all inhaled it at once. They stood up soullessly, as if being controlled. "Are you planning to play with these evil spirits again?" A clear voice rang out, drawing her attention. The child holding prayer beads stood before the other spirits, a faint blue light surrounding his body. "I will not let that happen. You have done something very evil." "Have not you?" Hisu's mother sneered, her face full of contempt. "A shaman doing something like this?" The child in red robes spoke up. "It is always the shamans with strong spiritual power who do these evil things." The child in blue robes explained. His eyes glowed as he demanded in anger, "Where are these children's fingers?" She said nothing, just sneering contemptuously. Just then a voice made her turn her head. "Shaman." The woman with the jar stood there, stammering, What is this?" Her face was pale and drenched in sweat. Her horrified gaze shifted to the side. Terrified, Youngjin followed her gaze. Their eyes met, and the jar in the woman's hand suddenly cracked, a strange red light seeping through the fissure. The jar shattered, and something like a ball shot out, transforming into a monstrous spirit that lunged at Youngjin with its mouth wide open. In extreme terror, he instinctively raised his hands to block. "That body is mine," the spirit shouted, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. But at that very moment it suddenly exploded and fell in front of Youngjin. A cold voice rang out, "How dare you!" Hisu's mother clenched her fists, her eyes filled with contempt. "How could that possibly be yours?" Her two blazing red eyes revealed an absolute possessiveness. "It is mine." Youngjin was terrified by the scene before him as a giant black circle appeared right in front of Hisu's mother. "Tisk," she clicked her tongue, then glanced back at the woman collapsed on the floor. "One down." Suddenly the sound of chanting echoed. Startled, she whipped around and saw the children surrounding her, their hands together, chanting endlessly. "So many petty tricks," she scoffed. Then she pulled out the hairpin from her hair. "Such cheap tricks." She pricked her finger with the pin, drawing blood. Her blood drops fell and spread on the floor like red snakes, then gathered into the two glowing red characters for grudge. "Such resentment," the child said in horror, seeing the evil energy before him. Her face now looked extremely vicious, the corners of her mouth stretching up as if they would tear to her ears. "It will not be that easy." She recalled angry people, protests, and the mounting resentment. "That curse will spread throughout this world." She approached the child and bent down. "What's the point of believing in such a god?" she whispered. "Did you ask me where the fingers are?" She opened her mouth incredibly wide. Inside, instead of a tongue and teeth, were countless children's fingers. The child screamed in terror at the horrific sight, and his desperate shriek seemed to delight her immensely. As she laughed loudly, a red aura shot out from her body like a magnet, attracting countless demons. The girl took a closer look at the crowd before her and gasped in horror. "Brother, these children," before she could finish. Terror washed over her as she saw the numb monsters rushing swiftly toward the child. The dark shadows opened their mouths wide menacingly. Meanwhile, Hisu's mother was absorbing a strange energy into her body. The girl rushed out in a panic, trying to block something, but fell to the ground with a thud. The child next to her saw it and asked with concern, but soon he realized the terrible truth. "Have those fetuses been consumed by evil spirits?" He looked at the grotesque ghosts, his heart aching. "They could neither blossom into flowers nor become people, and they can never meet their parents again." The girl's eyes welled with tears, and sparkling teardrops streamed down her cheeks. "What should I do? It is so pitiful," she cried out in despair. "Wake up, everyone. Let us go meet your moms." The woman twisted her lips in contempt. "What nonsense is this?" She ignored them and continued to absorb the energy. The ghost madly rushed toward the girl. Seeing this, the child trembled and cried out, looking up at her with hateful eyes. Do you think you can do this and not be punished?" Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind and slammed the child's head into the ground, though in pain. He still raised his head and threatened, "You are dead when my brother gets here." She just glanced at him, sneered, and said in a mocking tone, "Go on, call him. Call your brother or whoever, I'll send you all to the next world." After she finished speaking, an intangible hand grabbed the child's head, gradually obscuring his vision. Through a small gap he saw her turn away triumphantly without a care, her eyes sharp and cold. "Now no one can interfere. Shall I continue? When this is over I will become a god. No, I will become more than that." Youngjin glared at her with hateful eyes, while beside him a flicker of fear crossed Hisu's gaze. Youngjin gritted his teeth helplessly. Just as she reached out to touch Youngjin's head, something suddenly whistled through the air, startling her and making her jump back a few steps. It was a dagger, thrown with such force that it embedded itself deep into the back wall. Before she could recover from her surprise, a mocking voice rang out. "A god, something more than a god, how laughable. Since when did your kind dare to invoke the name of a god?" The owner of the voice was Jin in his dog form, but an overwhelming killing intent radiated from his entire body. She clutched her bleeding wrist in horror. "A dog," she muttered, looking at the dog standing firm even on her formation. "To be able to stand like that, that is no ordinary dog." Jin furrowed his brow. "It seems you cannot see my true form. Has your divine power run out, making you blind as well?" she probed suspiciously. "What in the world are you?" A small stream of light emanated from under Jin's feet, gradually brightening and enveloping the dog. Behind the light, Jin appeared in his true divine form, standing with his arms crossed in an expression of utmost arrogance. "What else could I be but a god?" Both Youngjin and Hisa were utterly astonished. Hisu's mother froze as if unable to believe the sight before her. To the two terrified children, Jin's appearance was like a final lifeline. Hisu's mother gritted her teeth, her eyes wide. "A god?" Jin remained expressionless. "Can you see my true form now?" After standing stunned for a moment, she suddenly twisted her lips. She laughed strangely and loudly, as if still confident of her victory. "Well, now quite the handsome gentleman." Jin just gave a light, contemptuous laugh. The two sides faced each other. Neither backed down. "If you do not want to die in a dog's body, stay in that form," she said, narrowing her eyes as she scanned Jin's attire. "Seems to be some kind of war god." Youngjin was bewildered. "What? Why is Ancestor just standing there?" Jin was still calmly watching her rant, but his gaze suddenly shifted toward Youngjin. From Jin's perspective, the boy was sitting helplessly on the floor, surrounded by a red aura. Seeing Jin's attention wander, Hisu's mother asked, "Where are you looking? Do not try any useless tricks." Jin replied, "I only hesitated for a moment because you are inside a human body." Youngjin sensed that Jin was planning something. He thought to himself, "Is Ancestor planning to do something to me in this state?" Dismissing her doubts, she began to chant, a chilling smile spreading across her lips. "Is that so? If you claim to be a god, let us see if you can block this shaman's attack." As soon as she finished speaking, she launched an attack of immense destructive power straight at Jin. "Ancestor!" Youngjin screamed in terror. With a single blow, she sent Jin flying. "What happened?" she taunted. "And you call yourself a god? It is true that empty vessels make the most sound," she thought triumphantly, her eyes flashing with the red light of death. "If you were truly a god, chasing me out of this body should be a piece of cake for you." Jin remained silent and motionless, enduring the humiliation. "Could it be that this god has been tamed into a stray dog?" she sneered. Youngjin was so confused that he stood with his mouth agape, speechless. How dare he pretend to be a god? Suddenly her gaze fell on Youngjin again, and his face turned pale. "Han Youngjin, is this all you have got?" Her eyes flashed, and her smile was tinged with even more excitement. "Now hand over that body quietly." He lowered his head in fear. "In my great mercy I'll spare your friends. The more you drag this out, the more you'll lose." The spirit's large hand reached for Youngjin. No, to be precise, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him toward her. She growled, "You do not have a choice." Though terrified, Youngjin tried to act strong. "Why not? What are you going to do if I bite my tongue and kill myself?" Before he could finish, Hisu's mother cut him off. "Go on, try it. I'll take possession of that corpse before you draw your last breath." Her expression grew more and more excited as she spoke. "I have become far greater than I was before." Just then a weak voice interjected. Annoyed, Hisu's mother glanced in its direction. A small but firm hand was clutching the hem of her skirt. It was Hisa. She was collapsed on the floor, devoid of energy, but her hand still gripped the old fabric tightly. She spoke in a trembling voice. "Do not do this." Youngjin looked at her with concern. "Please get out of my mom's body," Hisa pleaded in agony, tears streaming down her face. Then her voice suddenly changed, ordering the spirit to get out at once. Her gaze did not waver. But when Hisa chokingly called out "Mom," the body seemed to momentarily lose control. She suddenly kicked Hisa without mercy. The attack was so sudden that Youngjin froze on the spot. "Do you think I have kept you alive all this time because I could not kill you?" She put a hand to her forehead as if weary and looked down. Hisa lay motionless. "It is only because you are still of some use to me." She began to chant again in front of Youngjin's horrified face. "Rest assured, I'll be sending your precious mother to join her soon." Seeing Hisa in danger, Youngjin screamed in despair and rushed to protect her. She smiled gently, as if offering a final comfort. "I am sorry." Youngjin stopped in his tracks. He watched as she squeezed her eyes shut, accepting her death. "Hey!" he shouted desperately and charged forward, but for some reason the spell from Hisu's mother vanished just before it reached her, and a youthful voice echoed, "Mom." Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed. The scene went back in time to a young Hisa holding a string of prayer beads. "This is a bracelet made from Bodhi seeds," her mother explained gently. "These are really popular these days. You should try one." Hisa looked at the bracelet, which was too big for her hand. "How can I wear this? It is too big and tacky." "It will protect you," her mother replied. At the words that it wards off evil spirits, Hisa paused. "That again?" She lowered her head to hide her sad expression. I do not want it. The kids already tease me for being a shaman's daughter, and now you want me to wear this? She paid no mind to her mother's expression and continued to speak hurtful words. Mom, please stop putting talismans in my bag. Last time they all spilled out onto the classroom floor when I was taking out a book. I am just worried about you. If I get bullied because of you, will you take responsibility? Hisa could not hold it in any longer and shouted. Other kids live just fine without these things. Why do we have to live like this? She hurriedly wiped away her tears. I really hate it. Then how about this talisman? Her mother asked, opening her arms wide. I told you I hate talismans, her mother smiled. This is a mom talisman. No matter where our daughter is, if you just call out Mom, I'll come running and hug you. This talisman is very effective. After she finished speaking, she held her small daughter tightly in her arms. The scene froze on a photo of the mother and daughter, capturing that memorable moment. Back in the present, the attack had stopped. Tears streamed down from the mother's eyes. Hisa lifted her head. She realized something had changed. It seemed the mother had regained some of her consciousness. She called her daughter's name. Run quickly. Both Youngjin and Hisa were stunned. Hisa joyfully called for her mom, but her mother suddenly turned away, realizing something was wrong. Hisa shouted loudly. Mom, pretending not to hear, she pulled out the large sword that was embedded in the wall. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Mom, what are you doing? Hisa asked desperately. Without answering, her mother raised the sword high. The sharp tip of the sword was pointed straight at herself. No, Mom, what are you doing? Realizing her intent, Hisa could only plead helplessly. Do not do it. She did not listen, only calling her daughter's name gently. Hisa, my daughter. At the call, her entire body seemed to stiffen. Mom, witnessing the horrific scene. Both Jin and Youngjin froze. It was as if all the light had left Hisu's eyes. She caught her mother's falling body, crying out in despair, Mom, Mom, but there was no reply. Why, Mom, look at me. The image of Hisu's bright smile from the past surfaced in Youngjin's mind again. It is okay, you are going to help me, right? Please, Mom. Hisa hugged her mother tightly and wailed in grief. Youngjin once again sank into his dark memories, and guilt-ridden words echoed in his ears. Han Youngjin, this is all your fault. Give your body to me. He covered his face, and an image of countless people crying out and blaming him appeared. You should never have been born. You killed your parents. You demon. An evil spirit crawled out of Hisu's mother's wound. It demanded in a rage. This crazy bitch, how dare she do this? Seeing it, Hisa glared back with furious eyes. You monsters! The evil spirit began to chant a curse and swung its blade. Just die, all of you. Hisa hastily embraced her mother to protect her, but the weapon in the evil spirit's hand suddenly vanished, soaring into the air before embedding itself firmly in the ground. What? It looked back, unable to understand. The one holding its weapon was a boy, but the aura radiating from him was anything but ordinary. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was Youngjin. The chilling sound of the blade dragging on the floor echoed. What is this? The spirit sneered. The smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear. I see you are not afraid to die anymore. You have got some nerve. As soon as the words were spoken, Youngjin vanished from before its eyes. While the spirit was still looking around in confusion, he had already appeared behind it. Sharp blow flew in. It managed to dodge, but the prayer beads it was wearing were sliced apart. Damn it. The spirit backed away, looking at the scattered beads on the floor. What's going on? Why was my spell broken? They are just lowly humans. It opened its mouth and exhaled a hazy smoke. The nearby corpses opened their mouths, inhaled the smoke, and then transformed into vine-like tendrils that bound the children tightly. The spirit's severed arm was also replaced with those corpses, forming a new one. It picked up a spear. You bastard! Youngjin charged in and swung his sword down. The spirit hastily blocked with its spear. As the two sides were locked in a struggle, Youngjin suddenly overpowered it and with a clean blow split the spear in two. The spirit's jaw dropped in shock. Giving it no time to recover, Youngjin leaped up, landed, and plunged the sword straight into its arm. It bleed in pain. It hastily pulled its arm free, did a flip in midair to create distance, and landed on a high platform. Who are you? Weren't you the one coughing up blood from my spells just a moment ago? It growled in anger. In the end, you are nothing but a lowly human. Youngjin suddenly burst out laughing. Laughing, bro, one of the children called out. Youngjin gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at the spirit. It was surprised, but its gaze soon fell on a sealed jar nearby. Without hesitation, it threw the jar straight at him. Here, Jin. Take this. Its face was filled with glee. On reflex, Youngjin swung his hand and shattered the jar, and immediately a swarm of pitch-black insects poured out and covered him. You idiot. The spirit smiled broadly and sent him flying with a kick. To brace himself, Youngjin plunged his sword deep into the ground. Anchoring his body, he lifted his head and stared at the monster before him with eyes full of hatred. The spirit sneered, its voice dripping with mockery. That is no ordinary ghost. It is a creature made from Godok. You can never defeat it with your power, little boy. The giant monster with the body of a centipede and the face of a ghost was so grotesque that even the children were terrified. That is disgusting. What is that? Youngjin stood firm, facing it. Though he appeared calm, he knew his injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. I should return to human form, the spirit thought to itself, eyeing the motionless woman on the floor. I'll have to borrow this body for a moment. It grabbed the woman by the neck. I am not particularly fond of it, but you would not attack one of your own kind, would you? It breathed white smoke at the woman. She immediately inhaled it. Suddenly an earth-shattering roar echoed, and a wall was pierced through. The spirit spun around in shock. An unbelievable sight unfolded before its eyes. Youngjin had sliced the centipede-bodied ghost-faced monster with just a single hand. As Youngjin turned to look at it, the spirit felt a chill run down its spine. To cut down a Godok with a single slash. Suddenly it started laughing like a madman. A twisted, foolish laugh. Cutting it like that will not kill it. Just then, the cells within the centipede's body began to squirm. It'll only make it multiply. 2 new monsters formed from the 2 severed pieces. They roared in unison. Hey, the spirit commanded, do not kill that kid, just tie him up. I need that body to become a god. But soon only the desperate screams of the monsters reached its ears. It turned around in shock. The 2 centipedes were already motionless. The one who had created this carnage was Yangjin, and Yangjin alone. The spirit's jaw dropped. Yangjin turned to look at it and lightly licked his lips. Startled, it sat down and scrambled backward. No way, is he even devouring yokai? The soul inside Hisu's mother's body was at a loss for words as it watched Yangjin approach one step at a time. The dog-formed Jin also sensed something was wrong and ran over. Hey, Yangjin, his pupils red and radiating killing intent, turned to look. He swung his sword. Clang, the blade struck the floor and stone fragments flew past Jin's body, missing him by mere millimeters. His business done, he turned away, leaving a frozen Jin with horrified eyes behind him. The demoness was seized with extreme terror as he approached her. The black aura emanating from Yangjin's body grew denser, frightening her. What is this? That thing is no longer human. As the thought crossed her mind, she bolted for the door. Danger, I have to run. The door was shattered, allowing the demoness to get outside. Her face was contorted in pain. Just then, Yangjin caught up and landed a kick squarely on her body. He landed, pinning the demoness's neck with one foot, grinding her face into the ground. A long scrape was left on the floor. The demoness's entire face was buried in the dirt, and Yangjin's foot felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, preventing her from lifting her head. Seeing the blade being raised, the demoness was terrified. Seizing the moment Yangjin lifted his foot, she fled. Seeing its prey trying to escape, he once again made her lick the ground. Yangjin's gaze remained calm, as if looking at an insect. Images flashed by like a broken film reel. A person falling, being cursed by the whole world. The more she remembered, the more she seemed to go mad. No, not me, but the nightmare continued. The sight of herself with the woman on the burning stake filled her with resentment. But I am a god. Sounds of resentment, screams, and the crackling of fire echoed in her ears. The last image was a distorted smile amidst a sea of flames. The scene changed again. On a clear day, silk fluttered lightly in the wind and offerings were piled as high as a mountain. Money, white rice, fruit, and someone had even offered a whole roasted pig. The villagers bowed their heads piously, offering solemn prayers. Before them, the village's female priestess performed a ritual, holding a fan in one hand and a bell in the other. When the ritual ended, the priestess turned and smiled. The god has heard our prayers. Tomorrow it will rain. Unfortunately, the next day, the sky was still as clear as if it were on fire. The priestess's hands trembled and her pupils contracted. Why, she asked herself 10,000 times. Why is not it raining? In a fit of rage, she kicked over the altar. Damn it, why did this happen? Sweat poured down her face like rain. I cannot feel anything anymore. Have my spiritual powers weakened? Now no one will even look at me. The villagers had all already left. Why? She looked at the painting in the shrine that had hung for years. Fear seeped into her heart. Maybe there is no such thing as a god. At the absurd hypothesis, the priestess stood dumbfounded. Right from the beginning, everything was thanks to my talent. She was suddenly brought back to reality by the sound of murmuring. A few remaining villagers were looking at her, afraid and leaving. Seeing herself being treated with contempt, the priestess's mood worsened. In a shabby tavern, rumors spread faster than the effects of alcohol. Hey, what happened with that priestess? They say she was punished by the gods and lost all her power, one drunkard answered with a slurred voice. Really? I heard she even destroyed her own shrine. She was a fraud. I never believed her from the start. They did not know that the priestess was right behind them, hearing every single word. Hey, her ice-cold voice echoed, and one of the drinking men choked. A great plague will soon sweep through the village. You must perform a ritual to the god to avoid disaster. But times had changed, and the villagers looked at her with contempt. A ritual? What are you talking about? We are out of rice. What are we supposed to make an offering with, or do you want us to steal? Another person interjected and argued. Now, a lecherous-looking man chimed in. She is still praying for the whole village. What prayer? That woman has no spiritual power anymore. She is just tricking us. Everyone shoot her away with contempt. Why would we believe a wench like you? A plague, it is all lies. Get lost, you crazy bitch, she growled. How dare you? The crowd that had been cursing suddenly fell silent. Her gaze looked like it could devour them alive. You ignore a priestess like me? Do you not fear the punishment of the gods? After she finished speaking, she laughed like a madwoman. Enraged by the sight, a bearded man in the crowd pointed straight at her face. You crazy woman, you claim to be chosen by the gods, and why have not any of your spells worked lately? It was all lies. We are all about to die from the plague. What gives you the right to talk so big? The priestess said nothing, only giving him a look that seemed to pierce right through her prey. A few days later, to everyone's shock, old man Kim passed away. The neighborhood women whispered amongst themselves. Trouble struck our village the moment the priestess left. Before that, old man Kim had cursed her and refused to believe in the spirits. Now his whole family has caught the disease and died. I heard his wife and kids are bedridden too. Hiding behind a nearby wall, the priestess overheard this with a satisfied smile. She knew that soon these people would come begging her to return. The spirits were not to be trifled with. This all happened because old man Kim kept saying the priestess's divine power was gone. I hear the Park family is holding a ritual these days. They did many wicked things in the past and could not have children, but now they are praying to the spirits. Feeling pleased, the priestess gently blew out a wisp of black energy, and from the freshly dead corpses, countless invisible hungry ghosts crawled out and obediently climbed onto her body. At the same time she departed, leaving behind only a group of people consumed by fear. They had no choice but to rely on her now. Hey Dongai's mom, keep a close eye on your child. Things are grim these days, so do not let her go out to play at night. After that incident, money and fame returned to her. In the middle of a ritual, the woman smiled with satisfaction. More time passed. Late one night, a desperate cry echoed, "Dongai, my daughter." The mother wailed, tears streaming down her face like rain. The villagers who heard the news were also shocked. What happened? The child is missing. I told you not to let her out at night. A ghost must have taken her. Hey, do not say such things. She probably just got lost. Let us all hurry and find her. Under the bright full moon, in a dark and gloomy corner, a skinny girl lay curled up on the cold ground. The child clutched her stomach, trembling, her body wasted away to nothing but skin and bones. The priestess smiled and called out, "Come now, little one." She crouched down and held out a piece of bread. A fragrant aroma wafted from it. Her voice was filled with malice. "You are hungry, are not you, Sui?" The girl's eyes lit up, her face filled with longing. Sui was too weak to speak properly, only whimpering thoughtfully as she struggled to reach for the bread with her skinny hand. "Go on, eat," the priestess said cheerfully. But then she pulled a large axe from her sleeve. The gleaming blade rose high, then came crashing down. Its target was the outstretched hand. Her work finished, the priestess covered a nearby jar with a lid and left. She did not realize that from a distance another girl with a freckled face had witnessed everything. The girl stood behind a door, her face deathly pale with terror. The priestess returned to her room, looking around for something. "Dongai, where are you?" she muttered. "If you sneak out to play at night without telling me, a ghost will snatch you away." In the corner of the room, inside a large jar, Dongai held her breath in fear. The next morning the priestess performed another ritual. Dongai's mother stood in the crowd, her eyes swollen from weeping, praying desperately for her daughter. Suddenly she gasped. Dongai was scrambling out of a jar and rushing toward her. Seeing her daughter, the mother burst into tears of joy. Huddled in her mother's arms, the child pointed a trembling hand at the source of all the trouble. The people were all horrified, unable to believe their eyes. Her true colors exposed, the priestess's face darkened. On a dark night lit by flickering torches, a man collapsed in terror. His trembling hand pointed at a bamboo container, and from within a finger bone rolled out. The parents who had lost their children wailed in agony. The priestess was quickly bound, and curses filled the air. "Give me back my child, you vicious demon," she sneered, regretting it now. "What did you say?" The priestess turned the tables on them. "Is not this what you wanted? You were silent when you were using me. But now that your own interests are threatened, you scream. Your children died because of your own endless greed." The villagers were stunned by her words. "You foolish things, you will pay the price." A laugh seeped through her clenched teeth. The villagers could bear it no longer. A flood of spit and curses rained down on her. "You crazy bitch, are not you afraid of being punished by the spirits?" The priestess's smile suddenly twisted. "What the spirits think, why should I be afraid? If the spirits truly existed, I would not have survived to this day." From the crowd a woman snatched a torch, charged forward like a madwoman, and threw it straight at the priestess. "Die!" The curse of a grieving mother rang out. The fire caught on the straw and kindling, gradually spreading to her body. But the woman remained unfazed. "Even if the spirits appeared, they could do nothing to me." The villagers watched stunned as she burned alive. The priestess's mouth stretched from ear to ear. "Now that I am here, you will all die." Her voice became one with the flames. "I am a god, the god of resentment, the god of greed, and all of you are feeding my power." Her body turned to ash, but her chilling voice still echoed. "I will become the incarnation of a god." Just then, two lines of red light gradually connected on the ground, creating a magic circle that trapped Youngjin and the demoness. As it appeared, countless jars began to shake, then exploded all at once. Numerous snake-like red energies shot out and coiled around the demoness. They devoured the resentment, and from the dying embers the evil spirit was reborn. "Now it is time to punish you." The demoness's eyes flashed like headlights as she rushed toward Youngjin. Countless snakes whipped at him mercilessly. But Youngjin dodged it lightly. "I'll kill every last one of you," the demoness roared, and the flames around her blazed fiercely. She unleashed another technique, power of resentment. The children and Hisa watched with concern. "Brother, be careful." "Oh no," one of the children thought, looking at the cleaver blocking the demoness's attack. "Right now he looks scarier than that evil spirit." A villainous smile spread across Youngjin's face. He raised the cleaver. The demoness was horrified. The blade grazed her body as lightly as the wind, slicing all the snakes coiled around her into several pieces. The demoness groaned and fell, and new snakes began to sprout from her severed arm. Taking that chance, she shot out countless red threads. "Die." Youngjin jumped high and cut through several threads. The demoness watched in horror. In midair, Youngjin swung the blade again, and the black smoke around him gathered and gradually formed a layer of dragon scales. One of his eyes suddenly turned white, and what enveloped him was a giant black dragon. The ancestor Jin in his dog form also gaped. As Youngjin raised the blade, the dragon's body moved. At the same time, the demoness shot out countless snakes again. "What on earth is that kid trying to do?" Jin was bewildered, watching the dragon and snakes about to tear each other apart. From a distance, a fan unfolded. The bodies of the demoness and Youngjin instantly froze as if their pressure points had been struck. Windlock. A clear sound rang out. A whirlwind sliced through the space separating the two beings. The whirlwind tore the demoness to shreds, leaving only a few groans, and sent Youngjin flying as well. As the fan folded, the wind died down. Youngjin looked up, puzzled. The owner of the fan spoke. "Absolute zero." A bone-chilling cold emanated from the fan. Energy enveloped Youngjin, trapping him like a cage. The person raised the fan and formed a hand seal. The blade fell from Youngjin's grasp, and his consciousness finally returned. The newcomer was a god of the earthly branches. a deity from the heavens with eyes that seemed weary of worldly affairs. He remained silent from start to finish. The younger children, like younger siblings, ran over joyfully. Brother, the demoness who had been sent flying stubbornly tried to crawl back. The children were terrified that she had survived, just like in a legend. What is that? It is so disgusting. The celestial god merely gave it a cold glance. You, who in the world are you? The demoness whispered, her twig-like arm struggling to reach toward him. That power, how can you wield the authority of a mountain god? The boy looked at her as if she were an imbecile and uttered a few supremely arrogant words. Because I am a god. What? The celestial god slowly continued. A god of the earthly branches. Arrogance radiated from his entire being. A great one from the heavens. The demoness was stunned. A god. Her worn-out fangs trembled and drool dripped unceasingly. Truly a god? The children's clear eyes watched with tension as tears began to stream from the demoness's empty eye sockets. She crawled forward on her twisted feet. Approaching step by step, she gripped the hem of the god's robe with her hand. Why? Her voice was filled with resentment. Why did not you hear my prayers? Why did you never come? She recalled the most desperate moment of her life. When I needed you most, where were you? If you had appeared sooner, I would not have ended up like this. Why did you let me die? What kind of god abandons their own devotee? The god looked as if he had heard a joke. He lightly shook off her filthy hand and dusted off his robe. Prayers? Look at yourself. You must have only prayed for your own filthy, selfish interests. No god listens to such prayers. As soon as he finished speaking, countless small ghosts crawled out from the demoness's sleeves and sucked away even her last remaining life force. You were blinded by immediate profit, forgot your duties as a shaman, and committed the 10 evils. The celestial god coldly listed her crimes. No, the demoness screamed. What is there to be wronged about? He sneered. Cannot you see the souls who died unjustly at your hands? They started it first. She still tried to make excuses. The celestial god was silent, and the air around him was as cold as ice. Even if you were torn and burned 1,000 times, it could never compare to their suffering. I pass my judgment, you will fall to hell. As he unfolded the fan in his hand, a crescent moon seal appeared on his forehead, and a black vortex swirled and consumed the demoness. No, no, she trembled. Save me, I cannot die like this, she pleaded. The celestial god's eyes only watched her coldly, like a cat toying with a mouse. Please save me, it is finished. The black vortex rushed in and tore the demoness to pieces, and she vanished completely. The children looked at their brother with eyes full of respect. What happened to the human? The celestial god turned and asked. Ah, the human, one of the children said hastily. That woman was stabbed. The evening glow painted the sky red. The celestial god walked over to Hisa and her mother. Seeing the stranger, Hisa clutched her mother tightly in fear. She is still breathing, he muttered. He unfolded his fan, the symbol on it changed, and a single flower bloomed above Hisu's head. As he waved the fan, countless petals enveloped the mother, healing the gash on her arm and stitching up the deep wound in her abdomen. Color gradually returned to her face. Hisa watched the beautiful sight mesmerized. As the celestial god folded the fan, the flowers disappeared, leaving only a stream of light around the mother. Mom? Hisa shook her gently. She is just asleep, do not worry, the celestial god reassured her. Hisa looked at her mother with trembling eyes. A gentle smile, just like before, was on her mother's lips, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Wow, how is this possible? I am so glad, big sis, a little girl said happily. Our big brother is a great god from the heavens, the children boasted proudly. He is the first among the 12 gods of the earthly branches. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for him. Hisa was surprised and quickly bowed her head to express her gratitude. Thank you, great spirit. The celestial god covered his mouth and coughed, hiding the blood stain on his sleeve. There is no need for thanks, he said. Would you do me a favor? His hand trembled as he gripped the fan tightly. He had used too much power today. He lightly waved the fan, sweeping away the small ghosts that had surrounded the other two people. The glass that had trapped them shattered. When that shaman wakes up, gather these children's fingers and perform a memorial service for them. After saying this, the celestial god left. Outside, it was eerily quiet in the twilight. The celestial god stood there. His gaze, watching Youngjin still floating in the mist, held a hint of interest. Next to him was a puppy. Hey, he called, and Jin in his dog form was startled. Let us go. The celestial god approached Youngjin, raised his fan and lightly tapped the top of his head once. Youngjin slowly opened his eyes, waking from his unconscious state. He stared blankly at the stranger standing before him. Moreover, the surroundings were thick with white smoke, making him even more confused. What is this? He struggled, but the smoke did not disperse. Suddenly, the smoke gradually disappeared. Youngjin lost his balance. The thud, he fell to the ground. He hurriedly righted himself and looked around in surprise. Before his eyes was a landscape of nothing but ruins, and his face was full of bewilderment. What happened? Where am I? Then, as if remembering something, the image of Hisu's mother collapsing and her sobs came to mind. He immediately turned his eyes to find Hisa. Just then, Hisa appeared. She stared at him intently, then placed both hands on his face as if to confirm she wasn't seeing things. Hey, are you okay? She stammered. Youngjin's face turned beet red. I am fine, what about you? Seeing her friend awake, Hisa burst into tears of joy again. Thank goodness, I am sorry, Youngjin. Because of me, I am really okay. He looked at her, bewildered. Your mother, is she alright? Yeah, Hisa smiled. Thankfully, the small spirits and the great spirit helped, so her wounds are all healed. She is sleeping now to recover her strength. Youngjin was even more unable to understand what was happening. Just then, Jin in his dog form approached. Are you finally coming to your senses? Ancestor, he stammered and scratched his head. What on earth did I miss? I'll tell you when we get home, Jin replied. Another voice cut in. Oh really? A boy in ancient clothes looked at Jin with an amused gaze. You seem curious too, huh? Now how are you planning to explain all this? Everyone stared blankly at the boy. Hisa broke the silence and introduced him. This is a great spirit. He is from the heavens, a great spirit. Yangjin looked at her, then at Jin, who was glaring at the boy with a "what are you looking at" expression. Yangjin and the great spirit stared at each other without a word. Suddenly, he pointed behind the boy and shouted, "Hey, there is a balloon flying behind you." The celestial god was about to vomit blood at this childish act. The children surrounded him. "Brother, are you okay?" The celestial god fanned himself, glaring resentfully at Yangjin's group. "Let us go." White smoke enveloped him and the children. They smiled and waved at everyone. "Let us go. Bye, see you later, big bro." "What the heck is this?" Yangjin's jaw dropped at the teleportation scene. "Do you know him?" Hisa asked in admiration. "Does Yangjin even get help from great spirits?" "What a no," he stammered. Just then a warm voice called out, "Hisa." She quickly turned around. Seeing her mother standing at the door, she ran with a trembling body and hugged her tightly. Watching this warm scene, Yangjin smiled unconsciously. Mante Halabem, who was hiding behind the door, also shed silent tears. He did not go in, just watched from afar, then picked up his basket and staggered away, humming a song. "A tiger will take a crying child away. A good child gets candy and snacks." The sound grew fainter, and where he had been standing, a handful of candy was carefully placed on a piece of cloth. Finally, the sun set. A message appeared on his phone screen. "Your order has been delivered." It came with a photo. "Is not this message from 8 hours ago?" Yangjin muttered, looking at the large bags placed in front of the door. Damn it, when he checked the items inside the bags, they had all gone bad. "Are you some kind of official here, receiving tribute from the common people?" Jin stood beside him with a judgmental look. "Hisa bought them and they just got delivered," Yangjin snapped. "What are you thinking? What official?" Jin glared at him. "Are you yelling at your great-great-grandfather?" Yangjin paid no mind and punched in his passcode, going into the house. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Being ignored, Jin grew even angrier. "I can let other things slide, but I cannot tolerate this form of address." "Then just starve," Yangjin said, carrying the things inside. "You insolent brat," Jin shouted from behind. "Hurry up and come in and close the door tightly." Yangjin cut him off. As he went inside, he picked up the sword that had been left outside the door again. "I am hungry. Hurry up and prepare a meal." As soon as he entered the house, Jin nonchalantly declared this and then turned and left, leaving Yangjin alone, his hands full of bags. "Wash your feet first," Yangjin reminded him. As he took out his phone, Hisa sent him a message. "Yangjin, thank you so much, and I am sorry. If you ever have a hard time in the future, I'll be the first one there to help you." It came with a muscular duck emoji and a waving duck emoji. Yangjin replied to the message, picked up the shopping bags, and went to prepare dinner. Hisu's phone pinged. It was a short reply. "It is nothing," but it was enough to make her smile happily. At Yangjin's house, the meal was ready and Jin was eating greedily. "So while I was unconscious, that little mage kid defeated the monster and even healed Hisu's mom?" Yangjin asked while picking out the fish bones. "That is right," Jin answered, mumbling with his mouth full. "Too bad, I missed the fun part," Yangjin said, then glanced at his ancestor who was diligently eating his meat. "Is that kid an ancestral god too, like you, Grandpa?" "That brat is not your ancestor." The two focused on their meal again. Yangjin sighed to himself. "Then where was my ancestor at that time? I was about to die, but he was nowhere to be seen. Should not Grandpa have come to save me? If it weren't for that little kid, I would have died." His inner thoughts were like needles pricking the conscience of his dining ancestor. Hit right where it hurt. Jin could not say anything, and the piece of meat in his mouth fell out on its own. "It wasn't that I did not want to save you," Jin explained. Every word he uttered was heavy. "I could not save you." He recalled the sword on Jin's back when he was in human form. "Ha, then is the sword on your back just for decoration? Do you carry it to look cool?" Jin replied nonchalantly. "I have lost all my power." At those words, Yangjin paused. He analyzed calmly. "Is it because you saved me back then?" Jin was a little surprised that he knew about that. A few seconds later, he answered, "That is right. That incident was the cause of everything. That night you actually died." A horrific scene came to mind. In the memory, a warm stream of light emanated from Yangjin's chest. "I used all my power," Jin continued. "And even this divine jade," the jade bead hanging from his waist, also shone brilliantly before gradually turning black. "To bring you back from death, your special healing ability is because of the power I gave you." Yangjin was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" "I have already told you," Jin replied with a very serious face. "From now on you must help me regain my power." Deep in the night atop a tall building, a figure holding a bow was observing quietly from a distance. It was a girl with dangerously glowing red eyes. She stood under the moonlight gazing somewhere, then vanished in an instant without a trace. Blue sky and white clouds, a new day began again. As Yangjin was putting on his school uniform, he suddenly clutched his arm in pain. His arms and legs were shaking nonstop. "Why are my limbs aching so much? Did I get this exhausted just from running a little?" "Hey," Jin in his dog form suddenly spoke. "Do you have something like a history book?" He thought for a moment, choosing his words. "A book that records the changes of the world in chronological order. Are you saying that in case I do not know what it is?" Yangjin could not help but say. "I did not know you would have one," Jin was surprised. "Asking and then being surprised by yourself. That is hilarious," Yangjin grumbled and threw a book onto the bed. "First-year high school history book. I have not thrown it away yet." Jin asked curiously, "What is this, a history textbook?" Yangjin replied and then said his goodbyes. "I am off to school. All right, be careful on your way." On his way to school, Youngjin walked while fiddling with his phone. What Jin said last night kept ringing in his head. Your strange healing ability is also thanks to the power I gave you. If so, should not I be stronger? Why has not my stamina improved at all? If that happens, ghosts will not target you anymore. He was a bit dumbfounded by Jin's words, but he felt somewhat relieved. That is quite a benefit, lost in thought. He suddenly bumped into a statue. He recalled the last incident. A chill ran down his spine and he quickly moved far away. Just then, a walkie-talkie-like device on the chest of a freckled boy walking ahead suddenly beeped. The 5 colored lamps on the device lit up brightly at the same time. Youngjin paid no mind and kept walking. A warning sound also rang in the boy's earphone. Boring battle ended. He was bewildered to see the machine return to normal and the two passed each other like that. When the freckled boy adjusted his glasses and looked up, only Youngjin's back was visible in the hallway. The freckled boy hid his body in a corner of the wall. He lifted a device shaped like 3 eyes and started filming. To be precise, this was a self-made ghost detector. And the screen continuously analyzed the people that came into the lens. What he was doing seemed serious, but his peeping appearance was like a pervert taking secret videos. Suddenly, a hand snatched the device and a female student with a ponytail held it up to check. Hey, what are you filming? You are not secretly filming us, are you? Another friend with short hair glared at him. Dazed by the continued questioning, he hurriedly explained, No, I am not filming you guys. Then who are you filming? Oh, this is a ghost detector. It is like an app that detects spirits. What nonsense is this? The girl with the ponytail snapped. The camera was pointed our way too. Show us your album. I did not take any pictures. I was just looking. Just then a voice was heard. A handsome male student put his arm around the freckled boy's shoulder and said, Hey, what are you doing? Detecting ghosts again? The boy named Ju-woo was startled. His friend did not say much and turned to the 2 female students to explain, Sorry, this friend of mine really likes things like ghosts. He is trying to see if there are any at our school. The girls immediately became shy upon seeing the handsome guy. It is Doking. Another hand snatched Ju-woo's device again. He has been like this since middle school. He lacks empathy, so please try to understand. We'll handle it. I do not lack empathy, Ju-woo still stubbornly clarified. Doking chided his friend. Ju-woo, why do you cause misunderstandings? Stop filming. You have plenty of other toys. A friend named Ja held up her phone and showed it to the 2 girls. Hey, look at his album. It is all selfies. Oh, do not look. Ju-woo, his arm held, shouted helplessly. This crazy bastard, he is posing like he is so cool. Ha ha ha. In the end, Doking had to step in to end this humiliating situation. I am really sorry. The 2 girls gave a rough nod and hurriedly left. As the 2 left, Ja immediately returned to her usual cold demeanor. She crossed her arms and glared at Ju-woo. You need to tone it down, walking around with a camera these days. Do you want to get hit? Let me explain, he answered. What explanation? She sneered. You're going to get dragged to the faculty office soon. As the situation got a bit tense, Doking stepped in. Ja, can you stop swearing? Do you really want to get hit? I did not swear. Doking turned to Ju-woo. By the way, Ju-woo, why did you come up to this floor without even putting your bag down? What do you think? He answered bluntly. Doking's face turned pale. Do not tell me something else happened, right? Hey, Ja cut in. Doking, do not listen to him. You are the reason he acts up. What? I have never done that. Ju-woo, falsely accused, immediately retorted. They were standing in the hallway of class 3-1. Did not you see it when we went on our school retreat? Doking tried to persuade Ja. A real ghost voice was recorded on Ju-woo's recorder, and the radio kept repeating, This is fun. Let us play together. Ja looked at him as if he were feeble-minded. You idiot, it is an electronic device, so it must be signal interference. That is right. Signal interference, Ju-woo said as if he remembered something, and the other 2 were dumbfounded. He began his analysis. Ghosts are formed in strong energy fields, if such a life form is nearby. Electromagnetic waves are affected, lights flicker, sensors malfunction, and signal interference causes devices to operate incorrectly. After finishing, he looked at Ja and praised her. Kong Ja, you know a surprising amount about the occult. Maybe you have the makings of a ghost hunter. I can take you as my disciple if you want. Jia's facial muscles twitched. You talk as if ghosts are real, you idiot. Have you ever seen a ghost? Of course, Ju-woo retorted. It is your face, damn it. Ja could not take it anymore and rushed to give him a piece of her mind. Doking quickly blocked her. Is this bastard kidding me? Ja stomped her foot in anger. I really want to hit you. I want to hit you. Just then, the device in Ju-woo's hand lit up again, and the target was confirmed to be inside class 3-3. Is there really a ghost? Doking was also surprised. Whoa, it is inside this class. Do not be so loud, Ja warned. The classroom door opened right then. Should we go in? Doking asked quietly. I'll get permission from them. It is so convenient coming with Doking. Ju-woo was pleased. Suddenly, 2 female students came out of the classroom. Oh, it is Doking? Who's that? A friend of mine since middle school. Doking introduced him, putting an arm around Ju-woo's shoulder. Ju-woo got straight to the point. Can we come into your classroom for a bit? Sure. The short-haired friend nodded. The long-haired girl suddenly asked curiously, By the way, what is this? She tried to press a few buttons on the machine. Sorry, do not touch it. Ju-woo quickly pushed her hand away. If you touch it with your yin energy-filled hands, it'll break. What, is this guy crazy? The kids in the class immediately flocked over when they saw the school's most handsome guy arrive. Meanwhile, Youngjin was looking at Hisu's message, flustered and swiping on his phone. Youngjin, can you come to the science lab now? I have something to give you, but I cannot give it to you directly. The kids will misunderstand. Cannot you give it to me after school? He replied. Where are you going? Yongjin reluctantly stood up. Where are you going, Yongjin? To the bathroom. After saying that, Yongjin looked up from his phone and was startled by the scene before him. The back door was occupied by a group of the popular kids. I should just tell them to move, introverted Yongjin was tired just looking at them. The moment Yongjin and Doking made eye contact, Doking hurriedly dispersed the crowd. Hey, do not block the door, go inside. A friend sneered. You believe that nonsense too. What are you going to do about it? Doking replied roughly and then turned to Yongjin with an apologetic look. Sorry, my god, Yongjin marveled inwardly. We just made eye contact once and the effect is like the parting of the Red Sea. Truly divine, another student also chimed in. Yongjin is the best. Just as Yongjin was leaving the classroom door, an ear-splitting sound rang out. A bright red warning appeared on Juwoo's walkie-talkie screen with a number soaring to 9.89. Frightening notifications also kept ringing from his phone. Death, destruction. What is this? Doking's face turned pale. What's wrong with that machine? Wasn't it for talking to ghosts? I think I have found the cause of the strange things happening in your class. Meanwhile, the cause, Yongjin knew nothing. My mom made this new one. Hisa happily held out a string of prayer beads. She told me to give one to you too. Called me all the way here just to give me this? Yongjin was at a loss for words. He saw that Hisa had the same one on her hand. Tell your mother thank you. He answered roughly and quickly put the prayer beads in his pocket. Seeing that he did not seem very interested, Hisa was puzzled. Are not you going to wear it? Yongjin made an awkward expression. Ah well, if you and I wear this together, what if people mistake it for a couple's bracelet? Hisa was dumbfounded by this absurd thought. Yongjin, these are prayer beads. Do you think no one else in the world wears prayer beads? You are probably the only one who would think of it as a couple's bracelet. When Yongjin said nothing, she tried to persuade him. Just wear it. My mom made it because she was worried about you. It is okay, Yongjin replied. Those ghosts cannot touch me anymore. My ancestor said so. Really? Hisa was surprised. Yeah, he said he gave me some kind of power, Yongjin mumbled. He remembered Jin telling him you were supposed to die that day. If he told her the truth, Hisa would surely burst into tears again. He decided to leave it at a half-truth. Forget it. Anyway, that is why I recover faster. Oh, so it was your ancestor's power. Hisa nodded. No wonder you seemed so different back then. Different how? You fought so well that time. You were even flying around with a sword. I fought. Yongjin was startled. When? Do not you remember? At my family's shrine. As soon as he heard the word shrine, his hand shot out like lightning. The phone in his hand clattered to the floor as he forcefully covered Hisu's mouth. The unconscious action shocked Yongjin back to his senses. The entire room fell silent. Yongjin, what's wrong? Hisa asked, bewildered as Yongjin quickly pulled his hand away. Yongjin's face had turned deathly pale, and he stared at his own hand in disbelief. I am sorry, that wasn't me. Suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Death. The two simultaneously whipped their heads toward the door. Juwoo was standing there, scratching his head. Sorry, your conversation was so interesting I could not help but overhear. Hi, I am Gong Juwoo. A ghost hunter, he introduced himself seriously. Yongjin and Hisa looked at each other. Why is everyone I meet today so weird? Juwoo extended his hand first. Nice to meet you, Lee. Hisa. You know me? Hisa was surprised. I also know your mom is a shaman. What, how? Who does not know your mom's a shaman, you idiot, Yongjin muttered. Oh right, that is true. I forgot, Hisa said, dazed. I know every ghost story and the entire history of this school, Juwoo continued. That is why I came here. Do you two know the legend of the moving statue? No. I do not know it either. All the upperclassmen know it. According to the rumor, the statue at Sampo High School runs at night. Anyone who sees it has to run along with it. If you do not run properly or break the rules, you get impaled from behind with the flagpole. Then we almost died, Hisa whispered. Yongjin nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, it could be a poltergeist phenomenon, Juwoo said learnedly. The school's flagpole gets uprooted sometimes even without any typhoons. It has happened 4 times since the school first opened. Hisa and Yongjin just listened quietly. Recently, Juwoo emphasized, staring intently at the two of them. There was an incident that proved the legend is true. I happened to see something very strange. He began his story. I had just come out of the bathroom that day. At first I thought I was seeing things, but it was too vivid, Juwoo said. The image of the two being chased by the statue was still clear in his mind. There was a male student being chased by the statue, and behind him was a female student with her hair in a ponytail. With each part of his description, Yongjin and Hisa jumped in surprise. Hisa subconsciously rushed to untie her hair. What's more surprising is that the statue was standing there perfectly fine when I came to school the next morning. But Juwoo deliberately drew out his words to sound mysterious. The energy inside it had been completely drained. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. He held out his detector. Before, this statue always had an energy level of 5, but since that day it has not even reached 1. In short, something inside that statue disappeared. Juwoo stopped beating around the bush and looked straight at Yongjin. So I'll ask you directly, you two were with that statue, weren't you? No, the two denied in unison. It was definitely you two, Juwoo asserted, as if he had caught them red-handed. Why do you jump to that conclusion? Usually when I say things like this, people either call me crazy or ignore me, he analyzed calmly. But you two denied it right away. That just further proves my reasoning is correct. He shook the detector. This device is used to measure magnetic fields. Ghosts do not have a physical form. They exist as a form of energy which this machine detects. As Juwoo went on with his lengthy explanation, Yangjin lost his patience. Is any of this scientifically proven? Juwoo immediately brought the detector closer. As soon as it neared Yangjin, the machine immediately lit up and the reading shot up to 5. In other words, whatever was inside the statue is now inside your body, right? That is my conclusion. Yangjin forcefully pushed the detector away. I asked if it was scientifically proven. Of course, if it was just this one device reacting, I would not have bothered you, Juwoo replied calmly, then pulled out numerous other machines. But all of my equipment reacted strongly, beeping like this non-stop. A piercing alarm sound rang out continuously. Now how are you going to explain this? Juwoo smiled confidently. Do I have to explain? Yangjin was annoyed. That is just your speculation. So are you ghost hunters? What's that? Yangjin was dazed. Someone who hunts and collects spirits or ghosts. What? The more Yangjin heard, the more confused he became. I do not believe anything you are saying. He cut the conversation short decisively. The statue or whatever has nothing to do with us. After speaking, he turned sharply and left as if fleeing. Hey Lee Hisa, let us go. Why do you keep lying? Juwoo said, fed up. Alright, I did not want to resort to this. A few shutter clicks rang out and Yangjin spun around in surprise. Juwoo was playing a video on his phone. Phone cameras these days are as good as DSLRs. Then he casually zoomed in on the screen. This distance is more than enough. I am screwed, Yangjin thought to himself. I am not a bad guy. You do not have to hide anything, Juwoo said reassuringly. That makes you seem even more like a bad guy, Hisa commented. So what is it you want? Yangjin asked bluntly. I have a favor to ask you, Juwoo said with an awkward smile. Do you two know about the ghost antique shop? Meanwhile, Doking was walking down the hall when someone called him from behind. Jaeon Doking. He turned around curiously and a shy-looking male student was holding out a wooden box. This is for you, the student stammered. What's this? Doking accepted it happily. Open it. It is a gift from me. This is the first time I have gotten a gift from a guy. Doking laughed excitedly as he opened the box lid. Thanks. By the way, what class are you in? At those words, the other student's voice trembled. Why, you do not remember me? Of course not, you hypocrite. After he finished speaking, he left in a huff. Doking was left bewildered after being cursed at for no reason. Just then, a strange light emanated from the box. Inside was a paper doll with Chinese characters written on it and a single die. Suddenly, the doll burst into flames and black smoke billowed out of the box. A new day began with blue skies and fluffy white clouds in the classroom while other students were paying attention. Yangjin was still in a daze. Where did we leave off last week? He propped his chin on his hand and let out a long yawn that brought tears to his eyes. Why am I so tired? He suddenly snapped his eyes open. His gaze was fixed on something inside his desk drawer. It was his phone, and on the screen was a message from someone named Ghost Hunter. Below it were 3 consecutive messages that had arrived at 9:11 a.m. Ghost Hunter, Yangjin-sama. Ghost Hunter, my number is 01XXXXX. Ghost Hunter, I am Juwoo. What the? He was startled and texted back. How did you get my number? The reply came almost instantly. Juwoo Hisa gave it to me. Yangjin was annoyed. Yangjin, okay, Juwoo. Juwoo, just this once. Cannot you go to the ghost antique shop with me? Yangjin, no. Yangjin, you two go together. Juwoo Hisa says she'll go if you go. Yangjin clenched his fists in annoyance. Suddenly a voice came from above him. Hey, he looked up startled and the teacher holding the attendance book raised an eyebrow and asked, whose empty seat is that? Yangjin glanced at the empty desk next to him. It is Jaeon Dokyung's, a voice called out and the whole class began to buzz. He was here, he probably just went to the bathroom. The classroom door slammed open and everyone turned their attention to the student standing outside. Oh, you scared me. He is here, teacher. Jaeon Dokyung is here. But Doking did not seem to have any intention of coming in. The teacher raised her voice. Jaeon Doking, where have you been? The whole class held its breath waiting for his answer. I am sorry, teacher. Doking smiled, showing no signs of remorse. A friend called out. Hey Jaeon Doking, your seat is over here. Doking glanced toward the person who had called him. Then his gaze swept past Yangjin. He smirked, turned his head back toward the blackboard and started rolling a die in his hand. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Minjun and another friend blocked his way. Doking, where have you been? You almost got marked late. Did you really go to the bathroom? Doking said nothing and held out a fist toward them. Minjun hesitated before reaching out his hand. What is it? Let us play rock, paper, scissors, Doking said with a smile, propping his legs on the desk. 10,001 a round. I do not have any money, Minjun said with a forced smile. Then pay with your body. Minjun rubbed his chin, lost in thought. 10,001, he quickly made a decision. Alright, let us do it. Rock, paper, scissors. Minjun threw rock and Doking threw scissors. Haha, man's gotta go with rock, Minjun laughed out loud, thrilled. But he froze when he saw Doking take out a 10,001 bill. For real? Minjun held the bill, his mouth hanging open. For real? Of course it is real, Doking replied in a calm voice. You earned it. I'll spend it well. Thanks, man, Minjun shouted happily. Want to go again? Doking asked. It was a friendly smile. Let us do it, Minjun agreed without the slightest hesitation. The corners of Doking's mouth turned up. 50,001 this time, how about it? What, 50,000? As expected from a rich kid, Minjun said sarcastically, rolling his wrist. This bastard's got guts. Rock, paper, scissors. This time Doking threw paper. I lost, Minjun laughed. Before he could finish his sentence, Doking threw a devastating punch, knocking Minjun to the floor. The entire class turned around in shock. Hey, what was that? He just hit him out of nowhere. Yangjin was also startled. What's wrong? Jaeon Doking just stood there and laughed loudly. He pointed at Minjun, who was sprawled on the floor. A man has to take risks. What's the point of always throwing rock? Hey, are you okay, Minjun? A friend shook him worriedly. I think he is passed out, we should get the school nurse. What's with everyone? Doking looked around in confusion as everyone stared daggers at him. It is nothing. He approached and grabbed Minjun's arm. This guy won 10,000 won. What more could he want? He laughed loudly, trying to pry the bill from Minjun's clenched fist. This bastard's holding on to the money tight. Hey Doking, that is a bit much. A friend stepped in to reprimand him. Doking's face hardened. What's too much? Was I supposed to lose? I gave him 10,000 won. He said he'd pay with his body. His eerily calm tone made everyone look at him in disbelief. Ah, Doking said as if he just remembered something, and he got right up in the face of the friend who had just spoken. You seemed to agree with it too, did not you? The friend trembled with fear. What? Doking's gaze turned sharp. He pushed himself up from his legs. He spat out a curse in annoyance. Ah shit. Doking shoved his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. Only after he had completely left the classroom did everyone rush over to check on Minjun. What was that? Hey, are you okay? What did I just witness? The friend sitting next to Yangjin adjusted his glasses. Felt like a scene from a school violence movie. A chubby friend commented. I think he is possessed. Maybe that is not really Doking, but a villain from another world who took over his body. Yangjin just furrowed his brow, lost in silent thought. A moment later, two female students started whispering. Did you see that this morning? What's suddenly wrong with Doking? It is the first time I have ever seen him curse. The girl across from them, holding a mirror, glanced toward Doking. He is like a completely different person. It is terrifying. I thought he was a gangster or something. He goes to an acting academy, the friend with a ponytail said, trying to defend him. He is probably preparing for an audition. Still, does he need to practice like that at school? Another friend said, looking disgusted as she watched Doking vape and exhale white smoke. I guess he got a gangster role. The whole class was buzzing. What is he holding right now? No way, hey Doking. The friend with the mushroom haircut stepped up to warn him. You cannot smoke that. The teacher will be back soon. Doking did not seem to care. What? I cannot hear you. You're too quiet. His tone made the friend freeze for a second, feeling pressured. Speak up, Doking suddenly shouted right in the mushroom-haired friend's face. The entire class jumped. What the? He has lost it again. Suddenly, Doking reached out, gently touched his ear and softened his voice. Just kidding, did I scare you? He held up the e-cigarette in his hand and smiled. Is this even a cigarette? But the teacher will be back soon. Wanna bet? Doking cut him off. He smirked and said in a low voice, I'll bet 10,000 won that the teacher walks in the second the bell rings. The mushroom-haired boy trembled in fear. I'll bet 10,000 that she does not. If you do not have the money, you can pay with your body, Doking said again in a tempting tone, his face filled with malice. The mushroom-haired boy was sweating profusely, his head bowed low, not daring to look up. Why are you trembling so much? Doking sneered. Hey Doking, a voice called from the door. Ja, she frowned at him. Doking raised an eyebrow back at her, then glanced down at his hand which she was holding. Come here. As they stepped into the hallway, Doking roughly shook her hand off. What's wrong with you? Ja could not believe it. Did you really hit someone? Why and where did you get this? You hate smoking, do not you? Doking paid her no mind, focusing only on rolling the die in his hand. Hey, are you listening to me? Ja shouted in anger. He stopped and clenched the die in his fist. Odds or evens? What kind of game is this? Odds or evens? He repeated with a faint smile. Quickly, Ja was a bit suspicious but answered. Odds. Doking's lips curled up as he opened his palm. Wrong. Suddenly he grabbed Jia's cheek, pulling her close with a sly expression. Then you have to pay with your body, do not you? Ja was pulled so close that her body was completely pressed against his. Her eyes widened in shock and she slapped Doking hard across the face. You psycho. After speaking, Ja turned and left, leaving Doking in a corner of the wall rubbing his freshly slapped cheek. The chubby male student who had been watching everything smiled and tightened his grip on the talisman in his hand. On another sunny day, Juwoo was walking down the hallway. He unlocked his phone and a message appeared. Yangjin-sama, if you do not reply, I am posting this mosaic picture on an occult community forum. Yangjin replied, shut up. Juwoo messaged again, Yangjin, just this once. This is my last wish. He looked up at the sign for class 3-3. He must have thought I would not find him if he hid here. Juwoo opened the door and walked in. Excuse me, Yangjin. The detector on his body vibrated. Juwoo smiled. He must be very close. Yangjin detector, activate. He excitedly held up the machine, looking around and calling out continuously, Yangjin, there is no use hiding. My detector can find you in no time. Suddenly, a strong force knocked the detector out of Juwoo's hand. Thud. The machine fell to the floor. Doking was standing next to him. Juwoo was startled and a cold sweat broke out. The smell of cigarettes. Doking slowly bent down. As he picked up the machine, it immediately began to vibrate violently, and the other devices on Juwoo's body started beeping loudly. Huh, what is this? Why are they all malfunctioning at once? Juwoo hurriedly checked his equipment, not forgetting to make a request. Hey, can you call a friend named Yangjin from your class for me? Meanwhile, Yangjin turned on his phone and saw a series of messages on the Ghost Talk app. Save me. Death. Suddenly, Doking forcefully threw the detector. It hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Do you want to die? Doking growled, glaring at Juwoo. If you hit someone, you should apologize first. Juwoo was also scared by Doking's terrifying appearance. Ah, sorry. A die was tossed into the air. Doking suddenly clapped his hands once, then held out two fists in front of Juwoo with a demonic face. Which hand is it in? This is bad. Hisa frowned at the tarot cards on her desk. She turned to Yangjin and said in a frightened voice, your classmate Doking, he is possessed. Yangjin, looking bored, tapped on his phone and grunted an aha. Dragon Jin. Hisa shot up. I am calling you Dragon Jin because your name is Yangjin. You do not have to explain. He buried his face in his desk. But why do I have to go? You have to go save your friend. What friend? We are not close. But you are sure he is possessed just because of one card? Youngjin could not understand. He was fine this morning. That must be his real personality. He stood up to leave. It has nothing to do with me, just leave him alone. Seeing this, Hisu's face fell. And do not call me that, Youngjin reminded her. What if he is a good person? Hisu looked out the window, acting pitiful. He must be in a lot of pain. Like when my body was taken. Doking and I were classmates in middle school, a voice suddenly came. Juwoo had appeared out of nowhere, so I can guarantee he is a good person. He has never hit anyone, and he cannot even swear. He is like a character straight out of a comic book. See, he really is pitiful, Hisu immediately chimed in. He is not the type to even have the guts to make a bet, Juwoo continued. Hisu was surprised to see his swollen cheek. What happened to your face? Youngjin asked. I got hit by a ghost. He seemed to have caught on to their intentions. Youngjin replied decisively. I am not going. Juwoo lowered his head, then looked up to face Youngjin. I will not bother you about the antique shop anymore. I am sorry about earlier too. You just said it was like when your body was taken, right? He became serious. You successfully performed an exorcism, and that is why you are here now, is not it? If you guys are not ghost hunters, then you are the ones who solved the statue incident, right? This again, Youngjin was annoyed. It has nothing to do with us. Before he could finish, Hisu shrieked in terror. Ah, Youngjin. Notification popped up on her phone screen. Gong Juwoo has sent you 50,000 won. It is a down payment. What is this now? Youngjin was displeased. I'll give you the rest if you agree, Juwoo said. Please help me. He bowed his head before the two of them. Please save Doking. Youngjin recalled Doking hitting Jaw, the non-stop beeping of the devices, and his chilling, growling voice. Nevertheless, he refused decisively. He walked coldly past Juwoo. Save him yourself. Hisu, I am leaving. Youngjin. Hisu hurried after him. As she passed, she glanced at Juwoo with a look of pity and then quickly left. Juwoo was left all alone in the room. From outside the hallway, the sound of their footsteps grew fainter. Youngjin walked and thought, what kind of troublesome thing are they trying to drag me into now? Painful memories suddenly flooded back. He just wanted to live a normal life like before. A voice from the past echoed in his ears again. From that day on, you are dead. No, Youngjin made a promise to himself. From now on, my safety comes first. I will absolutely not get involved in anything. Lost in thought, he suddenly ran right into Doking. Doking, he thought. The friend next to Doking cheerfully slapped him on the shoulder. See, the girls are looking for you. Hee. Youngjin glanced over. This side might suit you better. It seemed they would pass each other like strangers, but suddenly Youngjin's hand shot out and stopped Doking. His hand on its own grabbed Doking by the collar, and the friend next to him was horrified. Although he had struck first, Youngjin himself was extremely bewildered. At that moment, Hisu was running down the hall in a hurry, looking for him. While running, she called out to Youngjin. Before she could finish saying his name, she froze at the sight of Youngjin grabbing Doking by the collar. Hisu quickly hid behind a wall, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. He said he did not want to get involved, but in the end he is helping someone with an exorcism. He is still as kind as ever. Dokyung's friend, seeing this, cursed in anger. What the hell are you doing? Just then, Youngjin did something strange. With his right hand, he slapped his left hand, which was gripping Dokyung's collar. Sorry, I am sorry, he said in a trembling voice, sweating. That wasn't me. Hearing this, Dokyung burst out laughing. Your hand is right there and you are saying it wasn't you? Yeah, Youngjin stammered. At his words, Dokyung angrily loosened his tie and took out a die. He tossed it into the air and then clenched it in his palm. He hid the die in one hand and held it out in front of Youngjin with a sly smile. Which hand? Dokyung and his friend sneered, and Hisu, hiding behind the wall, was worried. Youngjin was horrified. He felt his left hand starting to move again. As it slowly rose, he was terrified. My hand is moving on its own again. His hand automatically pointed to Dokyung's left hand. Dokyung thought for a moment, then opened his hand, revealing the die inside. Correct? He approached, put a hand on Youngjin's shoulder and walked past him. Watch your hand, friend. Even after they left, Youngjin stood in the same spot. He stared intently at his own hand, his mind in a whirl. After walking a short distance, Dokyung turned his head and looked back at him with an unreadable expression. Even after entering the classroom, he kept looking at his hand, and suddenly his hand rose on its own. What is this? The hand clenched into a fist and aimed straight for his face. Before he could react, his hand had punched him in the face on its own. A friend with glasses walked by and asked curiously, "What are you doing? A new talent? That is interesting." Youngjin had to use his right hand to firmly hold down his left, preventing it from moving recklessly. Practicing for the talent show at the retreat? The friend asked with a laugh. Suddenly, his left hand moved violently again. Hey, hold my hand, he shouted. The friend immediately lent a hand, but he grabbed the right one. No, my left hand, not my right, Youngjin snapped. His left hand was out of control, as if it wanted to hit someone. Youngjin, the friend said, do I really have to get involved in this boring situation? This is so creepy. Youngjin had to use all his strength to suppress his left hand. Finally, his hand stopped moving. He let out a sigh of relief. It is over. A friend playing a game in the front seat turned around. Youngjin, are you, by any chance, he asked seriously. Do you have alien hand syndrome? What's that? Youngjin was puzzled. As soon as he left the classroom, he immediately searched for the strange syndrome online. After reading all the symptoms, Youngjin thought in terror, my God, why is this so similar to me? Is there something wrong with my brain? I have been hitting my head a lot lately. No wonder I have been so tired, or is this a symptom of some serious illness? Deep in thought, a figure came up behind him and suddenly raised a hand. His reflexes were faster than his thoughts. Youngjin's left arm swung on its own, blocking the attack. It was Suho. He was surprised by Youngjin's reflexes. Whoa, Suho laughed awkwardly. You have been beaten up so much that your body reacts on its own now? Youngjin thought, annoyed. What is it this time? It is not like that, Youngjin tried to explain. My hand is right now, whatever. Suho cut him off, clearly not wanting to listen. Hey, is Doking in your class? As Youngjin looked at him unpleasantly, Suho ordered. Tell him to give my vape back. What's that? An e-cigarette, you idiot, Suho snapped. It is your thing, so why do not you go ask for it yourself? Youngjin retorted. Why should I? It is a hassle. It is more of a hassle for you to come find me, Youngjin shot back. You have to come all the way through the second-year area. You little shit. Suho frowned and his eyes turned menacing. I told you not to piss me off, I told you. Before Youngjin could finish, his left hand twitched on its own once. He was startled and quickly grabbed it with his right hand. Okay, I'll go get it for you, he said hastily. You should have just said that from the start, Suho said with satisfaction. Always beating around the bush. I am going, Youngjin replied and walked past him. Look at the way he runs, Suho sneered from behind hallway. Juwoo was holding a strange device with several colored rods, measuring the temperature. Suddenly, the green rod lit up. He immediately pointed the detector in that direction. The temperature, which had been showing 9 degrees on the screen, suddenly dropped to -1 degree. Strange. Why is it -1 degree only over there? Youngjin entered the classroom and his heart pounded when he saw Doking sitting in the back. He just stood there, staring intently. He cheered himself on internally. Let us just pretend I do not know him. I'll get into another fight. Why are you lurking in the back? Dokyung's voice made Youngjin jump. Want to make another bet? No, Youngjin was scared. Suho told me to come get the thing you borrowed from him. Borrowed? Doking laughed and reached his hand under the desk. He was scared he'd get hit if he lost the bet, so he is asking for it back now? He did not say that. Youngjin averted his gaze suddenly. Doking tilted his head back, stared at him and then laughed. You want to get hit in his place? Who does? Youngjin immediately retorted. Do you think I have that much free time? Doking seemed surprised. Then just take it yourself, Youngjin said unpleasantly and was about to turn away. Ah, it was that bastard from earlier, right? Doking suddenly said. I'll give it to you. Youngjin turned back. Yeah, but he took out the die again, tossed it and clenched it in his palm. If you get it right. Doking smiled menacingly. Odds or evens? The students in the class started to murmur. Youngjin was terrified. What? No. I do not need it. Hey, we have already started, Doking urged. Hurry up. What's in it for me to hurry up? Doking growled. Forced, Youngjin said in a small voice. Evens. Doking laughed and said ta-da. He slowly opened his palm. The die showed 1 dot. It is odds, is not it? Doking smiled slyly and raised his hand. Youngjin was startled and the entire class held its breath just as Dokyung's fist was about to come down. Youngjin's left hand suddenly moved on its own. His hand shot up, blocked Dokyung's arm and forcefully pushed it away. At the same time, his fingers flicked Dokyung very hard on the forehead. Thwack. Dokyung fell backward, his back slamming hard against the bulletin board. He slumped to the floor and the entire class gasped in shock. It happened so fast that Youngjin himself could not comprehend what he had just done. What just flew by? Dokyung's hand, which was bracing him on the floor, moved slightly. Youngjin was startled, his face turning pale. Dokyung staggered to his feet, covering most of his face with one hand. One could see his expression. In the tense atmosphere, Youngjin awkwardly explained, it is because of my left hand. He realized he had misspoken. Why did I say my left hand? Is there a parasite in my left hand or something? A mocking voice was heard. Are you still acting? Another guy scoffed. My God, I thought you were a hidden master. A female student nearby wearing a hair roller did not understand and asked, by the way, what's a parasite? Youngjin was sweating bullets and could not speak. He glanced at the guy with glasses and forced himself to continue. Dokyung asked me to be his acting partner. Acting partner. The guy with glasses was bewildered. What, were you guys practicing for a play? In an instant, Youngjin's somewhat awkward yet incredibly plausible explanation successfully convinced the entire class. That is right, Dokyung is an aspiring actor. That makes sense. Everyone was completely convinced. Youngjin still had not collected his thoughts. It is probably because of Dokyung's usual image, he thought to himself. Anyway, let us just go with it. Just then, the guy with glasses approached. He said with a dissatisfied expression, Hey, you should have told us beforehand. You surprised us. Dokyung stood listening to people talk about him. Wow, Dokyung is really good. He gets into any role. Then was he acting with Minjun earlier too? It is amazing how he got into character even while getting hit. He just scoffed, then grinned, chuckling as he muttered Youngjin's name. Youngjin. Youngjin. The way Dokyung said his name made Youngjin tense up again. When Dokyung lowered his hand, a demonic expression was revealed. He marveled. This is fun. Youngjin watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. I am screwed. Just then, Hisa was passing the classroom and happened to overhear the murmurs. Were Youngjin and Dokyung always close? He was quiet before. She stopped in her tracks. As she vaguely grasped the situation, a look of anxiety and surprise was clear on her face. Elsewhere, Juwoo had opened an old box he had just found and was examining the strange characters inside. What's this box filled with such a sinister aura, and what's this? Oracle bone script. When he shifted his gaze to the box lid, he was slightly surprised. Under the lid was an equally bizarre pattern. The familiar feeling made him want to compare it with information on his phone. On the screen was an anonymous post. Has anyone seen this strange symbol? Coincidentally, the symbol was identical to the one he was looking at. Ghost antique shop, a thought crossed Juwoo's mind. But why is it here? As he was racking his brain, a familiar voice was heard. Hey, Juwoo turned around, startled. It was Ja. Her face was still full of worry. She opened the Ghost Talk app on her phone. A series of short messages appeared. Stop, help me, save me, death, destruction. I do not know if you'll believe this, she began. Doking is a ghost right now. His spirit is probably around here somewhere. Juwoo wasn't surprised. He casually fiddled with his phone and said, when he hit me, I heard a sound from inside the box. How does that thing work? It combines radio voice frequencies to let ghosts send messages. What did Doking say? Juwoo repeated his friend's words. Juwoo. Sorry, that is all. As soon as he finished, he saw Ja crying. Tears dripped onto the phone screen. For real? Juwoo could not believe it. Go away. Ja wiped her tears, annoyed. Juwoo stopped teasing her and sat down beside her. You said it was just a toy before, but it sounded exactly like Dokyung's voice. Recalling the sight of her possessed friend, Ja could not help but be suspicious. To change 180 degrees so suddenly, maybe he hit his head or something, but she bitterly answered her own question. Since this irrational thing is happening right before my eyes, I have to believe it. Recalling Dokyung's glowing eyes and sly smile, she shuddered. Those eyes are not human, they are too scary. Dokyung must be really scared right now, right? She said worriedly. He is a coward, you know. What should we do? Her voice was filled with helplessness. Why did this suddenly happen? Juwoo sighed. You know it too, right? Dokyung was fine before the first period. Something must have happened after the first period. No, something definitely happened. Juwoo did not want to believe it. Juwoo shrugged. I have found the cause. The one who started this is still in the school. Hearing that, Ja stopped crying and exclaimed in surprise. Really? Right, you said there was something suspicious at school. Is it that? No, Juwoo replied. Rummaging through his bag, he took out the old box. But I have collected the evidence. He pointed to the symbol inside the box. Without this, I cannot explain what's happened. What is it? Ja asked curiously. I'll show you how I perform an exorcism myself. But what is it? Ja asked again impatiently. But Juwoo was already completely lost in his own world. This insolent demon, he muttered, his eyes glued to the box. Mage Exorcist me, today I make my official debut. The twilight dyed the entire street yellow. Youngjin trudged along, occasionally glancing down at his fist. He was still thinking hard about the forehead flick from earlier. Did I really use that power? Suddenly, Dokyung appeared from somewhere and put an arm around his shoulder. Youngjin was terrified by this sudden action. Where are you going? Let us hang out. Dokyung grinned and suggested. I have to go home. Youngjin tried to suppress his nervousness, his voice trembling slightly. Then let us go hang out at your house. Dokyung did not let go. Youngjin quickly pulled away from his arm. My dog is fierce, but before he could take a few steps, Dokyung grabbed his wrist and yanked him back. Hey, let us just hang out for a bit, he demanded, gritting his teeth. At that very moment, the prayer beads on Youngjin's wrist suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Dokyung was thrown back, screaming and staggering, unable to stand properly. He stared in horror at everything before him, especially his own hand, which was flickering strangely. What is this? Youngjin himself did not know the prayer beads would be this effective. Oh, it is good quality. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his arm with the prayer beads toward Dokyung to drive him away, and succeeded. Dokyung could not get any closer and just stood there glaring resentfully. Watching Youngjin's back disappear, he clicked his tongue in displeasure. How long will it take for my power to fully recover? That night in Youngjin's room, watching the dog flip through a book as if it were a person, he asked hesitantly, So you are saying it is not because my brain is injured but because of your power, Grandpa? The dog just made a ha sound. I am going to crush your peanuts, Grandpa, Youngjin threatened, his eyes wide. Peanuts. Only then did the dog lift its head. Bring them over quickly, let us soothe my worries, but because of this left hand at school, he clenched his fist and trembled with injustice. I told you, the dog answered calmly. The power I gave you saved you, and thanks to it, ghosts do not target you anymore. Do not target me, are you kidding? Youngjin raised an eyebrow. That power of yours picked a fight with them, and it even controlled my hand to hit me. That arm is no longer yours, the dog explained with a sigh. What? If it is not my arm, whose is it? The dog lifted its head and revealed a terrible truth. Your real arm was cut off by the doll ghost. Youngjin's reaction was, needless to say, pure shock. Let me put it simply for you. It shifted its gaze to the hand placed on Youngjin's left arm and emphasized word by word, your left arm is a part of my last remaining power. When the two phrases Black Dragon and Last Power came out of its mouth, Youngjin was stunned into a daze. The sky was getting dark and a reddish light colored the space. A message appeared on the phone screen. Ghost Antique Shop, you must go with a shaman. If you go in alone out of curiosity and something happens, no one can save you. The two friends stood in front of a shop that was no different from an abandoned warehouse. No way, is this the place? Ja licked her lips. It just looks like an old house. While Juwoo was jumping at shadows, Ja was strangely calm. Anyway, let us just go in. Wait a minute. Juwoo put down his backpack and rummaged for something. They might get suspicious if we go in together. I'll go in alone. Inside, he was scared to death, but he acted brave. Meanwhile, Jin in his dog form was telling his legend. My power was originally composed of 4 dragons, the red dragon, the blue dragon, the white dragon, and the black dragon. His gaze suddenly turned gloomy. But now they have all disappeared and only the black dragon remains. He looked at Youngjin's left arm. That arm of yours is a part of the last power I have left. It was made from the power of the black dragon. Youngjin listened with his mouth wide open. Among the 4 dragons it is the strongest but also the most arrogant, Jin commented. Youngjin turned to stone. Black dragon, he held out his arm. If you take this arm back, Grandpa, then what? Jin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Then you'll lose an arm. My arm will disappear. It will disappear forever. Youngjin was completely devastated. To be precise, it was crushed. Everything I have said is true. Youngjin felt like crying after hearing that. Stop it. But, Jin wondered, why do you hate it so much? This power should not be a disadvantage for your ordinary body. It is ruining my school life, Youngjin complained. You do not know ancestor, by the way, kid. Jin suddenly cut him off. Are you even paying attention to what I am saying? Yangjin was at a loss for words. I have something to ask, Jin said. What is it? He held out the history book. Are there any records of the earthly branch gods, or even about your family? Yangjin was bewildered by the unfamiliar names. This book has no records after the Dangan era, Yangjin muttered, holding the book. It is all about the Three Kingdoms period here. Jin shook his head. Is there nothing else? Yangjin flipped to another page. Are you looking for this? This is all there is, nothing more. Strange. Jin's tiny eyes narrowed. What now? Yangjin gave up. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yangjin turned around, curious. Yangjin, he was startled by the loud voice from outside. Inside the old gloomy room, Ju set up a small camera on a shelf. Antiques were placed everywhere, from earthenware jars to wall paintings. Is anyone here? He called out. Here to buy something, a hoarse voice replied, and Ju spun around, startled. An old woman emerged from behind a curtain, and a foul smell came from her body. The old woman looked scary, so Ju hesitated. He waited until the camera was working, then spoke. Hello, outside. Ja stared intently at the ghost detector screen, nervous. She tried hard to recall what Ju had told her. If no one is there but you see this blue light, call me right away. Inside, Ju got straight to the point. The cursed object, it is from this shop, right? The old woman glanced at the wooden box. So what? So it was because of this. Ju gritted his teeth. Please tell me how to break the curse. The responsibility lies with the person who cast the curse. I only sell the items, she answered slowly. Then the person who bought this, they are a Sampo high school student and wore the same uniform as me, right? I do not divulge customer information. It will not be easy to get information here, Ju thought to himself. The old woman looked at him, her face full of suspicion. What did you come here for? You are just talking nonsense. If you are not going to buy anything, leave. That is a relief then. Ju sighed in relief. I was just testing you. I'll buy this item. He fiddled with the box. My friend bought this here and introduced me, but this is an item for cursing others. It'd be a problem if secrets are not kept. The old woman still did not seem to suspect anything. After a moment she brought out a wooden box and a silk pouch. This cursed item takes effect just by looking at it. You must never open it, understand? Ju stared blankly at the old woman, then took a yellow talisman from the silk pouch. This is a talisman for the person casting the spell, her hoarse voice reminded him. And remember, if you just want to play a little prank, tear this talisman within 49 hours. If you tear it, the curse will be broken. Ju asked. That is right, the old woman smiled gently. 49 hours, Ju thought to himself, then casually asked. Then what happens after 49 hours, she said, still smiling. Who knows? Her creepy laughter mixed with the dark space, making Ju freeze, and he could only nod vaguely. He'd been getting goosebumps this whole time. Now that I know how to break the curse, let us run. Thinking that, he put on a submissive expression. I'll be careful. How much is it? Do you take cards? I guess you only take cash for things like this. Oh no, I did not bring any cash. Not necessary. The old woman opened a red pouch. Put your fingernails and hair in here and write your name on this paper. Ju froze. Fingernails, hair, name, he gave a dry laugh. Then I am basically getting it for free, right? You are not getting anything, Grandma. What are you talking about? She laughed. These things are very precious. Ju hurriedly made an excuse. But I have hereditary hair loss and I am undergoing treatment, so I cannot pull out any hair. As for my nails, I'll just write my name today. He held out his neatly trimmed hand. Can I come back when my nails grow out? He smiled innocently at the old woman. I just write my name here, right? As Ju tried to pull the paper, the old woman suddenly snatched his hand. Her hoarse voice rang in his ears. Yes, put your blood seal and write your name. Just then, a sharp blade slid out from the old woman's bamboo cane. At those words, Ju screamed, Grandma, I have hereditary hemophilia. Can I come back and do it after I take my medicine? I am sorry, but where's the bathroom? I really have to pee. Ju rushed to a corner, rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a red ballpoint pen. A few seconds later, he began to shout like an award-winning actor. Oh no, Grandma, quickly, my blood clots the moment it touches the air. He clenched his finger, which was smeared with red ink. The old woman was at her wit's end with him. This kid has so many illnesses. Ju quickly pressed his fingerprint onto the paper. Now I just need to write my name here, right, Grandma? The old woman looked at him and muttered. This child is full of sickness. I must make him healthy quickly, the old woman urged him on. Hurry up and write. Ju slowly moved the pen, drawing a horizontal stroke, a vertical stroke, then another horizontal stroke. A moment later, he had written a long, crooked name. Suddenly, he seized the opportunity, unfolded the stack of papers and held it up close to the small camera hidden on his body. What are you doing? The old woman shouted angrily, snatching the paper away. Am I not supposed to look? Ju asked, feigning innocence. I was just trying to see if I wrote it correctly. Suddenly a whispering sound came to his ear, which soon turned into an eardrum-shattering scream. The words lies, lies, lies repeated over and over. A chill ran down Juwoo's spine. He jumped in surprise as his smartwatch rang. Then I'll be going now. Just then the shop shutter door slammed shut with a bang. Black bones appeared from somewhere. The space itself seemed to warp. The entire shop vanished and Juwoo was trapped in pitch-black darkness. Grandma, he shouted desperately. Grandma, where are you? Realizing the situation was bad, he spoke urgently into his watch. Ja, can you hear me? Just then a sliver of light appeared. Ja, the girl with monstrous strength, was lifting the shutter door with her bare hands. She shouted, Juwoo, get out! Juwoo's mouth fell open. Hurry! Ja used all her strength. Okay, Juwoo immediately ran out. Suddenly the door in Jia's hands began to crackle. Sharp fangs sprouted from it, transforming it into a giant monster's mouth that tried to swallow the two of them. The monster's teeth slammed into the ground and the door shut with a bang. Only the faint echo of Jia's final scream lingered. Juwoo shouted, stunned. Just then a figure rushed in, swinging a greatsword and striking the door with all their might. The gash created a crack in space like a black hole, and the monster's mouth immediately spat jaw out. Hisa caught her just in time and the door returned to its original rusty old form. Juwoo stared blankly at the person who had just appeared. It was Yangjin. Yangjin-sama with a greatsword. He marveled inwardly at Yangjin's magnificent appearance, so cool. Suddenly a demon's hand shot out from inside and tried to tear the crack open. It is coming, Juwoo shouted. Yangjin reflexively swung the sword, gripping the hilt tightly. Juwoo was full of anticipation. I thought this only happened in comics, but damn it, Yangjin did not have enough strength and could not lift the sword. Immediately after, the hand threw a devastating punch that sent Yangjin flying far away. Yangjin, Hisa rushed to support him. Juwoo could not hide his surprise. He admired Hisu's skillful fire-making technique, as expected of a shaman's daughter, but her cool moment did not even last 3 seconds before she tripped on a stone and fell. She face-planted. Juwoo was dumbfounded watching this couple. How on earth do these people perform exorcisms? The situation was critical. Juwoo glanced behind him and was startled to see a few steel bars over there. Yangjin was still deadly gripped by the black hands, his breathing growing faint. The sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Juwoo stepped forward, swinging a steel pipe. In the end, it all comes down to me. He broke the first arm in one blow. Who would have thought this boy had such amazing specs? Second Dan in kendo. Hisa was surprised, and the hands wrapped around Yangjin began to retreat. Now, Juwoo grabbed Yangjin's shoulder and ran. The group seized the opportunity and fled like the wind. Under the red sky from a building's rooftop, someone watched them quietly. The cleaver was thrown to the ground. Yangjin collapsed, panting as if he were on the verge of death. And yet he heard a very grating remark. Hey, are you guys okay? Yangjin turned to snap back but saw Juwoo bowing with his head to the ground. I am so sorry. Who knew it would be this dangerous? I am truly sorry for dragging you all into this. His words were full of sincerity, but his form lacked a bit of dignity. I texted Hisa to ask for help, Juwoo explained, recalling the message he had sent. Hisa, I think this shop is related to Doking being possessed. I'll perform the exorcism myself. My friend is coming too. Do not worry, the worst that can happen is we both come back possessed. It'll be fine. After reading it, Yangjin was dumbfounded by this troublemaker. Juwoo's face now turned pale with regret. If I had known, I would not have come in the first place, but I think sending that message was a good decision. It was dangerous, Hisa replied gently. Next time, tell us beforehand and let us go together. Juwoo was stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Really, you'll go with me next time? No, I am not going. Yangjin immediately threw cold water on his excitement. Ah, come on, Juwoo held out his hand. Let us be good friends from now on. Yangjin slapped his hand away hard. A high five, how exciting, Juwoo knew he had agreed. Thanks for coming to help. You could have just ignored it, but you are just as kind and loyal as Hisa said. It felt strange. Yangjin could not help but open his mouth. If you mess up, this will be our last conversation. Why are you so shy? Juwoo laughed and teased him. Yangjin sighed helplessly. Why are there no normal people around me? But do you go around performing exorcisms by yourself? Juwoo asked hesitantly, then looked at the sword with sparkling eyes. Where did you get this sword? It looks like a greatsword from a comic book. Can I touch it? We are friends now. You already touched it. Yangjin was at a loss for words. Suddenly the blade lit up as if refusing to be touched. Ah, it is not working, Juwoo said with disappointment, pushing up his glasses. Really, it must be a barrier. Only the chosen one can wield this sword. That is so cliché. Yangjin cut him off. That is an exorcism sword. The sound of a panting dog was heard. Juwoo was surprised. Why is a dog barking? Jin, in his dog form, said while panting. It can only cut evil things. With that he collapsed. Grandpa, Hisa was flustered and rushed over. Are you okay? Have some water. I need to go catch that dragon, Jin thought to himself, feeling like he was half dead. Oh, is that your dog? Juwoo was surprised. Did he run all the way here? Yeah, Yangjin answered bluntly. He cannot take a taxi. Hearing that, Juwoo was speechless. He is crazy. I paid for the taxi with the money you sent, Yangjin said as if he had just remembered something. You guys took a taxi? Juwoo thought he had run all the way. I sent the money to Hisa myself. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Hisa asked Jin. What is this palanquin here? Jin said with difficulty. Is a taxi a palanquin? But is the dog's name really Grandpa? Juwoo still could not understand. Yeah, is he a special ability dog you take around for exorcisms? Yeah, I get it. It is like a comic book. At that moment, Ja came to her senses. What? Where am I? She lifted her head to look at the assembled group, her face full of question marks. What is this? What just happened to me? She looked around. Hey, I just saw something weird. The shop grew huge teeth and was dancing all over the place. That is scary, Hisa exclaimed. All right, Juwoo said, turning on his iPad. Now that Kong Ja is awake, let us get to the main point. He turned the iPad screen around. Take a look at this. The end is noisy, so it did not record well. On the screen was a video filmed inside the shop. He rewound to the part where the paper was shown. But I got the most important part. Under a starry night sky, a person opened the door and entered the shop. Sonwoo, he called. The possessed Dokyung looked at the person. When can you go back? You went once and lost an arm. The person looked at Dokyung's severed arm and asked curiously. Then he covered his mouth and suppressed a laugh. What's the matter? Some kids wearing the same clothes as you were just here, the old woman said. At those words, the person's face hardened. The old woman continued. It seemed they wanted to save the owner of this body, but an unusual kid got involved. An unusual kid? Dokyung asked curiously as he cleaned his ear. Do not tell me it is Han Yangjin." The antique shop's grandmother also repeated the name Han Yangjin as if curious. "There is a strange kid who beat me in a bet," Doking answered. "He snapped his fingers in the air." "Yeah, he flicked his finger once and I was sent flying outside, so I do not think he is an ordinary human." "Why did you go out instead of waiting quietly?" The old woman cut him off. "The soul will only separate from the body after 49 hours. What are you talking about?" Dokyung's face hardened. "I did it because I was afraid they would burn the talisman. I told them to rip the talisman." "Nothing will happen. You should not have taught them how to rip the talisman in the first place," Doking shouted angrily. His beast-like appearance seemed to amuse the old woman. "Humans are calm on the outside but full of fear on the inside. You have to provide a little insurance to get them to sign a contract, do not you think? Are not you the same?" The old woman's words were gentle, but Doking could not retort. "Besides, they will not rip the talisman," she reassured him. "Humans these days look down on this kind of sorcery. They just hope for others to fail." "How can you be so sure?" Doking gritted his teeth. Countless red threads shot out from the old woman and one strand attached to him. "Look at your siblings, is not this proof? Even if they burn the talisman you will not disappear, you will simply return to me." She leaned on her cane and came up close to Doking. "Do you hate being with me that much?" Just then a person in a mask suddenly appeared at the door and walked in naturally. "Excuse me." Elsewhere a terrified voice was heard. "What, 49 hours? Hisa was stunned. "A whole day has already passed," Ja answered. "So there are about 15 hours left?" Yangjin continued. "But do you guys know who Kim Sonwoo is?" Ju asked. Everyone shook their heads. "There were many names on the paper. Why are you sure it is Kim Sonwoo?" Ja was puzzled. Ju took out the wooden box. "I picked this up at school. Look at this." He pointed to the characters carved on the box and compared them to the name on the paper. "They are the same." The group nodded. "Oh, you are right. This ink mark, it still looks pretty new. It must be recent," Ju analyzed. Just then, Jin whimpered a few words. "What did Grandpa say?" Hisa translated for Ju. "He says that reads gambling," Juwoo muttered gambling, and then suddenly had a realization, a gambling ghost. The Juwoo encyclopedia was back online. "According to my yokai dictionary, since the late Joseon dynasty, the gambling ghost has been recorded as a demon that tests human luck. But no one has ever beaten him yet." "Ah, gambling," Yangjin muttered. "So that is why he was playing games like odds or evens and rock, paper, scissors." "First, let us tell the shaman about this," Jin suggested. Hisa nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll ask my mom." Seeing the two of them nodding with the dog, Ja was stunned. "Are you guys talking to this dog right now?" "Yeah, but you cannot hear him. You need spiritual energy to hear," Hisa explained. "Damn it, when will I ever get that spiritual energy?" Juwoo lamented. The word mom appeared on the phone screen. "Burn the talisman right now." Hisu's mother's voice came from the other end of the line, mixed with coughs. "That thing is dangerous. Are you all okay? I got a splitting headache just from looking at it on the screen for a moment." "Mom, are you okay?" Hisa asked worriedly. "What you met is a Mudu Gwi. A spirit that uses other people's souls as its own hands and feet. In other words, the old woman at the antique shop is not human." "Not human?" Juwoo was terrified. "An old room where countless souls were trapped, names contracted with red seals. That notebook was a contract to steal souls. That talisman is not safe for either the cursed child or the user." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. "After 49 hours, Ja was nervous. "The body will be completely taken over by the ghost." Worry was evident on everyone's faces. "The child's soul will be trapped in the shaman's talisman forever, and then there will be no way to save them," Hisu's mother continued. But she emphasized, "If you succeed in destroying the talisman within the set time, the possessed child will return to normal and the parasite in Dokyung's body will also disappear." "What happens to the one who cursed Dokyung?" "They will die. Their soul will be collected by the evil spirit." "Serves them right," Ja said, feeling vindicated. "A person like that is useless even if they live." "It is okay since they'll die soon anyway," Hisu's mother replied. "Still, you should bring that child here so I can check their condition. You must burn that talisman before the 49 hours are up." The next day, the group went to school and split up to ask around in each classroom. Ja was in class 4, Juwoo in class 5, and Hisa also asked in another class. "Is Kim Sonwoo here?" In class 2, a male student asked curiously, looking for Kim Sonwoo. "Hey, Kim Sonwoo." An introverted-looking male student was startled. "Who's calling?" "Are you Kim Sonwoo?" "Yeah." The person looking for him was none other than Yangjin. "Why me of all people?" he lamented inwardly and got straight to the point. "You have the talisman, right?" Hearing that, Sonwoo was startled and did not answer. Then he suddenly pushed Yangjin hard and ran outside. "Hey, stop right there!" Yangjin quickly chased after him. "Why is he so fast?" And so the chase began. "Hey, I said stop!" Yangjin shouted. But he did not get far before he was panting. Wait. His limbs trembled like an 80-year-old man's. "Why is this so hard? My arms and legs feel paralyzed." "What happened? Did you find him?" Ja opened the door and asked. Yangjin pointed to the chubby friend who was staggering forward panting. "There?" Ja immediately sprinted forward with the speed of a track star. "Hey, you bastard, stop right there!" But seeing her murderous expression, Sonwoo did not dare to stop. Juwoo shouted from a distance, "You gave your hair and fingernails when you bought that thing, did not you? You are a dead man now." Those words were the final blow that froze Sonwoo in his tracks. "It is a contract to offer yourself to a demon." Ja caught up to him. "Gotcha," she shouted. "Give me the talisman. Hand it over if you do not want to die." What are you talking about?" Sonwoo's face turned pale. He looked like he could not believe it. "Do not lie, it is true," Hisa said. "This here is a mage." Juwoo pointed at Hisa and added, "I am not a mage," she quickly denied. Juwoo looked at the chubby friend and said, But if you just burn the talisman, everything will go back to normal. Then, Sonwoo finally spoke. He stammered, will Doking go back to normal too? Yeah, Ja replied. You can still undo everything, give it to me. No, he gritted his teeth. You are really something else, Juwoo marveled. Oh, for crying out loud, Youngjin groaned, exhausted. What's the point now? Sonwoo's face contorted. I would rather die. In another space the name Kim Sonwoo was stamped, and he was designated. Above the old woman's forehead a red brushstroke continued, forming a seal over Sonwoo's name. A chilling sound of scratching on the door echoed. This life is ruined anyway. Sonwoo hung his head. Since things have come to this, my life is over too. He gave a bitter smile. You guys hate me too. You are going to spread rumors all over school anyway, are not you? Who says that? Youngjin was at a loss for words. You are acting so pathetic, it is making you really unlikable, Ja snapped. I did not think it would get this big, honestly, Sonwoo muttered. I understand, just give me the talisman, the two kind-hearted girls comforted him. If you apologize to Doking later, he'll understand. Understand what, my ass? Sonwoo snapped as if a switch had been flipped. What do you guys know about Doking? He just pretends to be nice, but he does not actually care about anyone. The two fell silent. Sonwoo bit his lip. When Doking comes back, he'll pretend to forgive me in front of you guys, but behind my back he'll torment me to death. That bastard is. He lifted his head and shouted. A hypocrite. A memory flashed by. Middle school, inside the noisy classroom. Sonwoo grumbled as he solved a problem. So damn noisy. The classes are divided by grade, so why am I in the same class as these guys? Then shall we have Sonwoo continue as the class president? The teacher's voice echoed. The kids started murmuring. Teacher, a male student said, putting his arm around his friend's shoulder. I recommend Doking for class president. The whole class buzzed, and Sonwoo alone stood frozen and dazed. I recommend Doking too. Sonwoo's face darkened in the end. Doking and Sonwoo went up to the front of the classroom together. I think it is better if Sonwoo continues as class president, Doking stammered. Do not back down, do not back down. The friends below cheered. The result was an overwhelming victory for Doking. Kim Sonwoo 2 votes, Jaeon Doking 21 votes. Congratulations on being the new class president. His friends surrounded Doking. Sonwoo trembled with anger. He was just chosen because he is popular. They should have picked someone with ability. What does that smooth talker know? Who cast those 2 votes? A whispering voice was heard. He probably voted for himself. The kids behind him sneered. Hit right where it hurt. Sonwoo's face turned beet red. You bunch of morons. How dare you treat me like a toy? You stole my chance, you know. The homeroom teacher wrote several subjects on the blackboard. Korean, math, English, Korean history. Sonwoo held his report card in his hand. Just then, a kid in the class shouted, Hey, Jaeon Doking is first in our class. Sonwoo froze on the spot. The female students began to admire him. Wow, as expected of the class president. He is handsome, smart, and his family is rich. Awesome. He is perfect. He does not have a girlfriend either. Sonwoo's face turned pale. He recalled Doking's smile and felt disgusted. No way. How can someone be so perfect? It must be an act. He crumpled the report card in his hand. That son of a bitch, he is probably laughing at me inside. That sly bastard always pretends to be nice in front of people, Sonwoo complained. Are not you just jealous you did not become class president? Ja said, at a loss for words. That is more like playing the victim, Juwoo interjected. Has not the hypocritical part come out yet? There is more, Sonwoo shouted. This is more important. This time it was at the freshman entrance ceremony. A hand tapped Sonwoo's shoulder. He was startled. Doking, how did he know I was in this class? Hi, Doking smiled politely. Are you in this class? Could you call Donghoon for me? Sonwoo's face was blank. Raise your hand if you agree that not remembering his name is hypocritical. Sonwoo turned to Youngjin and Hisa and asked, but no one raised their hand. This is so frustrating, he shouted. There is no way he does not remember me. He is definitely doing it on purpose to ignore me. Just say you hate Jaeon Doking, Ja snapped. Why should he have to remember you? Besides, Juwoo analyzed calmly. You transferred right after that. You left as soon as the semester started. Who would remember you? Do you remember my name? I was in the same class. You just want Jaeon Doking to be a hypocrite, Juwoo concluded. Everything you have said so far is just an excuse. The gentle but cutting words left Sonwoo speechless. As he gritted his teeth, a tear streamed down his cheek. It does not matter if he is a hypocrite or not. That bastard has to disappear. This world is so unfair, Sonwoo sobbed. I worked so hard and got nothing, but he was born with everything. Do you think he got everything easily? Ja said coldly. Is not that the case? Sonwoo sneered. He was born into a rich family. If that is not a golden spoon, what is? People like that should be eliminated. What do you know? Ja could not hold it in any longer. The corners of her eyes turned red. She knew how hard Doking had worked in secret. He always had to work twice as hard as others. Because he was envied by kids like you, that is why he is afraid of being hated. Serves him right, Sonwoo replied. He wants to be an actor, right? He is probably just acting nice to use it later. Shut up, Ja shouted. You pathetic loser. Juwoo raised his hand. Why cannot he understand? Is it because of the talisman? Just then, Youngjin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. That is right, it is so unfair. Ja and Juwoo were startled. Youngjin, what's wrong with you? Because I think so too, Youngjin said. He looked straight at Sonwoo. So, do you think your life will get better if Doking disappears? His gaze was cold and emotionless. A memory of an envious gaze and a sense of powerlessness flashed by. Do you think the world will become more fair? Youngjin asked. Nothing will change. You'll just keep seeing kids like Doking, and you'll just go looking for another useless thing like this. He saw Jia's pain tears. If time passes and Doking cannot come back, you'll have killed a person. Every word Youngjin said was like a hammer blow to Sunwoo's conscience. Even if his body remains, Dokyung's soul will have disappeared from this world and you'll just go on living as if nothing happened. That is true hypocrisy. Hearing this, tears welled up in Sunwoo's eyes again. No, he deceived himself internally. The scene went back to that day. Ja left in a huff. Sunwoo hid behind a wall, watching everything, and the hand holding the talisman trembled. Does this really work? He looked at Dokyung's back and smiled eerily. Yes, this is fair. This is your true face, Jaeon Doking, he thought with glee. Tomorrow rumors will spread all over school and he'll be expelled. Ja will definitely cut ties with him too. When he got home, fear crept back into Sunwoo. He trembled. If 49 hours pass, will Doking really disappear? He clenched the talisman. Then Dokyung's fake smile came to mind again. Will I become a murderer? He unconsciously wanted to tear the talisman. Enough, this is enough. This is enough to ruin his reputation, but he did not. He recalled Doking looking at him and saying, you look familiar, what was your name? All sorts of thoughts tangled in his head. He saw my face. What if he comes back and gets revenge on me? Bam! Sunwoo slammed his fist on the bed. Who knew this would actually work? He cursed inwardly and continued to punch the bed. The humiliating memories flooded back. He blamed Doking, the source of all his problems. Sunwoo crouched in a corner. It is because that bastard is so fake that things ended up like this. He brought it all on himself. That dazzling smile replayed in his mind. Sunwoo covered his face, agonized, and shouted, now that things have come to this, what am I supposed to do? It is too late. Just give me the talisman. Hurry, Youngjin's calm voice echoed. Only then did Juwoo realize. Is this the legendary life lesson? He saw the god of psychological manipulation. First pretending to empathize, then giving a deep lesson. Hisa watched quietly from behind. I cannot believe it actually worked. Juwoo was impressed to see Sunwoo completely won over. Sunwoo cried as he took the talisman out of his pocket, but just then an emotionless voice rang in his ear. Die. Sunwoo's knees buckled. Ja, who was holding him, was pulled down with him. Hey, what's wrong with you? She shouted loudly. Hey, give me the talisman. Sunwoo opened his empty eyes and muttered. I have to go to my mom. He shook off Jia's hand and she tumbled to the ground. You crazy bastard. Hisa and Juwoo's mouths dropped open. His foot stepped on the window frame and he jumped right out. One of his shoes flew off. Sunwoo dangled, still not understanding what had happened. When he looked down, fear washed over him. Help me, he shouted. I do not want to die. Do not move. Youngjin was holding his leg tightly. Juwoo held Youngjin tightly from behind. Okay, just do not move. From behind, other kids were also pulling them with all their might. The veins on Jia's arms bulged as she pulled. We are all going to die at this rate, Youngjin thought. The hand holding Sunwoo's leg was already red. Suddenly, everyone lost their balance and almost fell. At that moment, Youngjin's latent power activated. Thanks to that, he pulled Sunwoo up, saving everyone from the brink of death. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly jump? Youngjin gritted his teeth. It is not like I wanted to, Sunwoo trembled and retorted. Suddenly, someone stared at me and told me to die. I do not remember anything after that. He said he'd rather die, Juwoo said. Quickly, burn the talisman, Hisa said. She noticed the seal on Sunwoo's neck. That on his neck, is not that the symbol from the antique shop? Suddenly, the symbol grew hot. Ah, it burns, Sunwoo cried out in pain. See, it is because of the talisman. Take it out quickly, Juwoo said urgently. Sunwoo took out the talisman. This is it. Juwoo snatched it. Get a lighter and burn it right now. What are you waiting for? Finally, Hisa managed to light it. But Doking appeared, extinguishing the flame with a cold breath. Happy birthday, he said in a low voice. Everyone was horrified. Happy birthday to my lovely self. Ja, now, Juwoo shouted, rushing at Doking and hugging him. Sunwoo rushed in too. You bastards. Doking slammed his elbow into Juwoo's head. Youngjin blocked Jia's path. Quickly burn the talisman. Tears streamed down her face, but she calmly tried to light it again. As the talisman finished burning, Doking collapsed. Did it work? Doking, everyone called out to him. He slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Everyone was overjoyed. Doking, but a different voice came from his mouth. Sorry, he smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. Doking logged out yesterday. Doking laughed so hard his body shook and the other kids froze. He sneered. Look at your faces. How? Juwoo asked, dazed. It has not been 49 hours yet. Doking burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what kind of show is this? Is that the right talisman? Juwoo turned and asked. Is it? It is not his fault. Doking opened his mouth with an evil smile. That is the right talisman. But now it is just a piece of scrap paper. It has nothing to do with me anymore. How? Youngjin and Hisa were confused. Then the real Doking is. Ja was devastated. Gone, he said nonchalantly. You wasted your effort, you idiots, but why wasn't it 49 hours? Juwoo held up his phone. He struggled to find an answer. Doking approached and grabbed him by the collar. Juwoo. He crushed the detector on Juwoo's chest and sneered. You should have noticed when this toy stopped beeping. The owner of this body was looking for you before he disappeared. Juwoo shed tears of regret. Do not cry, Doking said. His smile turned evil. He extended his fingernails. You'll be meeting your friend soon. In another dimension, the real Doking was facing an unidentified evil spirit. Will you make a deal with me? The childless ghost proposed. We'll give you what you want. Who are you? What nonsense is this? Doking growled. He snapped his fingers without a word, and an invisible force sent Doking flying into a wardrobe. The three gambling ghosts rushed over, grabbed a white ceramic jar and glared at the childless ghost. "Damn it, you bastard, how dare you," she growled. Black smoke rushed toward him from all directions, but as it got closer it suddenly retreated. "Who are you?" she asked in horror. "It takes you 49 hours just to steal one soul," the childless ghost said as he picked up the ceramic jar. "What a pathetic spell. What is it you really want?" "The 49-hour contract. I will get rid of it for you," he answered calmly. In exchange he glanced toward Doking. "That unusual child who was here, capture him alive and bring him to me." Back in reality, Yangjin was standing in front of Juwoo, blocking his way. "Stop it. Are you going to play with me now?" Doking smiled slyly, lifting Juwoo into the air. "How about it? Shall we make a bet? The match is not over yet," he proposed. "Let us agree on this. If you win, I'll leave this body and return your friend to normal. In exchange, if you lose, your life will be mine." Yangjin froze. "How about it? If you refuse, shall I finish off these guys right now?" he said, choking Juwoo. "Bet my life," Juwoo said with difficulty. "Shut up. What I want is Han Yangjin's life." After a moment of silence, Yangjin made his decision. "All right, really?" Doking could not hide his excitement. "In exchange, you have to wait until after school. Until then, leave everyone alone." "All right," Doking agreed. He put Juwoo down and leaned in to whisper in his ear. "Come to the antique shop after school. You must come alone." He suddenly tugged on Yangjin's clothes. "Oh, and do not come inside the shop if you do not want to die." After speaking, he left the classroom. "Traps like this are common in stories," Juwoo said. "Telling you to come alone means he is planning to have everyone jump you." "What on earth happened?" Ja asked with concern. "We burned the talisman and the characters on Dokyung's neck are gone. So why is not he back to normal?" "A thought just occurred to me," Juwoo blurted out. "Shut up," Ja snapped, unable to hold it in. "What if Dokyung has become a familiar spirit?" As soon as Juwoo finished speaking, Kong Ja threw a punch at him. "I told you to shut up." Thankfully, Juwoo dodged it. Just then, Hisa spoke up. "My mom said that if he does not come back even after burning the talisman, his soul might be trapped somewhere." "Where?" Kong Ja asked. "The antique shop, obviously," Juwoo interjected. "The gambling ghost told Yangjin to go there. Besides, the shaman lady said that place is where the Mudu GWI makes familiars out of human souls," Juwoo said, holding a notebook. "The reason the gambling ghost told him not to come inside the shop is probably because Doking is in there." He lifted his head and read from the notebook. "According to my great yokai encyclopedia, although no one has ever beaten the gambling ghost, there is a chance it will keep its promise. I am worried it might be a trap though. There is no guarantee you'll win," Kong Ja cut in. "If you lose, Yangjin will be in danger too." "No, Yangjin can win," Juwoo retorted. "What, is there some way?" The gambling ghost said. "The match is not over yet." Juwoo crossed his arms. "Then the odds of winning are 50-50. Why would you say that?" Kong Ja was at a loss for words. Yangjin had been silent the whole time. He recalled Dokyung's words. "What I want is Han Yangjin's life." He looked at his hand, lost in thought. "He is not after my body. It is all because of this left arm." Suddenly he realized. "The left arm is made of the black dragon. This is not a loss, it is a power." "Hey Lee Hisa," Yangjin called out. "You said I fought last time, right?" "Yeah, that is right, but wasn't it the celestial god who dealt with that spirit?" "Ah, he did get rid of it, but before that it was mostly thanks to you," Hisa explained. "Before what?" "After my mom was stabbed." "Your mom was stabbed?" Kong Jia's jaw dropped. Yangjin was lost in thought. "Right, I do not remember anything after that. If she is right and my judgment is correct." He suddenly lifted his left hand. "Did I only use my left hand then?" Hisa was bewildered. "Are you left-handed or not?" Yangjin was confused. Hisa suddenly turned around and mimicked the motion of him holding the sword. The image of that moment came back to her. "You really did only use your left hand." "Why?" she asked, curious. "I think," Yangjin said cautiously, "I have found a way." "A way to do what?" Everyone was surprised. "For now, let us do as the gambling ghost said," he said in a firm voice. "I'll go alone." "What? Why, that is walking right into a trap," Juwoo said with concern. "What trap?" Yangjin cut him off. "It is dangerous to go alone." Hisa blocked his way. "What if we all go and end up dying without being able to do anything?" Yangjin had made up his mind. "He is right," Juwoo unexpectedly agreed. "I am not going alone, I am going with my ancestor," Yangjin added. But is your ancestor capable?" Juwoo was still a little worried. Twilight fell. Jin sat on top of Yangjin's head and spoke. "The sun must be rising in the west. To think the day would come when you'd volunteer to catch a yokai. I cannot just sit here and die, can I?" Yangjin replied coldly. "That is my grandson," Jin said, patting his head with satisfaction. Passed through an alley and arrived at the abandoned shop. "This is it." "Huh?" Yangjin was dazed. "As expected, this place is full of evil energy. You must be careful," Jin reminded him. "Can you really find him?" "I can hear him. Try calling out to see if he answers." As soon as he stepped inside, Yangjin smelled a foul odor. "Ah, what's that smell?" "Jaeon Doking, answer if you are in there," he shouted. The surroundings were suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, Jin saw something flicker behind him. Yangjin. "My grandson," Jin warned. "Get out of here right now," but it was too late. As Yangjin tried to turn, he stepped on something mushy under his foot. Everything around him suddenly changed, leaving him dazed. On reflex, he reached his hand back, but his left hand would not obey. It was frozen and would not move. In this critical situation, Jin saw that he wasn't reacting at all, while Yangjin was trembling. Before he could even lift the sword, tentacles rushed in and wrapped tightly around his arm. Other tentacles attacked all at once, and he could only close his eyes helplessly and let it happen. Swish! Just then, a blade flashed and sliced the tentacles in two. It was Doking. He had saved him just in time. "You idiot," he said sarcastically, glaring at Yangjin. "I told you not to come inside." After speaking, Doking grabbed Yangjin by the collar and dragged him away. The sudden movement sent Jin flying. He was immediately captured by other tentacles. "Grandpa?" Youngjin shouted in fear. Something enormous was rising from within the shop. A grandmother's voice echoed. "You bastard, how dare you betray me?" A strange seal suddenly appeared on Dokyung's neck, growing clearer and clearer. He curled his lip and laughed triumphantly. From now on he grabbed Youngjin by the collar and ran, his face filled with excitement. "I am free." On the rooftop was the ghost-possessed Dokyung. He laughed strangely as he dragged Youngjin along. "Youngjin, did you see the look on that old hag's face?" He bared his sharp teeth. As he continued to struggle, Dokyung turned and snapped. "Hey, stop struggling. I just saved you. Cannot you understand when I am being nice? Do you want a beating?" He dropped Youngjin, and a pile of construction materials collapsed. Dokyung jumped down and quickly ran to him. Youngjin lay helplessly in the hazy dust, coughing. Dokyung stood with his hands in his pockets looking down at him coldly. A single die fell. Dokyung covered it with a cup. Instantly, countless other cups appeared, surrounding Youngjin. "What is this?" he asked, flustered. "What do you think?" Dokyung laughed arrogantly. "We agreed to bet our lives, did not we?" The die began to move between the cups at a dizzying speed. Youngjin was getting dizzy. "Go on, guess," Dokyung commanded, amused. "How am I supposed to guess this?" But as if he had made up his mind, Youngjin placed his hand on one of the cups. He slowly lifted it. Thankfully, the steaming die was right inside. All the other cups instantly disappeared. Dokyung was frozen. What? How did he get it right? The odds were 1 in 100. "I won." Youngjin looked up at him, sighing in relief. "Best 2 out of 3. The winner is the one who wins 2 rounds first." Dokyung suddenly changed his words. "Why are you suddenly changing the rules?" "Because I want to," he answered bluntly, taking out another die. "This time the one with the higher number wins. I'll go first." "Why do you always do whatever you want?" Youngjin grumbled. The die stopped. "It was a 6. It is a 6, Youngjin said. He shouted in annoyance. "Who told you to change the rules like that? I won the last round, so I am not playing." But his left hand unconsciously moved down and grabbed the die. "What are you doing?" Dokyung asked, unable to understand. Youngjin was flustered and tightly grabbed his left wrist with his right hand. "I told you I am not playing. Stop it." His left hand still would not listen and threw the die on the ground. "Wait, I did not do that," he explained hastily. "You threw it." Dokyung laughed triumphantly. "Your die will be a 1 anyway, so I win." But the situation took an unexpected turn. Crack! Youngjin's left hand shattered the die. The two stared blankly at the scattered pieces on the ground. They read the number on the largest piece. "It is a 7. You cheated, did not you?" Dokyung growled in anger. "You lost." "How did I lose?" Youngjin provoked him calmly. "It could have been a 6. You broke it." "There was no rule against breaking it," Youngjin argued. "You should have said so beforehand. That is an unspoken rule. By your logic, there was no rule about playing best of 3 either. I already won the last round." Dokyung twisted his lips into a sneer, then covered his face and laughed out loud. "I guess I'll have to beat you up." Black energy radiated from his palm. "Right, that ghost did not say I had to bring him back in one piece. As long as he is breathing, it is fine." As soon as the thought was finished, Dokyung vanished from the spot. He rushed toward Youngjin like lightning, throwing a punch with a vicious face. Youngjin was flustered but quickly came to his senses. He brought his hand to the back of his neck, pulled out the sword his ancestor had lent him, and swung it decisively at Dokyung. The sword embedded itself in the ground due to inertia, and with the incredible speed of a possessed person, Dokyung easily stepped back and dodged it. He was extremely surprised that Youngjin could react so quickly. Youngjin gripped the sword tightly, but he could not control it. The sword lifted forward on its own. "What? When did I lift the sword?" Dokyung's sharp voice growled. He demanded fiercely, "You are not an ordinary human, are you? Why did not you say so sooner?" The sword moved unconsciously again, pointing straight at him. A different voice flowed from Youngjin's mouth. "I'll cut off your head, you damn bastard." Dokyung was enraged. "Hey, I did not say that." Youngjin hurriedly tried to explain and buy time. "Wait, if you do not accept the loss, let us play one more round," he forced himself to answer. "This is not fun anymore, you punk." Youngjin was scared. He offered a condition. "In that case, for the round I won fair and square, give Dokyung back." "That damn Dokyung again," he growled. "I told you. That bastard died a long time ago." Hearing that, Youngjin's world went dark. "You said you'd give him back if I won." He had caught Youngjin's weakness and sneered triumphantly. "Fine, if you want, I'll give this corpse back for you to hold a funeral." He unleashed his true power, "But you have to beat me first." Dokyung charged fiercely at Youngjin. Swish! A net gun was aimed straight at him and fired. A 7-colored rainbow net flew out, captured Dokyung and slammed him to the ground. "What is this?" The net was effective, and the ghost screamed in pain. Youngjin looked bewildered in the direction the net had come from. "He just changed the rules even if you won," Juwoo said, holding the gun. Beside him, Hisa called out worriedly, "Youngjin, how did you know to come here?" Youngjin asked blankly. "Flip your collar over," Juwoo smiled. Youngjin did as he was told and saw a small device attached to it. "What is this?" "It is a tracking device," Juwoo explained. "Sorry if it is creepy, but I was worried. I told you the way, but this is too dangerous. How could I let you fight alone?" More importantly, he held out a sword. "My swordsmanship is better than yours." Youngjin, hurry up and cast the spell, like last time, Hisa urged. Flustered, "Cast what spell?" Suddenly, 2 giant dice cups appeared in the sky. They fell and covered Juwoo and Hisa, making a sound that shook the heavens. Youngjin looked up in horror at Dokyung floating in the air. He descended, bowed his head and spat out a curse. "You damn bastard." He lifted his head to reveal 2 gleaming ghostly eyes. "I told you to come alone." Youngjin was terrified. "But that is okay." Doking spread his clawed hands and softened his voice. This is more fun. He created one more cup and waved his hand, casting a spell. The 3 cups moved back and forth continuously, much faster than before. Then they stood in a line. What are you doing? Youngjin asked, trembling. Only one box is empty, he said coldly, then swiped his hand over one of the cups. This one. It is no use. Once you are trapped, you are completely cut off from the outside world. Inside the cup, a terrified Hisa called out to Youngjin. Youngjin, what is this? We are trapped again, Juwoo shouted. Now, Doking stood before the 2 cups and commanded Youngjin, choose one of them. What? You have to save at least one, he coaxed. Do not worry, just pick one. I'll take care of the one you choose so quickly they will not even know they've logged out, he smirked, his lips curling into a sneer. Poor Youngjin, they came here to save you. And now they are going to die by your hand, the gambling ghost mocked. Youngjin remained frozen to the spot, glaring at the 2 giant dice cups. Let them go, Youngjin growled. You said you only wanted my life. I do not want to, the ghost snapped back immediately. It stretched its grotesque face into a wide grin. Why should I listen to you? I could have finished you off from the start. I just enjoy a good bet. It forced the choice again. Now who will you save first? Choose quickly before they suffocate in there. The word suffocate made Youngjin jump in horror. What's there to be surprised about? Where would the air come from in a sealed box like that? Inside, Juwoo and Hisa were finding it harder and harder to breathe. The more you hesitate, your friends will. The ghost pretended to choke, taunting Youngjin. End up strangling themselves. Youngjin's face darkened. He could not move, unsure what to do for a moment. Look at that face. You should have been scared from the start, the ghost sneered inwardly. This feels so satisfying, you bastard. It tapped the right cup, giving a subtle hint. Should I give you a hint? The girl is in this one. Then it laughed maniacally again. It was a truly volatile situation. Suddenly a voice echoed in Youngjin's mind. Kill that thing. His eyes turned red. But thinking of the real Dokyung's safety, he tried to resist the command. No, if I do that, Dokyung will. He turned his gaze to the cups. Should I just cut the boxes? But what if I hurt them? A dragon's eye burned red in Youngjin's mind. His hand unconsciously gripped the sword and his legs moved on their own, rushing forward out of his control. The sword was drawn back, taking a stance. The gambling ghost was startled and frightened by his decisive action. Youngjin, channeling the dragon's power, unleashed a devastating blow at the 2 cups. The cups shattered into pieces, but surprisingly, Juwoo and Hisa, who were inside, were completely unharmed. Instead, it was the gambling ghost that took the blow. A deep gash appeared on its chest, flashing with red light. Only then did Youngjin realize this sword only cuts evil things. I really thought I was going to die that time. Juwoo collapsed onto the ground in terror, clutching his stomach. He patted himself all over, but strangely there wasn't a single scratch. He looked back and could not believe his eyes. The ghost's main body was collapsed on the floor. He quickly turned on his camera and scanned the frequency. Just as he thought, it was an incredibly strong magnetic field. Hey, what are you doing? Youngjin urged. Hurry up and take Dokyung. The ghost lifted its head and stared at him in disbelief. It froze when it saw the image reflected in Youngjin's eyes. A huge, intimidating dragon was enveloping him. Jin carried Dokyung on his back and Hisa and Juwoo followed Youngjin. Hurry, go on ahead, he answered. I'll finish things here and catch up. It is more dangerous if you are with me. Let us go, Hisa chimed in. We'll only get in the way. Look at that thing's condition. Youngjin clearly has the upper hand. The ghost pushed itself up with its arms, gritting its teeth in rage. Swish, a blow from the air struck its body. Youngjin kept swinging the sword and the ghost could only groan and take the hit. Seeing the blade right before its eyes, the ghost suddenly snapped to its senses. This cannot be happening. It recalled the image of the faceless ghost. The seal on its forehead suddenly glowed, emitting a strange purple energy. The ghost itself did not understand what was happening. Veins bulged on its arms and its body began to transform bizarrely. Its eyes burned purple and it threw its head back, slamming it hard on the ground. Everything happened so fast that Youngjin could only stand and watch. Not understanding what was happening, the ghost let out pained gasps. A memory suddenly surfaced in its mind. Bring him back alive, the faceless ghost had ordered. He was staring intently at a strange jar connected to a tube. Why do not you go get him yourself? The grandmother had snapped. He placed the jar back and said slowly, if I could capture him myself, I would not have bothered coming to this cesspool. At his words, the grandmother broke out in a cold sweat. You disrespectful bastard, you had this planned all along. The faceless ghost paid her no mind, summoning 2 talismans into his hand. I have already prepared everything needed. He flicked his hand, sending the 2 talismans flying. They drew bizarre arcs of magical energy, one embedding itself in the grandmother's forehead, the other in Dokyung's neck. The talismans immediately became one with their bodies, emitting a purple glow as if taking root around the neck. Ah! Dokyung cried out in pain, clutching his neck. What are you doing? Black energy condensed in his hand, transforming into a horrific arm with sharp claws. What is this? Dokyung was horrified. In an instant his whole body was affected. The whites of his eyes were now stained purple. He suddenly sensed a power he had never felt before. A brilliant light erupting from the side drew his attention. The grandmother's severed arm was growing back. She trembled, trying to suppress the new power. Her power was enveloped in an orange glow, and it was much stronger than his. The faceless ghost did not care, turning toward the door and leaving with a single remark, the deadline is tomorrow. That night, amidst the city lights, Dokyung rushed through an alley searching for someone. Where did he disappear to? He gritted his teeth in anger. The faceless ghost moved like the wind, appearing right behind him. Looking for me? Doking glanced sideways, then turned his head to look straight at the mask. Who in the world are you? He wasn't afraid at all. You are the one who changed the grandmother's spell, right? What is this power? After 3 disrespectful questions, the faceless ghost answered. His red pupils were filled with contempt. Why should I answer the questions of someone like you? The wind brushed past and he was suddenly behind him before walking deeper into the alley. Wait, Doking called out urgently. The deal about that deal. He looked at the faceless ghost back and blurted out, make a separate one with me. No, he answered immediately. The faceless ghost turned, covering his mouth and sneering. To be honest, I do not trust lowly demons like you. You are weaker than your master, are not you? That woman is not my master, Doking shouted. I was just forced to make a contract with her because of circumstances. What does that have to do with me? The faceless ghost said coldly. The condition of the deal is to bring Youngjin back alive. I do not care who does it, as long as he is brought back alive. Doking placed a hand on his chest. I promise, my body is free so I can move much faster. That house is the grandmother's main body so she cannot leave it. I am the only one who can act, so give me the power you gave her too. I will definitely capture that bastard for you. His determination seemed to have moved the faceless ghost. If you want, I can give you more power. I am just afraid you will not be able to handle it. I can handle it, Doking shouted. Instantly, a black talisman flew to his forehead, quickly sinking into his flesh. Extreme pain washed over him, and a sinister energy overwhelmed him, forcing him to his knees and making him scream desperately. Tisk, I knew you would not listen, the faceless ghost said nonchalantly. A filthy, lowly demon trembling like that, yet daring to covet a higher power. He suddenly paused. Doking staggered to his feet, the seal on his forehead perfectly fused with his body. A strange voice flowed from his mouth. You said you'd grant any request. The talisman on his neck also took effect. I just have to bring him back, right? Doking's face turned cold as if completely dominated by the evil power. He declared ambitiously, what I want is freedom. Back in the present, the ghost had taken complete control of Doking's body. It had dramatically turned the tables. Suddenly it rushed at Youngjin with incredible speed and choked him. The grip was so strong that it put him on the defensive. Youngjin swung the greatsword, aiming straight for the ghost's head. The ghost quickly let go and shot up into the air, dodging the attack on the ground. Youngjin clutched his throat in pain, coughing violently. The ghost looked down on him with a contemptuous expression. You idiots. How long did it take? The ghost muttered, tilting its head as it calculated. 3 minutes, 4? It bared its teeth in a sinister smile. The time it takes to stop breathing and die, I mean. The same time elsewhere. Are you okay? Ju asked Hisa with concern. Let me help you up. Hisa only called Doking's name. Her voice trembled before his pale cold arm, she said. Doking, he has stopped breathing. Ju was horrified at her words. He immediately started performing CPR on Doking. Where could the soul be? The ghost narrowed its eyes in amusement. What you took with you is just an empty shell. It laughed loudly. A frantic laugh that mocked Ju and Hisu's desperate efforts, planning to hold a funeral. Ah, the soul. A thought flashed through Youngjin's mind. He turned, gritted his teeth, and ran with all his might toward the antique shop. But the ghost was faster. It blocked his path like the wind, its purple eyes flashing. Wish had landed a devastating kick on his stomach. Where do you think you are going? Youngjin was sent flying, hitting a wall so hard it cracked. This power is hard to control. The ghost landed, baring its sharp teeth. But you cannot die. My mission is to capture you alive. Youngjin sat amidst the rubble, enduring the pain. He gripped the sword tightly in his left hand. He commanded, kill that thing. As the dust cleared, Youngjin's blazing red eyes were revealed. He rushed forward like an arrow and slashed horizontally, and the ghost immediately leaped up to dodge. Looking slightly surprised and enraged, Youngjin stomped his foot to set his stance and then shot up at a speed the eye could not follow. Swish, the blow sliced right through the center of the ghost's chest. It howled, gathering dark power into its fist and bringing it down like a meteor, aiming straight for Youngjin. He used all his strength, his face drenched in sweat, to raise the sword and block, but the force of the punch was too strong. He was sent flying straight to the ground, and the sword embedded itself deep into the pavement, cracking it. The ghost landed lightly, looking angered by the wound. Purple light began to seep from the wound, and the seal on its forehead glowed. It has been bothering me for a while, the ghost growled, looking at the strange power emanating from Youngjin's left arm. What in the world is that? None of your business, Youngjin answered coldly, panting for breath. I was wondering why that masked bastard was looking for you. The ghost glanced sideways at him. Its pupils glinted. So there was a reason. Elsewhere, Juwoo was still attempting CPR. Doking, Juwoo, do not tell me, Hisa was terrified. Doking's soul is still. Stop it, a voice cut her off, and the two looked up in surprise at the person who had just arrived. A man wearing a shirt and an earring was approaching. Are you trying to break his ribs? Why are you pressing so hard? Back at the fight, Youngjin attacked again. The ghost leaned back to dodge. The pain from its arm made it falter for a moment. Losing its balance, he almost fell but spun the sword, aiming for the ghost's head. The blade touched its neck. The ghost was slightly frightened, but just then his strength ran out. The sword faltered and then fell. Youngjin collapsed to his knees, his body trembling non-stop, but his eyes were still filled with determination. The ghost lifted a foot and stomped hard where he had just been. Luckily, Youngjin rolled away in time. He knelt on the ground, shaking, using the last of his strength to plunge the sword into the ground to support himself. Youngjin glanced at the sword. He struggled to get up, his gaze showing no signs of giving up. At this rate, I am going to die before I can take this guy down. The ghost tilted its head, observing Youngjin's staggering body. This kid looks like he is possessed by something. Left hand. Youngjin's left hand thrusted the sword forward on its own, pulling his entire body with it. The ghost rushed in too, but its eyes seemed to hold a different thought. Suddenly it released the power in its clawed hand and the energy surrounding it vanished. Yangjin was surprised. The ghost suddenly struck his chest hard with its other hand and the ancient characters on its forehead appeared again. I knew it. It smiled sinisterly, having confirmed its suspicion. Yangjin was sent flying far away, the ground cracking beneath his back. His right side has no power at all, the ghost thought to itself. It laughed with contempt. Hey, it called to the fallen Yangjin. I do not know what kind of strange thing is attached to your left side, but it does not seem to suit that pathetically weak body of yours, does it? Yangjin opened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he barely managed to push himself up. Wait, he cried out urgently. But in an instant the ghost was right beside him, grabbing his right arm tightly. Look at this, the ghost stared at him with contempt. Your right side is as weak as a wet noodle. Yangjin froze. Ah, he screamed in pain as the ghost easily broke his right arm. The sword fell from his left hand and the ghost stomped hard on his body. It pressed his left hand into the ground. Who told you to resist? You deserve this, it said, twisting its foot on Yangjin's left hand. Its eyes glinted and it bared its sharp teeth. All right, now it is this damn left hand's turn. Its foot pressed down. Ah, Yangjin's face contorted as he cried out. Red energy erupted from his broken left hand and flowed into his right arm. His right arm miraculously healed. Before the ghost could understand what had happened, the sword shot past its head like an arrow. The hilt was gripped firmly in Yangjin's right hand. Tu glanced at the arm that had just been healed. It was filled with surprise. As Yangjin's right hand brandished the sword, both of his eyes were filled with killing intent. But before he could even attack, an object flew in and embedded itself squarely in the demon's neck. The demon flew powerlessly and crashed into the stone pillar of a nearby building. A single arrow, glowing with a pure white light, was firmly embedded in the demon's body. I'll send you to the next world. Yangjin could not believe his eyes. He turned his head toward the person who had just attacked. From high up on the edge of another tall building, the faint figure of a person holding a bow with white hair mixed with red was visible, and that person was staring straight at Yangjin. The mysterious masked figure, the faceless ghost, had his hands clasped behind his back. Damn it, he cursed inwardly with anger. This has gotten even more troublesome. On the other side, a handsome young man with golden eyes and an earring smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up. He ordered Juwu in a cold voice. Move. Who are you? Juwu was stunned. The young man did not answer, focusing only on checking Dokyung's condition. Hey, what are you trying to do? Juwu shouted, seeing him about to touch his friend. From high up, the faceless ghost formed a hand seal and a brilliant blue flame erupted. Excuse me. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. At the same time, the flame from his hand flew away with a whoosh below. The young man with the earring suddenly furrowed his brow and hesitated. A single tear suddenly rolled down Dokyung's pale face. Look over there, the young man shouted. Dokyung, Hisa and Juwu called out in concern. As soon as they finished speaking, Dokyung bent over, made a retching sound, and his eyes snapped open. He turned and vomited violently. Are you really Dokyung? Juwu asked suspiciously, patting his back. It is really him, the young man with the earring suddenly spoke. Hey you. Juwu turned and was about to say something, but the young man was already turning to leave. It is late, hurry home. He waved his hand in farewell. Juwu, Hisa called. Please take care of Dokyung. I'll leave it to me. She suddenly stopped, recalling Yangjin's warning. Run, the longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. At an abandoned building, the red-haired girl with a sharp gaze holding a bow and arrow was none other than the god of the earthly branch, Yu. Yangjin swallowed, his eyes wide as he stared at her. Suddenly, a beam of light condensed, transformed into an arrow on her bow. The deity leaned back and drew the bowstring taut, and a brilliant light burst forth. 1,000-mile sight. As the arrow flew like a shot, Yangjin's feet immediately caught fire and he soared into the air, dodging the arrow by a hair's breadth. But before he could collect himself, another arrow pierced his shoulder, and the strong impact sent him flying, crashing hard against a wall. The deity landed lightly in front, furrowing her brow at the arrow and muttering, What? I clearly heard it was in his left arm. Clang, Yangjin dropped the sword in his hand to the ground, and he suddenly gripped the arrow in his shoulder and pulled it out forcefully. A crimson flame from his hand instantly burned the arrow to ash. The flame shot like a dart and enveloped the sword on the ground, and Yangjin snatched the sword and unleashed a powerful strike at the deity. She leaned back and barely dodged it, but far from being afraid, she smiled, filled with excitement. After a few somersaults in the air, she stopped in a cloud of dust. As Yangjin lifted his head, his face was like a demon's, both eyes pitch black, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a ghastly grin. The deity raised her eyebrows and looked at him as if at interesting prey. So it is the left arm. Elsewhere, Jin was tied tightly to a wall. The faceless ghost was sitting beside him, keeping watch, tears streaming from his eyes, filled with hatred as he thought of Yangjin. How dare you do this to me? Suddenly, the shadow of a person holding a cigarette appeared behind the door. Who's there? The faceless ghost asked in a low voice. The person just calmly flicked the ash from his cigarette. He had an earring and the corners of his mouth were turned up in a confident smile. Are you with that brat too? Ha! The faceless ghost stood up, his voice sounding like it was echoing from hell. Think whatever you want. The young man shrugged his shoulders. Then I'll have to take you hostage. Fine, come in if you are so confident. As soon as he finished speaking, the faceless ghost immediately transformed into a horrific form, and tentacles shot out from his body, wrapping tightly around the young man. If you keep being impudent, I'll kill you, he threatened, squeezing the young man's arm. The young man nonchalantly took a drag of his cigarette. Is that all you have got? Being ignored, the faceless ghost grew so angry his eyes turned red, and he growled, You son of a bitch, I'll tear you to shreds. Bang, he rushed straight at the young man, and a cloud of dust billowed up before quickly dissipating. The faceless ghost was shocked. The young man was standing there unharmed and put out his cigarette. Scattered around him were the shredded pieces of the tentacles. "Are you done with your tricks?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "You, who are you? How?" The faceless ghost stammered as if unable to believe his eyes. The young man's lips curled up. "Me?" He yanked down his earring, and it immediately transformed into a blazing Ruyi Jingu Bang. "I am none other than Sun Wukong." Wukong gripped the Ruyi Jingu Bang tightly, transformed it into a sharp spear, and then brought it down powerfully on the faceless ghost. An explosion that seemed to shatter the sky erupted. "Oh, I think they are setting off fireworks," nearby residents murmured. Sun Wukong took out his phone and snapped a picture. He smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up as he triumphantly recorded the moment the sky exploded from the blast he had created. From a high place, the streaks of light from the fireworks painted a beautiful scene, but the sight below was the complete opposite. The city walls had crumbled and dust was thick in the air. Amidst the ruins was the figure of a brown-haired boy holding a spear. He bent down to pick up a bag that had fallen on the ground. The sound of a few sobs caught his attention. The brown-haired boy turned his head. Still not dead, an arm full of scratches was tightly hugging something. Before him was a monster covered in wounds, its clothes torn, and it was clutching something in its hand, wailing incessantly. "My children, oh no, I could not protect you." Its voice trembled and its eyes were filled with tears. "I am sorry." Suddenly the tip of a spear came down hard on its head. He looked at it coldly, his voice filled with contempt. "Think you are human? You are just a lump of resentment." He looked up and glanced at a strange sight. Jin was pinned under a large rock. Only his two small legs were showing. The boy was surprised and went over to lift the rock, seeing Jin lying there motionless. On the other hand, Youngjin's gaze was filled with killing intent. He gripped his spear tightly and charged quickly at the deity Yu. The powerful blow cracked the ground. She soared into the air with all her might to dodge it. Just as that deity said, "Black Dragon." She looked down at the murderous Youngjin. Suddenly Youngjin came to his senses, and the black light in his eyes slowly faded. At this moment the deity Yu had already drawn her bow and was aiming straight at him. "Chain arrow," she shouted loudly. The arrow flew and lodged itself straight into Youngjin's arm. Before he could even collect himself, chains began to appear from where the arrow was embedded. "Ah!" Youngjin screamed in pain. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around his arm, embedding themselves in a nearby pillar and then deep into the ground. The deity Yu held two long iron rods in her hands and struck them together, creating a grating sound. Red light emanated from the two iron rods, and then one of them transformed into a sharp sword. "Are you right-handed?" "Right?" she asked in a gentle voice. She brought the sword close to Youngjin's shoulder. He was dazed. "Then that is a relief. I'll cut and cauterize it at the same time. Just bear with it for a moment." "Wait a minute," he said, his eyes wide, and he hurriedly tried to stop her. Suddenly she stopped at the sound of a familiar call. "Deity Yu." This commanding tone belonged to Jin. She slowly turned her head, gritting her teeth. Before her was Jin, but in the form of a small dog. "Youngjin, put the sword down now," he commanded. Immediately Youngjin's hand holding the sword trembled and he dropped the weapon to the ground. The deity Yu could not help but be surprised. "Does it hurt a lot?" Jin asked in a gentle voice. "Youngjin, the Jin of today is not the one we knew," the deity Yu thought to herself. "Still do not plan on stopping." The brown-haired boy suddenly approached. The corners of his mouth turned up. "Why are you attacking an innocent civilian?" "A civilian?" The deity Yu was surprised. His arm was almost cut off. "Neither deity Mi nor deity Ya are here." She hurriedly backed away and retrieved the chains. "Youngjin." Jin hurriedly called his name. The brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow and looked at Jin, then turned back to the other creature that was trying to escape. "Oh, is that one not dealt with yet?" The deity Yu turned her head in surprise. She quickly drew her bow and aimed at the bizarrely shaped creature. "Ah, save me," it screamed in fear, its eyes welling with tears. "It is all that grandmother's fault." As soon as it finished speaking, an arrow flew and lodged itself right in the middle of its forehead. "This damn old hag," it screamed with resentment, then shattered and disappeared into the air. A bundle of talismans fell to the ground, but the characters on them also slowly faded. The wind blew and swept everything away, leaving only two arrows lying there. "Strange," the deity Yu said, puzzled. "Why could a minor demon still move after being hit by a divine weapon?" The brown-haired young man threw out a teasing remark. "Weren't you just hitting it too lightly?" She did not reply and got straight to the point. "Do not you think something is very strange? Why have the yokai that were originally in hiding suddenly appeared here?" Hearing that, the brown-haired young man also paused, putting a cigarette in his mouth and becoming lost in thought. He glanced at Youngjin and Jin. "I think that is the reason right there." Slapped Jin in his human form, slapped Youngjin hard across the cheek. "Does not the timing seem too perfect?" the brown-haired young man said. She also turned her head to look at him. She bent down and lightly touched Jin, his dog form. "Hey old man, stop hitting him. It has been a while since we have met and you keep ignoring me." Jin glanced at the brown-haired young man and smiled lightly. "We feel slighted." Before long, darkness fell and a new day dawned in a small room. The brown-haired young man and the deity Yu sat properly in front of Jin. "Now speak," the deity Yu commanded. She glanced at Youngjin, who was lying unconscious on the bed. "Who is that child?" "My grandson," Jin answered. "Have you gone crazy since becoming a dog?" Brown-haired young man burst out laughing. "That is your body." Jin was silent for a moment before speaking. "That is right, but I do not know the full story either. After the seal was broken, I only know that I woke up in this body. A new self has formed in my body, and it can move and even speak on its own." The deity Yu's eyes widened. "What? I do not know if it is because the chakra was opened beforehand," Jin continued. "But minor demons kept attacking. In the process, the self of the body gradually weakened. I tried to go back in, but the body only accepted the black dragon and rejected me." Jin, in his dog form, frowned. "Hey, I tried a few more times after that, but they all failed. No way, the brown-haired young man marveled. So after the seal was broken, the deity Yu concluded, you woke up in a dog's body and your real body has a different self and it even stole your power? This does not seem like your doing, Jin said warily. What does it have to do with us? The deity Yu gritted her teeth. Logic, the brown-haired young man suddenly interjected. Why do not you think of it that way in that case? Jin growled with furious eyes. Why did you seal me? Does that fit with the logic you are talking about? At these words, the two were at a loss. He does not seem to remember anything, the deity Yu thought. Just as deity Jamie said, he does not remember anything. She lowered her head, not showing her emotions. If that is the case, then just live like that. She lifted her head, and her two crimson eyes stared at him intently. That way I can kill you at any time. Then will you kill me even if I am human? Jin asked. If you are doing this just because of my origins. The brown-haired young man patted Jin's head. There was a smile on his lips, but his words were full of threat. After saying this much, you should probably take a hint. This time Jin was silent. He recalled the celestial god's words. I can tear you to shreds and seal you again at any time. Are you kidding? Annoyed, Jin tried to bite his hand. Ouch, the brown-haired young man quickly pulled his hand back. Have you really become a dog? All right, then I will not ask any more, Jin said coldly. Instead, would you do me a favor? You want me to help you? Find a book that perfectly records the history after the Great War. What's the book for? The brown-haired young man had a look of incomprehension. It would be faster to just look it up on YouTube. Looking at the state of this house, you probably do not have a computer. He looked around the room. I do not know if you have Wi-Fi. He held out an iPad in front of Jin. Turn on the data with this and look it up. Ask your grandson how to use it, he added. But you probably will not find what you are looking for. Do you know what I am trying to find to say that? Jin was annoyed. You are trying to find out about the gods of the earthly branches, are not you? The brown-haired young man said bluntly. It does not exist. The era we lived in, he began to speak with a secretive expression, even the moment you were sealed. And everything after that, it has all been erased from history. There are no records of the 12 gods anywhere. Jin froze at the words the brown-haired guy spat out. He asserted that we had been erased from history. Because of some dragon, time passed and the sky grew dark. Yu sighed and said, stop talking nonsense. The brown-haired guy mimicked the words Yu had just said, even her expression. Just live like that. That way I can kill you at any time. Shut up. Yu was so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a hole. If you had dared to say that in the old days you would have been crushed by the red dragon. The guy sneered. HMPH, you dared to pat Jin's head too. That is a dog. He must be a bit scared now since he has no power. But what do we do about that child now? I cannot separate the black dragon. Besides, it seems to have spread throughout his body. She turned pale and shouted loudly. Then is only his head left? What do we do? Yu was in despair. Are we going to be hated by humans from now on? Cannot we just get rid of Jin? The guy offered a solution and quickly turned his body. While he is weak, I'll go and take care of him. Do not be so confident. Yu quickly grabbed him, her eyes wary as she gritted her teeth. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he'll do? Lord Ya said to just watch for now since he cannot be separated either. All right, he replied. There is going to be a lot more involving Jin from now on, so you handle it and report back to Lord Ya. The brown-haired guy ducked into the car. Shall we head straight to your residence? The driver asked. Yeah, so he never planned on fighting Jin from the start, you finally realized. Hey, give me a ride to Hongdi in the middle of the night. 3 a.m. Jin was still staring intently at his motionless grandson. The dog frowned and the person lay still. Finally, Youngjin spoke. What are you staring at? Why are you up so early? Who could sleep with you staring like that? Youngjin, Jin called, his face serious. I must reprimand you. Why did you use the sword with your left hand? It will bring you harm. Do not do it again. Did not you say that power wasn't harmful? That left arm is not yours. What I mean is, do not rely on it too much. Just the left arm? Youngjin recalled how his ancestor had used his power to take over his body. Right, is my body your shell? So you heard everything? Jin was impressed but remained calm. That is why I said it was dangerous. The most dangerous one here is you, Grandpa. Youngjin raised his voice, cutting him off, clenching his fists in suppressed anger. You did not save me. You let me get to the brink of death so you could try to take this body. You said ghosts were after this body, but the most dangerous ghost is right here beside me. That is not it. It is true I lied to you at first, but just at first, Youngjin hit the nail on the head. Is not the story about the left arm a lie too? At Hisu's shrine at school you had plenty of chances. You are only being honest now because you got caught. Do you think I am an idiot? I wasn't sure myself, so I needed time to think. Time to think. Youngjin cut him off again. We have never once talked about this seriously. What do you want from me? Do you want this body? Jin frowned and remained silent for a long moment before speaking. To be precise, that is not your body. The dog stared intently at Youngjin, its eyes shining brightly. It is my body. And originally, Jin began coldly, you were not supposed to exist. A horrific scene came to mind. A man wept and reprimanded him. Your parents died because of you. Behind him, countless others wailed in agony. You should have never been born. Youngjin's body stiffened as unease and fear washed over him. The clock on the wall showed 3:25 a.m. You said this is your body, right? Youngjin asked Jin. In that case, Youngjin continued coldly, this is my house. Without another word, he picked up the dog, put it outside, and slammed the door shut. Get out of my house now. Jin could only stand there speechless. Outside, alert rain began to fall while Youngjin slept soundly in his warm bed. Before long the rain grew heavier and the sound of it pattering on the roof woke him up. Why does it have to rain now of all times, he grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head in annoyance. Feeling uneasy, Youngjin opened the door and went outside. He was surprised to see Jin still curled up there. Seeing him sitting forlornly in the rain, he quietly tried to close the door, but a voice made him pause. I have nowhere to go. Youngjin stood behind the crack in the door, silent. I am sorry for what I said earlier, Jin said, full of remorse. It is your body now. I have no intention of doing anything, so you do not have to worry. Youngjin's heart wavered slightly. He lowered his head and turned back inside. The next morning, after a long and tiring night, Youngjin woke up and removed the medical bandages from his body. He stood before the mirror, touching his arm, and a smile crept onto his lips. Even a monster is not this tough. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he was horrified to see the dog's 2 paws stepping on the new tablet on his bed. Hey, get off! He rushed over and pushed Jin aside. How rude, the dog grumbled. But Youngjin paid no mind. All his attention was now on the tablet. Where did you get this? Those people from yesterday gave it to me. They gave you this instead of a book. That is right. They said I could watch historical records if I opened something called YouTube. They said you'd know how to use it. Seeing Youngjin unable to take his eyes off the tablet, Jin noticed. You like this, do not you? I'll give it to you right away if you just show me that YouTube thing. Really? Youngjin was surprised. On one condition. What is it? Jin glared at him fiercely, then made a very simple request. Prepare breakfast. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin's stomach rumbled. At school, Youngjin heard his friends whispering about Doking. I heard he is going around apologizing to everyone. Apologizing for what? Wasn't he just practicing his acting? There is also a rumor that Doking beat up some bullies. What on earth happened? Youngjin wondered. Does he remember everything that happened while his soul was out? In another classroom, Doking was bowing his head and apologizing to a friend. You bet 50,000 won and I almost got my jaw dislocated. When did I ever get hit? I do not remember. Oh, Doking kept waving his hands in denial. Everyone is willing to forgive him, Youngjin thought. He must have gotten a role where he finds the light and attains enlightenment, a female student said. So this is the importance of image management, Youngjin thought. I told you so, said the chubby friend in his class. As soon as Youngjin sat down, Juwoo asserted. Doking's body was taken by a villain from another world, but after a series of events the guy was driven out and Doking came back. At that moment in the classroom, Doking was standing by the window scouring his phone. Year 2, Class 3. 2 people left. Who is it this time? Juwoo asked curiously from behind. Doking ran off in a hurry, calling out a name. Kim Sonwoo. Ja was surprised. Juwoo went to the classroom door, crossed his arms, and watched Doking's back, cheering him on. Run faster. Doking, go and apologize to everyone. Being too nice is a crime, Juwoo retorted. Hey, it is not Doking's fault, she reprimanded, gritting her teeth. Why does he have to do that? It is because that damn class president wannabe went around cursing people. It is not just because of that, Juwoo defended. It is because he was jealous, Ja blamed. He was jealous, that is true. Kim Sonwoo, that guy. Before Juwoo could finish, Ja left him and hurried after Doking. Hey Doking, you cannot apologize to that guy. Juwoo stared blankly, then muttered the words he had not finished. He put chocolate in your desk drawer on White Day and you ate it with Doking in Class 2. As Doking slowly entered, all eyes turned to him. It is Doking. Sonwoo, who was huddled in a corner, was terrified when he heard the name. It is over. Everyone's going to ostracize me from now on. But his thoughts were cut short when Doking called out. Sonwoo, who had been covering his head in fear, lowered his hands at the call. Doking was standing right beside his desk. As Sonwoo looked up, he spoke gently. I am sorry it took me so long to remember everything. Hearing the apology, tears welled up in Sonwoo's eyes. I could not remember even though I chose you myself, Class President Doking called out with a warm smile. At his sincere call, Sonwoo could no longer hold back. He winced, buried his head in his desk and sobbed. I am sorry, Doking, it is okay. Doking placed a hand gently on his shoulder. He patted him comfortingly. Ja, who had just arrived at the classroom door, witnessed the entire scene from outside. In her eyes, Doking seemed to be glowing with a halo, and it moved her heart. She recalled a conversation she had with him before. Hey, what are you doing? Memorizing the names and faces of everyone in our class, he had replied sweetly. I borrowed this from the teacher as the vice president. Wow, you are amazing, she had casually remarked, and Doking had suddenly paused. Oh, he said, looking at Youngjin's picture and date of birth. It is Youngjin's birthday soon. After speaking, he turned to her and smiled. That bright, sunny smile left a deep impression on her heart. Doking, are you really an angel? Inside the classroom, Ja placed a carton of milk on Youngjin's desk. This is for you. Youngjin, who was fiddling with his phone, looked up in surprise at the milk, then back at her. Ja shyly turned her head and said reluctantly, Thanks. Youngjin was surprised. HMPH. She let out an annoyed breath. Suddenly, Juwoo grabbed Youngjin's shoulder, leaned in, and whispered in his ear. I heard from Hisa that you saved Doking and me. He quickly glanced around and repeated sheepishly. Thanks. The friend with glasses sitting behind Youngjin witnessed the scene and was so shocked his jaw dropped. As soon as Ja finished speaking, she hurried out of the classroom. What's going on? Juwoo wondered. Youngjin, you, the friend with glasses stammered. Another friend picked up the milk carton, saw it was chestnut flavor, and laughed. Awesome. Are you two timing? The friend with glasses asked Youngjin, surprised. Does Lee Hisa know? What nonsense are you talking about? He snapped back. Just then, a group of male students flocked around Youngjin's desk. How could you do this? Juwoo covered his face in disappointment. This guy is a real player, another male student cursed, covering his face. The two prettiest girls in school, the friend with glasses was in awe. How did you manage to get both of them at the same time? It is not what you think, Youngjin explained, annoyed. But they continued to tease him. So is it Lee Hisa or Kong Ja, the puppy type or the cat type? Are you guys crazy? Shut up, Youngjin snapped. Ju-woo stopped joking, adjusted his glasses and said in a serious voice, but Lee Hisa. Youngjin paid no mind and kept his nose buried in his phone. It is strange, Ju-woo wondered. Hisa did not come to say hi to Youngjin today. Another male student joked. They probably had a fight. Though he pretended not to care, his friend's words stirred Youngjin's heart. He recalled Hisu's bright greeting every morning. Youngjin, good morning. Come to think of it, he glanced at his phone. It was 8:19 and he still had not seen her. Why is it so quiet? Has not she come to school yet? Passing by class 1 to 5, Youngjin glanced inside looking for her. Suddenly a call made him jump. Youngjin, he cautiously turned his head. Doking was holding out a can of Coke to him. He accepted it. Are you okay? Youngjin asked. The horrific memory of being possessed flashed back and Doking screamed inwardly, stop it, please do not. He scratched his head and answered awkwardly, not really, I have made an appointment for counseling, please keep it a secret. I'll forget about it soon enough anyway, Youngjin replied. But why did you call me? I have something to tell you. What is it? Doking suddenly burst into tears which streamed down his cheeks. Oh really, he said through his sobs. Thank you. This sudden act left Youngjin frozen solid on the spot. He could not understand what was happening as he watched Doking bow his head, cover his face and sob under the clear sky. Youngjin asked bewildered, you saw everything, even the scam? Yeah, Doking replied. Wiping his tears, he said, you were really amazing. Not really, Youngjin was modest. He took a sip of his Coke and had a sudden realization. Wait, so your soul was nearby the whole time. Why did not you go back into your body right away? Well, Doking said, flustered, squeezing the can, I was captured at the time. The image of his soul trapped in the ghost's hand came to mind. By someone in a mask. A mask, Youngjin blurted out. On his way back to the classroom he was still confused. As far as I remember it was a grandmother. How could it be a mask? It does not make sense. Lost in thought he suddenly stopped. Hisa was standing right in front of him. He unconsciously opened his mouth. The two stood facing each other without a word. After a moment she opened her mouth with a worried expression. Youngjin, hi. Then she slowly walked past him, her long hair fluttering. This act left Youngjin stunned. He turned to say something but two other friends ran up and chattered away at Hisa. In the awkward situation he could only raise a hand and scratch his head. In the small room the sound of a history lecture still echoed from the tablet. The cause was the emo military revolt. Youngjin opened the door and put down his bag. You are back? Jin greeted him immediately. Excuse me for a moment, my grandson is here. Youngjin's eyes widened. Who are you talking to? This YouTube thing is really fun, Jin replied cheerfully. The person inside is telling me stories. In our next class we will learn about the death of King Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War. I'll see you next time. Jin smiled brightly. At the screen Youngjin was stunned. At this rate he will not be bored even if I leave him home alone for 2 days. Where are you going? Jin asked, seeing him packing. I am going on a school retreat. How can I take you with me? A retreat? Is it a gathering for joint training? It is more for spiritual cultivation, Youngjin answered. Good, that is excellent, Jin praised, his eyes shining. So the children of today have not lost their martial spirit. Youngjin paid no mind and put food into a large bowl. I have prepared your food, Grandpa. It is sausage and beef jerky. Eat it little by little while you are at home. At this time the man on the tablet screen continued his story. Hearing this, Jin's face turned white with anger and he said sarcastically, does not that guy ever get tired? Hey, let us do it next time. The request for aid from the Qing dynasty in the emo military revolt. Youngjin's face immediately darkened. How am I supposed to explain this? In the deep and quiet night the voice from the tablet continued to echo, annoying Youngjin. People say that Dongan also founded Gojoseon, but it is still a point of contention. After a moment he could not take it anymore, jumped up and shouted, turn it off, I want to sleep. Another new person came, and they will not listen to me. Let me explain, Youngjin said. It is just a recorded video. What's a recorded video? At this, Youngjin was at a loss for words. Blue sky and white clouds. Youngjin finally finished putting on his jacket. Why are you up so early today? Are not you going to sleep more? Jin, still lying in bed under the covers, said casually. I have to go to the retreat. He just turned his head slightly and said, then why did not you sleep early yesterday? I could not sleep because I was explaining what YouTube is to you. How admirable, Youngjin added as he put on his shoes. I am leaving. Watch the house well. Make sure to take that sword, Jin quickly reminded him. Are you crazy, Grandpa? What am I going to do with this? No way, you might need it during the retreat, you know. I am not taking it. After speaking he disappeared, leaving the door wide open. In front of the tour bus countless students were standing. Hey Youngjin, did you see Hisa? Two male friends teased and he got angry. Ah, he must have seen her. They probably met separately somehow. I told you she is not my girlfriend. Ju-woo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Last time I saw her, the style of her clothes was exactly like Youngjin's. What was she wearing that makes you say that? It was like she had borrowed Youngjin's clothes. Clothes are clothes, why are you being so picky? Suddenly a voice called from behind. Youngjin, before him stood Hisa holding a cat-shaped bag. Take this and eat. At this everyone's eyes widened. Ju-woo opened the bag without permission. Said, the corners of his mouth turning up. What's this? There might even be a handwritten letter inside. Inside were Yakwe honey cookies. I wasn't sure before, but now it is for real, Ju quickly concluded. It is definitely true. Suddenly another voice called Yangjin. It was Doking. He tilted his head slightly. Scratching his head, he asked, "Let us get on the bus. Can I sit next to you?" Why? Ju saw Kongjia, Lee Hisa and Doking and took the chance to tease them. "Alright, let us go. You monkeys do a head count and get on. Everyone take a seat." Yangjin and Doking were both silent. After a moment they glanced at each other. "Sorry," Doking spoke up. "You probably wanted to sit with your friends." "It is fine," Yangjin answered nonchalantly. "I was going to sit alone anyway. What do you want to say? I just wanted to get closer to you." Doking closed his eyes slightly and smiled. At these words, Yangjin was very suspicious. Inside the bus, one person was dozing off and the other rested his chin on his hand looking outside. In the dark bushes, white hair fluttered. "What's that?" As soon as the words were out, it quickly disappeared and he could not help but curse. He hurriedly tapped the arm of the friend sitting next to him. "Hey, something white and huge just appeared and disappeared. It is probably fog." "What's white and big in the mountains? Is not it the Jongsan tiger? They say it is a ghost that only appears on Jongsan Mountain. What does it have to do with us? No matter how fast the Jongsan tiger is, it cannot be faster than a bus, right? Is that so?" Ju, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. "They say it is so fast it can cross from this mountain to that one in just a minute." While most people were uninterested, he still sat motionlessly and pushed up his glasses slightly. "Jongsan tiger." Immediately, Ju took out his tablet as if he had realized something. "According to my great yokai encyclopedia, it is an urban legend that started in modern times. It was first sighted on Jongsan Mountain, so it is called the Jongsan tiger. According to witnesses, it can mimic a person's appearance and voice." Inside the bus, Doking was still laughing and chatting while enjoying snacks, and Yangjin maintained a cold attitude. Hisa was sitting in another seat quietly reading a book. Only Ju showed extreme excitement, his eyes shining. Long white hair appeared and disappeared behind a tree. Above it, a brilliant golden orb glowed and two eyes within it opened, glaring ahead, filled with killing intent. "From now on, you have 5 minutes to change into your gym clothes and assemble in the hallway." "Why is it so strict? We do not even have time to rest." A moment later, all the students were lined up, their backs pressed against the wall. A teacher in a red jacket slowly paced back and forth. Yangjin stood quietly in the middle of the line. Even when they were divided into groups, he sat alone, separated. When it was mealtime, a tray was placed opposite Yangjin. "Yangjin, I finally found you," Ju said happily. "Did not you sleep? You have dark circles like a panda." When the other person turned his head away, uninterested, he quickly grabbed him. "Hey, do not go, I just found you. Do you know what the next activity is?" Ju started chattering nonstop again. "A test of courage. It is a perfect choice for a school famous for strange stories like ours. It is a treasure hunt in the forest. You heard the story about the Jongsan tiger on the way here, right?" "Jongsan tiger," Yangjin repeated, holding his spoon. "That is right, we have a chance to meet that thing today," Ju said, excited. "So, go with me." "Why, you said last time you'd always go with me," Ju jumped. "That is what Hisa said, not me." "Speaking of which," Ju asked, "why is not Hisa around?" The image of him and the girl talking awkwardly came to Yangjin's mind. He quickly put a spoonful of rice in his mouth. "She is probably busy with something else. She has seemed a bit down since the gambling ghost incident." Ju continued, "I have a rough idea why. What reason? When you were fighting the gambling ghost, you drove us away saying we were just getting in the way." "When did I say that?" Yangjin was a bit flustered. "I did not drive you away. I told you to go first because it was dangerous. It is because she thinks she was more of a hindrance than a help," Ju explained, taking the opportunity. "Honestly, when it comes to swordsmanship, I am much better than you. You do not even know how to use that cool sword. Such a waste. I'll teach you when we have time." A moment later, Yangjin put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked outside. Suddenly, a figure passed by, catching his attention. He quickly looked up. Lee Hisa. The other person immediately turned her head. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Yangjin was flustered, his face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. "Is that really Lee Hisa?" But the other person was very calm. "What's wrong, Yangjin?" In this situation, countless thoughts raced through his mind. "I told you to go first back then because it was dangerous. I am sorry if that made you sad." But outwardly, Yangjin could not say a word. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a sudden loud call interrupted. "Hisa!" A girl suddenly ran up and grabbed Hisu's arm. "Let us go to the convenience store." Hisa was bewildered. So Yangjin had no choice but to quietly leave. Meanwhile, Ju had his head bowed low. Yangjin straightened his back. "Thanks for coming with me. I am telling you beforehand I did not bring the sword," Yangjin warned in a cold voice. "I brought my 5-colored net gun." They walked together. A flashlight lit the path ahead. "If we get caught by the teacher, you are on your own. No one cares about you anyway." At those words, Yangjin felt a surge of anger. "Do you know what the Jongsan tiger looks like?" Bomb means tiger in Chinese characters, so does it look like a tiger? "I do not think it has a specific form," Ju said, concentrating on what he knew. "They say it has long white fur, but everyone's story is different. It is also said to have shape-shifting abilities. After reading a person's memories, it can perfectly replicate their appearance and voice. Then the Jongsan tiger could be disguised as me right now?" Yangjin immediately retorted sarcastically. Ju held up a detector. "If that were the case, this thing would have been beeping loudly already." Even the gambling ghost acknowledged its accuracy. Suddenly the machine beeped loudly, and immediately after a shouting voice startled the two. "What are you two doing there? Get back to the dorms?" It was the janitor's voice. "We are screwed, we got caught. Run," Ju said, extremely scared. When Youngjin turned his head, sweat ran down his cheek and his eyes were filled with panic. He saw something's two eyes flashing gold staring intently at him. At the same time a sudden vibration occurred. Youngjin, he was startled by someone's call. He stared intently into the pitch-black bushes. Ju suddenly appeared. "What's wrong with you?" "No, it is nothing. Did I hear wrong?" It was 10 p.m. Youngjin walked blankly with his hands in his pockets. "I am so sleepy. Should I head back to the dorm first?" Suddenly a voice called from behind him again. Youngjin. It was Ju. He was bent over, panting. "Just help me this one time." Ju was sweating buckets. "Earlier on the mountain. I think I dropped my machine when I was running in a hurry. Can you help me look for it? I am a little scared to go alone right now." "What a pain." Youngjin was annoyed but turned on his flashlight. "Hey, how far are you planning to go?" Youngjin asked coldly when they had gone quite far. "We did not even come this far earlier." "Did not you leave it in the dorm?" Youngjin's face suddenly changed. The words "danger slippery" on a warning sign had caught his eye. "Hey," he hurriedly grabbed the sleeve of the person in front and pulled. "Did not you see the warning sign?" But the answer was completely unexpected. "Found it." After speaking, the person yanked hard on Youngjin's clothes, dragging him toward the cliff edge. Youngjin's hand trembled. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were dazed. What are you doing?" Youngjin looked at the Ju in front of him. Golden eyes, a sinister voice that seemed to echo from hell. Inside the dorm, 3 girls were gathered playing with cards. "Hisa, do you like someone?" one girl suddenly asked. "No," she answered immediately. "Really, that guy in class 3, young something, weren't you two a thing?" "No, not at all." "Right, you two were standing and talking earlier. Do a tarot reading, see if it is true." "Oh, good idea. If I were Hisa, I would do his tarot reading all day." "What kind of person does Hisa like?" The girl in black clothes flipped over a card. Just then, Hisu's eyes suddenly turned pitch black and her face filled with terror. The 3 girls were all speechless as if they had seen something horrible. On the table lay the death card. "It is dead." "Hey, it looks like she really does not like anyone." Back to where Youngjin was, a familiar voice was heard and he was terrified. "Jongsun Tiger." Youngjin's face was pale and he said nothing. The being in Juwoo's form continued. "It is said to have shape-shifting abilities." Juwoo's white sneakers lightly pushed Youngjin off the cliff. He fell helplessly, its voice the only thing ringing in his ears. "It will perfectly replicate the appearance and even the voice of the person in your memories. Bring that thing back alive," it commanded in its own hoarse voice, then spat out through gritted teeth in another's voice. "Do not hurt him." Youngjin fell through layers of branches. A scream echoed. He reached out and grabbed a branch, but it snapped immediately. His body continued to be pulled down by gravity, hitting the ground hard. He struggled to get up, his whole body trembling. When he came to his senses, the ghost had vanished without a trace. Seeing that, he quickly turned and ran. If that is the Jongsun Tiger, then where is the real Gong Juwoo? At this time in the dorm, Juwoo's phone was ringing loudly. It was a call from Dragon Youngjin, but its owner was still fast asleep, oblivious. His end, hearing the automated message, "The number you have dialed is not available," Youngjin grew more anxious. Did something happen? The night is getting deeper and my phone signal is spotty. I need to find a way back quickly. As he was getting anxious, a loud call was heard. "Youngjin," it was Hisa. She ran toward him in a hurry and asked with concern, "Are you okay? How are you here?" Youngjin was suspicious. "I did a tarot reading," she explained hastily. "The cards told me you were in danger. I am glad you are okay, but how did you know I was here and find me?" Youngjin was still on his guard. "How could I not know where you are?" Hisa laughed evasively. "Did you put something on me? Let us go." She did not answer. She grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him firmly. Youngjin froze. He asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Why are you holding my hand? What's wrong with it?" She was bewildered. "There is no one here. Are you embarrassed?" "It is not that I mean. Ring ring." Coincidentally, his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, Youngjin paused. On the screen, the 3 words Lee Hisa were clearly displayed. Youngjin's face turned pale. "Lee Hisa. Should we link arms?" A gentle voice came from his side. He stiffly looked at the Hisa beside him. Sometimes she had put on a blank, possessed-looking face. Her empty pupils were wide open. Youngjin, trembling, pressed the call button. "Youngjin." At the sound of the real Hisu's affectionate voice from the phone, the 2 of them froze. "Are you okay?" The fake one was staring intently at him with a bizarre expression, and cold sweat was trickling down his forehead. "I am okay," he answered cautiously. "What's up?" "Oh well," Hisa on the other end of the line seemed flustered. "I was suspicious when I saw those clothes." Youngjin suddenly blurted out something out of context, his eyes still fixed on the fake one. "What clothes? What are you talking about?" The real Hisa asked back, unable to understand. It is nothing," he answered vaguely, but inwardly he was screaming like crazy. Lee Hisu's intuition is incredible. "Are you sure nothing's wrong?" the real Hisa kept asking. The fake one's expression changed slightly, but it remained silent. Youngjin also remained silent. He pressed the phone tightly to his ear, trying to maintain his composure. Sensing something was wrong, Hisa asked, "Is it a difficult situation to talk in? If so, it is nothing." Youngjin on the other end of the line quickly cut her off and hung up. He stared ahead, forming a plan in his mind. "Now that I know it is a fake, I'll pretend to follow it and find a way to escape." He walked past the fake one, acting as if nothing was wrong. "Lee Hisa, let us go," but the other person stood still in its spot. Youngjin froze for a moment. From beneath his feet, long hair was tightly wrapping around him, pulling him. He whipped his head around in surprise and a cold sweat trickled down his cheek. The fake one's hair had suddenly grown abnormally long. "How pathetic," it growled, its neck twisted 180 degrees, revealing its characteristic yellow eyes. "It is the Jongsun Tiger. Weren't you just on the phone with that little brat? It hissed. All of Youngjin's plans had gone up in smoke. The hair suddenly lunged, pulling Youngjin up into the air. He stared with wide horrified eyes hanging upside down and facing the ghost. That little brat has no tact, the Jongsun tiger fumed. Why did she have to call at a time like this? Knowing he could not escape, Youngjin let out a short laugh. You do not look like her at all. Nonsense. It tilted its head. In your memories, this is what that girl looks like. If you are going to imitate someone, you should do it properly, Youngjin pointed out, looking at the familiar clothes the ghost was wearing. Those are my clothes. Humiliated, the Jongsun tiger flew into a rage and choked Youngjin with its black hair. Shut up, Youngjin gasped for air, trying to pull the hair away. He remembered Jin's advice, make sure you take the sword. He now regretted it deeply. In that moment, a brilliant red power activated from Youngjin's palm. Cannot I even get a break out here? As he held out his hand, a powerful energy like a waterfall rushed in. Youngjin was surprised, and both of his eyes turned red. A sword with a deep red aura suddenly appeared from within the cloud of dust. Somehow the sword had appeared and the energy swirled around his feet. Pulled by the strange power, Youngjin was dragged forward forcefully, rushing toward the Jongsun tiger. Wait, he gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his body, but the sword in his hand, as if it had a will of its own, swung by itself and slashed the ghost's body. In the blink of an eye, it leaped between the trees, heading deep into the forest. Youngjin's face turned pale and his energy dropped sharply, but his body moved on its own again. Before he could collect himself, a giant tree trunk appeared before him. He dodged the sword but crashed right into it. Ouch, he sat down in pain, rubbing his reddened nose. The black dragon saved me. I would have died otherwise. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, let us try using the left hand for now. Youngjin looked at the ghost hiding far away, resolved to get rid of it. Just then a gentle voice was heard. Youngjin, the voice coming from the middle of the haunted forest, startled him so much that goosebumps covered his entire body. A woman in a white dress emerged from behind a tree. Youngjin trembled as if he could not believe his eyes. Mom, but he immediately snapped back to his senses. No, it is a fake. Still holding the sword, he rushed toward the familiar woman who was smiling gently. He had to convince himself. It is just reading my memories and mimicking them. Do not look. A memory from long ago suddenly rushed back. His kind mother who was always smiling. As a child he would run into her arms without hesitation. Memories and reality mixed and Youngjin could not tell what was real and what was fake. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She said in a low voice, "It is all my fault, I am sorry." Hearing that, he paused for a moment and tears formed in the corners of his eyes, but the energy around him was still seething and the sword in his hand was raised high regardless of his will. Youngjin's face darkened and he sobbed, "Wait, stop." He tried to plant his feet firmly on the ground, but the sword continued to move forward. Youngjin strained his wrist, struggling to stop his uncontrollable body. The sword charged straight toward the woman who looked exactly like his mother. "No, please stop," he pleaded helplessly. Memories flooded in and a nightmare from his subconscious bloomed. You killed your parents." A desperate scream that followed him echoed. Blood-red blurry landscape, you are a demon. Tears streamed endlessly and his hand once again. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, and he collapsed in agony. The cruel reality was still unfolding before him. The Jongsun tiger's golden eyes widened and its white hair poured out like a waterfall enveloping Youngjin. Just then a gust of wind suddenly rose, blowing the strange hair away forcefully and gently protecting him. A figure holding a fan engraved with a Bagua seal appeared. It was Lord Ya. The illusion instantly cracked, and the curtain of disguise shattered. Revealing the Jongsun tiger's horrific true form, it stared with wide eyes, surprised that its act had been broken. Meanwhile, Lord Ya was distracted by Youngjin's sobs. Seeing his trembling body, he could not hold back and shouted in annoyance, "Snap out of it." The ghost on the other side had already secretly changed its form. Ya also quietly unfolded his fan, preparing to fight. A cold whirlwind carrying the breath of hell, Sangpeng Frost Wind, but its target was not him. Amidst the passing wind, a clone of Youngjin filled with killing intent suddenly appeared and raised its sword. Ya was horrified and quickly leapt up, gripping his fan tightly and remaining on guard. The sword and fan clashed violently, sending sparks flying. Lord Ya blocked the massive sword with his small fan. The Jongsun tiger grew more and more confident, certain of its victory. But Lord Ya on the other side remained cold-faced. Suddenly the ghost's eyes widened. Its fake sword, having clashed with a real weapon, began to crack. As Lord Ya waved his hand, the sword shattered into pieces. Its momentum broken, it landed on the ground and muttered. That is, the weapon in its hand suddenly changed, and the corners of its mouth turned up. It had perfectly transformed into Lord Ya, holding the same weapon and smiling brightly. Looks pretty cool. As the Jongsun tiger swung its hand wildly, a black energy poured out. Sangpeng Frost Wind. A wind like steel blades destroyed everything in its path. Ya quickly grabbed Youngjin's collar, bracing them so they would not be swept away. A moment later, when he came to his senses, he was shocked. Seeing a clone identical to himself, he could not hide his horror. This yokai can even imitate a divine weapon? Lord Ya and the Jongsun tiger in his form stood facing each other. Ya stared at it without even blinking, his face extremely cold. The next moment, the Jongsun tiger rushed toward him and attacked. Sangpeng Frost Wind. Lord Ya still seemed very calm. He waved his hand, opening his fan and countering. With a single flick of his fan, its outer shell shattered and the illusion broke. Then he folded his fan and said in a contemptuous tone, "You fool, that clumsy imitation of yours." His face darkened and the air around him grew noticeably colder. "Did you think it would work on me?" After speaking, Lord Ya opened his fan again and a glowing dragon-shaped seal appeared on it. He then closed the fan. It now looked like a club for him to strike with. He slammed the fan hard on the ground, making the earth cave in and crack. A brilliant golden light spread along the cracks. Black patterns appeared on his face and his pupils glowed amber. Hapchihamo, sharp rocks immediately shot up from the ground and rushed toward the Jongsan tiger. It was blocked by the rocks before it. As rocks shot up from under its feet, the Jongsan tiger leapt elsewhere, thankfully dodging them. Yao paused for a moment at that action, a look of disbelief on his face. In those few seconds another figure appeared from somewhere and stepped on the Jongsan tiger once. He used its body as a foothold to stand high, his face hidden by a mask. The masked figure's actions were very decisive. He immediately grabbed the dagger on his back and threw it at Lord Ya. It flew with incredible speed as if slicing through the wind. Just before the dagger reached him, Lord Ya deflected it in another direction with his fan. As the dagger shot up into the air, the masked figure took the opportunity to rush past him in the opposite direction. Only then did Lord Ya realize his true objective and look flustered. The masked figure appeared in front of Yangjin in an instant, startling him. He reached out trying to grab Yangjin. Tazen v ho nlu, but the masked man missed. At the last moment Yangjin was pulled back and a thick energy enveloped him. Lord Ya had rushed to Yangjin's side in time to save his life. Immediately after, he used his technique to take them both and leave the place, leaving the masked man stunned. He held out the dagger sheath to his side and waited. His dagger spun in the air before slowing down and falling precisely into the sheath. The Jongsan tiger stood quietly behind him, and his cold voice rang out, "Still standing there." The next three words sounded as if they were spoken through gritted teeth. "Pursue them immediately." The Jongsan tiger was terrified by the masked man's attitude and looked horrified. The next moment it flew away with a whoosh following the masked man's command. Now he stood there alone, seemingly lost in thought. In the blink of an eye it was midnight, and the bright moon illuminated the land. Yangjin and Lord Ya had fled quite a distance. Both of them looked quite exhausted. Lord Ya tried to move his limbs, then gritted his teeth and told Yangjin, "Now that you are conscious, escape on your own from now on." Hearing that, he shouted in surprise, "What but? How did you know I was here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Ya coughed up a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yangjin saw this and asked about his well-being, extremely worried, but Lord Ya seemed to pay little mind to his condition, calmly rolling up his sleeve to look at his watch and saying decisively, "We need to run farther, it is going to chase us." He glanced at Yangjin. "We have to hold out until 11 o'clock. Yangjin could not help but be surprised to hear that. 11 o'clock, he wanted to ask what would happen at 11, but Lord Ya did not answer. He held up a hand in front of Yangjin, blocking him. "It is here." A hissing sound came from deep within the forest and something rushed quickly toward the two of them. It was none other than the Jongsan tiger. It had chased them all the way here, its face even more terrifying. Its two large eyes shouted, "Wanryu, return, flow," and a black energy immediately appeared, swirling toward Lord Ya and Yangjin. He unfolded his fan and sneered coldly, "I believe I told you that imitation of yours is useless against me." This time a seal in the shape of two rats appeared on the fan. He swung the fan, creating sharp icebergs that spread toward the Jongsan tiger. Sank a frost wave, they seemed to grow larger and larger. The speed at which they spread was extremely fast. The ice balls flew straight toward the monster, leaving it no time to react. They froze the Jongsan tiger and everything seemed to be okay. But from within the block of ice, two daggers flew out. Lord Ya immediately recognized them and looked on in disbelief. He instantly moved back, but he did not forget to block Yangjin. However, the two daggers were one step ahead of Lord Ya, embedding themselves straight into his shoulder and knee. Yangjin, standing behind him, was unharmed, but his face turned pale. He panicked and shouted worriedly, "Hey kid!" Lord Ya could barely move. He spoke weakly to Yangjin. "Run!" Not wanting to leave him behind, he tried to use his hidden power. Left hand. Seeing this, Lord Ya stopped him and shouted, "Do not rely on the black dragon." He gritted his teeth and spat out word by word, "I told you to just run." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man rushed in, slashed Lord Ya with a sword and then kicked him to the side. Lord Ya flew quite a distance and a thick cloud of dust billowed up. Now Yangjin was facing the masked man directly and his whole body was frozen, unable to move. There were no other options now. Yangjin had no choice but to use the black dragon's power. His pupils burned bright red. The wristwatch showed 10 to 59 pages M, and a few seconds later it was 11 p.m. sharp. At that moment the masked man suddenly flinched. Yangjin had not yet fully transformed into the black dragon. Seeing the masked man's reaction, he could not help but be surprised. The Jongsan tiger, trapped in the ice, screamed violently. Then everything became eerily quiet, leaving only the sound of dry leaves rustling on the ground as clear footsteps echoed. The masked man immediately sensed it. From the bushes, Lord Ya had returned. He slowly unfolded his fan. Under the bright moonlight, the divine power in his body was at its maximum. Changi Heaven's secret. The fan in his hand created an energy that spread around. The masked man was instantly on guard. The Jongsan tiger also cowered inside the block of ice. It stared outside with wide eyes as Lord Ya swung his fan once. A great wind rose toward the masked man and the Jongsan tiger. Sangpung frost wind. He quickly moved aside and wasn't injured, but a rather deep wound appeared right on his thigh. The masked man looked down in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Jongsan tiger took the full force of the gale. It was sliced into several pieces by the wind and then slowly disappeared. As the wind died down, Lord Ya opened his mouth, his voice cold. "From now on, 11 p.m. is JASI, the hour of the rat, the time when Qianhui Heaven's majesty awakens. The moment my power reaches its peak." At this moment, Lord Ya was no longer in the form of a child but had become a tall boy. Yangjin sat on the ground staring at him with wide eyes. What? How did this happen? He did not recognize at all that the person standing before him was still Lord Ya. Who is that person? Where did the kid go? Suddenly a groaning sound came from his side. Yangjin turned and was shocked, scrambling backward. What had fallen to the ground was one of the Jongsan tiger's remaining eyeballs. After groaning a few times, it too disappeared into thin air. This time the masked man was holding a sword firmly in both hands in a fighting stance. He had not said a single word to the two of them from beginning to end. All of his expressions were hidden beneath the mask. The next moment the masked man rushed toward Lord Ya. His speed was terrifying, but Lord Ya was very calm, his expression unchanged. The masked man did not attack head-on but leapt high, preparing to bring his sword down. Ya simply reached an arm back and easily blocked the attack with his fan. The masked figure, on the other hand, was only using one hand, keeping the other hidden behind his back. Soon after, he swung his other hand, slashing horizontally at Ya, but he only cut through an afterimage. A white stream of air suddenly appeared and surrounded him, and a hand abruptly came to rest on the masked figure's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Ya slammed him headfirst into the ground. Caught by the surprise attack, the masked figure had no time to react. Ya did not stop there, pressing his face down hard with his hand. He crouched down and said coldly, "There must be a reason you have let it come to this." There was not a shred of mercy in his eyes. "Who are you?" As Ja's hand pressed down harder, his mask cracked. "Who hired you?" The masked figure did not answer. He opened his palm, revealing iron beads between his fingers. He created a black wind, and in the moment Ya was off his guard, broke free from his hold. Dust flew, and he had to cover his face with his hand. Within the wind, the masked figure's form appeared and disappeared repeatedly. Ya was not flustered at all and calmly countered with his fan, "Chang'e Heaven's secret." Another wind slowly began to rise. Suddenly, Ya stopped his hand in midair. The masked figure had already vanished. Before him was a single deer, looking bewildered as if it did not know what was going on. Ya could not help but be surprised to see it, and the deer stared right back at him. Soon the deer looked away and left, and Ya also turned his head to the side as if thinking about something. Finally he looked back at Yangjin. As Ya stared intently at him, Yangjin made a curious face. The next moment Ya lifted his fan. Wanryu returned flow. A stream of air appeared, wrapped around Yangjin's body, and slowly lifted him up. He was flustered and looked at Ya, asking, "What the?" Before he could finish, Ya lightly tapped his forehead with the fan. Yangjin was immediately knocked unconscious, and the stream of air held him suspended in front of Ya. He coldly called out to the black dragon. His gaze was fixed on the unconscious Yangjin. The black dragon made no move, but perhaps at this point he was no longer Yangjin. Seeing this, Ya began to lose his patience. "Will you come out of that body on your own, or shall I forcefully log you out?" The corners of Yangjin's mouth lifted slightly, then stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears. At this moment he had transformed into the black dragon, and he stared straight at Ya with two crimson eyes. "Try it if you have got the skill." The black dragon's tone was filled with contempt and mockery for Ya. "How dare a half-god, half-human like you?" As the black dragon continued, Ja's face hardened more and more. "You became like this from just a single seal. Did you think I would not know you were bluffing?" He even provoked him. "If you do anything to me, this little kid is a dead man." A look of surprise flickered in Ja's eyes. Seeing this, the black dragon grew even more excited and said, "This guy's body died once. He has only been alive until now thanks to me," he declared with great triumph. "The master of this body needs me. This guy has called for me so many times." He continued to provoke Ya, intending to enrage him. "Let us see what you can do." His two eyes flashed with confidence and triumph. "God of the earthly branch, Ya." At this point, Ya had nearly reached the limit of his patience. "Do you dare to kill a human?" As soon as the black dragon finished speaking, he was slapped across the face by Ya. He turned his head to the side, and a burning pain spread across his entire face. "What?" A few seconds later, a clear look of bewilderment appeared on his face, and the stream of air surrounding him slowly dissipated, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Yangjin asked with a completely blank expression, "Ya, what's going on?" Ya lowered his head in thought for a moment, then turned and walked ahead. "Follow me. I will take you to the dorms." Yangjin, still sitting on the ground with a look of confusion, watched his back. He hesitated and called out to Ya. "Hey," Yangjin asked awkwardly just to be sure. "You are that kid, right?" Without looking back, Ya asked coldly, "What's your name?" Surprised, Yangjin looked at Ya and asked back, "Me?" Though he did not understand, Yangjin still answered honestly, "It is Han." Yangjin, Ya, still with his back to him, said calmly, "To be honest, I am not sure what happened either." His voice grew lower and lower. "The power in your left arm," Ya advised Yangjin seriously. "Do not trust it too much." He slowly began to tell Yangjin an old story. "Your ancestor Jin used that power to kill them all." There was no change in his tone. "Your own family and ancestors," Ya continued calmly. "Because of that, your family had to go through countless moments of despair and chaos." The next words made Yangjin freeze on the spot. "Unfortunately, you were born from his body." Ya recalled what Yangjin had been through and marveled. "Despite that, you went against reason, found your own ego, and continued to live." At that moment, the words "you should have never been born" echoed in Yangjin's mind once more. He could not say anything and gritted his teeth, and suddenly, Ya praised Yangjin. "Truly amazing." Yangjin was startled by those words. He slowly lifted his head and looked ahead, and the faces of his family members who had hated and loathed him flickered in his mind. "You should have never been born." Ya continued in a low voice, "You have lived very well." He hesitated slightly, but he was encouraging Yangjin. "Who knows how many more hardships and trials will come your way? You might even face more desperate situations." Hearing this, Yangjin clenched his fists. That was what it meant to go against reason. Ya suddenly turned his head, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Anyway, at this point, Yangjin's eyes were brimming with tears. He had tried so hard, and he seemed to be overcome with emotion. Ya looked straight at him and slowly stated his decision. "So that you can live a full life in this world." His voice was very serious and his gaze was firm. "I will risk everything to protect you." Yangjin opened his mouth to say something, but he was choked with emotion. So from now on, at this point, his tears streamed down both cheeks. You do not have to struggle alone anymore. The moonlight from above shone down on the two of them, and the surrounding space became mystical. Yangjin walked along the path like that. His two eyes were now dazed and blank. Yangjin lifted his hand and looked at it. Suddenly a weapon appeared in midair and he hesitated. This sword. Ya suddenly appeared, reached out and took the sword. It is inconvenient for you to carry this, is not it? Give it to me. Yangjin hesitated slightly and looked at him. I have something to ask. At his question, Ya froze, not knowing how to answer. Why are you trying to help me? Ya created a path with the horsetail whisk in his hand. If you follow this path, you can return to the dorms. Yangjin focused on his words. At noon on the weekend. Ya continued, my attendants will come to meet you, so follow them to see me. Yangjin asked blankly. What's noon? He explained with annoyance. It is 12 p.m. on Sunday. After speaking, Ya disappeared again, in the unfamiliar forest. Yangjin followed the path Ya had made. He blankly lifted his head and looked at the scene before him. There stood a splendid and magnificent high-rise building. At that moment a sudden call was heard. Yangjin glanced worriedly in that direction. Seeing the running figure, he grew extremely tense. Lee Hisa, is that her? Hisa ran up and cupped Yangjin's face. She asked with great concern, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Yangjin was dazed for a long moment before he could finally react, but at that moment his leg suddenly gave out. Hisa rushed over and supported Yangjin. He tried his best to open his mouth to reassure her. I am fine. I am just a little tired. Hisa saw that something was off with Yangjin and asked, when I called you earlier, did something happen then? Are you not going to tell me? But he still refused firmly. What's the point of telling you? It will only make you worry more. It is not like you can help anyway. Hearing that, Hisa could not help but blame herself. I am sorry, I cannot be of any help. Yangjin also remembered what he had said before. When I say it like that, it sounds like I am saying you got in my way. Hisa might think that. He scratched his head and thought to himself, that is not what I meant. Hisa, still unaware, continued to blame herself. Even if you told me, I would not be of any help. But before she could finish, Yangjin cut her off. No, she was slightly surprised by his words. You were a great help to me. Yangjin slowly continued, if you had not called me then, I probably would not be here right now. He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed, and said, thanks. Yangjin was too embarrassed to even look Hisa in the eye. When I said you could not help, it was because I was lost and did not know how to explain it to you. The tracking device wasn't working either, so I said that because I was worried about you. Do not misunderstand, and anyway, you were a great help to me. Hisa was very moved to hear this. Thanks. She was now very happy that he had said that. Yangjin is a good person after all. Yangjin hurriedly added, I am not just saying that to make you feel better, it is true. At that moment an urgent voice came from the other side. Yangjin, Doking asked with concern. Are you okay? Yangjin was slightly surprised to see them. How did you guys get here? Juwoo said at this time. You called me first. What happened? Doking was catching his breath. You've been missing since roll call. I asked Hisa and she said she called you at 10. They were extremely worried seeing Yangjin's condition. You were hurt. Something definitely happened. He did not know how to explain, so he just made something up. I just missed my step. The words Ya had told him came back to Yangjin's mind. So from now on you do not have to struggle alone anymore. He was silent for a while without a word. A moment later Yangjin finally told his friends the truth. I ran into the Jongsan tiger. I almost died. Doking was very surprised to hear that. The Jongsan tiger, and so they continued to talk about it. What? The Jongsan tiger transformed into Gong Juwoo and lured me out. That damn Jongsan tiger. Can you tell me everything step by step? At that moment somewhere the signs of a dimensional portal appeared and the gate seemed about to open. The spirits quickly noticed this phenomenon. Seeing Ya return, they exclaimed with joy, Master. He did not answer and collapsed onto the desk. Seeing this, they immediately rushed over and asked about his well-being. Master, are you okay? Ya shouted in exhaustion. Baksoon, get me some water. Ja's complexion was very bad right now. Yes. Fury was welling up in his mind. They've already started to synchronize with each other. Elsewhere, the black dragon was smiling sinisterly, his two eyes crimson and terrifying. He broke out in a cold sweat with worry. There is not much time left. I have to deal with the black dragon before Jin remembers everything. He recalled the black dragon's words. God of the earthly branch, Yad. Do you dare to kill a human? He gritted his teeth in frustration. At this time, everyone was returning. We are finally going home. Time flies. I know, right? Meanwhile, Yangjin was sitting dejectedly in a corner. He stared blankly into the distance as if lost in thought. A voice kept echoing in Yangjin's mind. The left arm is the last of my remaining power. It was made from the black dragon. The power in your left arm. Do not trust it too much. Yangjin clearly remembered what Jin had said. I am your ancestor, but Ya had said something different. Your ancestor Jin used that power to kill your family and ancestors. Yangjin had returned home, but he was still hesitating at the door. He did not know what to do now. A moment later, Yangjin finally reached out and pressed the passcode. The sound from the door quickly echoed. As he slightly opened the door, the sound of music came from inside. He froze slightly at the song coming from within. Man who messes up my hair and only leaves scars. As it turned out, the sound was coming from the computer. He leaves me alone without any lingering attachment and turns to leave. The traitor, Lim Young-wong. As Yangjin went inside, he saw Jin humming and singing along in front of him. Turns to leave. He was still so engrossed in the song that he had not noticed Yangjin. That traitor, the traitor of love. Only after a moment did Yangjin open his mouth. What are you doing? As soon as Jin reacted, he jumped in surprise. The traitor of love. He hurriedly reached out and closed the computer. Then he crossed his legs and sat as if trying to look cool. You are back. At that moment on Shin's end he seemed to have found something strange on his computer. What's this? The keyboard has been mashed randomly. Shin's eyes widened in surprise. Why is my keyboard like this? That Jin guy is completely obsessed with Trot. And he asked me to find historical records, but at that moment Shin's phone rang. He glanced at it and the name displayed was Bastard. In a certain house that evening, when the doorbell rang, the person inside unhurriedly told them to just say the password. You very obediently followed the person inside and crowed cock-a-doodle-doo. And the person quickly confirmed and let her pass, but at this point the person urged Shin, who was behind her, to also say the password, and he did not want to follow out of annoyance. I do not have time. Open the door. A warning sound quickly rang out. Incorrect password. The person inside urged him once more. I'll give you one more chance, Hung Nim. You, who was beside him, also urged him. Hurry, what's so hard about it? Shin had no choice but to bare his teeth and pull his hands back to match the password. After completing the procedure, Boksoon warmly welcomed them. Please come in. Welcome to the home of my family, the house of Ya. In the yard outside, Boksoon's group was playing happily. Come at me if you have got the guts, you centipede ghost, come here. Inside, a brush was moving and every stroke was filled with power. A bizarre shape quickly appeared. Yu and Shin were watching Ja's every move intently. When he finished the drawing he showed it to them and asked, have you seen this symbol? Shin was still bewildered. This is. Yu, who was beside him, exclaimed, I have seen this. She raised her hand with interest and described it. On that ghost's forehead. Shin was also puzzled beside him. On the forehead he racked his brain. I think I have seen it too. Ya finally corrected him. This is not a ghost power, Shin asked curiously. Then where did they get that power? Shin suddenly got excited. No wonder my combo did not work, Yu finally realized and shouted. What? You could not finish it in one shot either? The only serious person in this conversation was Ya. It seems someone is pulling the strings from behind and granting power to the ghosts. Their target is Jin's body. At this time Yongjin still had no idea what had happened. He was leisurely washing dishes at home. Yongjin, what should we do now? Jin called out, sounding a bit annoyed. I just dozed off for a moment and the sword is gone. You go and get it back. Yongjin did not say anything. A while later he confessed the truth. That sword, it appeared in my hand. Jin was stunned by this news too. What? He kept asking. What happened? Yongjin hesitated, not answering. Ja's words kept echoing in his mind. Your ancestor Jin killed your family and ancestors with that power. Sweat dripped from his brow, but Jin still waited quietly for the other's answer. In the end, Yongjin decided to hide everything. It is nothing. But Jin was not so easily fooled. Nothing happened, but you used the Black Dragon's power. I thought I told you not to use that power recklessly. Hit right where it hurt. He could not look at Jin and turned his head away. What does it have to do with you how I use it, Grandpa? Yongjin slammed the door and went into his room. Could only let out a sigh. This kid. Jin lowered his head as if planning something. Back to Ja's side he kept asking. Do you know anything about the mask guy? The two answered at the same time. Mask? Shin still did not understand. What do you mean? Yu's reaction was no different. I have no idea what you are talking about. Ya then explained the whole story to them. I saw the ghost with the seal and the mask guy fighting as a team. He seemed quite skilled but not strong enough to grant power to a ghost. A power of this level would have to be close to a divine power. Yu broke into a cold sweat hearing this. What, then? While they were in the middle of their discussion, a shadow quietly entered. Yu quickly spotted it. The mask. The opponent was not afraid at all. His fist flew, but Shin quickly dodged it, and so a fight broke out between the two. Shin sneered cunningly, and the opponent was not flustered at all. The opponent was still very calm, and when the mask was finally torn, a blond young man was revealed from behind it. He smiled brightly. That is not yours, earthly branch god. Lord O. Yu could not believe her eyes. Lord O. At the same time the spirits picked up the mask with regret. This was an intangible cultural asset made by a master craftsman. Brother, did you like this one? And so Shin and O blamed each other. This guy Shin tore it in half. It is O's fault. Enough. Ya was not in the mood to deal with this. Let us move on from that issue at this moment. Shin's gaze was fixed on something. He saw the sword O was holding and wondered, is not that Lord Jin's sword? They were conversing so comfortably, not knowing that Ya was furious. How do you have that? The attendants were constantly playing with it. Where did the hilt go? Why is this at Lord Ja's house? Can you copy things like this too? You were keeping it? Ya was angry but still had to answer their questions. That is Jin's sword. He entrusted it to me. At this O laughed and teased. I heard the rumors. They were lost in conversation again. How is he? Does he really talk? Have you guys met him? Ya called them, sounding slightly impatient. But it seemed no one intended to stop. We met him but he fainted thanks to someone. That person must have talked to him. Shut up. Ya seemed to be trying to suppress his anger. He is clearly human, yet she was triumphantly trying to take him down. Are you crazy? I told you he was the Black Dragon. He finally could not take it anymore and slammed his fan on the desk. Ya beckoned to them. After a moment they finally sat down quietly. To summarize, the ghosts do not dare to target Jin's body, which is occupied by the Black Dragon. The one who needs that body is Jin, or, why are you beating around the bush? O said, not paying attention and drinking water. It is that guy. Who else? Yu immediately asked curiously. Who? O answered without hesitation. The one who uses a power close to a divine power. Who else could it be but him? Yu was angered by the other's vague answer. Who the hell is it? In the dark of night, all was quiet. Then there was a rustling sound from the forest. A person in black clothes spoke. Did you fail? The masked person said without hiding anything. Not only Jin but Lord Ya was there too. At this moment the man in black noticed he was seriously injured. Red blood flowed from the wound. The masked person immediately withdrew his hand. "It is just a minor wound," but the man in black expressed contempt. "I wasn't expecting anything," he then questioned him. "Did not you say you destroyed Lord Jaw's power?" The other person seemed a bit irritated and displeased. "Are you saying it is my fault? It is because you are weak." Being insulted like that, the masked person was enraged and clenched his fist. He swung his sword and rushed at the other person. But it seemed the masked person had underestimated his opponent. The opponent was still standing tall and straight. "Even after I asked so nicely, he sends such a useless person. What a lazy and arrogant bastard. Your leader, I mean. Tell him. Thanks to him, things have gotten more troublesome." The masked person was angry but could do nothing. He just stood there quietly. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined space. A boy suddenly appeared. He walked among the collapsed debris and the space suddenly became quiet. Yangjin stood blankly, lost in thought. "Who is it?" The opponent's face lifted slightly, but showed no emotion. In an instant he was dazed and his eyes widened in horror. The opponent with a bizarre face reached out and rushed at him. His hand grabbed Yangjin's face hard. Yangjin's eyes were filled with extreme terror and he could not say anything. In Yangjin's mind only the question, "Who are you?" remained. The grip of his hand was still choking him. Yangjin thought this was the end. "I cannot breathe." Returning to reality on a large bed, Jin in his animal form was pressing on Yangjin's face. The space became strangely quiet for a moment. An assassination attempt. He immediately got up and shook off Jin, who was clinging to his body with his arm. A look of confusion and surprise crossed Yangjin's face. Was it a dream? The scene shifts to a large apartment. From the messy kitchen a voice was heard. "Did not you say today was a day off?" Jin wondered, watching Yangjin getting dressed. "Where are you going?" He answered right away without looking back. "A part-time job." Jin became wary upon hearing that. "Dangan, thousands of years ago." Yangjin cut off Jin's next words. "It is not Dangan." A job ad appeared on the phone, looking for someone to catch a cockroach. "Right now, extra large, 30,000 won ASAP," he explained calmly. "It is a part-time job app. Thanks to someone, our food expenses have doubled." Yangjin turned toward the door, not forgetting to say goodbye. "I am leaving. I'll be late. Get your own lunch." Before leaving, he glanced at Jin once more. Jin, lying on the bed and comfortably looking at the computer, answered, "I can take care of myself. Go and come back quickly." The door closed with a familiar sound. Yangjin suddenly lowered his head and sighed and quickly walked forward. A while later, Yangjin arrived at the house of the person who posted the cockroach extermination ad. "Looking for someone to catch a cockroach. Right now, extra large, 30,000 won ASAP." In the blink of an eye, to the homeowner's surprise, he took on another job. "Looking for someone to wash dishes, large quantity, 50,000 won. Time flew by and Yangjin was now carrying luggage in a warehouse. "Looking for someone to help move, just need to unload luggage from a truck, 30,000 won. Finally, at the end of a long day, his back could rest. Looking at his phone screen, Yangjin was surprised by the time. Sunday noon. He remembered what Ya had told him. "My attendants will come to meet you, so follow them to see me." At this thought, he looked around while his hands were quickly tapping the phone screen. That day, Ya had told Yangjin that he had gone against the natural order, found his own ego, and continued to live. A search bar appeared on the phone screen. Natural order, noun, reason, or principle. A natural phenomenon like flowing water, innate and cannot be defied. He fell silent, just staring at it intently. Just then, a strong light emanated from the side and a loud call was heard, startling him. "Big brother?" Turning around, Baksun and the two children had already come down and greeted him cheerfully. "We have come to meet you." The scene shifts to another room that looks quite comfortable. On the table were various kinds of cakes that looked delicious just by looking at them. Yangjin sat on the sofa staring intently at the plate of cake but did not move. Ya, sitting opposite him, held a hot teacup and savored the tea, asking, "Why the long face?" He did not answer right away and just looked up at him. The face from his dream suddenly appeared in Yangjin's mind. He immediately swallowed and hid his eyes under his hair. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "What on earth did you mean by natural order?" Ya answered right away without hesitation, his face expressionless. "All things disappear and are born again. That is the flow of nature. The natural order is reason, and to follow the flow of nature." Yangjin, still hiding his expression, hesitated uncertainly. "You mean?" In front of Ja's expressionless face, he blurted out, "You are saying that you guys borrowing human bodies and living in them is following the natural order?" The silence of the space was quickly broken by Yangjin's question. "Then was I not supposed to exist? Is that the natural order?" Ya put down his teacup and corrected him. "To be precise, we do not borrow human bodies." He gave him a side glance and continued, "A deity's body is similar to a statue." Another word echoed in the room. "Your body is the same." At these words, Yangjin was surprised. "You mean?" He hesitated uncertainly and asked, "A statue means it was made. I do not understand what you mean." Just then, Ya asked him, "Do you know Dangan?" Yangjin answered as if asking, "Grandfather Dangan, the one who built the temples." He lowered his eyes and nodded. "That is right." Ya immediately tried to make him understand through a story. "Dangan created a land suitable for humans to live in. Dangan appeared a very long time ago. We, as the earthly branch gods, received a command and came down to earth to help humans. We brought forth fire and water, and with our power, we ushered in a new era on the barren land. And naturally, there were always witnesses who saw the divine power of the deities. Wanting to keep that power forever, they built altars and prayed there. 64 seasons passed and time flowed on like that. On the altar where the energy of all things gathered, a body like a human's was created. The world and all things changed in the flow of history. Finally, after long tempering, the first deity's body appeared. Everyone worshipped him. The earthly branch gods loved humans very much, so they entered the bodies made from their wishes and stayed on earth to help them. That body also had a lifespan like a human's, and when its mission was fulfilled, the altar would create a new body again. But on the Byung-sul day of the Jungmyo month in the Gapjin year, the altar of the deities was destroyed. From then on, the deities could no longer intervene in human history, and the bodies of deities were no longer made. We waited for our bodies to disappear and return to the heavens, but when we opened our eyes, we were still on earth. His eyes darkened slightly. The bodies of deities began to be born from humans. Our bodies were formed from humans. As this repeated, we too became trapped here. In the end, we decided to follow the natural order, and the humans they called the deity's body they gave birth to, the child who does not cry. The more Yangjin listened, the more he felt a chill. Your current body is one of them. Before that familiar yet unfamiliar name, Han Yangjin, his two eyes were empty. Ya looked at Yangjin and said slowly, "If you follow the natural order," he revealed the fact as if it were obvious. "The person living in that body should be Jin." Jin's expressionless face appeared. Now Yangjin could only remain silent as if crushed by Ja's words. "If you accept your fate and follow this natural order, I will personally guide your soul to the afterlife." He began to threaten coldly. "If you do not follow." His heavy words fell one by one into Yangjin's ears. "You will have to fight to the end to protect yourself." The living room was strangely quiet. Ya opened his mouth. "I will ask." His question held a deeper meaning. "Will you follow the natural order or will you go against it?" Yangjin did not answer right away and remained silent with no expression. Yangjin was silent for a moment, then answered, "Between living and dying, what other choice is there?" Ya just looked at the boy before him without showing any emotion. Yangjin arrogantly lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. "Of course I have to choose to live." He clenched his hands tightly under the table. His following voice was calm. "You said before that I would face harsher adversity and trials," he asked doubtfully. "Can you endure it?" Yangjin was anxious but still answered firmly, "If it were in the past I might have given up." Visions of the past resurfaced in his mind. The days he lived alone and in hardship. Sometimes he was insulted and severely pranked. Yangjin felt he had already been through enough terrible things. The present was already unfortunate and miserable enough. His lonely figure was living proof of that. "Because I had to handle everything alone." Yangjin's voice wavered for a moment, but his mind filled with the warm scenes he had witnessed. The moment he met Juwoo and saw him laugh, the times they hung out after school, Yangjin spoke as if he had come to a realization. Not anymore. He remembered the time he looked Hisa straight in the eyes. Her bright smile was deeply etched in his heart. He lifted his gaze and said firmly, "I want to live." Then, without hesitation, Yangjin brought up the past to Ya again. "You said you'd protect me." "That is certainly possible." At his words, Ya stiffened for a moment. Then that voice echoed in his ear again. "Wasn't I supposed to live forever, at least until I die of old age?" In the suffocating silence, an unexpected laugh burst from Ya. Soon he began to laugh out loud, and Yangjin was a little surprised. Ya looked at Yangjin and praised him. "Good, an excellent answer." Yangjin sat there stunned for a moment, listening to Ja's next words, indomitable will. He lowered his eyes slightly, exuding a dangerous aura, and uttered a single phrase. "If your will is weak, you'll easily crumble." Even though Ya had only offered a few words of advice, Yangjin felt a little worried. "Always remember this resolve." Just then, a loud call was suddenly heard. Big Brother Boksun's group suddenly appeared with bright faces. The girl looked at him and held out a box in her hands. "It is a gift for you, Big Brother." When the box was opened, inside was a set of clothes that, according to the children, was the real thing. Divine clothing. Yangjin was puzzled. Divine clothing? Boksun looked at him with pleading eyes. "Big Brother, please try it on." Beside her, a boy with sparkling eyes urged him on. "Try it on, Big Brother." With everyone's encouragement, he could not refuse. A few minutes later, Yangjin made a splendid appearance, dressed in new clothes that were mainly black and red. The angel-like children flocked around him, showering him with praise. "It suits you so well, Big Brother. You look so cool." Ya, who had been sitting all this time, also stood up and instructed him. "From now on, do not use the black dragon. Use this sword with your own power." Yangjin hesitated and answered cautiously. "But the sword is too heavy. I cannot even lift it without using that power." In return, he received Ja's calm gaze. "The black dragon is weakening your body. How did you feel after using the black dragon's power?" As soon as the question was asked, the image of himself struggling surfaced in his mind. Sometimes his arm would tremble uncontrollably. His legs were the same, even taking a single step was difficult. At those times his whole body felt drained of strength, as if he were about to die. Just then, Ya opened his mouth, startling Yangjin. "It is not helping you lift the sword easily. It is just using your stamina as it pleases," he explained simply, as if it were no big deal. "You do not even have any muscles. How do you expect to lift a sword that heavy?" This remark wounded Yangjin's pride, and he immediately retorted, "How can you be so blunt?" He pointed to the angel-like children on the other side and asked, "What about them? Are they all Hercules or something?" Ya calmly answered everything, driving another dagger into Yangjin's heart. "If you just have divine power, you can lift that sword easily. It is because you are just a physical body without divine power." Every word he uttered was a critical hit to Yangjin, silencing him. "Even though you occupy that body, your physical strength is less than that of a normal person. Why do not you try exercising?" A moment later, Ya sighed helplessly once more. He began to explain the method. "Try to focus your energy into your right hand." Yangjin hesitated, still unsure of what to do. How? Ya skipped the entire process, gathered power in his hand and showed him lightly, which greatly surprised him. Like this, Ya pointed to his palm and continued, close your eyes, focus your mind and maximize the sensation in your right hand. He looked straight at Yangjin like a real master. And think of that sword. Yangjin immediately closed his eyes and did as he was told. Ja's voice still lingered in his ears. It certainly will not be easy, but keep practicing. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power suddenly appeared. This startled Ya, making his eyes widen. By some miracle, Yangjin was handling the sword in his hand with great ease. Only after a long moment did he return to reality and was surprised to see what he was holding. Amidst the excited cheers of the angel-like children, a hesitant voice was heard. How? By this time, Ya had already regained his composure and speculated in his thoughts. That divine clothing has the ability to convert the energy of all things into divine power. Understanding, Yangjin hesitated and uttered 2 words. Then, but Ya immediately cut him off and said firmly, the divine power you can use is only temporary. He glanced sideways and said scornfully, this is proof that you are a physical body. It is something a normal human body cannot do. But Yangjin on the other side pretended not to hear and exclaimed joyfully, it is so light. He swung the sword as if it were a toy, leaving Ya speechless and silent. At this rate, I will not even need to use my left hand. At that moment, as if realizing something, Yangjin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His gaze fell upon his hand on the hilt of the sword. Ya explained again. When you received it from Jin, it was in the exact same state as when he first used it. Soon after, the space was once again enveloped in silence. His gaze had not left Yangjin since earlier. He suddenly asked a cryptic question. Have you ever seen what's inside the cloth? Yangjin was momentarily dazed and repeated, inside the cloth. Ya paid no mind and emphasized his question again. I'm talking about the hilt. Under Ja's silent gaze, Yangjin answered. No, why? He remained silent amidst Yangjin's questions. Is there something inside? In the end, Ya said nothing more about the issue he had raised. No, it is nothing. The scene shifts elsewhere. The food laid out on the table looked delicious just by looking at it. Eat. Yangjin sat at the table marveling inwardly, while Ya said calmly, when you are done eating, I'll take you home. At these words, he felt a little worried and wary. Ya sensed his gaze and was puzzled. What is it? Is it not to your taste? Yangjin was startled and hurriedly replied, no, it is delicious, but soon he hesitated and opened his mouth. It is just. Yangjin looked at the food on the table and suddenly said in a sad voice, it has been a while, eating a meal so well prepared by someone else. After speaking, he fell silent again. A hint of reminiscence in his eyes. His mother had always smiled kindly. Back then, Yangjin was just an innocent child who lived in his mother's embrace. Lost in memories for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth again. The flow of memories revived in his mind. Is that were not peaceful but painful. A woman with tears streaming down her face and eyes filled with extreme hatred. Just then, Ya broke the suffocating atmosphere. If you have something you want to ask, ask. Yangjin came to his senses but threw out an irrelevant question. Name, what's your name? At this meaningless question, Ya shot him a look as if he were an idiot. Yangjin hurriedly tried to recover. Even if you are a spirit, you need a name to live in this world. He averted his gaze and answered nonchalantly. That is not important. It is important. Yangjin revealed his true thoughts, sounding a little dumbfounded. Surely I cannot keep calling you kid. Ya, unwilling to speak, immediately retorted, you can call me Lord. At this he was at a loss for words. Ya looked at the boy before him and dropped a bombshell. I may look like this, but in human years I am much older than you. I have lived in this body for 28 years. If you count properly, I am probably thousands of years old. This statement dealt a psychological blow to Yangjin. He was shocked and exclaimed, 28? Then why do you look like an elementary school kid? This time, Ya patiently answered the question. It is because I lost half of my divine power because of that ancestor of yours. The more Yangjin heard, the more surprised he became. Although born from a human body in terms of conditions, it is the same as a body from an altar. He lowered his eyes and said, as if telling a story, after 64 seasons, my soulmate finally. He brought the atmosphere back to silence with a single phrase. That is 16 years. A familiar blue fan suddenly appeared in Ja's hand and his even voice continued. If divine power is used before it is complete, he said, as if it were obvious while testing the fan's ability, the body will be ruined. He folded the small fan and explained, because the body is small, the use of divine power is limited. Ya looked at Yangjin and finished his words. But this is a completed body. The core of the issue returned to Yangjin's question. So you are not going to grow anymore? Ya answered very calmly. That is right. Just then he suddenly said, I wonder what your ancestor did. Yangjin was completely lost. Based on his own speculation, could it be related to the family annihilation incident? Ya helplessly cut off his thoughts and made a suggestion. I will tell you that story after the black dragon is removed from your body. Now eat. As expected, Yangjin's attention was diverted again. Removed? He asked, a little scared, his voice trembling as he answered. But the black dragon is my left arm. Ya spoke firmly as if scorning the person before him. If you lose the left arm made of the black dragon, you could lose your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangjin was shocked. What? Seeing his expression, Ya said, it is not that there is no way. Before Yangjin's expectant gaze, he continued, this is something you must do. In the afternoon, at Yangjin's small house, he returned after a long and hard day. As soon as he opened the door, Yangjin looked toward the bed and was slightly surprised. At this moment, Jin was lying comfortably on it. He recalled what Ya had said at the dining table. Propose to Jin that you go find the dragon together. After a moment of silence, Jin suddenly called out to Yongjin. He was slightly surprised and asked if he had eaten. The room grew darker at Jin's question. "Where have you been?" Yongjin did not look over and mumbled an answer. "I told you I went out to earn some money," but Jin saw right through his pretense. "Did not you just come from meeting Lord Ya?" At his words, Yongjin's heart sank. Jin said in a low voice, "I." His gaze was as sharp as a real assassin's and his words were extremely cold. "Can smell a rat." Ja's expressionless gaze stared through him as he said, "This is something you must do. Propose to Jin that you go find the dragon together." Hearing that, Yongjin was dazed. "A dragon?" But he showed signs of unease. "But if my ancestor regains his power, how do I know what he'll do to me?" Suddenly, the corners of his mouth moved slightly as he uttered a few words. "The dragon you find." Following that, Ja's stern voice reminded the other person, "Is not Jin's over here." Yongjin grew more and more shocked. "It will be yours." And time returned to the present where he stood facing Jin. His sharp gaze continued to pierce through him as if in warning. On the other hand, he was hesitant and extremely flustered. "Smell a rat," but Yongjin soon regained his composure and continued. "Of course there is a smell. I just came from catching a rat." Then he added another remark. "A dog's nose is really something else over here." Jin was suddenly surprised. "You went to catch a rat?" Seeing that reaction, Yongjin held up his phone and pressed him. "Should I read it to you?" Looking for someone to catch a rat, looking for someone to dispose of a dead rat. Following that, he added the fee of 50,000 won. This time, Jin was also surprised. They pay money for that kind of work these days? In that atmosphere, Yongjin carefully speculated. "If I ask my ancestor to go find a dragon with me now," he watched Jin's actions and thought again. "I'll definitely be suspected." On the other hand, he was declaring, "I can do that kind of work too." Then Jin jumped right off the bed and proposed to him. "Take me with you from next time." Hearing that, Yongjin was puzzled and asked, "Grandpa, why do you want to tag along?" The answer came immediately. "I have to earn my keep," but he firmly refused. "No thanks. If you tag along, you'll just shed dog fur everywhere and create more work." After that conversation, the sky was soon tinged with the red of evening. In Yongjin's house, he lay there, constantly glancing at Jin and pondering. How should I say it? Cold sweat trickled down his face. "I need a legitimate reason." Suddenly, an unexpected memory surfaced and he froze. What happened? With just that thought, Yongjin spoke first. "Grandpa." He still pretended to be very nonchalant. "You asked what happened last time, right?" Jin, also curious, answered immediately. "You are finally telling me." Seizing the opportunity, Yongjin deliberately threw out a remark. "I almost went to see my ancestors." He even emphasized it, surprising Jin. "That is why I used the Black Dragon's power." Curious, Jin immediately pressed him. "Why?" Yongjin maintained an indifferent attitude and answered, "In any case, I am still alive. That kid who helped me exorcise the ghost last time came and saved me." Hearing that, Jin's dog-like face wrinkled slightly. On the other hand, Yongjin continued to lament. What kind of ancestor does not even know what happened to his grandson and lets him be rescued by someone else's ancestor? He even smiled bitterly and said, "What can I expect? This body is yours after all, Grandpa." At this point, Jin started to feel guilty. "You brat, stop talking about that." Then he reminded him in a serious tone, "Even if you deny it, you are my grandson." At those sharp words, Yongjin fell silent. It was true. At that moment, he simultaneously recalled Ja's words. A physical body is only formed from the descendants of that family. After that, Yongjin nodded and continued to fiddle with his phone. "Yes, let us just say that is the case." Jin, who was beside him, said, "Have not you been a bit too sarcastic since earlier?" But a second later, he continued, "I have something to ask." This time, Yongjin slowly brought up the issue. "You said you were sealed before, right?" The words family annihilation came to his mind, but what he said was, "So did you forget everything that happened before that? Why were you sealed?" At that question, Jin's mouth moved slightly as he answered, one letter at a time, "I do not know." Along with that, his face suddenly darkened, but one thing is certain. Yongjin was also swept up in the emotion and looked at Jin nervously, but he uttered unexpected words. "That I was the strongest among the descended earthly branch gods." He even confidently stroked his own face. "They probably sealed me out of jealousy." At those words, Yongjin's suspicion sprouted. "He is so glib, could he have annihilated a whole family?" "Yeah," soon he sighed. "Geez, anyone can say that. Whenever something happens, you just stand there blankly like a folding screen." Then suddenly he smiled bitterly. "You are just watching to take this body back, are not you?" As soon as Jin heard that, he immediately retorted, "Did not I pass all my power onto you? Besides, what can I do in this form?" But Yongjin provoked him further on purpose. "So you are just proving that you are a weakling right now." At that very moment, Jin quietly revealed a fact. "If I regain just one of my powers," that information startled Yongjin. "The situation will be completely different." Without a second thought, Yongjin immediately sat up. He took the bait. "Where is that power?" Jin slowly continued. "Good." At the same time, he nodded in satisfaction. "We must go find the dragon immediately. It seems you want to cooperate too." Hearing those words, Yongjin was dazed, thinking, "Cooperate?" Then that majestic gaze turned to Yongjin. "This is not my job." A second later, Jin suddenly returned to his original form. "It is a job you must do." At that sight, Yongjin was utterly shocked. Even after transforming, Jin made Yongjin stare blankly at him for a while. Jin raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Scared?" But Yongjin naively asked right back, "Why would I be scared?" To answer that question, he slowly sat down on the floor. "Sometimes I have to return to my original form to fix that insolent attitude of yours." Jin took out the wish-granting jewel he wore at his waist and held it right in front of Yongjin so he could see. Then Jin told him to touch the jewel with his left hand. Do as I say. At the strange request, Yongjin reached his hand toward the large orb. As soon as he touched it, a brilliant light flashed and emanated from it. It did not stop there. The light created a long path in the air. What is this? Jin followed the beam of light that pointed the way and whispered. It is closer than I thought, Yongjin. Jin added with a mumble. If we ride a horse, we can get there before dawn. But those words only confused Yongjin even more. Without taking his eyes off the beam of light, Jin answered. In my view, it seems to be about 500 ri away. Meanwhile, Yongjin had searched on his phone. Then that is about 200 kilometers. That is pretty far. As if he had suddenly remembered something, his face filled with alarm. The conversation with Lord Ya flashed through his mind in an instant. It seems one of the dragons is on Sukri Mountain. When he first heard the name, Yongjin had frowned in confusion. Sukri Mountain, but Lord Ya had immediately explained. It is the place you went to for your school retreat. Yongjin, feeling suspicious, asked again. It is there, but he had answered coolly. I cannot be certain either. Following that, Lord Ya gave him information about the animal-shaped god. But I saw a spirit god. Moreover, he added cautiously, usually such beings only appear on sacred and safe land. Finally, Lord Ya had asserted, and there will definitely be a guardian deity in that place. The recollection ended with Yongjin's surprise. Could it be S Mountain? Jin, hearing that, was also surprised and said, Sukri Mountain. Noticing Jin's curiosity, Yongjin hesitantly explained, It is where I went for my school retreat. Are you saying you saw it there? But Yongjin denied it and looked at his phone again. No, it is not that. But based on this direction and distance, at this point he had already opened the map, I think that is the right place. Well, let us go and see. In addition, he told Jin one more thing. We do not need to go by morning. It is a 3-hour bus ride. Having made a decision, he suddenly lay down on the bed. It is too late now, so let us go tomorrow. Jin immediately agreed. Good, let us leave after lunch tomorrow. Hearing that, Yongjin said hesitantly, What do you mean, lunch? I have to go to school tomorrow. Jin snorted coldly at his words. You must not neglect your studies. What time do you finish? Yongjin answered right away, around this time. Then Jin began to tempt him. Cannot you slip out in the middle? Yongjin was troubled by the question. Did not you just say I should not neglect my studies? Before he knew it, the time had changed from night to early morning, and the phone in his hand showed 12:44. Jin sat quietly in the bag with a calm yet somehow stern expression. He had finished early today and was on his way home. My life is more important than studying or anything else. To make sure, Yongjin gave Jin a warning. You have to stay quietly in the bag, okay? Jin replied right away. Do not worry. He then casually mentioned, There is beef jerky in the bag too. Can I eat it? Hearing that, Yongjin scowled deeply. Are you a dragon or a pig? Distracted by their bickering, Yongjin did not notice the shadow approaching from above at all. Only when the attack was right in front of him did Yongjin spot it, and his eyes widened. Before him were the sturdy legs of someone who looked like a student. Thankfully, Yongjin reacted quickly and blocked his opponent's powerful kick. Sand and dust rained down, and Yongjin's face was filled with alarm. A sharp gaze like that of a wild beast was directed at him. The attack from Lord Sul had even shattered the pavement they were standing on. Due to the immense power, Yongjin ended up collapsing onto the street. In contrast, she stood firm even amidst the thick dust. Earthly branch god, Lord Sul looked at Yongjin with rage as she felt the power of the black dragon. She then glared and questioned Yongjin. You damn dragon, have you gone mad? Overcome with confusion and fear, Yongjin could only stare at his opponent with his mouth agape. After uttering some incomprehensible words, Sul swung her sword again. The furious blow flew toward Jin. But at that moment Jin intervened in the fight. Lord Sul, as she turned the tip of her sword, he desperately tried to calm her down. Stop for a moment. The next moment, the sharp blade embedded itself right into the ground. It was only a few centimeters away from Yongjin. Yongjin, sensing that something was wrong, hurriedly fled. What on earth is going on? But in the confusing situation, he could only run forward. Jin saw Sul's form and then urgently shouted to warn Yongjin. Yongjin, above you. At that very moment, a familiar energy emanated from his arm. Before Yongjin could even grasp the situation, one of his eyes turned bright red, and the black dragon's sword immediately appeared, blocking Sul's slash. But that only made her more certain. Are you finally showing your true form? What Yongjin faced was Sul's crazed laughter. On top of that, she threw Yongjin into a panic by openly declaring, This time I'll cut that head of yours off. Meanwhile, Jin was desperately trying to persuade her. Lord Sul, stop, that child is human. But in Sul's eyes she could only see Yongjin's form and hear the voice coming from him. I am Jin, and so her misunderstanding deepened. If you are not Jin, then who are you? A second later, faced with a relentless barrage of blades, Yongjin had no choice but to fight back. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute, I am not Jin. Though he desperately denied it, Jin continued to shout, I am Jin. This time, Yongjin could not hold back and cursed. Are you just going to sit there and shout? After scolding Jin, Yongjin continued his life or death chase with Sul. Stop right there. Suddenly, she crossed her two swords and chanted a spell to amplify her power. The power immediately exploded, splitting the ground and sending pebbles flying into the air. Ah, Yongjin could only feel a current running down his back. Sul poured all her strength into this blow, and her eyes shone brightly. But just before the finishing move came down, someone's sword intervened. At that sound, it was as if time had stopped for Yongjin and Sul. Then the mysterious guest descended from the air, the hem of their clothes fluttering. With a selfless technique, the figures of Shin and O slowly appeared in the sky. Landing on the ground, he lightly touched the hilt of his sword. Finally, O lightly used a fan drawing technique to dispel the attack. Oh, but it did not stop there. He suddenly created countless soldiers and attacked the target. Heavenly Horse Cavalry. At his command they immediately drew their bowstrings taut, and countless arrows flew toward Sewell, forcing her to retreat. As the distance between them grew, Sewell could only grit her teeth helplessly. At the same time, O also raised his sword and shouted, "Guard me!" The Heavenly Horse Cavalry immediately turned from their battle stance, one hand firmly gripping a sharp long spear, then a protective barrier made of two spears unfolded in front of Yangjin and Jin. The time Yangjin noticed, the surroundings were heavily guarded. In contrast to Yangjin, Sewell was facing everything alone. After a moment, Shin put away his horse and handed back the phone. "Here, I took it." Oh happily received it. "Thanks." In addition, he proudly exclaimed, "The superhero has arrived." At those words her face darkened. "What?" Finally exploding with anger, Sewell shouted, "What are you trying to do, you horse-headed bastard?" Suddenly being cursed at, he was very displeased. "She is calling me horse-headed again," but Shin on the contrary chimed in. "It fits perfectly." Sewell began to lump them together. "You guys, are you with Jin?" Hearing that, Oh hurriedly said, "Why are you being so sensitive?" But she was still filled with killing intent and provoked her opponent. "If you are so great, come at me all at once." But this time he cut her off. "Calm down." Oh quickly cleared Yangjin's name. "That child is human. You almost killed a person." At that explanation, Sewell slightly furrowed her brow in disbelief. "Human?" All the while, Yangjin could only lament inwardly, "I want to go home. I do not want to find any dragon or anything." After thinking for a moment, Sewell still said with conviction, "No way. That guy smells like a dragon." Shin coldly warned her, "Blow your nose." Then she hurriedly got close to Yangjin to confirm, and Sewell's expression immediately froze with surprise. In extreme confusion, she pointed at him with teary eyes. "He definitely smelled like a dragon. He still does." At that moment, Shin suddenly pulled out Jin. Of course. This old man was sitting on his back. When she first saw him, Sewell's mouth hung open, not knowing what was going on. She then opened her eyes wide and asked, "What's this?" Shin immediately explained, "It is the old man who was shouting earlier." To add credibility, Jin also reluctantly opened his mouth. "I am Jin." As soon as he finished speaking, Oh laughed so hard he was rolling on the ground while Sewell was still sporting a question mark. At the booming laughter, Jin was even more at a loss for words. Oh took the chance to tease him more. He is not a Jindo dog but a French bulldog. Only then did Sewell slowly begin to understand. "This dog is Jin." The corners of her mouth started to rise, heralding something that was not outside of Jin's expectations. Finally, she too could not hold it in and burst out laughing. "Awesome." Sewell then pressed down on Jin's head. "You used to look down on dogs so much. How does it feel to be a dog now?" His reply came out in a meek voice. "When did I ever look down on them?" But she cut him off bluntly. "Shut up." They continued to joke around, and Yangjin quietly averted his eyes. "This has to be fate." Suddenly he warned Sewell, "Should not you be apologizing first? You almost killed a person." At those words she stopped laughing, and he asked again, "You are not going to apologize?" Sewell showed a flustered expression. "Why should I apologize? You were the one who caused the misunderstanding in the first place." Yangjin answered helplessly, "I already told you." But she still tried to blame him. "You should have told me sooner." But all those words were blocked by him. "I did tell you." Completely cornered, Sewell sensed Jin's triumphant laughter and hurriedly looked at him, continuing, "Because you have Jin's face." The words she was about to say were too embarrassing to utter. "Ah." On the other hand, Yangjin became slightly displeased. "Are gods normally unable to admit their own mistakes?" In the end, Sewell could not take it anymore, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh waited for her to leave before speaking. "I'll apologize on her behalf. There was a rather complicated incident in the past." Moreover, he extended a friendly hand and greeted him. "Nice to meet you. I am the earthly branch god, Lord O, the heavenly general." In addition, he introduced himself. "My name on earth is Juno." Yangjin reflexively answered right away, "I am Han Yangjin." He heard that and suddenly burst out laughing. "Yangjin, Yang, dragon." At that, Yangjin immediately bowed his head to say goodbye. "Thank you for your help. We are busy, so we'll be leaving now." Over here, he looked disappointed. "Too busy to even shake hands?" At this moment, Jin, with a grim expression, suddenly opened his mouth. "We are on our way to find the dragon." His following words were even tinged with killing intent. "Once I get my power back, I'll put you guys in your place." At that threat, Oh unconsciously covered his nose and shouted. Jin smiled wickedly. "I feel really good today." Yangjin also quickly urged him. "Ancestor, let us go." But before that, he added, "We have to go home and put this sword away first." On the other hand, Jin said nonchalantly, "It is better to have it. Let us take it with us." At that suggestion, Yangjin asked back, not understanding. What do you mean? How can I get on the bus carrying this?" At that moment, a voice suddenly cut in between them. The person who spoke was Shin, and he very seriously requested of Yangjin, "Give that to me." When Yangjin handed it over, he slowly touched both ends of the sword. A second later, two brilliant beams of light appeared and entered the sword. In the blink of an eye, the object had become so small it was invisible. He was still holding it in his hand, and the remaining bit of divine power was shining around it. Shin then very calmly returned the sword to its original form. After confirming, he threw it to its owner. "Fetch it carefully." Yangjin asked, bewildered. "How do I open this?" Oh, who was nearby, started to tease him. "You are kidding, right? You cannot do it because you do not have divine power. Too bad. Without a lord, you'll have to carry it until your arm hurts." Meanwhile, Shin was introducing himself. "I am Shin." Oh immediately added a note. not the Shishin forgiving but the Shishin of the 12 zodiac signs, and he slowly approached Youngjin's face. Lord Ya probably told you how to use it. With one hand he lightly tapped his shoulder. Unless it is a real emergency, then Shin's stern voice was heard. Do not use the power on your left side. After giving his warning he turned his body. Hey, why are you still standing there? Shin also quickly said, it looks fun, so I am going to follow. Want to go together? And so their conversation continued while Youngjin looked at the sword again. I am not as free as you, I am busy. Over here. Watched him get into the car and marveled. He is leaving just like that, but suddenly, someone called out very bluntly. Hey, when he turned around he saw Jin's frowning face. Why are you following us? What are you plotting? At that accusation, Oh shrugged and answered, plotting? Lord Jin, you are not seriously planning to take the bus, are you? At his command the fan in his hand snapped open. Ha! In an instant a heavenly horse appeared right behind him. With me I guarantee you'll get anywhere in 5 minutes. Then Lord O chuckled slyly and asked, care for a ride on the heavenly horse taxi? At the same time, in a place full of thickets and trees, a warm breath was exhaled from a creature that passed by their sight. Its body was huge, but its form was hidden behind the green leaves. The sky today was exceptionally clear and blue, harmonizing with the lush forest. At this time, O was riding with Youngjin and Jin, galloping as if flying toward their destination. After a final left turn, the three of them landed with a vibration that shook the entire area. O landed with a casual shout, while the other, still unable to get his bearings, announced their arrival. Jin suddenly reminded him quietly, Lord O, we need to go to the mountain's peak. This is not it. To that he answered calmly, I know, we are walking up from here. As soon as he finished speaking he snapped his fingers and dispelled the technique. The heavenly horse that had been waiting for them disappeared, causing Youngjin to fall. Now this is an adventure. In contrast to that enthusiasm, Youngjin said wearily, I thought you gods were incredibly busy. Let us find it quickly. But O laughed cheerfully and joked, I do not know about the others, but I am incredibly free. And so their mountain adventure began. On the way, O suddenly spoke to this Young. He asked curiously what games he played. Youngjin answered in a low voice, I do not. Then he asked again, League of Legends? Still he gave the same firm answer. I do not. This time O was genuinely shocked. When asked why, Youngjin told the truth without hiding anything. I do not have a computer at home. He suggested he could just go to a PC Bang. That suggestion was immediately rejected. It is a waste of money. But O, as if in disbelief, pressed further, You do not play mobile games either? And Youngjin's answer was just as firm. No. At that he suddenly changed the subject. Then what do you do for fun? Youngjin answered nonchalantly. I just live. Hearing that, he proposed, come live at my place. We even have a PC Bang. O quickly added an explanation. Actually it is not my house but that monkey bastard's house from earlier. We just have to ask him to lend us a room, he boasted proudly to Youngjin. Our mission is to protect humans, is not it? That guy will definitely agree. Youngjin on the other hand hesitated and refused. No thanks. At that reaction he was puzzled. Do you dislike me that much? But in the end Youngjin coldly replied that it was just so. O asked innocently, what does just because mean? Can you explain it in more detail? This time Youngjin got slightly annoyed. Stop asking, I am exhausted. Just then Jin suddenly opened his mouth mysteriously. Hey kid. Then his weary form slowly became visible. Hold out your left hand. Youngjin was surprised. Are you okay? Why do you look so exhausted? In the end he had no choice but to comply with the request while O chided him. What? You are as weak as a snail. Jin transformed into his human form and placed the wish-granting jewel in Youngjin's hand. As always, it immediately began to shine brilliantly. Following that, a beam of light appeared pointing the way as O marveled. They followed the direction the light pointed and muttered, we have to go a bit further. As Youngjin was about to continue, Jin called him once more. Hey Youngjin. He was now back in his dog form and extremely tired. Give me a piggyback ride. This body is so abnormal. The legs are short and the body is like a potato. Youngjin looked at him and said, you eat so much, of course you are fat. Even O laughed mockingly. He just snapped back at Youngjin irritably. You little demon, you should have worked on your physical strength sooner. You cannot even lift a single sword properly. And so they began to bicker. I can lift it now. He cut him off firmly. Shut up. A moment later, Jin was put inside a bag to rest. The one carrying him was none other than O. You guys would have been in big trouble if I had not come along. Youngjin, who was following behind, answered, I am sorry. After climbing all the stairs, only a high cliff remained before their eyes. O paused for a moment and thought, is this the right way? Do we have to go through this rock? Jin suddenly sniffed the air and O, wanting to be sarcastic, said, putting on a fierce dog act. Immediately, Jin suddenly leapt into the bushes. Are we there already? The two followed the direction he pointed, pushing aside the branches little by little. Looking closely, a creature was fast asleep in the middle of a hollowed-out piece of land. Seeing it for the first time, Youngjin's eyes widened in surprise. Is that a deer? Jin, on the other hand, was sure it was a spiritual being. As if sensing their presence, Doran woke up first. Then it bowed its head in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, my lords. His sea-blue eyes slowly met theirs. I am Doran, the guardian of this mountain. Jin immediately asked him, are you the mountain god? You do not look to be in very good condition. At that question, a hint of sadness crossed Doran's eyes. Do not worry. This is merely the result of the mountain's life being destroyed and its ecosystem collapsing. Then he quickly got to the point. For what reason have you lords come all the way here? Jin also stated his purpose right away. There is something I am looking for. Hearing that, Doran responded very gently. If it is something I know, I will gladly guide you. What are you looking for? At this time, Jin began to ask for information. If you've been sleeping on this mountain for a long time, you must have seen the white dragon. At the name he mentioned, Doran's brow furrowed slightly. Then Doran suddenly turned and walked away. I have no certain information about the white dragon, but there is something I would like to show you, he said in a slow tone. Please follow me. At this positive situation, Oh remarked, so it wasn't a wasted trip. After that, they followed Doran to a place hidden by a rock. Seeing it, Oh showed a bit of curiosity. Is that rock the white dragon? But he quickly took out his phone and took a picture first. Oh spoke to Yangjin. Yang wanna be insta friends? But he shook his head. I do not have one. At this he shouted as if he could not understand. Why do not you have anything? Meanwhile Doran was slowly talking to Jin. This is a sacred rock that has existed since I was born here. He looked toward the rock and continued. At night it often emits a white light. Jin on his side observed quietly. Doran continued. I do not know if it is related to what you are looking for, my lord. A moment later he called out to get Yangjin's attention. Hey kid. At the same time Jin in his human form used the wish-granting jewel to check. This time the jewel's reaction was very different. It no longer shone. At that change Yangjin's eyes widened in surprise. He maintained that posture but nothing more happened. The light went out. After confirming, Jin frowned slightly. So is it the right one or not? Before they could find an answer to the question, the sound of birds flying chaotically was suddenly heard from the forest. Not only that, but even the trees were being shaken violently by something. The sharp senses reacted quickly. It was a sign that something was about to appear. At that moment only Doran realized there was a problem, but a chain was one step ahead of him and flew in from somewhere. In the blink of an eye it wrapped tightly around Yangjin, causing him to be greatly flustered. His face darkened, and he instinctively looked back. In the direction Yangjin was looking, the chain was held by a mysterious figure. Suddenly the leaves rustled slightly, revealing his form. Seeing that bizarre appearance, Yangjin was so flustered he could barely utter a single word. A mask. Meanwhile the masked figure pulled on the chain, trying to drag him away. At the critical moment Doran suddenly rushed in and bit the chain. The thin chain was immediately snapped by his sharp teeth. The other end was caught very easily by Oh, and at the same time he triumphantly held onto Yangjin. Nice work. Then Oh's eyes glanced at him to check. Yang, you okay? In contrast to that casualness, Yangjin was still terrified. He was still bound, and the other end of the chain was held in one arm. Seeing that sight, Oh was horrified. When he hurried to check, the one he had caught was the masked figure. Even Doran had not expected it and was completely frozen. Jin could only shout his name loudly in terror. Yangjin himself could not move an inch. It was because he had seen a few drops of saliva fall. To be precise, it had come from the sharp teeth of a beast. Following that, the body of a giant werewolf came into view, startling him even more. Only then did Oh shout in a hurry. That bastard, when the hell did he switch? Jin shouted in annoyance. Did not you catch the wrong one? While the situation was still chaotic, the werewolf turned to leave, but that action was immediately spotted by him. Stop right there. Before Oh could act, the masked figure freed himself from his hand. Then he landed on the ground with two other masked figures. At this very moment, Oh immediately drew his sword and infused it with divine power. Following that, he slammed the tip of his sword into the ground. At the same time, he firmly gave the order to Sionbul select and mobilize. In an instant, a troop of heavenly horses appeared with him. Heavenly Horse Cavalry. Oh's troops quickly divided their tasks. Rearguard protect the others. Countless troops continued to appear, adding to their numbers, and he himself drew his sword and went into battle. Vanguard, follow me. On the masked figure's side, he shouted arrogantly. Do not let them get away. But Oh's heavenly horses broke through them very easily, so the bastards hurriedly changed direction and gave chase. But what blocked their path were two sturdy spears. The heavenly horse troops Oh had left behind now surrounded them to block their way. On the other hand, Yangjin's vision was constantly changing at a tremendous speed. The werewolf was lightly leaping through the forest, holding him in its hand. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I cannot move. Yangjin thought that he had to take out the sword in his bag. Finally, he came up with another solution. Unless I borrow the power of my left hand, just by thinking it, magical power began to invade his eyes. At this very moment, Ja's voice cut in. If you keep using the black dragon's power, you will gradually lose yourself. So Yangjin hurriedly squeezed his eyes shut. At the same time, Oh's call rang out in time. Yangjin, his horse's hooves gamped on, kicking up dirt, stones, and dust in succession. To catch up to him, Oh pulled the reins without hesitation to speed up. He still calmly maintained a confident smile. Stay still. Soon the distance between the two narrowed enough to clearly see the werewolf's movements. Seizing that opportunity, he immediately focused his divine power into his sword. Following that, Oh slashed horizontally, cutting through the bastard's upper body. At the sudden pain, the werewolf's eyes completely rolled back. The arm that was holding Yangjin also lost its strength. As soon as he was freed, Doran and Jin rushed in to rescue him, and they landed safely on the ground, but the bastard's eyes were still ferocious and he did not care about the divine power gushing out. Finally, the werewolf's arm and body fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Oh's troops immediately approached with him to check. Is it dead? Seeing that, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. I have not even gotten any information out of it yet. But a second later, the werewolf suddenly grabbed its own arm and right before Oh's eyes stood up on its own. The sound of chewing and bones breaking echoed, and Oh, horrified, turned pale. The werewolf, on the other hand, was filled with killing intent and calmly swallowed that arm. A second later, the severed arm grew back just as it was, and the sight once again made Oh extremely horrified. Damn it. His opponent was completely recovered, and even seemed more frenzied. For oh, this unexpected situation actually stimulated him. This bastard, he is really disgusting. Back to Youngjin's side, they were running away from the werewolf in the safest way possible. Doran was carrying Youngjin and Jin on his back at a speed as if flying. But the masked figures still caught up and hid behind the trees. One of the bastard's hands was already stretched out trying to grab Youngjin as soon as he passed, but this time Doran reacted in time and the bastards missed. At their strangeness, Youngjin was too shocked to speak. What? Meanwhile, the bastard sneered and said to Youngjin, surprised? Not yet. The bastards even gathered and threatened Youngjin. Unfortunately, I'll let you know, no one knows this mountain better than us. Then the masked figure softly enticed him. No matter where you run, you are in the palm of our hands, so obediently. Just then, the heavenly horse troops O had summoned swarmed to Youngjin's side. As soon as he saw that, the bastard frowned. Those guys are here again. The situation quickly shifted to the werewolf's side. The enraged bastard took out a flail and rushed toward his target. The bows and arrows on this side had been waiting for that moment and were fired. As the werewolf approached, countless arrows pierced its body but could not stop it. Then the giant spiked flail was immediately brought down powerfully. At that attack, O immediately leaped high on his horse to dodge. But as the chain unraveled, the situation did not go simply. In an instant, it transformed into a chain weapon that moved unpredictably. Even O himself had not expected it, and could only open his mouth wide and shout, "Damn it!" Immediately after, he took a direct hit and was dazed, and the heavenly horse disappeared, sending O falling straight into the dust. After that exchange, the werewolf's spiked flail was stained with blood, and he hurriedly gripped the wound on his arm. At this time, O laughed bitterly to himself. So that was a long-range weapon, but the battle was not over yet, and the werewolf continued to swing its weapon. His strong hand gripped the flail and threw it as it was. The next moment, a final blow filled with killing intent flew over, and so the area where they were fighting was immediately shaken once. On Youngjin's side, the group of masked figures suddenly sensed a change. Jin and Doran were horrified to see the troops suddenly disappearing. Gradually, only a few shining dots remained, making them wonder, what? But one of the bastards quickly grasped the situation and sneered inwardly, looks like your side lost. Jin on this side still said with certainty, Lord O was defeated. That is impossible. In the meantime, the bastards continued, one guy who's all talk and two dogs, and so the masked figure calmly pointed at them. Now surrender obediently. Suddenly, the bastard's laughter stopped at the sight before him. At this time, Youngjin's coattails were fluttering. Jin, not knowing what was about to happen, did not look back. As for Youngjin, in his hand was now the shrunken sword. Divine power was quickly infused into the blade, activating its enlarging function. Finally, at the sound of the gentle wind and the ripple of power, Jin also turned around. When he looked back, the sword had already been summoned and was ready for battle. Youngjin gripped the sword tightly, its tip pointed at the masked group. The surprised gazes of Jin and Doran simultaneously turned to Youngjin. On the other hand, the masked group was very hostile. What's his game? One of them guessed. Looks like he wants to pick a fight, another shouted, annoyed. What a pain. Then he opened his mouth. Do not you get the situation? I can take you down with just a toe. You are not even a match for the tip of that horse captain's foot. He even sneered openly. Facing a wall would be more fun than fighting you. The one next to him suddenly chimed in. I think fighting this guy would be more fun. Then he threatened, telling him to stop playing the hero. Do not even think about fighting us at your level. Even after hearing that, Youngjin gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his composure. If you get the situation, surrender quietly. That is the best way to protect the others. It is the only thing you can do right now. Waiting for them to finish blathering, he asked, why are you trying to capture me? But the man said nonchalantly, who knows, we're just following orders. Youngjin immediately pressed him. Who's your leader? As expected, the man just furrowed his brow in displeasure. You do not need to know. The other men suddenly started cursing. You idiot, why did you say it like that? Then the masked man coaxed sweetly. If you want to know, just come along quietly. Otherwise, I'll log out your cute little companions one by one. Nearby, Doran watched them quietly on guard, while Jin remained silent despite their mockery. Rather than cute, yokai would be more accurate. Immediately after, the masked man swung his chain and attacked him. Let us talk after you put that sword down. As the attack flew in, Youngjin reflexively slashed it away. Seeing his resistance, the man became even more displeased. This bastard is stubborn. But only one of them was quietly lost in thought. A warning was echoing in his mind. Be careful, if you corner him, the black dragon might appear. Returning to the present, he looked at Youngjin with curious eyes. If I succeed, maybe I'll get a chance to see that black dragon. The situation shifted back to O and the werewolf's area. After the man delivered a blow that seemed to shatter the sky, the flail was still embedded deep in the ground. His target had already dodged and was now quite a distance from the werewolf. In that empty space, the werewolf's wounds were slowly healing. O noticed it too and could not help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I am screwed. He turned his attention to his injured arm. Since I am in this situation, I have to deal with this quickly. And so O spoke first, very nonchalantly. Hey, I have a confession to make. Even then, he was still smiling confidently. I wasn't at full power because I was maintaining the soldiers. He drew his sword more resolutely and adjusted his stance. Do you know what that means? This time, O pointed the tip of his sword directly forward. I'll show you my real power now. Divine power immediately welled up from deep within the earth, flowing through the cracks and surrounding him. O's face also became more serious than before as he focused all his spirit into the sword, and in the blink of an eye his body glided past, unleashing a swift slash. The precise blade immediately cut off the werewolf's upper body. If you regenerate by eating yourself, you will not have a head to eat with now. After delivering the blow, O continued quietly. If you regenerate naturally. The moment he sheathed his sword was when he used his final technique. I'll just burn it all with blue flames. Triumphant, O deliberately spoke a little more. I should have interrogated you first, but Yang was in danger. Suddenly he saw the werewolf's hand place itself on its own neck. The next sight was the man tearing off the burning part himself. O himself had not expected it at all, and could only stand there with his mouth agape in horror. What? The werewolf, having dealt with the unnecessary part, its cells surged again. New heads sprouted from the hole at an unbelievably fast speed. At that moment, O sneered as if he had realized something. So he wasn't an ordinary yokai. What he faced was a werewolf as tenacious as a leech. I was just planning to play with you for a bit before leaving. Will I be able to end this incident? The scene returned to the clash of swords. Yangjin was trembling, but his opponent was very calm. Finally, the masked man delivered his verdict. Pathetically weak. Following that, he easily threw him aside. You are no match for me. Yangjin collapsed to the ground from that last blow. The masked man said impatiently, Bring out the black dragon before I cut off your limbs. Fighting a guy like you is pure torture. Yangjin faced him. All he showed was a face full of helplessness. The other men were watching with great amusement. He does not even know we are holding back. Hey, forget the black dragon, let us just tie him up and get out of here. The horse herd is going to come back at this rate. Jin, tied up, was extremely flustered. Damn it, what should I do? His gaze never left Yangjin's every move. Just then a thought came to him. Can I withstand it in this dog's body? And so, Jin immediately called Doran's name to get his attention. You said your name was Doran, right? Jin used his divine power from the side and instructed. While I am using my power, get that child out of here. However, he suddenly uttered words of dissuasion. Please do not, then Doran quietly advised. That body is not befitting of you, my lord. It could be dangerous if you use your power. Let me try. Please do not overexert yourself. He was very surprised by those words. How do you know that? At that question, Doran's gaze deepened as he looked ahead. Seeing Yangjin continue to be beaten, he slowly continued. Is that not your original place, my lord? Looking more closely, he could clearly see Yangjin's miserable state. It has been bothering me since earlier. A confession followed. To be born and exist in a place that is not permitted. By then he was already on the verge of collapsing, but he still gripped the sword tightly in his hand. What on earth is that? Yangjin himself still had not given up, trying to grip the hilt tightly. The masked man continued to mock him. Your appearance has surpassed that of a human. He stabbed his heart with sharp words. But inside you are just a weak human. Moreover, his face was very frightening. You cannot do anything with your power. It was so humiliating that Yangjin's surroundings suddenly turned dark. It was impossible in the first place to fight a monster like that without using the black dragon's power. In a fleeting moment he surrendered to his anger and clenched his fists accordingly. The black dragon's eyes opened with frenzied magical power, and Yangjin's eyes turned a familiar red. Just then, Doran saw a single golden ray. That is, watch your mouth. It was emanating precisely from Jin's body. That is not it. Over here. A cunning smile spread clearly across his face. However, Yangjin suddenly slammed his head hard on the ground. At that action, the masked man was shocked and confused. He still had a smile on his lips, looking even more triumphant. He is my grandson. Simultaneously, Jin's body was growing faint due to the transformation. Doran witnessed the scene and his eyes widened. So for Jin, he did not forget to continue his firm declaration, I will protect my grandson. At that very moment, the rock Yangjin was hiding behind began to glow and react. Yangjin recalled the moment Jin had smiled sinisterly and the thought that had crossed his mind. An indomitable will. I must remember that resolve. Yangjin gripped the sword in his hand and admitted, that is right, I cannot win. Then he pointed the blade forward, his voice laced with sarcasm. Of course I cannot win, it is 1 against 3. Seeing Yangjin's expression, he shouted, this bastard's gone crazy. He quietly recited the masked man's main objective. Your goal is to capture me alive, and from now on I will find a way to escape from here, even if it means dying. Hearing that, he was enraged and spat out word by word. Is that so? In that case, immediately, the masked man rushed in, aiming for Yangjin's 2 legs. I'll just cut off your legs. He glared and gritted his teeth, waiting for the masked man's attack. With the sharp sword in his hand, he drew closer and closer to Yangjin. Suddenly, the masked man's blade was blocked by a wall that appeared before him and shattered. He was bewildered by the sight, and Yangjin was surprised to see the wall surrounding him. He was so nervous a drop of sweat trickled down his cheek as he was assessing the situation. A single foot walked out from the thick dust, and Jin's hair and 1 ear with an earring were slowly revealed. At this moment, the masked man had hit the wall hard and lost consciousness. His comrades were no different, collapsed on the ground. The form of a dragon, clad in a powerful white magical aura. Chang'e's Jin stood at the center of the spiritual power and quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Seeing that he had no escape, the masked man gripped the dagger in his hand tightly. He too vaguely guessed his end. I am going to see my ancestors. A chain flew in from a distance. From somewhere, a masked man had wrapped a chain around his comrade's body and was dragging him away with another masked man. The masked man stared blankly, his eyes fixed on Jin. Jin's calm figure was reflected in his pupils. At this time he was still surrounded by Yangjin's spiritual power, full of vigor. Jin looked at the masked man with sharp eyes. O slammed his blade hard into the ground. He bent over panting and grumbled, I am so tired. Oh lifted his head, looked at the werewolf before him and shouted, I am sick of this. The man closed his eyes, still with a joyful expression on his face. Oh furrowed his brow, vaguely understanding the werewolf's tastes. You have been smiling since earlier. It is pissing me off. It is like you get more excited the more I cut you. He lifted the sword in his hand and said, anyway, thanks to this technique I figured something out. If my guess is correct, with a confident thought, he carefully scanned every corner of the werewolf's body. There must be a fatal weakness. O's face hardened as he thought, if it could regenerate unconditionally, there would be no need to defend. He questioned the werewolf's actions, but he used his hands and feet to block the attacks. O swung his sword, preparing for a showdown. Let us test it and find out. He quickly used the blue flame and rushed at the werewolf. O aimed straight for the man's arm. His sharp blade cut into the werewolf's flesh. Seeing that he had hit his mark, O's face relaxed. Just as I expected, the werewolf got angry and struck where he had been standing with its other hand. O easily stepped back and planted his feet on the ground, then pointed his sword forward and rushed toward the werewolf, shouting, Is it your navel? O was very excited and unleashed a series of attacks on the man. I'll pierce it for you. Suddenly, Migu appeared. She appeared on his shoulder and requested in a charming voice, Stop it. O was flustered and looked back. Migu smiled and craned her neck to look at him. O annoyingly swung the tip of his sword resolutely at her. Migu landed lightly on the ground. She wrapped her arm around the werewolf's neck and called out, Darling. Migu placed one hand on her hip, caressed him with the other, and said mockingly, I told you to capture him, not to fight. O was bewildered by her fickle behavior. Let us go, it is late. Migu put 2 fingers to her lips and opened her mouth charmingly. Young man, she blew a farewell kiss to O from the werewolf's embrace. See you next time. He stared blankly at the spot where Migu had just stood, where only a red aura remained. Doran's ears perked up. His body had clearly changed. Yangjin looked quite surprised. He can get smaller too. The sun was gradually setting. He opened his mouth and said, Yangjin was truly speechless and could not understand. Why did you follow me all the way home? Doran honestly confessed his feelings. Because I have grown interested in you. He was flustered and asked back. Huh? Yangjin sat down to be at eye level with him. Do not you need to protect the mountain anymore? Doran answered right away. The white dragon is protecting the mountain now, so I do not need to be there. Jin furrowed his brow suspiciously. Is not that where you were born and raised? He thought for a long time. This is not a rash decision. It has been the way of old to leave the nest when the time comes. I believe now is that time. Doran hesitated and continued. Besides, he looked back and forth between the two of them. I am curious about the relationship between you, my lord, and this child. Yangjin chose his words of refusal. I am sorry, but as you can see, we already have one monster in our house. Unexpectedly, Doran told him not to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled, and I will not be a burden. I'll stay on the mountain behind the house. Then he voluntarily got up to find something to eat. What do werewolves eat? Do they eat like dogs? Doran accepted Yangjin's kindness with embarrassment. I am sorry, I have not eaten anything since yesterday. Yangjin opened the cupboard and found a few cans. He grumbled. Is our house not poor enough that we have to feed this one too? Jin commanded him. Hey mountain god, you take care of your own food. Doran bowed his head and obediently followed. I understand. He turned around annoyedly and argued with him. Why are you so mean? Are you going to cast him aside after getting his help? After speaking, Yangjin began to search again. Wait a minute, can you eat beef jerky? Jin rushed in and stopped him. Hey wait, he took the lead and spent a long time choosing. Not this either. He was truly speechless. Suddenly Doran called out. Young man, he looked at Yangjin with strange eyes. What's your name? He answered. Han Yangjin. Doran did not want to trouble Yangjin. Han Yangjin, I'll just eat what you eat, but he explained that animals should not eat human food. At that, he suddenly leapt up and spun around and a blue aura enveloped Doran. He transformed into his human form, lifted his head slightly, and asked, Is this okay now? After a long deliberation, Jin made a choice. I will bestow this upon you. Yangjin hesitated and then suggested. Then would you like some ramen? He was surprised. Ramen is not that too much of a luxury, he said in distress. What's so luxurious about ramen? A moment later, a steaming bowl of egg ramen was on the table. Jin sat beside it, drooling. A meat broth, it is on a different level. It must taste amazing. As soon as Doran tasted a sip of the broth, it was as if he had tasted a delicacy. He enjoyed his meal happily. This is delicious. Yangjin was relieved. Fortunately, it seemed to suit his taste. Just as he was about to take his first spoonful, a light burst from beside him. Jin transformed into his human form and arrogantly demanded, Boil one for me too. Yangjin grumbled in annoyance. This place is cramped enough as it is. While the two were bickering, Doran ate his ramen quietly. Even if you eat in that form, it affects your dog body. Did you already forget how much you suffered last time? Are you going to take responsibility? He asked nonchalantly. Are you talking about the toilet bowl? Late at night, Yangjin quickly tried to send him out. Mountain god, you should get going now. He immediately obeyed. Yes, I will get going. But he threw him a blanket. It is late, so sleep here tonight. He got annoyed at the increased competition. The house is already small and you're even letting him sleep over? Yangjin ignored Jin's opinion. Between your dog form and human form, which one is your true body? Doran answered without hiding anything. Both are my true body, he asked with a gentle smile. Then you must know how to wash yourself, he confirmed as if it were obvious. Yangjin's attitude turned cold as he immediately demanded. Then go wash. You smell like a dog, he confessed honestly. I almost threw up while eating. Doran was embarrassed. I am sorry. Jin hurriedly checked his own body odor. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Yangjin and he lay down in their respective corners to rest. He suddenly became worried, thinking about it. Yangjin really did not know what to do. How do I get the dragon into my body? That one entered my ancestor's body. An old memory flooded back. You are saying I can have it. What does that mean? I am supposed to cage 2 dragons in my body? Lord Ya glanced at Yangjin. Make your left arm with the dragon you obtain, and remove the black dragon. That is the method I am thinking of. He asserted that any dragon would be safer than the destructive and terrible power of the black dragon. In the present, Yangjin was lost in various thoughts. The white dragon must be much safer than the black dragon. So he boldly proposed to his ancestor that they switch dragons. For a moment Jin did not understand what was happening. Yangjin shot up and earnestly pleaded, Lord White Dragon, are you listening? Please become my left arm. It answered firmly. I refuse. Yangjin was bewildered. What? It asserted arrogantly. I am the power of the earthly branch god Jin. I cannot be with a human who lacks divine power and will. He was speechless for a moment. Jin, this seems to have turned out for the better. It suddenly offered a wicked opinion. Keeping the black dragon caged in a weak human's body is not a bad idea either. Yangjin's face turned pale. What did you say? He was confused and could not grasp the situation. I am asking you for help, the white dragon asserted coldly. There is no way for me to help you. It kindly added a few words of advice. If the black dragon goes on a rampage I can smack it once, so be careful not to let it run wild. Yangjin was so shocked his thoughts froze for a moment. Jin suddenly spoke, pulling him out of his reverie. Did Lord Ya tell you to do that? As Yangjin was still dazed, he asked if he meant changing the black dragon to the white dragon. He confessed honestly to Jin. Lord Ya, the black dragon is always unruly, but I thought the white dragon might be reasonable. His face darkened immediately. Do you think I am an idiot? Jin changed the subject. Where did you get that sword hilt? Yangjin frowned and answered nervously. I bought it from a second-hand trading app. He accepted the information vaguely. You bought it? In that case. Jin took out the clothes with his divine power. His gaze was filled with scrutiny and pressure. Did you buy this from there too? He broke into a cold sweat from nervousness. This is Lord Ja's. His somber eyes showed that the matter was not simple. It is what Lord Ya used to wear. A trembling hand struggled to reach up. Lord O was lying in bed receiving treatment. My hand is still shaking. He frowned, displeased. Is it because this is not a body made from an altar? He immediately asserted. It is because your training is lacking. Lord Ya, who was beside them, calmly analyzed. Because of that, the balance in your body was broken, making your divine power unstable. Lord O, still unable to get off the bed, asked curiously, how on earth do you maintain balance with that body? A calm aura still emanated from his whole body. The answer was simple. Habit. He could not help but marvel. My God, how can you live like that? Lord O started looking for excuses. This might sound like an excuse, but it is all Lord Sul's fault. The more he spoke, the more worked up he got. I used up all my strength trying to stop that woman in the first place. While Lord O was in the middle of talking, he was startled by a foot. That is why I used up too much divine power and was at a disadvantage when fighting that guy. Lord Shin looked down on everyone arrogantly from above. You useless fool, look at you, beaten to a pulp. He struggled to get up. I told you I am on a different level from you guys, he said as he passed Lord O. Do not mess around for a while, you are like a young colt. Lord Shin spoke to Lord Ya. By the way, Lord Ya, did you hear that Lord Jin absorbed the dragon? Then he'll be able to maintain his true form more freely from now on? He judged the situation with a cold face. If that is the case, this is a real problem, he said nonchalantly. He only absorbed one dragon. It is still fine, but Lord Ya did not think so. Jin symbolizes the power of protection and temperance. That cannot be regenerated, so Jin's true form will not become free either, he said firmly, and even if that returns to Jin, it does not mean everything is over. Lord Ya closed a thick book and said calmly, because it was part of my plan to resolve everything peacefully from the beginning. A lovely voice was heard. Big Brother, a small child, smiled brightly and announced the news. The gate is open. He clasped his hands behind his back and led the way. Let us go and talk with everyone. Lord O cheerfully shook his limbs. As expected of the child attendant hospital, they are all real master doctors. Lord Shin pretended to be uninterested. So did you kill that guy in the end? He asked without turning his head. He picked up his clothes and rambled on. No, reinforcements came right before I was about to land the final blow, so that guy ran away too. Too bad, Lord Shin sneered mockingly. You are good at making excuses. Lord O deliberately brought up a topic. Do you know who came to rescue that guy? He did not care. Who? He said, a name that Lord Shin would definitely care about. Migu. Sure enough, he immediately glared at Lord O as Lord Ya quietly passed through the gate. The spiritual energy surrounding him spread out. Lord Ja's expression became slightly serious. He opened his mouth. Everyone, Lord Ya politely greeted everyone. It has been a while. They are all familiar faces. Earthly branch god Lord Chuck, not far away. Earthly branch god Lord Mayo. Lord Mayo was sitting in a corner with his legs crossed. Earthly branch god Lord Mi was smiling gently as usual. Earthly branch god Lord Hay. Lord Hay spoke up as the representative. Please come in, Lord Ya. Lord Mayo happily greeted Lord Ya. It has been a long time. He looked at the object in front of him and asked curiously, what is this? He opened his mouth. Lord Hay excitedly explained his idea. Since everyone is gathered after the meeting, I thought, why do not we play Yutenori together? Lord Mayo immediately agreed. Sounds good. Lord Shin looked around, but someone was missing. Where's Lord Sa? Lord Yu's eyes widened. Lord Sa, you mean Lord Sa? She checked her phone. You should notify me about meetings like this a week in advance. I am busy, she even added. Just summarize the key points and send it to me in a text. Lord O quickly found a seat and sat down. Is that lady still running a fortune-telling shop? Lord Ya decided. It is fine, I'll inform her again later. Seeing that someone else was also missing, he asked, Lord In is not here either, I see. Lord Mayo carefully asked Lord Sewell, who was nearby. Lord Sewell, did not you come with Lord In? She grumbled irritably. No, why are you calling my name while looking for that old man? She became sullen. Why are you suddenly getting angry? Lord Mi frowned and urged impatiently. Stop it and let us get to the main point. I took time out of my precious schedule to come all this way. At those words, Lord O said sarcastically, You came comfortably through a dimensional gate, yet you talk as if you went through some great hardship. Lord Shin added fuel to the fire. And you are the most idle one here. Lord Ya intervened and stopped the commotion. First of all, he unfolded a strange drawing. Have you seen this? He frowned. What's that? Lord Mayo also tilted his head, puzzled. Lord Hay suddenly spoke up. It seemed he had a clue. This, he approached to take a closer look. I have seen it. Lord Hay explained what he knew. A yokai with that seal carved on it has killed a person before. To be precise, it indirectly pushed that person into a pit. Lord Yu was very surprised to hear this. Something like that happened on Jeju Island too, he lamented. If only I had known a little sooner, that tragedy would not have happened. That is why I remember it clearly. Lord Ya asked for details. When exactly did it happen? Lord Hay rubbed his chin and thought deeply. It was not long after this body awakened, so it must have been about 10 years ago. He filtered the information. So it has existed since 10 years ago. Lord Ya moved on to another topic. Then have you seen a mask? He could not follow. A mask? Lord Ya gave a specific example. Things like a ho-ho mask. Lord Hay thought for a moment, then asserted. No, I have not seen one, but what does that have to do with this? He said. The yokai with this seal and masked individuals are acting as if they are on the same side, he asserted with conviction. And behind the scenes there is a mastermind giving them orders. Lord Mayo was very worried. But what is their objective? He continued with his speculation. Judging from what has happened so far, their objective is Jin's body. Lord Ya mentioned an important issue. As you all know, there is a human soul inside Jin's body right now. Lord Mi was incredulous. A human? He could not hold back and burst out laughing. Wait, is that really a human? I would bet on it. That thing is closer to a yokai. Lord Mi revealed his ill intentions, but Lord Ya cut him off. Watch your mouth, Lord Mi. That child is clearly a human. He continued to attack the person who wasn't present. How can something that harbors the black dragon be human? He suddenly asserted. I will remove the black dragon from that child's body. I am serious. The black dragon. He looked Lord Mi straight in the eye. To do that I need your power. Lord Mi smiled with killing intent. You can just handle it yourself. If you just follow my lead it would be over quickly. Lord Ya did not answer, lost in thought, but his eyes said it all. He showed his stance by frowning. Lord Hay deliberately spoke up. Why do not we stop fighting and just play Yutenori? Lord Mi's face darkened as he muttered to himself. How unpleasant. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to endure. Besides, it is not that child's body. Lord Mi could not understand the reasoning. That body originally belonged to Lord Jin. Should not we follow the natural order? He was a bit extreme on this issue. Besides, I heard Lord Jin lost his memories. In that case, he is the same Jin we used to know. Lord Mi continued to mutter. The one at fault in the first place was the black dragon, not Jin. Lord Shin suddenly cut in sarcastically. You bastard, have you had a crush on Lord Jin since the old days? It is hard to listen to. If not, stop spouting such nonsense. Lord O enthusiastically supported him. That is exactly right. Lord Yu laughed loudly and slammed the desk. Lord Mayo could not accept it and frowned. Does that mean we have to forgive the Jin who mercilessly killed tens of thousands of people? He retorted through gritted teeth. The one who killed them was the black dragon. Lord Hay also spoke up. So what if it was the black dragon? He calmly analyzed the issue. That is originally a part of Jin's power. How can you be so sure the black dragon's actions weren't influenced by Jin's will at all? Lord Hay's tone was a bit sharp. It is just that because Jin himself had the thought of wanting to get rid of humans, the black dragon acted accordingly. Lord Shin suddenly proposed a crazy idea. Would not it be easier if we just got rid of him while he is still in a dog's body? The black dragon would disappear on its own then. Someone pointed out the flaw. You think he'll die that easily? He'll definitely go berserk, she asked calmly. But that child, Lord Mayo raised his own question. I am curious about that child born from Jin's body. In any case, that child was fine even while harboring the black dragon's immense power. He spat out venomous words again. Right? It does not make sense no matter how you think about it. If he were an ordinary human, he would have been devoured by the black dragon long ago. How could he be fine? Lord Mi was really stubborn and refused to accept it. That thing must be a yokai. I'll send him to the next world. I am sure he is the mastermind behind everything. Lord Ya could no longer remain silent. Lord Mi, his face darkened with anger as he warned, if you have no intention of cooperating, get out of here. Lord O was also displeased. Stop with the delusions, you crazy bastard. At that, he resolutely slammed the desk and stood up. Lord Mi pointed a finger at everyone and arrogantly declared, fine, whether you remove the black dragon or catch the mastermind, you guys handle it. I am out, open the gate, I am going home. He widened his eyes and marveled. He is really leaving. Lord Shin looked at his phone and sneered. He has to leave or it'll get more embarrassing if he stays. Lord Chuck quietly put down her teacup. She judged the situation gently. Whether that child is a human or a yokai is no longer important. Lord Chuck summarized the opinions. Because Lord Ya has vouched for that child being human. Therefore, we have no reason to object to her judgment. Everyone listened quietly to her analysis. What we need to focus on now is who broke Jin's seal. Jin could not break the seal himself, so someone must have intervened from the outside. No one objected. That person must be a being with power equal to ours to have been able to break the seal. It is highly likely that person is connected to the mastermind. We also cannot rule out the possibility that they've contacted Jin. She reached a simple conclusion. Because the one who covets Jin's body the most is none other than Jin himself. So with a gentle smile she made a cruel suggestion. How about we bring Lord Jin here and torture him with a leg-twisting press until he confesses? What do you all think? We can use Lord Mayo's power if needed. Yu, who was sitting beside her, could not help but marvel. So all this talk was just about wanting to torture Lord Jin? Shin cut in. He sneered as if he had a hidden agenda. It sounds plausible, but is there really a need for that? Shin suddenly dropped a bombshell. Because the mastermind is Chang'an, he received a message from Yangjin. Come to the front of your house at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Yangjin's eyes widened as he read the text. He could not take his eyes off the message. Come to the front of your house at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Let us have dinner. Yangjin happily typed a reply. He quickly accepted the invitation. Yes, my lord, Shin asserted confidently. The mastermind is Chang'an. Ja's face darkened. His expression was unreadable. Mayo was bewildered and could not understand. What? The others did not understand either. What did you say? He grinned and turned to the guys this one fought were Qianzhang's underlings. They were in an uproar again. What? Qianzhang. He immediately confirmed it. I was half doubting it myself since I would never seen that guy before. Recounted the battle, but it seemed like that guy had received something from a fox. That is probably why he did not die even when his head was cut off. I can confidently say he is one of those who used Qianzhang's Hoju fox bead. He added more information. The masked guys we were just talking about are the same. Almost forgot to mention an important figure. Migu showed up too. Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Migu, it has been a long time since I have heard that name, Ya asked Lord O. He was clearly displeased. Earlier when I asked you said you had no useful information, he explained nonchalantly. I just saved it to say it now. Is that a problem? Ya sighed, looking tired and angry. Hey suggested again. Come on, let us play Yutenori and cool off. That night in a mansion deep in the forest, adding a few rose petals to the warm water was truly relaxing. Qianzhang was enjoying the warm water when she suddenly paused as if sensing someone's approach. The other person spoke first, impassively. Leaving that matter to my children is sufficient. He gloomily sounded Qianzhang out. Do you really think that is enough? Do not you plan to step in yourself now? She did not want to bother with such trivial matters. Did you dare to come all this way in the middle of the night just to say something so petty? Did you come to spy on me while I bathe? He clicked his tongue and explained himself. I have been standing here facing the wall the whole time. Qianzhang demanded. If you have something to say, say it. The masked figure chose his words carefully and negotiated. Could you stop sending your petty underlings on missions? He frankly pointed out numerous faults. Putting aside their failure to draw out the black dragon, they could not even stop Yangjin. Why is the work outside handled so inefficiently? She continued to enjoy the warm water. You are making a fuss over nothing. The masked figure could not just let that slide. Nothing. He deliberately raised his voice in sarcasm. You are certainly taking this easy. Qianzhang comfortably toyed with a rose petal. Are you being sarcastic with me? As she lowered her voice, the air around them seemed to grow cold. How dare you? Chang'an, the nine-tailed fox god Qianzhang, glared and threatened. Are you defying me? Unexpectedly, the masked figure did not even tremble. Yes, unfortunately, I do dare. Is being a nine-tailed fox anything special? He even pretended to be naive. Oops, I misspoke. My apologies. She gently blew on a rose petal, and the masked figure immediately slumped down as if drained of energy. Qianzhang rose from the bath and slowly approached him, the space filling with steam and her divine energy. She gently reached out and pulled him toward her. Qianzhang made the masked figure look straight at her. Nothing special, you say? Her smile turned chillingly manic. Shall I show you? Qianzhang tried to remove his mask, but he suddenly broke free from her hold and grabbed her hand tightly. The masked figure squeezed Qianzhang's slender wrist hard. She winced in pain, her arm trembling. He stood up straight and demanded boldly. Of course, since you put it that way, I have a favor to ask as well. And in the blink of an eye, the masked figure vanished without a trace, leaving a burn mark on Qianzhang's hand where he had grabbed her. She rubbed the wound and grumbled, Is that damn bastard a eunuch? Qianzhang gloomily hatched a plan. The next morning the weather was wonderful. A peaceful day at Sambo High School. Juwu excitedly gripped the sword in his hand. Let us start now. Yangjin, with his hands in his pockets, paid no mind. What are you going to do now? He excitedly laid it out. What do you mean? We promised to practice swordsmanship together. Are you trying to back out now? Juwu did not give Yangjin a chance to speak. Do not dawdle. He adjusted his glasses. First, I'll show you a demonstration. Juwu gripped the hilt with both hands, focused, and then swung the sword in a powerful circle. He turned pale with surprise. Juwu stylishly finished his move. How was that? Yangjin's jaw almost dropped. That was pretty convincing. His heart was filled with anxiety. Yangjin was continually tormented by regret for the past. He asked himself countless times, if it had been that kid fighting the masked guys back then instead of me, would everything have been different? He excitedly demanded. Now, show me your usual fighting stance. Yangjin, as if waking from a dream, was extremely flustered. What? Juwoo explained. I need to check your fundamentals first to decide the direction of our future training, he taught with great passion. Or just try to copy what I did. He unconsciously took a step back. Ah, Yangjin could not refuse Juwoo. Actually, he watched Yangjin awkwardly receive the sword. I knew this day would come, so I prepared. Juwoo wasn't actually a master. Instead of practicing orthodox swordsmanship, he had mostly just copied cool techniques he saw on TV. He gulped nervously, trying to hide his expression. I wonder if Yangjin will fall for it. Seeing Yangjin get into a stance, Juwoo laughed to himself. He is really buying it. He was excited, enjoying his prank. Juwoo pretended to be serious and troubled again. He looked around. Come to think of it, I forgot to ask the most important thing. He was at a loss for words. What's with his tone? Juwoo sat down seriously in the middle of the path. Now tell me. Fire, water, earth, or wood? Which power do you want to use? Yangjin was struggling to keep up. What nonsense is this? He declared loudly again. Nonsense, this is the most important part. You have to convert the energy of nature into your power. This coincidentally aligned with Ja's teachings. The ability to convert the energy of all things into divine power. Juwoo was still pressing him. Answer quickly. I am on a tight schedule. He decided to play along. How about fire? It is strong. He nodded in agreement. I knew you'd choose the breath of fire. Yangjin was flustered. What? Juwoo nodded and urged him on. All right, I get it. He came over and corrected his stance. Come on, hold the sword properly. To learn swordsmanship well, your starting stance has to be correct. Just then, a few friends came over. What are you guys doing here? Yangjin immediately threw the sword aside. Juwoo slid over it in sorrow. She asked, what on earth are you two doing? He mysteriously adjusted his glasses. Yangjin said he wanted to get stronger, so I decided to teach him a few moves. He retorted, annoyed. When did I ever say that? Juwoo answered confidently. I heard the scream in your heart, he excitedly suggested. Want to practice more on the field after school? Yangjin refused. Not today, I have plans. Ja suddenly asked her friend, Hisa, do you have plans with him today? Hisa shook her head, bewildered. No. At that, the two of them stared at him with wide eyes. Yangjin could not understand. Is it that surprising that I have plans with someone? That afternoon. After school, every student who passed by turned to look back. What's that? What? Who is that? Are they filming a movie nearby today? Qianzhong was waiting right in front of the school gate. Whispers of her being a celebrity could be heard. Passing delinquents could not take their eyes off her. She is incredible, so pretty, Nuna. They were laughing and chatting carefree until they met her gaze. It is right to call her Nuna, is not it? Right after that, the guys quietly backed away. We are screwed, so screwed. Qianzhong quickly spotted her target. Juwoo could not understand. You have plans at 6. There is still about an hour until then. Yangjin anxiously checked the time. No, how would I know when the gate will open? He was bewildered and did not understand. Gate, where are you supposed to meet? He decided to postpone it until tomorrow. Just then, a smooth voice called out, Yangjin. Qianzhong approached him familiarly and to everyone's shock suddenly hugged Yangjin. Qianzhong said in a charming voice, I missed you. Juwoo covered his mouth in disbelief. Yangjin, do not tell me the plans you mentioned were. Hisu's expression twisted in shock. She quickly decided to leave. We'll get going first, Yangjin. He hastily tried to explain. No, it is not like that. Yangjin desperately shouted, but no one looked back. It is really not. Qianzhong had achieved her goal and he knew nothing. He kept shouting. Who are you, lady? Right after that, Yangjin felt dizzy. He was helplessly subject to her power. I have no strength in my body. She gently caressed Yangjin. Are you okay? In the critical situation, their two faces were too close. Hisa felt the wind. It blew her long black hair, so Hisa decided to go back. She ran, calling out loudly. Yangjin, and Hisu's eyes widened and her jaw dropped at the sight. From her perspective, Yangjin looked intimate with Qianzhong. Her eyes were full of calculation, her gaze as if it would devour her opponent. Qianzhong clicked her tongue in annoyance, interrupted by a flying card. A person approached calmly, their voice innocent. Oh my, she feigned innocence, acting as if she knew nothing. I am sorry for interrupting your fun. The card that just flew by gently returned to its owner. The person just now was the earthly branch god Lord Sa. It seems my hand slipped. Juwoo had just caught up to Hisa and asked urgently. What's wrong? What happened? Yangjin sat helplessly on the ground while the two powerful women faced off tensely. Qianzhong smiled cruelly and calculatingly. There are a lot of spectators here. Are you trying to fight? She provoked her openly, but doing that would put O in a difficult position, would not it? Sa was immediately enraged. What did you say? She burned the card in her hand. It has been peaceful lately, so I have been bored. A weapon appeared in the hot flames. Things like this used to be common. The surrounding students stared with their jaws agape. What was that just now in her hand? Qianzhong admired her. You are so cool, Uni. Sa was displeased. Why am I your Uni? She had no intention of saving the other's face. You crazy bitch. She said nothing, quietly lost in thought. His request echoed in her ear again. To avoid disrupting the plan from now on, act secretly so humans do not find out. Qianzhong's face darkened as she made up her mind, and this Uni will take care of her little sister. An enchanting aura emanated from her 9 tails. Menghyang dream incense. As soon as it spread, people started to collapse. Hey, No ordinary human could resist it. Youngjin's face turned pale seeing his friends were also affected. Hisa Juwoo, hearing his voice, Qianzhang's eyes widened in surprise. She truly had not expected it. What? Why are not you asleep yet? In that opening, Sa charged. She held a spear and stabbed the ground hard, creating a hole. Qianzhang grew a little bored. Are you serious? But her expression did not look bored at all. I have no intention of fighting. I want to look at beautiful things a little longer. Sa spun her arm and swung it in a circle. I'll let you see them one last time. She gathered her power and cast a technique. Saw through rhombus-shaped pieces that blazed red. Serenhwa snake-scale fire. They embedded themselves precisely in her body, and they burned Qianzhang with all their power, but a purple energy quickly consumed the flames. Her expression did not change at all. She hummed. Qianzhang stood calmly in the middle of the street without a stitch of clothing. You burned all my clothes. Youngjin was startled, his face turning bright red. On the other hand, she raised her voice and questioned her. How dare you attack me with fire? Are you crazy? Answer me. Sa countered with a different question. Why did you suddenly come down to the human world? Qianzhang raised an eyebrow and answered, That damn bastard told me not to say anything for a while. She was a little surprised. Damn bastard, she shrugged, sneered and said contemptuously, Even if I told you, you guys could not do anything. Sa could not hold back and said, Speak up before I rip your chest open. Qianzhang smiled slyly and criticized her. How vulgar. She wasn't provoked at all. Am I more vulgar than you? When her petty trick did not work, she fell silent again. Time to leave. Sa covered her hand in fire, revealing skin like snake scales. As she shook hard, scales scattered around. Sa tried to use the same technique again to surround her. Serenhwa snake scale fire, but it was too late. Qianzhang had already disappeared. Seeing that the person was gone, she withdrew her weapon. Youngjin was still lying on the ground and Sa reached out to him. She lifted Youngjin's face and examined it. So it is you, the kid Lord Ya mentioned. Sa looked quite intrigued. To withstand an illusion without any divine power, that is quite surprising. A faint voice was heard. Youngjin. Hisa struggled to get up. Are you okay? She immediately came to a conclusion. Is that your girlfriend? What's this? You are doing better than I thought. Youngjin immediately denied it. No, the other students gradually came to their senses. What? Where am I? It is school. Juwoo, bewildered, adjusted his glasses. Why cannot I remember anything? Sa thought this was no longer a private space. Let us move somewhere else. She took the group to her apartment, making coffee. Sa introduced herself. I am the 6th of the 12 zodiac gods, Sa. My rank in the heavens is Lord. The 3 people sat quietly at the table. My name on earth is Sa. Juwoo's jaw dropped. A zodiac god. She created a relaxed atmosphere. You can just call me Lord, Nuna, or even Darling. Whatever you are comfortable with. They were bewildered. Lord Sa, Hisa started connecting the dots. Then that person from before. She concluded with surprise. Is that person also a god like you, Lord? Sa confirmed. Yes, she is a god. She added a few more details. But she does not belong to the earthly branches. Sa mentioned a new concept, Chang'an heavenly stems, but no one understood. Chang'an, she calmly cleared up their curiosity. They are the Sangam Nims of the heavens, Juwoo guessed. If they are Sangam Nims, are they higher in rank than you, lords? Youngjin frowned, unable to understand. Sangam Nims. Sa sat down and took a sip of her coffee. Gap Aol Biang Zhang Mu Gi Jiang Shin I am Gai. On earth they are usually known as the Chang'an. There are 10 gods on that side and the one you just saw is one of them. She said a name the kids might know. Zhang the Foxmaster. He was surprised, his eyes widening. The Foxmaster? You mean the leader of the Gumiho clan? Issa could not understand at all why those beings were targeting Youngjin. Sa put her cup down on the table a bit forcefully. She crossed her arms, sat more comfortably, and began to speak. We are also looking into it right now. As for why the Sangam Nims of the heavens have descended to the mortal world, the gazes of the 3 people turned to one direction at once. It seems the cause is you, Youngjin. Sa kindly asked for Youngjin's opinion first. Is it okay to talk about this in front of your friends? Juwoo spoke up first instead. No problem. He was determined to find out. We know most of it already. He gets targeted by yokai often, right? Hisa was no longer unfamiliar with it. Because Youngjin is a divine body, she grasped the situation. In that case. Sa asked frankly and casually, you must know that Youngjin is a soul that should not exist, right? And that the real owner of that body is the dog that follows him around. The 2 of them froze in shock. This time it was finally Youngjin's turn to speak. No, they do not know that. The scene shifts to Qianzhang's mansion. Masked figures were always on standby. She returned, emitting spiritual energy from her whole body. Migu rushed over to greet her. Lady Qianzhang. Her face was flushed with excitement. How can you appear in such a beautiful form? Qianzhang noticed Youngjin's existence. What on earth is that kid? She recalled the scene from before. Why is he still okay? It is Jin's body, but the soul inside is human. Even a god would have their soul sucked out if they let their guard down. Unable to hide her surging anger, she gave a manic smile. A mere human. How dare he? Hisa hesitated, opening her mouth to ask. That. She did not know that fact at all. What are you talking about? Youngjin is. Sa was also surprised, her eyes widening. What? She openly probed Hisa. You knew all along, did not you? Sa's sharp gaze pierced through her. You are a shamaness, so you should know, she pointed out without a hint of hesitation, that kid's body and soul do not match. You must have felt that his body is like an empty shell. Sa nonchalantly listed the reasons. That is why yokai are after that kid's body. Because the real owner of the body is not inside. What? Hisa did not understand. Then, she could not believe this fact. Are you saying the original owner of that body is his ancestor? This time she was surprised. Ancestor? Did that guy say that? Sa clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. She reached out and picked up her coffee cup again. Lord Jin really has a great sense of humor. Saw admitted that the idea made some sense. In a way, it is correct. The humans who built that altar are the ancestors of the current families. Ju heard a new word. Altar, she analyzed. And Yongjin, you are a descendant belonging to Jin's family. But if not, in an instant a strong wind blew past, freezing the two of them. With the coffee cup still in one hand, she choked Yongjin with the other. You, what the hell are you? Saw's sharp gaze searched him. Are you a demon? She had not completely cut off Yongjin's breath, including the fact that you accepted the black dragon and are coexisting with it. There are more than a few suspicious things about you. He jumped up in surprise. The black dragon. She told Yongjin about his guarantor. I let it slide for now because Lord Ya guaranteed you are a human soul, but I have not completely dropped my suspicions about you. A hint of cruelty flashed in her blue eyes. What should I do? Saw tightened her grip slightly. If I send you to the next world right now, I could find out your true identity immediately. She tempted him grimly. Are not you curious too whether you are really human or a demon? Hisa quickly stepped in and blocked Saw's hand. She declared loudly and firmly, Yongjin is human. She was bewildered, her face filled with surprise. Saw said. Hisa repeated once more. That is right. Juwoo took out his various machines. If Yongjin were a demon, my equipment would have already reacted and been beeping loudly, he said firmly. To be honest, I have no idea what you are talking about with altars or the black dragon. But Juwoo raised his voice, clearly showing his belief. If you try to harm my friend Yongjin, he resolutely drew his sword. You'll have to deal with me first. He tried to act tough, but Juwoo's legs were trembling. Saw looked down and observed. Oh my, is that so? She lightly flew at him and knocked Juwoo over. Yongjin hurriedly shouted. Juwoo, he, still holding the sword, trembled and resisted. Bring it on. Saw burst out laughing loudly. She relaxed. Hisa jumped onto the desk to support him. It is a joke, a joke. Why would I harm him? Saw smiled and told the truth. That kid is a human we must protect and care for. She glanced at Yongjin and teased him, but Yongjin must feel reassured having such great friends behind his back. What's with those clothes? His phone rang. The name on the screen was Lord Ya. Yongjin answered the phone. My lord, he urged. Where are you? It is past 6. He checked his phone. It really was late. But Yongjin could not help but be surprised. It has only been 1 minute. He hurriedly shouldered his bag. I am at Lord Saw's house. A beam of light appeared from behind. Saw gave an alluring yet sarcastic smile. Really, barging into a woman's house so brazenly? Yongjin was startled and looked back, but the call had not been disconnected yet. He was surprised to see the person who suddenly appeared. My lord, Juwoo, surprised, adjusted his glasses. Is this quantum teleportation or a black hole? He asked Saw accusingly. Why did you drag this kid here? She explained. This kid was almost dragged away by Qianzhong. Know the facts before you speak. Ya frowned and examined him. What? He immediately recognized those clothes. Something must have happened. Ya resolutely approached Yongjin, grabbed his hand and threw him right out the door. Yongjin was flustered. Wait a minute. No one had a chance to react. He demanded that Saw come to the meeting. She refused. No, I have other plans. I'll text Nabi later. Ya did not argue further and hurried to leave. Hisa called out hesitantly. Lord Ya, he recognized her. Saw was quite surprised. What? Do you two know each other? Hisa worriedly looked for a way to bring it up. Yes, she decided to be direct. I have learned everything about Yongjin's specific situation. Ya shot a look at the culprit. She averted her gaze, feigning innocence. Hisa asked sincerely. Her attitude was very serious. What can we do to help him? Even the smallest bit of help is fine. Juwoo also stood up straight and said, we want to help too. The two tried to appeal their value. We still have a lot of high-tech equipment we have not used. We have fought demons before too. She felt indebted to Yongjin because he had always protected them. Hisa clenched her fists and said as he stood silently beside her in agreement, this time we want to protect him. Ya just asked calmly. How do you plan to protect him? He hit the nail on the head. You are merely human. Ya calmly and specifically analyzed. A body made of flesh and blood is a being with limitations. Her face was full of resentment. He continued. However, Ya gently admonished the two. If you truly care for Yongjin, abandon that thought. It was because he knew the current Yongjin all too well, he said firmly. He is not strong or free enough to carry the burden of your resolve as well. He looked up at the two of them. Ya did not miss Hisu's tightly clenched hands. That desire to protect him, the fact he stated, left her devastated. It could end up holding him back instead. Keep that in mind, Saw said reproachfully. Oppa, that is too harsh. Ya did not pay any mind. Take the kids home safely. She turned her gaze to the two of them, especially Hisa. Her mood seemed very bad. They returned in the evening and the sun was almost setting. Juwoo walked along, marveling. So many amazing things happened today. It was just like watching an anime, he continued to chatter excitedly. To think I would see scenes like that in person and that gate from before. If I get the chance, I want to try going in one too. Hisa was dazed, recalling Ja's words from before. He said Yongjin fights to protect you. But if you get into a dangerous situation again, she analyzed it more closely. What will happen to his position? Yongjin had indeed said it before. It is more dangerous because you guys are here. Juwoo was still lost in his own world. I could not record it with a camera, so I have a lot to write in my hunter's journal, Hisa concluded gloomily. Yongjin is more than we think. She concluded sadly. The fights he is in are much more dangerous. His eyes sparkled. But he was cool, wasn't he? The one who goes against the natural order. Hisa reminded her friend. Juwoo, this is not a manga, it is reality. Juwoo flinched. Sorry, she bowed her head slightly and her voice sank. Even though things got so serious, he was enduring it all alone without a word. He did not object and was quiet. Juwoo thought so too. Tears suddenly welled up in Hisu's eyes. If something happens to Youngjin. If anything happens, he hurriedly reminded her. She quickly took back her ominous words. Hisa bowed her head, looking extremely sorry. Ever since the Virgin Ghost incident, I have only made things harder for Youngjin. She wanted to help but was powerless. I want to help him with all my strength, but like the Lord said, if we are in danger, it'll be even harder for Youngjin. Hisa fidgeted with her fingers. Right now, there is really nothing I can do. Juwoo denied it loudly. What are you talking about? He pushed up his glasses and said firmly, if there is a domain of the gods, there must be a domain of humans too. We can still help Youngjin. Juwoo had a very positive mindset. We cannot fight like gods, but we can support Youngjin from a human standpoint. He seemed to be trying to give Hisa strength. Is not that what the Lord meant? Leave it to the gods and return to our daily lives. Juwoo painted a peaceful and beautiful future after the fight is over. So that Youngjin can return to a normal life, he reached his hand out to her. Juwoo declared with confidence, have to become the strength that supports him. I firmly believe that Youngjin will definitely win. Under a sunset that colored the sky red, a peaceful residential area was submerged in the quiet afternoon. In the room, Jin sat on the bed, his ears perked up, deep in thought, then stared intently at his own small paw. Jin suddenly recalled a certain day. In the cold gray mist he stood there, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Jin looked at his hand and thought continuously, his golden eyes shining sharply, revealing an unspoken tension. And when a small sound rang out, his golden eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if Jin had sensed something suspicious approaching. Doran came to the glass door, bowed his head and said, My lord. In the modest room, he looked at him with a worried expression. Your complexion does not look good. Is something troubling you? Doran waited patiently for an answer. Jin finally opened his mouth in a low voice. Jin, curled up, asked in a growl with a helpless voice, How did you know this is not my body? Opposite him, he answered calmly. Regarding the bodies of the gods, as far as I know. Gods are born in human form. Jin paused for a moment at those words. Born, he looked at Doran and said sharply, You make it sound as if we are actual humans. That is a good one. The atmosphere grew heavy. Doran lowered his head and said in a low voice, I am sorry. His voice sank. But it is true. The scene shifted to him fighting fiercely. He opened his mouth. That human's body was originally supposed to be mine, Jin continued with a disgruntled expression. That is why I cannot use my full power even if I regain it. Because this dog's body cannot handle that power. Doran looked at him and asked immediately, Then would not it be better if you returned to your original body? He answered in a low voice. I have tried a few times. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the two sat quietly in the silent room. Jin continued. There was sadness in his eyes. But perhaps things turning out this way is the will of the natural order. At this, Doran bowed his head respectfully and said calmly, If there is anything I can do to help, I will gladly do so. So please do not hesitate to give me an order. Anything at all. Hearing that, Jin lifted his head and asked back with a suspicious look, Anything? Immediately, a cooking video started playing. A low voice flowed from the video. The amount of water is very important. The water level in the pot should be about 1 knuckle of your little finger, about 3 centimeters. How to cook ramen by a 20-year master grandmother. Jin, with a solemn expression, held out the tablet to Doran and said firmly, Can you do it exactly like this? The voice in the video continued. When the water starts to boil, Doran hesitated slightly before nodding. I'll give it a try. Outside the peaceful house, a purple evening sky stretched out. Suddenly a sharp scream erupted. You idiot! Ya rushed in, brandishing a terrifying red broom and demanded, Who told you to switch dragons with that guy? Poor Youngjin clutched his head in confusion. The restaurant was in chaos. He buried his face in the table. As Youngjin clutched his head, a voice was heard. Boksun, get me some water quickly. Youngjin clutched his head, sighed, and made a small excuse. You said the white dragon was better, my lord. Ya admitted. That is not wrong. He accepted the glass of water and growled, but that does not mean I told you to switch them. I told you clearly last time. Youngjin suddenly remembered. Ya had previously instructed him. The best way is to make the white dragon your left arm and remove and destroy the black dragon. Ya, after a pause, asked in a voice mixed with annoyance and worry, Why did you act on your own? His face was still calm, but his words made the atmosphere awkward. You discussed that with Jin without consulting me first. Hearing that, Youngjin immediately explained, I do not have your number, my lord. So how was I supposed to contact you? That is how things ended up like this. Seeing him still sitting with his head in his hands, Ya reminded him, I did not hit you, so sit up straight. Just as Youngjin straightened up, his low voice rang out like a warning. You were the one who trembled with worry, wondering what your ancestor would do if he regained his power. Ya explained in more detail. And the black dragon is a very dangerous power, so what do you think would happen if your ancestor obtained it? Suddenly, Youngjin asked out of curiosity, So can the black dragon beat the white dragon? At that question he was too angry to sit still. In the middle of the garden a soft yet helpless sigh was heard. Why are you trying to make them fight? At this Ja's face hardened as he fell into thought. That is a problem for later. I cannot understand the white dragon's actions. He stared straight at Youngjin and asked bewildered, Why did it choose the path of leaving the black dragon in a human's body? Yangjin, who had just been hit, could only scratch his head and sigh. Hitting me will not change anything anyway. Ya looked at Yangjin and thought to himself, White Dragon, what on earth are you thinking? Yangjin remained quiet, helplessly asking himself, but what should I do now? Do I have to find another dragon? A moment later, Ya opened his mouth. Take it slow, there are other ways. More than anything, those words put Yangjin's mind at ease. Suddenly, Ya, still sitting properly, quietly got to the point. You said you ran into a Chang'an earlier, looks like you fought. Yangjin was startled and answered in a small voice. Ah, the image of being forcibly kissed flashed in his mind. Yangjin's face was filled with fluster as he struggled to explain. We did not fight, it was just nothing happened. Ya tilted his head and asked, Then why are you wearing the divine clothing? At the question, Yangjin answered with some surprise, I took it out without realizing it. Oh right, Yangjin asked back. Why did not you tell me those divine clothes were yours, my lord? I got caught by my ancestor because of that. Hearing that, Ya answered nonchalantly. What about it? He lowered his head slightly and said coldly. If he noticed, Ya lifted his head, sneered sharply and narrowed his eyes as if calculating something. What's he going to do to me? From now on just tell him and come here comfortably. Yangjin, who was beside him, could only reply in a small voice, Yes. As the atmosphere eased, Yangjin placed his hands on the table and said thoughtfully, Come to think of it, my ancestor did tell me to learn a few things from you, my lord. Ya furrowed his brow slightly, listening to his every word with a sharp gaze. My ancestor said you are the smartest among the Jijishin. Hearing that, Ya scoffed. How absurd, Yangjin asked back, slightly confused. Pardon? Ya continued. Did Lord Sa tell you about the Chang'an? Yangjin was dazed for a moment. I heard they are called Qiansungam, so are they stronger than you lords? But without answering Yangjin, he slammed his water glass down and stood up. He said to him coldly, Let us take a walk. To help with digestion, under an orange-tinted evening sky on a sunlit stone path, Ya walked ahead of Yangjin carrying a water bottle. As they walked, he suddenly opened his mouth. Han Yangjin, name the 5 energies that make up nature. Yangjin flustered, scratched his head and hesitated, trying to recall. Water, fire, wind, earth and plants. At this, Ja's voice rang out firmly. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth. These 5 are the Ohang 5 elements. Yangjin was slightly dazed by his every word. A drop of water fell from a leaf, creating a peaceful scene. Ja's voice continued to echo evenly. They are the fundamental energies that make up nature. Soon a yin-yang vortex appeared against a dark background, splitting into yin and yang. Ya concluded. That is the Chang'an. A mystical symbol appeared in the middle of a yellow sky. Ancient divine beasts soared up from within the clouds and smoke. They were created by the first heavenly god and are the source and beginning of the power of all things. Hearing that, Yangjin's eyes widened and he froze. What? As they stopped on the stone path, Ya continued to explain beside him. That is why their mere existence commands overwhelming authority. Hearing that, Yangjin fell into thought and quietly asked, So you mean they are incredibly strong? Ya tilted his head, looked ahead with a serious gaze and said calmly, The problem lies in that very strength. The scene changed to a vortex of violent energy that seemed to tear space apart. They were too pure and primal, so they began to clash with each other. His face was calm but his eyes held a deep meaning, and what was born from that clash was us, the Jijishin. We are beings who received the power of the Chang'an to maintain the balance of the Ohang. Soon the forms of 8 Chang'an appeared, splitting into groups. A second heavenly god harmonized the Ohang, which had originally moved independently. Hearing that, Yangjin asked back, not understanding. So was the order decided by a running race? Ya was slightly surprised by the question. What? Seeing his expression, Yangjin explained. There is that legend about the rat riding on the ox's head to get first place. Suddenly a voice was heard, startling Yangjin. That is the fable our eldest brother hates the most, another said in a low voice. The dragon is portrayed as incredibly kind and the rat as incredibly treacherous. Ya turned his back, picked up a broom and opened his mouth. Anyway, to put it simply, the Chang'an. Yangjin was dazed by his following words. Are what you would consider our seniors. Yangjin's voice trembled. Then, Ya reluctantly nodded and reassured him. Do not worry too much. The two started walking again, and as they walked, Ya said, Rather, now that we know the mastermind is a Chang'an, there is no need to overcomplicate things. Ja's eyes sharpened as he said this. For a god to descend to the mortal world, there must first be a heavenly will Che-Nui. After a pause, Ya continued calmly, It is probably to return the distorted order to its original flow. Hearing that, Yangjin asked curiously, Return it? At this, Ya quietly explained, It is to eliminate beings like you who should not have appeared. Hearing that, Yangjin's face darkened. After a moment, Yangjin asked quietly, a little worried, Is it really nothing to worry about? Ya walked on and answered calmly, You just have to handle it moderately. Yangjin was surprised. Moderately? But worry bloomed in Yangjin's mind. But there are 10 of them on that side. Will it be okay? Ja's voice cut him off. Currently, there are only 9 Chang'an. Yangjin's eyes widened in disbelief. He counted on his fingers. Gap Aol Biang Jung. Seeing Yangjin, Ya continued to explain. Among the Chang'an, the image of a black shadow gripping a bead appeared. Before we were created, that bead was filled with all sorts of colors and emitted a strong killing intent. There was a god who harmonized the clashing energies of the Ohang and quelled the existing chaos. It is the Yeoiju that Jin possesses the Chang'an Mu. He is also a current Jijishin. His face hardened and he clenched his 2 fists. He is the Jijishin Jayan dragon, the dragon god, Qianmu heavenly Mu. The more Yangjin heard, the more dazed he became. My ancestor Jin was originally. As Jin stood before Qianul, his face darkened. Qianul smiled slightly. Fortunately, that is the Chang'an Ji, the Giran god Qianul. As the blue-eyed Doran stared out the window, lost in thought, a voice was suddenly heard. It has been a while. Qianul appeared from within the white smoke. His face was cold and he called out in a low voice. Tianmu. Jin was still expressionless, but looked slightly surprised. Qianul. A clear look of surprise was in his eyes. Qianul smiled brightly. You still remember me. I am so happy. Suddenly, Jin's voice rang out. You bastard. Contrary to his joy, Jin hardened his face and asked, Why have you descended to the mortal world? Qianul paid little mind to his attitude and answered, I came down because I have something to do. Hearing that, an expression mixed with thought and curiosity appeared on Jin's face. Something to do? Qianul did not answer the question and just smiled slightly. I just stopped by to say hello today. His eyes were now filled with an unspeakable anguish. Jin said calmly, I have something to ask. Hearing that, Qianul smiled mysteriously and answered in a low voice, If you are asking about what I have to do, I cannot tell you right now. But Jin denied it. No, unexpectedly, he was curious about the clothes Qianul was wearing. What are you doing wearing such bizarre clothes? At that question, Qianul was dazed. My clothes? Qianul rubbed his chin and analyzed. Bizarre? You are the one who's bizarre, Qianmu. He looked at Jin, who was wearing black traditional clothes with long black hair. He soon commented, Well, I can understand to some extent since you have been sealed for thousands of years, but how old-fashioned. To think the one who used to lead the fashion trends of the heavens is now. Hearing Qianul's words, he shouted in anger, What, you bastard? Qianul closed his eyes in satisfaction and said cheerfully, Well then, I'll be going. Suddenly, Jin quickly drew his sword and held it right up to Qianul's neck. Seeing Jin's anger, Qianul tilted his head slightly and smiled meaningfully. Did you get that angry just because I called you old-fashioned? Jin, displeased with Qianul's attitude, reminded him. About what you have to do. Jin's eyes sharpened and he asked him directly, Is it related to my body? Qianul, also looking displeased, reminded him. You said you'd only ask one thing. Seeing Jin's sour expression, he decided to let it go. All right, in any case, I am glad you still look healthy. Without further delay, Qianul smiled gently at Jin. See you again soon. After speaking, he immediately disappeared before his eyes, leaving only white smoke behind. Jin, as if used to this attitude, only furrowed his brow slightly. Amidst the evening scenery, Yongjin looked at Ya and said in a voice full of bewilderment and curiosity, The Chang'an, the guys who attacked me, are on the same side as my ancestor? He recalled the earlier moment and fell into thought. Then he wasn't lying when he said he was the strongest. Ja's voice lowered. The one who woke the sealed Jin was also probably a Chang'an, but Ja's next words shocked Yongjin. The silver lining is that the most powerful force, the Black Dragon, is with you, and that Jin has lost his memory. At this, a look of exhaustion was in his eyes, and that he is trapped in a dog's body and cannot use his power freely. At those words, Yongjin was surprised. He cannot use it freely? Yongjin was a little suspicious, but he seemed to use his power just fine. No, right at that moment, Yongjin seemed to understand the 16-year-old rule. You said it before. Is my ancestor unaffected because he is a Chang'an? You said the body breaks if power is used before it turns 16. Without giving Ya a chance to speak, Yongjin continued to analyze. A dog cannot possibly be 16 years old. At that, Ya sighed and did not forget to glare at him. Ya quickly changed the subject. Has he used his power in front of you? Hearing the question, Yongjin scratched his head and answered. He never used it before finding the White Dragon, and he was fine even after recently blowing away the masked guys with the White Dragon's power. Ya continued. The White Dragon is the power of protection and temperance. His heart felt lighter as he looked at the flowers before him. Ya continued to explain. That was probably how he could prevent his body from collapsing and reduce the divine power being released. He is a total cheat character. Hearing that, Yongjin suddenly grew worried and quietly asked, If that is his weakened power, then is not he basically admitting it? Ja's voice grew stern. Jin's power without any restrictions. Suddenly he stated a conclusion that would make Yongjin freeze. That in itself is a disaster. Ya looked at the flower bed before them, calmly explaining everything as if he knew it all too well. If the power of the remaining dragons also falls into Jin's hands and he decides to set the natural order straight along with the Chang'an, Ya paused there, turned slightly toward Yongjin and asked, What do you think will happen then? At those words, Yongjin seemed to realize something. Did you understand what I just said? He turned to face Yongjin and said sternly, For you, the dragon's power is no longer an option. It is a power you must risk your life to seize. Ja's gaze deepened, holding an unconcealable anguish. He laid out his plan without hesitation. Jin is not Mu of the Chang'an. Think of him as Jin, an earthly branch god like me. After a brief pause, he continued, Only then can you use him. Hearing this, Yongjin's eyes wavered and he hesitated for a long time. He asked as if testing him, I heard you are a Chang'an, Grandpa. At those words, Jin froze for a moment. He sighed softly as if displeased. Did Lord Ya tell you that again? Yongjin immediately retorted defiantly. What does it matter who told me? Just then he continued to press. Really, how much more are you going to hide from me? Facing Yongjin, Jin simply replied calmly, Because you did not ask. At that answer he shouted in anger. What? Yongjin's voice echoed again. Am I supposed to just go up to any Chang'an and ask? Am I supposed to ask, Excuse me, are you a Chang'an? He furrowed his brow helplessly. The previous scene replayed in his mind. Yongjin started to argue. And what did you tell me at first? You said you were one of the first 12 zodiac gods, the earthly branch god Jayan. but Jin just answered calmly, I am an earthly branch god. At that he was at a loss for words. Ah, that is also true, he asked with a displeased expression, but is that something to get so angry about? However, Youngjin answered firmly. Yes. Jin was speechless. Suddenly a shocking secret was revealed by him. Because the Chang'an are the culprits, he furrowed his brow in curiosity. What? Not letting Jin wonder for long, Youngjin immediately explained why. The ones targeting me are the Chang'an. I was attacked on my way home from school today too. Hearing that, he said with some surprise. So that is what it was? Seeing Jin's reaction, he asked back, displeased. What? He answered calmly. Those guys. Jin's eyes were filled with understanding. It seems like everything they are doing is because of me. Seeing Youngjin's worried expression, he said reassuringly, next time we meet I'll have a firm talk with them. Do not worry. Hearing Jin's words, he was slightly surprised and thought to himself. That easily? Youngjin asked with anticipation. Are you going to take my side? He smiled slightly and informed him calmly. As it happens, Qianul of the Chang'an also stopped by today. As soon as he heard someone had visited, he quickly called Lord Ya with his phone in hand. Youngjin said in a fluster, You are preparing to take this grandson's body with the Chang'an, are not you? Seeing this, Jin replied with annoyance. That again? He still had a displeased look on his face as he sighed softly. I told you last time. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening in surprise at every word Jin said. I am no longer interested in your body. In any case, do not worry too much, he said with a stern expression. With just one word from me, they will not target you anymore. Youngjin replied doubtfully. How can you be so sure? Jin revealed sharp eyes and pointed teeth, declaring with confidence. Because I was the strongest among the Chang'an. Hearing that, he just replied. Okay. Youngjin looked at him with an expression of disbelief. So you are asking me to believe you? Jin replied with a helpless expression. Please just believe me. What do I have to do for you to trust me? Suddenly he opened his mouth. Then, Youngjin immediately set a condition. Next time we go looking for another dragon, please let Lord Ya come with us, he quickly agreed. All right. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise. Really? Jin added a condition with a stern expression. It is fine as long as that guy is not too wary of me. A moment later he wondered. By the way, why does this kid call Lord Ya so politely with Lord, but I am just a plain old ancestor? The more Youngjin listened, the more helpless he felt, thinking to himself. Is he really the dangerous ancestor Lord Ya described? Jin sternly demanded. You should call me great ancestor. Seeing his attitude, he thought to himself. He does not seem dangerous at all. His words about not being interested in this body seemed sincere too. Recalling the previous scene, Youngjin's thoughts continued. He protected me even when he gained power, and he even said it was okay to go find the dragon's power together. A space filled with a cold red light and the presence of an unknown crowd weighed heavily on his mind. Conversely, if I keep doubting him and keeping my distance, will not he side with the Chang'an? If it were me, I definitely would. At this time, Jin had a displeased expression, his eyes filled with clear annoyance. Youngjin thought to himself. I do not know if it is true, but if he is the strongest among the Chang'an, would not it be much better to get him on my side? Seeing him lost in thought, he suddenly asked, Is that all Lord Ya told you? At that moment, Youngjin suddenly remembered Ja's words about using Jayan. He immediately asked back, What did you talk about with that Chang'an? Jin, recalling her words, how old-fashioned, felt hurt and fibbed that he just asked how she was. A brief silence fell between them, and suddenly he lifted his head and asked softly, Can I ask just one thing? At that, Youngjin asked back in surprise. What? Jin asked with an innocent expression. Really, are my clothes that old-fashioned? He answered firmly without the slightest hesitation. You're just realizing that now? Can I ask just one thing too? Youngjin lifted a frying pan and asked with a growl, What are you stuffing your face with? It is ramen again, is not it? He looked at him, who had a helpless expression, and continued to ask. How on earth did you eat ramen? Jin confessed. Doran ate some too. Hearing that, Youngjin said sternly, Just wipe the broth off your snout. He was so helpless, he thought to himself. If Lord Ya saw this, he would definitely change his mind. A mystical star-studded night sky appeared. The next day, the sky was much clearer and bluer. A voice was heard from outside the school. There is a new transfer student in class 3. Did you see? At this time, the classroom was very noisy. One person said quietly, She looks really weird. The person next to them heard and asked curiously, How weird? But before she could answer, someone else cut in. Be quiet. You guys, there's a rumor she was forced to transfer for beating someone up. The hallway was no different. Excited voices could be heard continuously. Is she in the classroom? Someone else said, just as excited. I want to see her too. Meanwhile, Youngjin was lost in thought as he walked. I should have brought my ancestor. He walked to the front of the class 1 to 3 classroom and a thought came to him. If the Chang'an attack again, he would have a way to deal with it. But Youngjin reached out and opened the door but continued to think. Bringing a dog to school would be a bit much, right? As soon as he opened the door, Sul appeared right before his eyes. He was so surprised that he collapsed onto the floor. 2 female students saw this and kept whispering and pointing. Look at him. Youngjin's eyes were filled with panic. Sweat dripped down his forehead and suddenly a powerful kick flew right past him. She saw Youngjin's face and smirked, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Sul's expression at this moment was terrifyingly sinister. She smiled wickedly. As Sul continued to approach him, Youngjin's face turned pale, drained of all color. Someone's voice was heard. It is the transfer student from class 3. The entire hallway buzzed at the sight of Sul looming over Yangjin on the ground. What is she doing? I do not know. Suddenly her hand reached out before his eyes. Sul smiled brightly and asked, Are you okay? His face froze in confusion and murmurs could be heard. What's going on? The friends inside the classroom also poked their heads out to watch. Another girl. That is Han Yangjin for you. Being ignored, her expression darkened slightly. A voice of introduction was heard from the class 1 to 3 classroom. Everyone, Doking stood at the front of the class with Sul and addressed the whole class. Let me introduce you. This is Kong A Gang who transferred to our class today. Hearing this name, some of the female students began to whisper, It is her. The one who was forced to transfer for fighting. Ah, she is scary. He corrected everyone's attitude with a stern expression. I heard some bad rumors about our new friend, but they are not true. I hope you'll stop spreading them. However, the whispering could not be stopped. Since Doking said that, the rumors must be false, but she was throwing her weight around as soon as she got here. The bad rumors continued to spread at the back of the classroom. She tried to hit Han Yangjin earlier. Right, these words reached Doking's ears. Yangjin, is that true? When he coldly answered yes, she was startled hearing that. The classmates buzzed. See? Sul shouted in anger. Hey, everyone was startled by the loud voice. Oh my god, she argued loudly. You fell on your own. Do you know her? He denied. Not at all, the chubby kid sitting in front muttered. This is just like the beginning of a school drama. And some of the female students started to tease her. Why is she wearing an eye patch? Did she get a sty? It is to seal her power, Sul explained calmly. I cannot see out of this eye, she flusteredly made an excuse. Hey, you were laughing just now too. You said the eye patch looked like a crab shell. The male student sitting right in front of Han Yangjin was suddenly called out. He paused slightly. Huh? She demanded bluntly. Move. Just as he was about to give up his seat, Yangjin spoke. Stay where you are. As the two continued to bicker, he was caught in the middle, not knowing what to do. Move. Stay seated. I said move. I said stay seated. Finally, he suggested. I'll listen to whoever talks to me more nicely. Immediately after, the two said at the same time. Junho, please just stay there. Junho A Gang wants to sit here. After the commotion, Sul ended up taking the seat. After sitting down, she turned her head and glanced at him. Sul recalled their previous conversation. Ya had said that the Chang'an were targeting Jin's body and would act more aggressively from now on. So we must also make a move, and so he had demanded. You transfer to Yangjin's school. At that decision, she vehemently objected. Me? Why me of all people? He glanced at her and gave a convincing reason. You are the only one who can pass as a student in his grade, but Sul still could not accept it. Is that the reason? At this point, he added one more thing. I heard you have met Han Yangjin before. Seeing her silence, he changed his mind. If you do not want to, I'll just ask Lord O, Sul said hastily. When did I say I did not want to? Her strong reaction, he stopped talking. So what are you going to do in the end? Sul had no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll go. Suddenly, she called out quietly. Hey Han Yangjin. Just as Sul was about to say something, he cut her off. Do not tell me you followed me again. Hit right on the mark, she was immediately flustered. Me? Why would I follow you? To avoid the awkwardness, Sul purposely leaned in close and lowered her voice. I came to watch you. If you use the Black Dragon's power, I'll kill you. That is still following me. She turned her head and corrected herself again. It is surveillance. I find it annoying and I hate it too. I am only doing it because I have to. Hearing this, Junho marveled. Is she a tsundere? Just then, Lee Hisa opened the door and came in. Yangjin. The kids in the class giggled. Yangjin's wise mother and good wife has appeared. Seeing Yangjin being grabbed by the collar, she froze blankly. Things are getting more and more interesting. A little later, after leaving the classroom, Hisa asked curiously, Who was that friend from before? He answered calmly, That is Lord Sul who came to watch me. Hearing that, she could not help but be surprised. Lord. At her reaction, Yangjin was puzzled. I thought you would have recognized her. Hisa was dazed. Me, he explained. You are a shamaness. Weren't you supposed to be able to see things like that? You saw my ancestor's spirit. She realized he had misunderstood, so Hisa explained her abilities in more detail. I can see floating spirits like your ancestor, but I cannot see other gods. I could not see Lord Ya either. Suddenly, a third voice cut in after her words. Because that dog is not Jin's body. When they looked up, they saw Sul, who was now sitting on a tree branch. That is why his spirit can come out like that. As Hisa looked with surprised eyes, she warned sternly. Hey, you get away from him. Sul leaped down from the tree toward Han Yangjin. She scolded him. You need to be in my sight at all times. You have got it good going on dates. What nonsense is this? Sul pointed her finger and reminded him. Do not use the word nonsense at this point, Lee Hisa said hesitantly. Lord, I am sorry, but why are you being like this to Yangjin? She asked back. Why? Immediately after, Sul said sharply. Do not you know there is a black dragon inside his body? I am telling you to stay away because it is dangerous. She pointed straight at his face and said, Right now he is like a ticking time bomb. No one knows when the black dragon will pop out. Not even he can control it. What? Hisa moved to stand in front of Yangjin. Yangjin is not dangerous at all. I do not know what you are seeing, my lord, to say that he is dangerous, Sul shouted. I am not kidding. Her face darkened. That power could wipe out every human in this school. Yangjin finally clarified. The black dragon only appeared to defend me because you tried to kill me. Hisa was surprised by this unexpected fact. What, my lord, you started it? Yangjin confirmed. Yeah, she attacked first. Hisa could not understand. Why? Sul immediately shouted angrily. You'll cause a misunderstanding if you put it that way. Youngjin was very nonchalant. What misunderstanding? Should I tell her the whole story from beginning to end? Do you want me to tell her everything? He then recounted the entire incident to Hisa right in front of Sul. She did not even apologize and tried to put the blame on me. After hearing his story, Hisa stood protectively in front of Youngjin. From what I can see, Hisa pointed out the problem seriously, the dangerous person here seems to be you, my lord. She furrowed her pretty eyebrows and pressed her. Why will not you apologize for hurting Youngjin? At this moment, Sul was speechless. All the other students were watching this. Those two girls, they are fighting over Youngjin, right? Looks like it. Totally, they whispered jealously. Did he save a country in his past life? My goodness. If I could live like Youngjin for just one day, I could make them both happy. A moment later, Sul responded. What are you talking about? He wasn't even hurt, he just fell, but Hisu's stance remained firm. He fell because you pushed him, my lord. So you need to apologize. She refused. Why should I apologize for him just falling over? Sul pointed directly at Youngjin, trying to make an excuse. He is perfectly fine. Besides, the black dragon can heal any injury of that level. In her excitement, she blurted out, he is not even human. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sul realized she had made a huge mistake. As Hisa was taken aback, Youngjin cut in. She is right, I am not really human, she called out urgently. Youngjin? Before chasing after him, Hisa paused. My lord, she suggested with a very serious expression, I would really appreciate it if you apologized to Youngjin for what you just said. After finishing her words, Hisa turned and walked away, leaving Sul alone. The scene shifts to the school grounds. A voice came from beside a statue of a man reading a book where a few sparrows were perched. Frowning, Oh said into the phone, What, you transferred Lord Sul to Youngjin's school? Are you an idiot? I am the one who's close to Youngjin. He buried his face in his hands helplessly. I should have gone. She tried to kill Youngjin last time. What if she does something again? A moment later, Oh decided, I am going to transfer too. Hearing that, Shin reacted. Do you think school is your playground? What's this about transferring? He coolly shot down the idea. Dream on in your next life. Oh wailed sadly. But in the next life, Youngjin will be dead and gone. Shin admonished him. Listen to yourself. He teared up, sad. I want to transfer too. Busy footsteps crossed a brick path. Sul's words echoed in his ears. He is not even human. His figure looked lonely as he crushed an empty can in his hand. Words he had heard long ago came to mind. The bodies of the gods are like. A shadow of sadness crossed his face, like vessels that were made. Sul sat alone on a bench. She was quietly lost in thought, recalling Youngjin's expression from earlier. It is not like I said anything wrong. Sul tried to console herself. It is true, is not it? But his grief-stricken face troubled her. Sucking on a lollipop, she wondered. Why did he make that face? A message from Lord O appeared on his phone screen. The other person replied immediately. Read. Lord O asked. Yang, you busy today? I know you are not, so let us hang out. I'll come get you on my heavenly horse. Seeing the sticker the other person sent, Youngjin sighed helplessly. Suddenly, Youngjin looked up and made eye contact with Sul, who was looking down to avoid the awkwardness. She suddenly blurted out something strange. Who do you take after to be so ugly? The teacher immediately pointed at them. The two students in the back. He unintentionally became the center of attention. Save the romance for after school. Is not that Youngjin again? Youngjin. A while later, the school bell rang without hesitation. Youngjin shouldered his bag and turned to leave. Sul immediately followed him. Let us go together, wait up. She hurried after him, calling loudly. Hey Han Youngjin, are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Youngjin stopped in his tracks and without turning around listed his demands. Do not act like you know me and stop following me. She immediately objected. What do you mean no, I cannot do that? Sul stressed. I am not just here to surveil you, I am here to protect you. Lord Ya ordered me. This time, Youngjin decisively took out his phone. Then I'll tell Lord Ya for you. She was bewildered. What? He said calmly. That you did not want to come and were forced. Seeing this, Sul began to panic. No, I heard a Chang'an came for you. It is dangerous. Youngjin cut her off. I do not care. His tone was deeply sarcastic. Like you said, this body is not even human. Even if I get attacked, I'll probably recover quickly. This was completely unexpected for her. Sul tried to call out. Hey about that, but Youngjin had already run off, adding a warning. If you keep following me, I'll report you for bullying. At this point, there was nothing more she could do. She stood in the middle of the street looking bewildered. Amidst the students heading home, Youngjin aimlessly looked up at the clear blue sky. A few small clouds drifted by. He thought to himself, no way, right? It cannot be. Thinking of Youngjin muttered, surely he did not come riding that. A loud engine roar echoed from the street. He turned in surprise and saw a motorcycle speeding toward him. The motorcycle stopped, a single shoe planting on the ground, one hand on the handlebars, the other removing his helmet. Finally lifted his visor and announced brightly, this is the Heavenly Horse number 2, seeing Youngjin's expression. Said cheerfully, are you speechless because it is so cool? He then tossed him a helmet and told him to get on. Youngjin asked blankly, where are we going? He replied, there are some friends who want to meet you. Smiled, his eyes crinkling. We are going there. Before they took off, he snapped a photo and sent a message with the caption, abduction complete. On the other end, the hand holding the phone trembled. You suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He is coming. Maya was curious. What? She said urgently. He is coming soon. What should I do? Seeing her, Maya comforted her. You have been sad this whole time because you did not have a chance to apologize. Is not this a good thing? You was still anxious. But what if he is hostile the moment he arrives? She replied calmly. Then you just have to grovel and beg for forgiveness. A plate of cake was placed on the table. Chuck smiled gently. I wonder if he likes sweets. Yu held up the plate of cake and pleaded with teary eyes. I'll buy everything in your shop, just bring it all out for Yangjin. She really took out a calculator. Ma'am, the total is 368,000 won. Mao picked up a piece of cake and tasted it first. Lord Yu, thanks for the treat. The scene shifts to a house in the forest. The sky was growing dark and two figures in black cloaks muttered outside. She has been staring at the wall for days. We did our best. To be honest, it wasn't our best. One of them fell silent at those words. Cautious footsteps crossed the floor as a white-haired figure held a wine glass. A polite call was heard. Lady Qianzhong, a masked subordinate, reported. You have a visitor, he continued. I will have the others withdraw. He consented. You may go. Before leaving, the masked figure apologized cautiously. I will ensure this does not happen again. Qianzhong did not consider it a big deal. It is fine, she even feigned nonchalance. That is the only way that damned bastard behind you will get angry. He is always crawling over here to play. As soon as she finished speaking, another masked figure appeared and stood facing her. Seeing this, the subordinate tactfully withdrew. Then I shall take my leave. The figure smiled bizarrely behind his mask. You certainly had a grand time making a scene. Qianzhong put a hand to her lips and raised her voice. Why, you are the one who told me to take action myself, just as you said. He is a very interesting child. Suddenly, he lunged and grabbed her by the throat. Choking, Qianzhong struggled to swallow. His voice dropped to a menacing low. What are you plotting? You could have just captured the kid and brought him here. He shoved her down into a chair. From the leader down to the grunts, you are all just a disorderly mob. Are you playing at being spies? The eyes behind the mask glowed an eerie red. Because of the commotion you caused. The meticulously laid plan has been ruined. Suddenly, Qianzhong opened her mouth and laughed triumphantly. Shall I cause a bit more of a stir? Her expression was extremely provocative. Next time I show up, shall we talk about the heavenly mandate? Well, I do not have a hobby of crushing ants. A slender hand slowly reached for his chest. I warned you. Thanks to you, I do not know whether I should fight or flee. Immediately after, he grabbed her hand and slammed it hard onto the chair. The pressure on her throat intensified, leaving a red mark. Do not underestimate me, he warned. After your failures, we later generation gods were improved into a better form. Hearing this, far from being afraid, she sneered. Even so, your essence is the same. Qianzhong raised an eyebrow and stared at him. Without our power, you are nothing but imitators. The aura around him grew dark. This arrogance. Qianzhong's face was flushed from the alcohol. His threat echoed in her ear. Will one day be your ruin, Qianzhong. Immediately after, she unfurled her white tails. Fluffy tails swayed behind his back and in front of him. Qianzhong provoked him with her beautiful form. Go on, ruin me right now. Seeing this, he helplessly muttered, unbelievable. Then he slowly released his grip on her throat and vanished completely. Having achieved her goal, Qianzhong smirked. Disgusting bastard. The scene shifts to a small cafe. The motorcycle stopped in front of a door with a closed sign. Inside, Yu was helplessly pressing her head to the floor. Yangjin and Oh were very surprised to see this. As soon as they entered, he frowned and asked, what are you doing? Mao answered for her. Begging for forgiveness. A fork stabbed into the cake on the table. Just as Oh was about to take a bite, a hand suddenly pulled him back. You cannot eat that. It was you. With shining eyes, she held out the piece of cake to Yangjin. Yangjin, I bought this for you. He hesitated and replied. Then let us all eat it together. Yu marveled. You are truly a living saint. Oh was also helpless. You are really something else. Watching her eat the cake, Yangjin asked hesitantly, my lord, are you a heavenly god too? She smiled brightly and replied, sorry, my introduction is late. I am the earthly branch god Yu. My name on earth is Yuzhong. Call me whatever you are comfortable with. And Yu shot up and pounded her chest, promising, I'll do anything Yangjin asks, just say the word. He was startled. No, it is fine, she exclaimed loudly. Give me a chance to atone, please. He was flustered. Then Yuzhong Nuna. Hearing that, Yu was moved. He called me Nuna. Yangjin's voice was steady. Please just buy me a new school uniform. I'll buy you 10, she asked, puzzled. But why a school uniform? Yangjin answered honestly. Because you tore my old one, Nuna. This is the only one I have left. Oh exclaimed. What were you thinking, tearing a kid's clothes? Immediately after, Yu bowed her head and slammed it hard on the table. I am so sorry. Did it hurt a lot? I lost my mind when I heard the black dragon had appeared. Oh shouted. You'll break your skull. Stop it. Mao laughed awkwardly. He replied serenely. It is fine, Yangjin said with a downcast expression. Besides, this is not a human body anyway. I just sleep for a bit and I am all better. Seeing his poor state, she placed her hand over Yangjin's and called out, Yangjin. Mao reassured him in a strict tone. Yangjin, your body is different from an ordinary person's because of the black dragon. So you must never take getting injured lightly. He replied with a startled, flustered look. Yes, Oh's voice chimed in. Once we get the black dragon out of you, you'll be just a normal human. He laughed and teased. You should not get used to being hurt. Yangjin looked at Oh, speechless. He said slowly, but now that I think about it, all the injuries I have gotten so far are also because of you lords. Mao smiled brightly and consoled him. In any case, Yangjin, you are just a little more special than an ordinary person right now. She said with an affectionate expression. You are definitely human. With a resolute voice, we will help you return to a human life, Yangjin. Yangjin was surprised. Who are you? Mao replied. I am the fourth earthly branch god Mao. My name here is Ui. It is nice to meet you. She cheerfully took his hand. Suddenly, a finger poked Yangjin. Soon after, a soft hand touched his forehead. It was Chuck. She marveled. It is true, this is indeed Jin's body. She then moved closer to Yangjin. You two are strangely similar. The bloodline is a bit of a pain, but your personalities are complete opposites, which is interesting. Yangjin, I wasn't calling you a pain just now. She smiled and introduced herself. I am the earthly branch god Chuck. My name here is Ju. Chuck tilted her head and smiled brightly. Outside the cafe it was already getting dark. Time flowed on, the sky grew dark and moonlight illuminated everything. Cafe also closed its doors after a long day of business. She was silently washing dishes in the kitchen. Mayo was deep in thought, her chin resting on her hand. Youngjin had been dozing on this side and had fallen asleep on the desk at some point. She appeared in his mind. Can I ask you something? Youngjin's mouth moved. My parents passed away when I was very young. Back in reality, Mayo approached him and sat down. Her gaze fell and her white eyelashes trembled slightly. Is it because he is still sound asleep? Is it because of me? Her hand touched Youngjin's forehead. Is it because I am someone who should not exist in the first place? Mayo's body glowed and gradually became transparent. No, that is right. No matter what happens, it is not your fault. The hand on his forehead shone. Whatever happened in that accident, it is not a sin that you, Youngjin, have to bear. Youngjin's memory came to mind. His parents were smiling brightly in the car. The horrific moment the car overturned, and afterward, his relatives shouted in anger, blaming Youngjin. Mayo appeared in his memory. He has been living with this guilt, trapped in this memory until now. Only shattered fragments of memory remained. She closed her eyes and her body glowed again. Excuse me for a moment. Soon, Mayo opened her eyes. She was stunned by the sight before her. Mayo appeared in the car and her gaze glanced at the seat next to her. Youngjin as a child was still smiling innocently and brightly. Mayo looked at him with affectionate eyes. This is his happiest memory. Suddenly her gaze paused and her face was filled with horror. A monster appeared right in front of the car. It was terrifyingly hideous. 3 glowing eyes stared intently into the car. Mayo's face was filled with horror and shock. That seal. The monster growled, its feet continuously prodding the inside of the car. Mayo's face turned pale in horror. Her eyes filled with fear. This is just a memory. I cannot interfere. The car overturned and spun. Mayo stood frozen like a stone, witnessing everything from beginning to end. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart, and tears streamed down her face before she knew it. The 2 monsters were still looking for their prey, and soon they pulled him out of the car. She screamed in despair. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shot out and made the monster disappear. Soon, Hei appeared and embraced him. Mayo stood frozen in a daze, her eyes wide with surprise. She stared at him intently. Lord Hei, at this moment a commotion was heard. Oh my God, there seems to have been an accident up ahead. The car is completely overturned. Mayo thought blankly of them. Hey, it is dangerous. Get out of there. Let us call 911 first. The people marveled. Oh my God, is the child okay? Is there anyone else in the car? What is this? At this moment, the car caught on fire. Fortunately, the child was saved. Youngjin cried out in despair. Mom, Mom. She stood motionless, witnessing everything from beginning to end, her fists clenched tightly. The 2 memorial portraits of his parents were placed side by side. The grieving relatives continued to blame Youngjin. Mayo looked at his small body. So that is how it was. She slowly approached him. It was too hard to bear, so his memory became like this. Mayo hugged Youngjin as if to comfort him. She patted his head and soothed him. This memory, I will seal it once more for you, Youngjin. Just then, a thick black energy surged up violently. Mayo's eyes opened in alarm and she looked around with a sharp gaze. It was the black dragon. He laughed like a demon. I saw everything, Mayo. That kid, he has some very interesting memories. A long sharp sword appeared. Do not try anything, black dragon. Soon, Mayo returned to her true form. A thick aura emanated from her, enveloping Mayo's body. She gripped her sword tightly and raised it high. The black dragon was not moved in the slightest. Mayo's voice was firm. I will definitely drive you out. Her eyes were filled with conviction. From this child's body, Mayo pointed her sword straight at the black dragon without a hint of fear. He looked down on her. Even if you fight me here, it will only hurt Youngjin's spirit, she retorted with a growl. No, Mayo's eyes were filled with conviction. The only one who will get hurt is you. Her sword shone. Suddenly, a hand slowly reached out, startling her. It was none other than Youngjin himself. His hand slowly went up and then down again. Soon the area around the black dragon was surrounded by colorful pieces of cloth. Mayo stood frozen with a blank expression. His gaze fell downward and he clicked his tongue. Tut. Youngjin's hand gently touched her forehead and the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Soon a brilliant beam of light shot out. In reality, she was startled and dropped her hand, her expression blank, unable to understand what was happening. Did you just push me out? Mayo recalled the scene from before. Then what was that? That is ridiculous. She was deep in thought. If he were a normal human, he would have been devoured by the black dragon by now. At this time, Youngjin was still sleeping soundly, and at some point his head was resting on Mayo's body. Youngjin slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely saw the figure of his mother. Youngjin unconsciously blurted out, Mom. Mayo smiled brightly and greeted him. Did you sleep well? He opened his eyes wide, speechless with surprise. Soon he was startled and shot up. You must have been very tired. You did not even notice I was carrying you. Youngjin looked out the window. Lord O and Lord Yu had already left. He asked blankly. Where is this? Mayo answered nonchalantly. It is Jeju Island. Jeju Island. Youngjin shouted at those words. Jeju Island. His face turned pale as he asked, Why am I here? Suddenly a voice was heard, startling Youngjin. It really was you. It was Hei. He smiled and said, It has been a while. He was still dazed, not knowing what was going on. Youngjin. Hei's gaze fell. It is a relief to see you are doing so well. Youngjin was so confused his head was spinning. Who are you? He smiled brightly and answered, Daddy Longlegs. The night deepened and stars twinkled in the night sky. Mayo hesitated and said, It was like that back then too. She was speaking to Hei, but her gaze remained fixed on Youngjin. They weren't trying to cause chaos on the ground. They had another purpose, did not they? His gaze fell. A long time ago, the Chang'an. She listened with a sullen face. I think they started targeting Youngjin. Both of them turned their gazes toward him who was eating. But something is strange, he asked suspiciously. Lord Mayo, did not you feel something was strange? To venture a guess after that incident, Youngjin did not experience anything similar until he was 16. She was dazed upon hearing that. If their only purpose was to set the natural order straight, they should have made more moves to eliminate him after that. Mayo nodded. It is strange. He was left alone after the accident, so I do not understand why they did not target Youngjin anymore. Hei's gaze swept around. If the Chang'an had intervened 10 years ago, Jin's seal should have been breakable at any time, he continued. Coincidentally, the seal was broken around the time 16 years were approaching. What I am about to say is just a guess. Hei's face hardened. I am afraid the original target of the Chang'an and that unknown force was not Youngjin but Jin's body. The body that can use divine power. Hearing that, Mayo froze with her eyes wide open. What? He still maintained a calm expression. I think the Chang'an already noticed. The rule of the 64 seasons. 64 seasons, which is 16 years. At Hei's words she could not believe it. The condition to use that body. She slammed the desk and stood up. I think we need to inform the other lords about this. He shrugged slightly. You still do not understand my meaning? Mayo's face turned pale. Lord Mayo, Hei continued. The ones who know that information. At his words she froze like a stone. Are only the Jiji Shin. Mayo's voice stuttered. What do you mean? Her face darkened. Once I have made that hypothesis, I can no longer share this information with the other lords. Mayo trembled as she called out. Lord Hei, everything is just a guess, but a cold aura emanated from him. But if there is even one suspicious point, it is enough reason for us to be wary. But Lord Hei, Mayo's face turned pale, and she broke into a cold sweat. The ones who killed the humans were the yokai. Hei was puzzled. Lord Mayo, you mean? She gradually regained her composure. You think that since the yokai with the seals directly killed people, it could not have been the work of the Jiji Shin, Hei continued. Even without getting their own hands dirty, there could be an insider providing minimal information to the other side. Mayo's hand clenched tightly. The two were submerged in a silent space without a word. His voice echoed, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Then under this assumption I will investigate further and report to Lord Ya. She hesitated. Lord Ya, Hei listened to Mayo and the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. He probably will not be suspicious either. Her face also relaxed and a smile spread across her face. Mayo asked a question that made Hei blank out. But I have learned everything too, will you be okay? He smiled elegantly. Yes, because Lord Mayo is a very straightforward person. But if rumors spread, it is your fault, Lord Mayo. Mayo stared intently at the teacup on the table. Lord Hei, she lifted her head with a cold expression. I also have a piece of information for you, my lord. I am not certain. The teacup was lifted. There is something inside Youngjin. Hei was dazed. You mean the black dragon? No, something I cannot explain, she continued. I do not know if it belongs to Youngjin's subconscious or if it is something else. I cannot conclude now, but Mayo recalled the scene from that time. It did not give me a negative feeling. Her head lowered slightly. And it pushed me out of Youngjin's inner world. He was horrified in disbelief. It pushed you out, my lord. Mayo averted her gaze and hesitated. Yes. Night. A gentle breeze blew Cockney, rustling the leaves. A beautifully and sturdily designed tiled roof. Youngjin bowed his head deeply. Then goodbye. He stepped into a dimensional space. Before he fully entered, Youngjin turned his head and asked suspiciously, Is not this Lord Ja's house? Hei laughed awkwardly. It would be nice to connect directly to Youngjin's house, but there are spatial restrictions. Mayo smiled brightly and reassured him. I already told Lord Ya, so he probably left a door open directly to Youngjin's house. Do not worry, cross over slowly. Suddenly a voice was heard. Youngjin turned around in surprise. It was Hei. He smiled. Do not worry, everything will be fine, Hei continued. Currently, only Qianzhang's appearance has been confirmed, so not all the Chang'an are on the move. Yes, he burst out laughing. Besides, in terms of rank I am much higher than Qianzhang. Mayo also added a compliment. That is right, Lord Hei is incredibly strong, so do not worry. He was flustered. No scene change at this time. Sa was standing at the door, deep in thought, her gaze directed downward. You two lords. Suddenly a shadow burst out and shattered the glass door. My ancestor, Youngjin, seemed to have run into another Chang'an. Hearing that, Mayo's brow furrowed and she froze. Hei on this side also had an uneasy expression, and his eyes widened. Her neck was being pressed hard by a sturdy arm and a huge shadow was crushing her body. He was a person with white sharp teeth. He was Changyang. He had a ferocious expression full of excitement. The Chang'an god of slaughter. Changyang pinned Sa to the ground. She gritted her teeth and held on. His voice came from above her head. Long time no see, Nuna. Changyang smiled bizarrely. His sharp teeth were revealed. I heard you played with Qianzhang last time. One of his hands blocked her neck, his attitude extremely teasing and arrogant. This time let us play with me. Facing such a madman, she actually smiled and said, Sir, we are closed for today. Changyang was very puzzled. But I am your customer, Nuna. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Not you. Shin stood against the backlight, a shining aura emanating from his whole body. She was talking about me. Soon the staff in his hand was swung and he had a playful smile. Long time no see. Without turning around, Changyang accurately caught Shin's weapon with his hand and he turned his head and called his name. Shin! The two immediately clashed. Changyang turned to attack him, but Shin quickly moved forward. His vision suddenly changed and his pupils constricted very quickly. Shin delivered a powerful punch to Changyang's face. A half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground. His broken blade was held tightly against Changyang's neck and a smile suddenly appeared on Shin's lips. Aim? Can you do it? Changyang's expression immediately hardened at the sight of the approaching blade. Saw also stood blankly watching the Dagyokta strike. Following Shin's resolute blade, a large explosion occurred. She called him loudly. Hey, Shin tilted his head, curious. Why? Saw got angry, approached him and shouted, This is my shop. He answered nonchalantly. I can fix it for you. While the two were arguing, a third voice was heard. Hey, surprisingly, Changyang was unharmed. I thought you'd be powerless, trapped in a human's body, but it hurts more than I thought. Seeing that, Shin became more interested, and his smile was filled with excitement. He lightly touched his shoulder with his hand. Very quickly, Shin's clothes changed. Red clothes with gold patterns, god of war. Then he quickly threw another sword, seeing the sharp tip of the weapon coming at him. Changyang was not worried at all. It is useless. Soon after, Shin suddenly leapt up and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He was very surprised by this action. Before Changyang could do anything, he kicked him in the side with his foot. Seeing that the opponent still raised a hand to block, Shin praised him. You still block it? His face looked very provocative, and he started to provoke him by bringing up old matters. It reminds me of the old days when you got beaten to a pulp. After speaking, Shin quickly withdrew his foot, and a faint light emanated from the hilt of the sword in his hand. He took his large sword and leapt behind Changyang. Changyang 1,000 gold. Golden spots gradually spread across the body of the sword. The huge sword was brought down forcefully onto Changyang's body. Hearing Shin's voice, Changyang flinched and paused. Because I wanted to meet you the most, Changyang blocked the blade with one hand and sneered. But this is truly disappointing. As soon as he finished speaking, Changyang quickly made a fist and struck Shin right in the chest. The sword in Shin's hand fell powerlessly to the floor. Saw shouted in horror at the situation that had been reversed in an instant. Suddenly, Changyang said as if in admiration, What's this? Seeing the wound on Shin's arm which he had extended to block, Changyang could not hide his surprise. I have not even hit you with my full power yet. Shin's left arm was hit and swollen red. The bone is even bent. You have really become completely human, have not you? Shin, paying no mind, hardened his face and asked, What are you doing here? Changyang shrugged and said reluctantly, Your girl Saw messed with Qianzhong first, so I came to mess with you a bit. Then he sharpened his tone toward his opponent. But you are so weak, you have completely ruined my fun. Suddenly, Changyang said farewell and tried to leave. Well then I am off. As he turned his back, he paused for a moment as if he'd remembered something. Changyang gave a sinister smile as if he had a scheme. I hear that you guys in the mortal world can only use your full power after a certain time has passed, right? Shin listened to his opponent's words, still maintaining a cold expression. I am fine with meeting again then. I'll fight you anytime. Suddenly, flames shot up in the room and he stepped back, slightly surprised. Hot. The one who created the flames was Saw. There is no need to meet again. She controlled the flames with a cold expression and said, Do not even think about escaping from here. As soon as Saw commanded, Changyang was immediately surrounded by flames. Saw Fire Snake. Her voice was firm and she interrogated her opponent. Speak. With every word she spat out, the ring of fire tightened, tormenting Changyang. What is your objective? Shin came to her side, supporting her, and asked, And who told you about that time thing? When the opponent showed no sign of speaking, Saw narrowed her eyes dangerously. You are not going to answer? The ring of fire tightened again, causing Changyang pain. Even in a disadvantageous situation, he opened his mouth and said sarcastically, Saw Noonam, you have become more pathetic than I thought. As Changyang clenched his fist, the ring of fire was crushed, and he threw a punch into the air. Changyang used a counterattack technique. Shin quickly pulled Saw into his arms and protected her from the massive flow of power. A moment later, only a huge crater remained in the surroundings, and Changyang had disappeared. Shin clicked his tongue in displeasure. How annoying. That night, inside a lit mansion. That monkey bastard will be back soon. Poured a drink and smiled slyly. Let us finish this drink and clean up, destroying the evidence, you said, looking a bit troubled. A thought just came to me. She looked at her phone and said casually, about Yongjin's existence. What if the cycle of the child who does not cry has ended? At those words, paused for a moment. Lord Yu, what are you talking about with that chicken brain of yours? According to the natural order. But you cut him off. Wait, hear me out. She sat up straight. The reason we consider that the natural order is because it is a flow that cannot be stopped even with our powers, right? Yu's expression was very serious. Think about it more simply. That flow has changed now, has not it? Listened intently. A body born from a human with a human soul, he continued. To be precise, it is not a human body, she seemed to agree. Right, but what was born in that body was a human soul. In that case, maybe, you continued to state her thoughts, could it be that our next bodies will also have human souls, and after that humans will continue to be born? The more she spoke, the more excited she became. That means our mission in the mortal world is over, and we'll return to the heavens. Broke her dream once again. You talk a good game, but there is someone who cannot return to the heavens. He reminded her of that person once more. I am talking about Lord Jin. Yu scratched her head, embarrassed. Surely that will not happen to us. They will not make us enter a dog's body. Placed his empty glass on the table. His hair hid his expression. I feel sorry for Yangjin saying this, but, said bluntly, it is still a bit ambiguous to call Yangjin a complete human. She hugged a pillow and lay down on the sofa. That is not wrong, since that body was originally a divine body. He cut her off. That is not the problem. O's gaze deepened. He may have been wearing Lord Ja's divine clothing at the time, but he offered a sensitive opinion. He used divine power too easily. With every word he spat out, Yu was horrified. To be honest, what Lord Mi said back then, Mi's words came to mind. If he were an ordinary human, he would have been devoured by the black dragon long ago. Those are not words you can just dismiss. She immediately shot up and warned, if you dare call Yangjin a yokai, I'll kill you. Of course, Oh had no intention of doing so. Yangjin is definitely not a yokai, he glanced at her. But Oh's words held a certain truth. Do you think a mere yokai would dare to suppress the black dragon? The mansion at night again. At this time, Sa and Shin entered the living room together. Suddenly, Shin looked up and noticed something was off. Two weapons that appeared from somewhere were preparing to attack. In front of Shin were Oh and Yu, facing off against each other. What are you two doing? She immediately got angry and tattled. This bastard told me to die so he could confirm the flow of the natural order. Why do not you do it yourself? He immediately retorted. No way. I have a game coming out next year I need to play. I am dying of anticipation, Shin shouted quietly as if he had a headache. Both of you stop it. Seeing Sa appear next to Shin, Yu jumped down from the railing. Lord Sa, you are here too, she greeted politely. You were here too. At this moment she noticed Shin's wound. Wait, what's wrong with your arm? Oh also relaxed his battle stance and bowed politely. Lord Shin. Then he hit the floor with the hilt of his sword to get everyone's attention. In front of Yu's bewildered expression, Oh said seriously, please focus on what I am about to say. He began to state his opinion. This body may be a divine body, but it is ultimately different from our true bodies, because it is no longer a body made from an altar. Oh clearly stated why he was worried. Moreover, we have not used our powers properly for quite a long time. She could not hold back her curiosity. Why all of a sudden, he continued. And we do not need conditions to activate our powers like Lord Ya. Oh clenched his fist. We have lived complacently like ordinary humans for a while, but from now on we must train to harmonize this body and our divine power. His appearance was very resolute. Because no one knows if the Chang'en's purpose for descending to the mortal world is truly just Yangjin. I do not think things will be that simple. The solemn atmosphere was immediately broken by a single question from Shin. Hey you bastard, are you drunk? Why are you acting so serious? Hearing that, Yu also retorted, I knew it, he is totally drunk. That is why he is suddenly acting like that. A moment later, as Oh passed out on a chair, Shin picked up the half-empty bottle and marveled. That horse-headed bastard finished a whole bottle. Shin also poured a drink for himself in another glass. It wasn't that he did not care about the issues Oh just raised. If this physical body disappears now, can we return to the heavens? At this time, Sa had an idea. If we want to check, let us contact Lord In. He is the one with the least lingering attachment to the mortal world. Yu lamented. Honestly, who would have lingering attachments, Uni? We have suffered so much because of these shackles. Shin looked up and recalled. The last time I saw Lord In was when he was a 70-year-old man. There has been no contact for over 50 years since then. Another thought came to her. Maybe Lord He or Lord Sul know about him. Let us inform them of the situation first. Suddenly Shin cut her off. No, Shin placed his empty glass on the table. His face was serious. We must limit sharing information with the other Gigi Shin as much as possible. Someone not understanding asked. Why? Sa answered the question. Changyang knew information about us very well. Things like the time we can use our true power in the mortal world and things related to the altar bodies. She listened to those words blankly. It was also very suspicious when he said I was trapped in a human's body. The way he kept mentioning my true body's power in the first place, he added. That wasn't him saying something he was sure he knew. It was as if he was trying to reconfirm what he had heard. Yu cut in. Even so, to suspect the others based on just that. Sa calmed her. It is not certain yet, it is just a hypothesis, she recalled. When I asked Changyang his purpose for coming to the mortal world, he answered, that bastard told me not to say anything yet. He was probably alluding to the information provider. And that person must be someone who knows our Gigi Shin well. Shin picked up the full glass on the table and raised his voice slightly. Interesting. A meaningful smile spread across his lips. To think there is an inside spy among the Gigi Shin, she said sternly. You are crazy. This time, Sa presented another possibility. Like Lord O said, their objective might not be just Yangjin. Yu listened with a blank and confused face. But to achieve that objective, the card named Yangjin is absolutely necessary. So all we can do now is to keep watching the people around that child. The scene shifts to the next day, a clear day. Yangjin sat blankly, holding a tangerine in his hand. Juwu was performing a horizon slash with a wooden sword. He handed the sword to Yangjin. Here, try again. Yangjin had a reluctant expression. Hey Juwu, he complained. Cannot we stop this training at school? Juwu emphasized. Training knows no place. Yangjin continued to try and persuade him. I'll do it on my own from now on. I have pretty much learned the basic stance. He gripped the hand holding the wooden sword tightly. No, Juwu with a serious expression promised earnestly. I'll make you as strong as possible in a short period of time. Yangjin was puzzled. Why? Juwu answered. Because no matter how well I wield a sword, I cannot surpass human limits. But you can. That is why I am going to pass on everything I have to you, so you can protect yourself. If you cannot escape fate, you must become strong and fight it, and most importantly, you have to win. Juwu held the wooden sword out in front of him. Unexpectedly, Yangjin saw through him. You wrote all that down on your phone, did not you? He chided him. Really, you do not have a romantic bone in your body. Yangjin did not let up at all. You are doing this because you are enjoying the situation. Just then, a laugh was heard from behind. Hey, you losers over there! A basketball came spinning toward Juwu. Yangjin quickly picked up the wooden sword. He ran forward. blocked the ball, and hit it with all his might. The ball was torn apart, deflated, and fell to the ground. They froze immediately. The basketball exploded. No way. Jang Se-hoo twitched the corner of his mouth. What just happened? He laughed awkwardly and tried to smooth things over. Maybe this basketball was just old. It did look a bit dirty, but the two who came with him did not think so. It is new. It was so firm over here. Ju-woo kept clapping and marveling. Youngjin, you mastered the horizon slash after seeing it just once. Jang Se-hoo approached and started a fight. Han Youngjin, you have grown up. Youngjin swung the wooden sword in his hand. His face was filled with killing intent. Stop picking a fight and get lost, but he sneered and did not even blink, putting on airs. Jang Se-hoo said sarcastically. Hanging out with a bum like Ju-woo, you seem pretty excited, huh? He laughed loudly. Showing off with a wooden sword. By the way, did you get the teacher's permission? I bet you did not. After speaking, they immediately ran off. Ju-woo said, anyway, there are too many eyes at school, so let us train somewhere else. Youngjin's expression hardened. You are only realizing that now? Ju-woo answered nonchalantly. I did not know those punks would steal the spotlight like that. He rubbed his chin. But it is strange. How could a kid with no presence like Youngjin attract that punk's attention? Ju-woo connected the events. According to the common cliché in these situations, the two were best friends when they were young but grew apart because of some misunderstanding. Youngjin denied it. We weren't friends, and there was no misunderstanding. Suddenly, with a call of Han Youngjin, Seul appeared and snatched the wooden sword from his hand. She demanded with a serious expression, what did you just do with your left hand? A drop of sweat trickled down Youngjin's cheek. I did not use the Black Dragon's power. Hearing that, Seul did not believe him. But you exploded a basketball? A passing dog would laugh. I'll laugh first. That is because you do not know, my lord, my lord. Inside Youngjin there is something even stronger than the Black Dragon's power. Stronger than the Black Dragon? What is it? It is the sword of the heart named Will. I told you not to talk to me at school. I do not want you to. If you tell me not to talk to you, I have to listen. Why should I? Are you a kid, really? And what training? Do you think you can get stronger overnight by doing that a few times? Since when have you been eavesdropping on us? I wasn't eavesdropping, I was surveilling. What's the difference between the two? Anyway, do not do anything. Just quietly receive protection. Why? I said I would protect my own body. You said it is dangerous, right? I'll do anything not to use the power of the Black Dragon that you all fear. It is all useless. It is better if your body is that pathetically weak. What did you say? Do you think someone like you can control the Black Dragon? No matter how much you struggle, you'll just become a good vessel for the Black Dragon. The end result of having your ego devoured will not change. Even for a Lord God, you are the worst. You are worse than the legends of those old geezer fogies who believe their own judgment is always right. Do not follow me. My lord, this is mine. After she left, Youngjin looked at his hand and involuntarily recalled what had just happened. If I had just blocked it, it would not have been a big deal. Seul's words kept ringing in his ears, but even he had not expected to be able to burst the basketball. Youngjin clenched his fist and asserted that he could be sure of one thing. That wasn't the Black Dragon's power, because whenever that power manifested, the first sensation was his arm going numb. Come to think of it, his left arm had not even been moving on its own lately. A sense of unease continued to well up in Youngjin's mind. What's happening? Is it because my body is a divine one? Besides, the Black Dragon has been quiet since that incident. After a moment he could only sigh and let it go. Youngjin was once again immersed in the classroom atmosphere. Time flew by to evening and a strange sound echoed from a house. Two children's faces turned pale at the sight before them. The white paper in front of them was stained black as a ball had hit an ink bottle, and they trembled, frozen like statues. The child looked at the other in fear. San, big brother did this. I do not know anything. Seeing the girl covered in ink, San stammered and trembled. I am sorry. Only then did the girl lift her head and ask, why are you running around like that? There is a yard and a garden, so why are you playing with a ball in the house? San and his friend were terrified by the girl's gaze. Scary. Boksun stood up and proposed in a low voice, compensate me. Immediately, San was so flustered he was on the verge of tears. But I do not have any money. How can I compensate you? Boksun silently held up 3 fingers, and with each passing second, 1 finger folded down. After that, a scream echoed through the house. Ya looked at the children with a displeased expression. What's going on, Lord Ya? Summoning his spiritual power. Boksun struggled and tattled. Big brother San did it. San shamefully admitted his guilt. I spilled the ink, Boksun shouted resentfully. This is my favorite skirt. The child soothed her, saying she could just wash it. But Boksun cried even louder. How can I get this stain out? The child said cheerfully, asking if she knew how advanced technology is these days. Boksun shouted in disbelief. What? Ya could only let out a long sigh after hearing the whole story. I'll buy you the same new dress. Hearing that, Boksun happily ran to him. Really? Seeing the girl was too excited, Ya added. But it is late today, so let us do it tomorrow. Boksun used this opportunity to press further. Then since it is summer, please buy Boksun one more new dress. San and his friend were speechless. So this was her real goal. Ya gently stroked the girl's head and promised he would call Director Lee tomorrow, telling her to go with him. When another person was suddenly brought in, Boksun bristled and struggled. I do not want to go with that Director Lee man. You have to go with me. You have to go on a date with Boksun. As the girl burst into tears again, Ya had no choice but to agree. All right, he quickly urged. Let us go eat dinner now. Baksun, go change your clothes, the girl answered excitedly. Yes. Meanwhile, San and his friends smiled slightly at each other as everything was resolved smoothly. The three children chattered as they followed Ya. By the way, is big brother Yang not coming today? This was what San had heard. He said he could not come often because of his uncle. In a small alley over there, Yangjin froze as soon as he reached the door, dropping his bag. Seeing the tangerine peels scattered messily on the floor, Yangjin's expression hardened. No way, he ran over, lifted the fruit box and was horrified. Tangerines, this was the box He had given him as a gift. Yangjin, it is a small gift to show my sincerity. This is Wangjimhyang, and this is Tangerine Chung. Take them and eat. Yangjin was stunned for a while as the box of premium Jeju tangerines was empty before he even got to taste them. My delicious tangerines, were they tangerines? Jin lay with his belly out, recalling the taste. The texture was similar to a fruit with seeds, but it wasn't bitter at all, rather it was very sweet. Yangjin looked at his ancestor angry. You ate all of this by yourself? Jin staggered to his feet and pushed a large rice bowl toward the mountain god. That fellow Doran was starving. Doran ate more than half. Yangjin could not have been unaware that his ancestor was blaming Doran again. At the same time, Doran was happily fishing, oblivious to everything. Helplessly, Yangjin could only hand out a punishment. No ramen for a while. Jin could not understand being banned for eating a little. You packed a bunch of tangerines when you went to school too. What a cheapskate. Such a cheapskate. Yangjin held up the empty box and argued. Brought them to share with my friends, but you are the greedy type who ate them all alone, Grandpa. Jin, knowing he was in the wrong, followed him and asked, How long is this for a while you're talking about? Yangjin, still angry, answered that it depended on his mood. You ate so much and you are still hungry? Jin snapped at him irritably. What a tyrant. Even if you are my descendant, you are going to grow up to be a nasty person. Yangjin did not answer and muttered to himself as he looked at the empty fridge. I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow. He took out his phone and checked his living expenses. Seeing there was only a little left, Yangjin muttered and calculated. It'll be hard to find a part-time job now. These words went straight into his ears. Part-time job? Jin, with tangerine all over his mouth, asked. Are you going to go catch bugs again? Yangjin answered calmly. I'll go shopping tomorrow, and if there is a job, I'll take it. If not, I will not. He spoke seriously to Yangjin. I'll go with you, but he immediately refused. No, Jin was actually very worried. At school, Lord Sul is with you, but now you are alone. What if some yokai targets you or you run into a Chang'an? At this, Yangjin unconsciously recalled what Jin had said before. With just one word from me, they will not target you anymore. Use Jin, just like the other Jiji Shin. After a moment he made up his mind. Okay, you can come with me. Time flew by to the next day. Baksun's short legs got out of the car and all three children cheered with happy faces. Director Lee marveled with satisfaction from behind. It seems everyone was very much looking forward to this outing. Ya nodded and replied, Indeed. He pulled his sleeve slightly to check the time. They usually sleep in, but they woke up so early. We are almost the first customers today. As the group was about to enter, San suddenly turned and looked at Ya and Director Lee. San and Baksun vehemently objected. Director Lee, do not follow us. That is right, we want to play and eat by ourselves. Right, you are always rushing us, saying there is no time, right? Director Lee hesitated and looked at the children. But young sirs, his lordship, at this Ya spoke. It is fine. He told Director Lee to go on ahead. Director Lee had no choice but to nod. Then please call me when you are done shopping. Inside the department store, the employees all watched with curious eyes. They could not help but whisper. Those children have been walking around by themselves for a while. They cannot be lost, can they? After a moment, Baksun placed several dresses on the counter. I'll buy everything here. The employees hesitated and looked at the children, then fell silent when they saw what Ya held out, a private card. The person next to them took it and was very worried. Surely the children did not find this card right? She was flustered and asked Ya and the children, Excuse me, little customers, let me ask you something. Where are your parents? The children immediately widened their round eyes, puzzled. Parents? The female employee was troubled and added, Did not you come with your parents? Meanwhile, Ya could only let out a long sigh. I knew this would not be easy. The two employees looked at each other worriedly. What should we do? Should we contact the Lost Child Center? Ya turned his back and said one thing. Our parents went to the restroom. I'll go get them. After going to a corner, long legs appeared from behind faint smoke and a mature voice echoed, startling both the employees and the children. I am sorry, I am late. San opened his mouth to call him big brother, but the child next to him covered his mouth. You have to call him Dad. San immediately changed the title. Dad. Ya had grown much taller, but his gaze was unchanged. He asked the employee to ring them up. After they left, the employees still could not believe it. They began to suspect again. Oh my God, he looks so young, but he has 3 children. The other employee was very surprised just thinking about it. If you include that bowl-cut kid from before, that is 4. The other person was startled by this. Oh my God, that child looked like he was in elementary school. The two began to imagine all sorts of things. He must have a baby face. A rich chaebol and a father of many children, he has made a great contribution to this country. At this time, a new item appeared at Yangjin's house. Danwon Market free giveaway pet carrier. He tapped the carrier and urged, Hurry up and get in. You cannot bring a dog into the supermarket, so if you want to come with me you have to get in here. Jin cursed inwardly at the small thing but had no choice but to get in and sit quietly. As soon as he lifted the carrier, Yongjin shouted that it was incredibly heavy. He opened the door slightly and said, "Use your divine power or something to make yourself lighter." Jin, of course, did not comply and answered cheerfully, "Take this chance to work on your physical strength." Yongjin continued to grumble. "How am I supposed to carry something this heavy?" As he walked in another direction, he did not notice the person hiding behind the wall. The man's gaze was fixed on Yongjin. Just then a sound echoed, startling the tracker. "Who's there?" Sewell was standing there at some point. Seeing he had been discovered, he hurriedly ran away, but in an instant Sewell grabbed him by the collar. The tracker's hat was knocked off in the process. Sewell looked at the person before her and said sarcastically, "Would not it be faster to use divine power if you want to escape?" It seemed she already knew who the person in front of her was.